The city's top assassin, a phantom who preys on the scum of the streets, is secretly just a high school kid named Araji. While other kids his age are still figuring out their place in the world, Araji is already a master of his craft. He's already skipped ahead to the part where he ends the lives of those who don't deserve to live. But a story like that would be far too simple. Suddenly, Araji and his entire class are ripped from their reality and thrown into an unknown world, gifted with godlike powers. But in this strange new world, will Araji's deadly skills still put him at the top of the food chain? Let Pi show you what happens next. Late one night, in the quiet darkness, some poor soul is sprinting for his life. He has no idea how he ended up in this deadly predicament. By now, the man is just moments away from the main street. He believes if he can just reach the crowds, he'll be safe. But that's not happening, sweetie. A cold blade is already pressed against his throat. Seeing his life about to end, the man panics completely and immediately tries to bargain his way out. He begs the assassin to spare him, promising to hand over every cent he has in exchange for his life. But this isn't about money. Professional ethics won't allow this assassin to be swayed by mere cash. He is here to see the mission through. The outcome was already decided. There was no escaping his date with death. The very next morning, we meet a sleepy teenager named Araji, just your average high school student. Oh, wait. His main job isn't school. It's being an assassin. He's the very one who hunted that man in the dark alley. And in the classroom, Araji definitely gets a lot of attention. The moment he steps inside, the entire class starts to murmur, especially from the class president, Suji. He goes out of his way to give Araji a friendly welcome. But Suji's warm greeting is met with Araji's ice-cold indifference, leaving the class president completely embarrassed. It seems the attention Araji gets isn't for his grades or his looks, but because he gives everyone the cold shoulder. Rina, the girl with the striking pink hair, tells Suji there's no point in even trying to get close to Araji. It's a total waste of time. The truth is, Araji is just exhausted. After pulling all-nighters, all he wants to do at school is sleep, not make small talk. Besides, with a profession like his, Araji probably sees his classmates as being in a completely different league. But Araji isn't even the one with the worst reputation in this class. Someone else has already claimed that top spot. His name is Araji. He might not even be old enough to shave, but he's the leader of the area's most notorious gang. And this guy clearly has too much time on his hands. The second he walks in, he locks eyes on Araji's desk and heads over to stir up some trouble. But Araji is dead asleep and not to be disturbed. When Araji realizes he's basically talking to a wall, he gets pissed. He reaches out, aiming to grab Araji by the collar and force a reaction. But a master assassin isn't so easy to touch. Araji's hand shoots out, grabbing Araji's wrist, all while still half asleep from being woken up so rudely. It's instantly clear. Araji can't break free from Araji's grip. So, the delinquent resorts to shouting, screaming for Araji to let him go, starting a fight only to be effortlessly shut down. How humiliating. All the noise, mostly from Araji's pathetic yelling, finally gets on the nerves of another student, Jane. She's not just a beauty, she's also a literary genius. And to top it all off, she knows martial arts. She's not afraid of some punk like Araji. The gang leader was already fuming about his failure with Araji. Now with Jane stepping in, he's tempted to find a new target for his frustration. And now the vice president of the discipline committee, Mirai, jumps in to lecture Araji. Man, this class is absolute chaos. What a warm and friendly way to start the day. Even Narumi, the girl who supposedly doesn't care about anything, decides to join the fun. All of these students are from Class 2 of Shinzo High School, and this kind of morning chaos is just another day at the office for them. But just then, Araji senses that something is terribly wrong. Something materializes beneath the class president's feet, erupting in a blinding flash of light. A massive, glowing magic circle forms out of nowhere, trapping the entire classroom and sending the students into a full-blown panic. Everything is happening so fast, but Suji reacts quickly. He immediately yells for everyone to evacuate the classroom, but Araji knows it's already too late. The magic circle is activating. When Araji finally comes to his senses, he finds himself. He found himself and his classmates scattered across a massive, unfamiliar chamber. Araji pieced it together. That blinding light had swallowed them whole and transported their entire class to this strange place. One by one, the other students started to stir, their confusion turning to panic as they realized they were somewhere completely unknown. But Suji stepped up, showing the qualities of a true leader. He calmed everyone down and began checking on each person. Araji, however, had no time for patience. He ordered his 2 lackeys to scout the perimeter immediately. But Araji had to stop his friend in his tracks. Someone was approaching from outside. From the sound of the footsteps alone, Araji could tell it was one man and one woman heading their way. The only question now was whether these newcomers would be friends or foes. The pair behind the door looked like they were straight out of a fantasy world. a woman dressed like a high priestess or a princess, and the man with her was undoubtedly her royal guard. The woman spoke first, calling the students heroes. Hiding behind a large stone pillar, Araji observed them closely. He could tell this wasn't some elaborate cosplay. These two were the real deal. The princess-like woman introduced herself as Leonora, Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom. Her guard was a man named Gyus. Araji couldn't care less about their fancy titles, dismissing it all as nonsense. But Suji remained calm and collected. He knew Leonora held the answers they desperately needed. Leonora then asked for permission to explain their current predicament. The explanation was short and insane. They had been summoned to another world to become heroes and defeat a demon lord to save it. This ridiculous story sent Araji over the edge. He didn't care how tough the guard Gyus looked. He was ready to throw down with anyone, and Gyus was just as aggressive, ready to make an example out of him. Watching Araji charge an armed opponent with his bare fists, Araji had to admit the guy had guts. Or maybe he was just plain stupid. But Araji's confidence wasn't entirely baseless. He'd fought armed opponents before. The trick was to dodge the first strike, then close the distance and overwhelm them in close-quarters combat. At least, that was the plan in his head. Before he could even react, Gyus' sword flashed, leaving a thin line of blood on his forehead. The entire class froze in terror. Leonora put on a friendly face, speaking soothing words to the terrified teens and promising to explain everything clearly. But her gentle demeanor felt like nothing more than a mask. She explained that humanity in this world was on the brink of extinction, facing annihilation from the demon lord's invasion. Her holy kingdom had fought desperately, but their resistance was futile against the overwhelming might of the demon army. Honestly, the story Leonora told was painfully generic. It sounded like she'd pulled it straight from a fantasy novel script. The bottom line was, this world's fighters were useless, so Leonora had summoned them to carry the team. This wasn't a joke, and the students were officially panicking. They were just normal high schoolers. How in the world were they supposed to defeat a demon lord? With faith and hope, forget fighting demons, some of the girls were already sobbing, just wanting to go home. Gyus then said something that was either a threat or a twisted form of encouragement. You either try, or you die trying. That was their only choice. Unless they defeated the demon lord, they would never see their own world again. Araji knew it was an impossible task. His classmates were just kids growing up, suddenly forcing them to pick up weapons and fight others. Who could possibly do that? After all, not everyone had been trained since childhood like he had. You had to give Araji credit, though. To be a gang leader, you need to be reckless. He was seconds away from trying to punch both Leonora and Gyus. They were dragged here against their will, and now they were expected to just shut up and obey. Gyus' patience with Araji was wearing dangerously thin. Araji's fighting spirit could make him a useful warrior, but it also made him a massive liability. Killing intent flared from Gyus. He was ready to cut Araji down right then and there. But Leonora was a step ahead. She moved toward Araji and offered a prayer to her god. Using her healing ability, she restored the wound on his forehead. Leonora put on her most benevolent and merciful expression. She apologized for her and Gyus' rudeness. She called her power a gift, a system of strength granted by their god. To make it easier for them to understand, she said they could simply call it magic. Now that was a useful piece of information. Leonora understood their world's culture, which meant this wasn't the first time she had summoned people from another world. She then approached Suji, raising a hand before him, and began to chant an incantation. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted from his hand, converging to form a gleaming blade. Leonora explained that every student could harness magic to awaken their innate divine guardian abilities. Laying her cards on the table, Leonora admitted her selfish actions. She had summoned them to this world with no way to send them back, but she insisted her only goal was to borrow their strength, and nothing more. Still, it wasn't like they could just throw these kids onto a battlefield immediately. Leonora promised them a period of training, and that her kingdom would provide for them. Trapped in a corner, what choice did they have? Suji stepped up, rallying the others to accept the power for now. Since they couldn't return home, their first priority was gathering information and securing a way to protect themselves. In short, the students had to awaken their divine guardians, just to gain a foothold in this new world. Suji's leadership skills were already shining. Everyone agreed his logic was sound. It was the only reasonable path forward. Soon, every student had unlocked a unique power. The very last one to receive his was Araji. The moment Leonora touched his shoulder to activate his power, Araji's vision warped dramatically. A system window materialized before his eyes, displaying all of Leonora's stats and skills in perfect detail. Leonora immediately recognized the ability Araji had awakened, the power of appraisal. This rare skill allowed him to see detailed information on any target, and he could even use it on himself. But when he checked his own stats, they weren't exactly overpowered. Maybe in this world, his abilities were nothing special. Even his elite assassin skills from his past life didn't seem so legendary anymore. As Araji was evaluating his new power, Araji launched a surprise attack, unleashing an explosion. Of course, Araji's superhuman reflexes were as sharp as ever. He dodged the cheap shot as if it were child's play. It seemed that thug, Araji, got a little taste of destructive power and immediately had to go pick a fight. Araji sneered, completely underestimating him. Seeing only Araji's eyes glow red, he assumed the ability was totally useless, and it wasn't just Araji. The moment the other students got their powers, their attitudes completely changed. They openly mocked Araji, calling him weak and accusing him of just trying to act cool. Araji found their childishness pathetic. They had no idea what was truly useful, yet a tiny bit of power had already made them arrogant. Besides, this divine guardian power was just borrowed strength anyway. There was no guarantee it couldn't be stripped away. But for Araji, that was hardly a concern. He was already on a completely different level. His hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Leonora made one last check for anyone without magic, then let them rest for the day to acclimate to their new reality. Later that night, hailed as hero candidates, the students were each shown to their own private quarters. But Araji had no intention of sleeping. As a creature of the night, his first priority was reconnaissance and gathering intel. Without a sound, he slipped out the window, melting into the darkness below. In a distant corner of the castle, 2 guards patrolled the halls by torchlight, and one of them was clearly complaining about the late shift. But with the current situation, they had no choice. The newly summoned hero candidates needed protection. Sure, the kids had all received special powers, but they were still completely green. To be blunt, they were just a bunch of kids. Expecting them to defend themselves right now was simply out of the question. All the guards could do was follow their orders. How the hero candidates were managed was up to the saintess. It wasn't their place to question her. Hiding in the shadows, Araji took in every single word. This was the 3rd patrol he'd encountered. It confirmed his suspicion. The castle's security had been seriously ramped up. Araji used appraisal on one of the guards and discovered his stats were pathetically low. His only real skill was swordsmanship, and it was just at level 1. Araji initially worried they might have a special power to detect him, but it was clear that not everyone in this world could use magic. As he slipped away, Araji mentally mapped out the castle's layout, already planning his next move. The city was a classic medieval fortress, ringed by layer upon layer of towering walls and nestled among rolling hills. Araji couldn't help but wonder what secrets were hidden inside the central castle. But with the sheer number of guards patrolling the grounds, sneaking in would be nearly impossible. Still, it was only the first day. Araji knew there was no need to rush. He'd head back to his room and plan his next move. As he cut through an overgrown field, a familiar group of classmates caught his eye. It was 3 girls from his class, led by Ren. What were they doing out here in the dead of night? One of them seemed nervous, whispering that they shouldn't be out here, worried what the saintess would say if she found out. But another girl brushed it off, insisting they just wanted to test their new powers. A perfectly good reason, she argued. With that, the girls began to activate their magic. Fire, water, and plants swirled around them, each one practicing their own unique elemental ability. Hiding in the shadows, Araji watched with curiosity. What did it truly mean to be one of God's chosen guardians? He decided to watch their little magic show for a bit. But just then, a sudden chill ran down his spine, putting him on high alert. At the same time, the 3 girls froze, having heard a strange rustling from the tall grass nearby. Before they could even wonder what it was, the source of the sound revealed itself. It was a monster of nightmarish proportions. The beast looked like a lizard, but no ordinary lizard ever grew to the size of a small elephant. Araji instantly activated his appraisal skill, getting the basic stats on the creature Elisa Javel. Its power level was on a completely different plane from Ren's group. The lizard monster opened its massive jaw and unleashed an ear-splitting roar, striking absolute terror into the hearts of the girls. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged straight for them. Ren's group didn't even consider fighting back. They turned and fled for their lives in a blind panic. From a safe distance, Araji calmly assessed the aggressive beast. Its speed was impressive for its size, but it could only move in a straight line. All brawn and no brain, it seemed. Araji wondered if his dagger could even pierce the thick hide. But there was only one way to find out. He flicked his wrist, a dagger appearing from his sleeve. With a powerful throw, he sent it flying, slicing through the monster's tough skin. Meanwhile, the girls were scrambling for their lives. But it seems fate plays favorites. And of course, it was Ren who tripped on a rock and went down hard. By the time she scrambled to sit up, the lizard monster was already looming over her. Staring up at the colossal beast, Ren was completely frozen in fear. She was paralyzed as it raised a leg as thick as a pillar, preparing to crush her. But luckily for them, their new world protection hadn't expired yet. No hero candidate was going to die tonight. A life was indeed taken. But it wasn't a hero's. It was the lizard monster's. A single dagger had pierced straight through its skull, killing it instantly. The students had no idea what happened, only that someone had just saved their lives. But that was a question for later. Right now, the girls needed to get back to the safety of their rooms. They weren't about to risk another monster encounter. As for Araji, who had dealt the final blow, he told himself he had no reason to save Ren. But leaving her to die just didn't sit right with him, so he decided to act on a whim. Araji moved toward the monster's corpse to retrieve his dagger. But as he did, he sensed another presence lurking behind a large boulder nearby, instantly putting him on guard. Just as he was about to slip away, a figure emerged from the shadows, remarking how pathetic and useless the hero candidates were. But then he added, not all of them were useless. He had been watching Araji from the very beginning. He could tell that the boy was just like him. Could this stranger also be an assassin? The next morning, the lizard's corpse was displayed for all the students to see. The sight made the more squeamish ones turn pale. A man named Gyus announced that the monster's body was discovered near the royal capital the previous night. He explained that the demon lord's influence was driving the monsters into a frenzy, making them crave human flesh. These beasts would be their first true test, something they had to master defeating, before they could ever hope to face the demon lord himself. Another student, a blonde girl named Steady, was examining the creature's body like a medical expert, and she made a startling discovery. Traces of a curse, one powerful enough to be the work of a mid-tier demon or higher. It was likely the demon lord's forces had sent a scout to test the newly summoned hero's strength. Now that word of their arrival was out, as usual, Araji was hiding behind a pillar, eavesdropping on their talk about incantations, which piqued his interest, another new term for him. He wondered what the difference was between incantations and magic, but Suji cut straight to the point. He wanted to know if this monster was being controlled by a demon or something with a lot of power, and he was exactly right. Steady explained that demons can use charms to manipulate and control weaker monsters. Acting like a professor, giving a crash course, Steady explained that monsters are creatures warped by mana until they become violent and incredibly strong. And mana is the power created by the demon lord. It's a tool used by him and his demonic forces. Just as Steady was getting into his lecture, Gus told him to shut his mouth. He was talking too much. Araji was taking it all in, looking like a researcher gathering valuable information. The more urgent issue was that the monster he defeated last night was being controlled by someone. That would explain its bizarre behavior back then. So, the presence Araji sensed last night must have belonged to a member of the demon race. He guessed that demon had to be incredibly powerful, since he could barely sense its presence for even a moment. If that demon was still lurking around, things could get ugly. But some people just don't know the meaning of fear. Take Araji, for example. He was resolved that they couldn't return to their world without defeating the demon lord. So, he was ready to throw down with anyone who showed up. The others agreed with this sentiment. Worrying about it now was pointless. If they wanted to just stay here, they wouldn't have to try at all. But the thing is, every single one of them wanted to return to their original world. Araji felt his classmates were finally starting to get it, and it was best they master their own skills as soon as possible. Just then, Leonora appeared, telling everyone there was no need to panic. They just didn't know how to use their own power to fight back against the demons yet. A little practice was all they needed. Because this group of students were hero candidates, their growth rate would undoubtedly surpass that of the people in this world. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Instead of training his abilities, Araji was in the library, studying the written language of this world. Meanwhile, everyone else was outside on the training grounds, pushing themselves to their absolute limits. He'd been told his divine protection skill wasn't suited for combat, so he wasn't allowed to receive combat training. Instead, he was given access to the library to expand his knowledge. But the materials in the library were sparse, with almost no information about the demon race at all. Feeling cooped up, Araji decided to go outside and see how his classmates were training. And sure enough, their progress was truly off the charts. The 5 who stood out the most were Narumi, Arasi, Kenzaki, Hashimoto, and Rena. But there was one other person who was on a completely different level, so much so that he couldn't even be included in the same list. That person was Suji. He already looked every bit the hero, his swordsmanship sharp and impressive. Araji used his appraisal skill and saw Suji's stats had already grown to all B and A ranks. And just 1 week ago, all of his stats were stuck at D and F. You had to admit, Suji was incredibly gifted when it came to this whole hero thing. But Araji wondered if the Lord's divine protection could also affect things not directly related to power, like a person's natural talent. Just then, Araji's group walked by, laughing and mocking Araji for showing up at the training grounds when he couldn't even learn to fight. The others had also grown more arrogant, looking down on everyone after gaining their powers. The one leading them was the absolute worst. Thinking he was better than everyone, Muda reached out to grab Araji, intending to humiliate him in front of the others. But he picked the wrong person to mess with. A lightning-fast kick shot out, striking Muda's shin and sending the arrogant fool flying before he even knew what hit him. Araji's attack speed was far too fast for anyone to follow with their eyes. They just blinked, and suddenly Muda was on his back. Muda was furious. He tried to start a fight, but somehow ended up being the one embarrassed. He desperately wanted to get up and pulverize Araji right then and there. But Araji stopped him, not because he suddenly grew a conscience, but because someone else was approaching. And who else could it be but Leonora and Gus? Leonora's arrival made everyone on the training grounds stop what they were doing and turn to greet her respectfully. Leonora praised them all, saying their growth was incredible, even faster than she had imagined. This was excellent news. At least, it was for Leonora. And for that very reason, Leonora was accelerating the timeline. But something about that felt off. Was she really about to throw these students onto the front lines against the Demon Lord? No, that couldn't be it. Leonora wouldn't sacrifice them so recklessly. Her true goal was a baptism by fire, getting the students accustomed to clashing with real monsters. This was a terrifying prospect. Forcing them to fight meant she wanted their hands stained with blood. Leonora operated with terrifying efficiency. The moment she announced the start of their combat training, she immediately herded them deep into the forest. Gus chimed in, warning them of the trials ahead. Because of the danger, he explained. They couldn't possibly stick together as one large group. The hero candidates would be split into teams of 2 to 3. To truly experience the harsh reality of this training regimen, Suji, the model class president and the hero candidate with the most explosive growth, was instantly scouted by Ren and another female student who begged to be on her team. As for Araji, it was a no-brainer. His loyal followers immediately flocked to his side. The fated pair, Meyer and Narumi, teamed up, forming a surprisingly formidable party. In the end, only 2 remained, Jin and Araji. For some reason, no one wanted to team up with Jin. Perhaps because they were intimidated by her power. Now this was the real mismatched pair. Jin had no choice but to partner with Araji, who, for his part, already had a unique impression of her. This girl was supremely confident and completely indifferent to everyone around her. On top of that, she was incredibly proud and wasn't the type to let anyone get in her way. Noticing Araji's stare, Jin shot him a warning. Keep your eyes to yourself, or I'll give you a reason to look away. Ooh, Araji was just so scared. But in truth, he had no interest in such pointless clashes. To ignite their fighting spirit, Leonora dangled a tempting prize, a special, unexpected reward for the team with the best performance. And with that, the hero candidates' first real combat training had officially begun. Araji and Jin ventured into the forest, but he kept a deliberate distance, having no intention of getting close. Not that Jin wanted his help, anyway. She was certain her divine ability was on a completely different level than the others. She didn't need anything from him. Just stay put, she ordered, and don't get in my way. If Jin wanted to handle all the heavy lifting, Araji wouldn't stop her. He was happy to give her the stage. This might make Jin think he had no pride, but Araji couldn't care less. He wanted to observe her combat abilities first, to see for himself just how powerful she truly was. Just then, Araji sensed 4 presences surrounding them, closing in for an ambush. But these enemies were nothing special. They were just a few lowly goblins. As a short, green goblin charged forward with a wooden club, Jin remained completely unfazed, activating her skill. A mystical purple energy glowed from her hand as she gave a single command, kneel. Instantly, the goblin collapsed to the ground, completely paralyzed. This was Jin's divine ability, Dominion. It was the power to force her enemies to obey her every command. But controlling just one monster wasn't enough, not when others were lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Jin issued another order to the goblin. Throw your club aside. Then put your hands behind your back. But just those few simple commands were enough to leave Jin drenched in sweat. The mana consumption for this power was clearly enormous. Araji knew they didn't have time to play around with a single weak goblin. They needed to finish it, and fast, because more monsters were approaching. But something made Jin hesitate. She saw that the goblin looked almost human, and she couldn't bring herself to deliver the final blow. But Jin needed a reality check. That thing had tried to kill them moments ago. An enemy is an enemy. There's no room for mercy. Araji realized that despite her incredible power, she was still just a normal student from a peaceful world. He wondered if she could make the right choice when faced with true danger, because right now, 3 more goblins were closing in. Seeing the new arrivals, Jin did the only thing she could, unleashing her power once more to force them all to the ground. But after making them kneel, what then? Jin frantically urged Araji to do something instead of just standing there. But Araji simply reminded her of her own words, "I thought you told me not to do anything." Jin was at a loss for words. Araji had backed her into a corner. Fine, she would just have to handle this herself. Jin issued her final, chilling command, telling the monsters to snap their own necks. Without hesitation, the monsters complied, twisting their heads with a sickening crack. They all fell in an instant. Araji was stunned that Jin could issue such a brutal order. So, Jin was capable of commands like this. However, the more difficult the order, the lower its chance of success. But another truth hit her hard. She never imagined that seeing the carnage she caused with her own power would be this difficult to stomach. Araji tried to give Jin a reality check. It doesn't matter if the enemy is a monster or a human. If something intends to kill you, you must eliminate it without a second thought. Jin was completely taken aback. She couldn't understand how Araji could remain so terrifyingly calm. Of course, he was calm. His hands had already been stained by the lives of countless enemies he'd sent to their graves, but Araji had no intention of revealing his past. He simply explained that maintaining a strong mentality was one of his greatest strengths. Araji moved in to check the goblin corpses, but it looked like they had nothing valuable to loot. So what was their next move? Should they press forward? Or turn back if Jin couldn't continue fighting? Araji's taunting question was clearly a challenge. Of course, Jin chose to push onward. Araji knew she was just putting on a brave front to save face, but he had to admit her personality wasn't all that bad. Elsewhere, it seemed other teams weren't doing so well. Narumi and Mirai were running for their lives. It was clear the two of them had stumbled upon something seriously dangerous. At this point, running wasn't an option. They had to go all in. It was either win big or be wiped out. One summoned a vortex of wind, the other created flying shards of rock. They combined their powers, launching a high-speed boulder straight at the beast hunting them. After the thunderous impact, the outcome was immediately clear. The creature was completely unharmed, while their massive projectile had disintegrated into dust. The thing chasing them was a gigantic bear. To make matters worse, its body was wrapped in layers of thick hide, like a suit of legendary-grade armor. Jin's intense determination had a reason. She needed to return to her world, and as soon as possible. Her grandfather was there, the man who had given everything to raise her, and she had yet to repay any of his kindness. Jin desperately wanted her grandfather to see how much she had grown, to make him proud and happy. With her sudden disappearance, she could only imagine how heartbroken he must be. Just then, Araji's voice cut through her thoughts. He wanted to know where they were heading now. Jin had no idea either, but figured they could just push forward in a straight line. How could they possibly get lost? Araji was exasperated. If her thinking was that simple, she was severely underestimating the true dangers of this forest. His condescending tone was starting to get on her nerves. What gave Araji the right to act so high and mighty all the time? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the air, grabbing both of their attentions. Jin instantly recognized that voice had belonged to Mirai. Araji immediately guessed she must have run into some serious trouble. So what was Jin's next move? Without a shred of hesitation, she decided to go and help. She wasn't some arrogant fool who looked down on others. She truly cared about her friends. Back with Mirai's group, she was already battered and beaten, leaving Narumi to panic. Mirai tried to act tough, telling Narumi she was fine and that he should run and save himself. Obviously, Narumi would never abandon her here. But the monster bear wasn't about to let them have a tearful goodbye. Just as the bear raised a massive paw, as thick as a pillar, to bring it crashing down on them, Jin appeared, commanding the beast to freeze on the spot. When Narumi saw Jin, he was overcome with relief. It seemed their luck hadn't run out yet, but they were far from safe. Jin couldn't maintain control over the bear for long. Its immense size and power were simply too overwhelming. Araji shouted, asking if Mirai was still alive. The ever-blunt Narumi yelled back that she was just beaten up badly, but still breathing. She wasn't dead yet. Araji ordered Narumi to carry Mirai on his back and get out of there immediately. Narumi desperately wanted to stay and help Jin and Araji, but he couldn't leave Mirai to suffer on the cold ground. Araji urged him to find Miru or Leonora for help, so Mirai could get healed as quickly as possible. And now, the real battle was about to begin. Araji knew this monstrous bear was going to be a massive headache. He activated his appraisal skill to see just how powerful this beast truly was. It turned out the creature had no special skills, relying entirely on its overwhelming brute strength to fight. But that was the problem. Its defense stat was a solid A rank, and that was while it was still being restrained. Against that kind of armor, Araji knew his own attacks would be completely useless. What's more, its classification as a mutant species was another major red flag. But his time for thinking was up. Jin's control finally shattered, and the bear exploded into a furious rage the second it broke free. Araji figured Jin had bought them all the time she could. Now, they had to run. A solid strategy in theory. But in practice, things were about to get messy. Jin had pushed her powers so far that she couldn't even stand, let alone escape. Araji had no other choice. It was time to reveal a fraction of his true strength. He reached into his coat, pulled out a smoke bomb, and hurled it directly at the hulking monster. By the time Jin's vision cleared, Araji was already carrying her princess style, sprinting away from the beast to the cover of a massive tree. Araji motioned for her to stay silent, warning that the bear would hear them, before gently setting her down. As for the smoke bomb, Araji claimed he made it while everyone else was busy training their powers. Of course, that was a complete lie. Araji always kept a few tools for self-defense, but his supply was running low, so he couldn't afford to waste them. A few pistols, daggers, and smoke bombs, they were just the basic tools of an assassin's trade. If he wasn't trying to hide his true abilities, he could have just unleashed his full power and fed the bear a few lead candies to end it all. Just then, Jin started to apologize. She explained it was her fault for rushing to help Mirai and Narumi, which only resulted in Araji having to save her instead. But an apology was useless now. Araji told her if she really wanted to say something, she should thank him. Being asked for a thank you so directly seemed to catch Jin completely off guard. Her face flushed bright red as she struggled to get the words out. Araji thought to himself that if Jin could always be this meek, she'd probably be a lot more popular with her friends. Jin opened her mouth to argue, but this wasn't the time. If she attracted the bear's attention, they were both dead. Jin calmed herself and asked Araji what the strategy was now. Her calculations suggested they should retreat, but Araji told her they wouldn't have to anymore. Reinforcements had arrived. It was Suji and his team. He had seen Mirai get thrashed and came looking to settle the score with the bear. Without a moment of hesitation, Suji activated his divine guard, summoning his demon-slaying sword. In the name of justice, Suji swore he would turn this beast into mincemeat. The stage was set for an epic clash between the top hero candidate and the thick-skinned monster. Suji fearlessly gripped the magical blade in his hand. He let out a mighty war cry to build his fighting spirit, then charged straight for the beast. Seeing a new challenger, the bear refused to be outdone, roaring back with a force that shook the very ground. Suji closed the distance in a flash, his sword carving a perfect arc as he aimed to draw first blood from the bear's foreleg. His goal was probably to sever the leg and have it for dinner, but the creature's hide was just too thick. His blade couldn't cut all the way through. Just then, Rina signaled from behind for Suji to get clear, launching a massive fireball that threatened to roast the colossal bear right where it stood. The attack was magnificent, a perfectly aimed shot. Rina thought to herself that whole roasted bear sounded pretty delicious. However, as the old saying goes, be careful what you wish for. Trying to cook a live bear is a recipe for disaster. Relying on its powerful defense, the beast simply shrugged off Rina's fireball. In fact, the attack only made the bear even more enraged. Rina couldn't believe her eyes. She was so sure her attack was powerful enough. But this monster acted as if nothing had even happened. But Suji told her not to panic. He was certain her attack had some effect. He pointed out that patches of its fur were now singed, and its movements had definitely slowed down a bit. Suji believed that if his team calmly fought a 3-on-1 battle of attrition, the beast would eventually fall. And so, with his two teammates providing support from behind, Suji began the grueling process of wearing the colossal bear down. Meanwhile, from a dark corner not far away, the demon Delphus slowly materialized, gleefully observing the clash between humans and beast. Everything was going according to his plan. It was all just a matter of time. For now, the armored bear couldn't take down the hero candidates. Delphus had to admit, their growth rate was monstrous. And on top of that, Suji's calm demeanor and leadership skills were incredibly impressive. His mission was simple recon, to see if the newly summoned hero candidates were worth a damn. But he figured he might as well go off script and score some points for himself. In the heart of the battle, Suji's relentless barrage of slashes had already cost the armored bear a serious amount of blood. The moment Suji gathered his power for the final, killing blow, Delphus saw his opening and prepared to strike. He knew a warrior's most vulnerable moment is that brief instant of triumph right after landing the final hit. Delphus planned to assassinate Suji himself, sending the hero to his next life. But hold on there, Mr. Demon. Speak too soon, and you'll pay the price. A blade, cold and sharp, was already pressed against his throat. Surprise, you filthy demon. Araji had appeared behind him without a sound, a ghost he never even sensed. What was that about an assassin's first lesson? Araji knew it well. The moment a man makes his gravest error is when he believes he's already won the fight. Delphus recognized a fellow professional and instantly dropped his dagger in surrender. Any reckless move now would be his last. At this point, how Araji managed to sneak up on him was the least of his worries. Delphus needed to find an escape route and fast. But that was just wishful thinking. There was no way Araji would let his prey get away. In a flash, he swung his knife, slicing through the demon's leg tendons to keep him grounded. Araji pressed the blade back to Delphus's throat, warning him not to make a sound. Clearly, neither of them wanted to be discovered. Araji just wanted some information. Spill the beans, and he'd let the demon walk. Of course, whether he'd actually keep that promise was anyone's guess. But of course, Delphus wouldn't just roll over. He was a former assassin himself, after all. So, Araji decided to make a little introduction. Just to make things crystal clear, he was a creature of the shadows from another world. Araji admitted the presence he'd sensed. The night they dealt with that lizard had sent a shiver down his spine. But was this the guy he had sensed back then? He still wasn't entirely sure. Araji didn't bother beating around the bush. He knew they had been watched for a long time. That's why he used his own classmates as bait to lure out a big fish like Delphus. Delphus could hardly believe what he was hearing. He never imagined Araji was so perceptive, that he'd been made, long before he even realized it. Araji's demands were simple. He was new to this world and desperately needed information. All Delphus had to do was spill everything he knew about demons, and maybe, just maybe, he'd be shown mercy. But Delphus refused to say a word. Suddenly, a guttural scream of pain erupted from his throat. The cause? Well, that would be Araji, seeing the demon's lack of cooperation. He'd sliced through Delphus's arm tendons as a little warning. It's a shame, really. All he wanted was a little chat. Cooperating would be better for everyone, but if Delphus wanted to be stubborn, Araji wouldn't force him. He had no problem showing this demon what a true hell looked like. Suddenly, Delphus bit down hard. Before Araji could even react, the demon's body convulsed, and blood sprayed from his mouth. A real shame. Delphus had a poison capsule hidden in his tooth. Araji got nothing out of him, but then again, he had anticipated this outcome. Just then, Jane appeared out of nowhere, trembling as she asked if the corpse under his foot was a person. Well, this is awkward. He had a witness. Now, how should he deal with his little classmate? Araji didn't make a move just yet. First, he needed to know how much she had seen. Oh, not that long. She'd only started watching when he pinned Delphus down to interrogate him. So, basically, she saw everything. Araji explained that the corpse on the ground wasn't a person. He was an assassin from the Demon Lord's army. What? He went on to explain that the armored bear was just a puppet being controlled by Delphus the entire time. And that lizard attack, the one that targeted Rena and the others, that was Delphus's handiwork, too. Jane was horrified. This meant that she and her friends were being actively hunted by demons. Seriously, this girl was clueless. What else did she think demons would do, besides hunt the hero candidates sent to destroy them? What? Am I supposed to stand here and applaud my enemy's power-up, so they can crush me later? But Jin couldn't wrap her head around it. How on earth did Araji detect the assassin, when no one else even sensed his presence? After a moment's thought, Araji figured there was no point in hiding his cards from Jin any longer. He explained his family was in the assassination business, which made him far more sensitive to the presence of his colleagues. Hearing this earth-shattering secret sent a chill down Jin's spine. To think Araji actually came from a family of assassins, just the thought alone proved he was on a completely different level. Araji didn't care if Jin believed him or not. The proof was lying right there on the ground, the very real corpse of the Demon Lord's assassin. No doubts about it. Araji warned Jin not to tell the other students what she saw. Their morale was already shattered because of Mirai's condition. If Araji's background got out, on top of the news that the Demon Lord's army was targeting them, things would spiral into absolute chaos. This actually came as a surprise to Jin. She never thought Araji cared that much about his classmates. In reality, Araji just knew they weren't like him. He'd been exposed to bloodshed from a young age, making it difficult for them to adapt to these grim realities. But Araji recognized that Jin's leadership ability would be crucial in the future. Just then, everyone gathered together to check on Mirai's condition. Luckily, among the students was Shiori, who possessed divine healing powers, so she could begin treating Mirai immediately, without having to wait for Leonora to show up whenever she pleased. Although she was just a beginner, Shiori's skills were more than enough. She easily managed to heal Mirai's critical injuries. For now, Mirai was only unconscious from the severe trauma. She would likely wake up within the hour. Hearing this news, Narumi breathed a huge sigh of relief. Meanwhile, everyone was in absolute awe of Suji for taking down that armored bear. That thing was a monstrous beast. And yeah, the creature was definitely a tough opponent, but Suji had his teammates backing him up, so trapping the bear wasn't an impossible feat. Of course, besides Jin, no one else knew that the one controlling the bear had already been taken out by Araji, but that was classified information for now. Only when everything was over did Leonora and Gyu's calmly stroll over. Suji was hesitant to speak his mind, but the furious Narumi had no such reservations. He immediately confronted them, demanding to know what hole they'd been hiding in to only show up now. Gyus didn't hesitate to bluntly state they hadn't gone anywhere. They simply had no intention of intervening, choosing to let the hero candidates handle the problem themselves. Gyus believed that if they constantly babied and rescued the candidates at the first sign of trouble, the training would be completely ineffective. At this point, even Suji couldn't stomach Gyus's attitude anymore. Mirai was nearly killed. This was a matter of life and death, but he had severely underestimated Gyu's coldness and thick skin. According to that old man, pushing them to the very brink of death was the only way to truly train at full power. And from now on, the hero candidates would be subjected to this level of brutal training regularly. So if he didn't want to hear any more weak-willed complaints, his words sent an icy chill down the spines of the entire group. But Suji wasn't being weak. The problem was that Leonora and Gaius had assured them this area only had weak monsters. So where did a ridiculously powerful bear like that even come from? Who could have possibly been prepared for that? Just then, the secret Araji wanted to keep was casually revealed by Leonora. She speculated that the bear was undoubtedly released by an assassin from the demon army. Armored bears don't live in this region. The only explanation was that an enemy assassin brought it here to scout the combat strength of the hero candidates. They assumed the assassin was likely still lurking nearby, so they needed to strengthen their defenses. Leonora even wanted to increase the training difficulty, claiming that at their current level, the hero candidates would all be wiped out soon. Was she kidding? For some of the students, the current difficulty was already overwhelming. Not everyone was a natural genius who could adapt so quickly. Suji fiercely protested this idea. Everyone was still terrified after their first real battle. Yet Leonora already wanted to crank up the game's difficulty. Leonora could probably win first prize for being the most shameless person alive. She felt that pushing the hero candidates was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, they'd all die, and she'd have to waste time summoning a new group from scratch. Araji was getting seriously annoyed by Leonora's attitude, but before he could even approach her, Gyus flashed in front of him, blocking his path. For the first time, Gyus showed his true, menacing colors to the hero candidates. The old man radiated a dangerous aura, reminding them they were nothing but pawns in Leonora's game. The message was clear: don't step out of line. But that just enraged Araji, who wanted to throw down with Gus right then and there. But Suji was quick to hold him back. This was not the time for a reckless move. If the students disobeyed, Leonora's entire nation would turn against them, and that meant a world of pain for everyone. Gus was pleased with Suji's insight, assuring them that as long as they didn't do anything foolish, Leonora's side wouldn't go too far. But a hothead like Araji doesn't think, he just acts. He unleashed his skill right in Gus's face. However, his attack couldn't even leave a single scratch on the old man. Gus emerged from the smoke completely unscathed, then sent Araji flying with a single, brutal strike. He was done wasting words. Starting tomorrow, the hero candidate's training regimen would intensify. That was final, and there would be no complaints. Araji was absolutely seething. He swore that if he ever got the chance, he would make Gus pay for this humiliation. One day after the military drill, the hero candidates were taken to learn a new discipline. They were to follow the monster researcher, Steady, on a new investigation. Steady tried to ease the tension with a show of concern. He wanted to know if Mirai had recovered from her injuries the day before. There was no need to worry. After a classmate used healing magic on her, Mirai was perfectly fine. Araji was also patched up, his face back to normal after Gus's devastating punch. This was definitely good news. At least one of the hero candidates could use a healing divine guard. It meant they could look after each other. For today's training session, the hero candidates would enter Steady's research facility to battle the monsters within. It was obvious Steady's lab was packed with countless monsters, providing plenty of action. Deep inside the laboratory, innumerable cells had been built, holding just about every type of basic monster imaginable. From swarms of tiny goblins to mutated lizards and even ogres, the place had everything. For the female students, walking down a central corridor surrounded by monsters was a truly spine-chilling experience. All these creatures were kept in captivity to serve Steady's research. Leonora cheerfully acknowledged that Steady's research institute was the perfect training ground for the hero candidates, and Steady was equally delighted at the chance to collect combat data on the future heroes. And with that, the combat training officially began. The hero candidates' first opponents would be the ogres. To enhance their individual combat skills, they were forced into one-on-one duels with these ogres, pushing them to unlock their ultimate potential. For instance, down in the arena right now, Rina was facing an ogre at least 4 or 5 times her size. Araji stood alone on the highest observation deck, watching his classmates. They were all displaying a surprising level of calm. Even though they were suddenly forced into combat, Araji figured yesterday's ordeal must have had a major impact on his friends. Even so, a flicker of anxiety and fear was still visible on their faces. Down below, Reina was scrambling everywhere. Her eyes were so fixated on the ogre that she lost her footing and fell flat on her face. As for the ogre, it had been scorched by Reina's fire magic, but the beast was still standing strong. From the stands, Suji couldn't sit by silently. He immediately turned to Steady, insisting that the ogre was too much for Reina to handle, but Steady refused to listen. Leonora herself had ordered him to be even more strict with the hero candidates. Besides, Steady believed Suji was mistaken about the situation. There was no way a hero candidate, armed with a divine guard, could ever lose to a common ogre. And down in the arena, Reina was growing frustrated that she couldn't finish off the beast before her. She focused every last bit of her power to create a massive fireball, then dropped it directly on the ogre's head, turning it into barbecue. Steady declared that this was a perfectly normal outcome. As long as the hero candidates possessed sufficient willpower, their abilities could grow far beyond their current levels. Steady also hinted that once a divine guard reaches a certain level, it can evolve into many different variations. At that moment, Araji approached Suji, saying that if he was right, Suji had just awakened a brand new divine guard. The thought of having a new divine guard filled Suji with an intense urge to try it out. He immediately asked Steady to let him be the next one to enter the arena, a request Steady was more than happy to grant. The moment he stepped into the arena, Suji summoned his monster-slaying blade and unleashed his new skill, Kamikaze. The ogre across from him instantly recognized Suji's overwhelming power, showing a very human emotion, raw fear. But Suji had no intention of showing mercy to a monster. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, sword first. With a single, fluid strike, Suji severed the ogre's arm as easily as slicing through flesh. Before the beast could even roar in agony, Suji delivered the finishing blow, cleaving its head clean off and ending the battle in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. Araji silently calculated the new power dynamic. If they faced the armored bear again, Suji would turn that creature into mincemeat without breaking a sweat. He had to completely reevaluate his own assumptions and start designing a new divine guardian for himself. But on second thought, Suji wasn't the only one in their group to awaken a second skill. Araji had unlocked a new power of his own. However, Araji felt it was better not to share this information with that reckless hothead just yet. The bottom line was clear. A divine guardian's power could be expanded, and Araji couldn't survive in this world on his old techniques alone. He needed to awaken new guardians that could support him on the battlefield. That night, Araji gathered a few like-minded students for a secret meeting, pulling Narumi into the fold. A dangerous plan was taking shape. His objective: eliminate Gyus, then capture Leonora and force her to reveal how they could return to their own world. If this plan succeeded, they could escape this nightmare far ahead of schedule. They even planned to get rid of Leonora for good, ensuring they could never be summoned to this world again. Now, Araji needed to recruit Narumi, but something felt off. What were the actual chances of this plan succeeding? Was this just another reckless gamble that would get them all killed? The entire scheme felt like it was balanced on a knife's edge. But then, the image of a wounded Mirai flashed through Narumi's mind, and he could no longer remain calm. He immediately agreed to join Araji's rebellion. The next day, all the hero candidates resumed their training as if nothing had changed. Araji had to admit, Suji's training regimen was absolutely insane. But for Suji, there was no other way. He still saw himself as dangerously weak and was desperate to get stronger as fast as humanly possible. To be fair, calling himself weak was a massive understatement. After just a few days of training, he could already overpower more than half of the kingdom's knights. But for Suji, it wasn't nearly enough. As long as he couldn't defeat Gyus, he was nothing. He had to become infinitely stronger to protect everyone, no matter what happened. Suji wasn't blind. He knew Leonora and Gyus were just using the students as pawns in their own war. But he believed that as long as they played along and followed orders, their captors wouldn't do anything too extreme. To put it simply, Suji was willing to bet his own life to defeat the Demon Lord, but his goal was to bear that burden entirely on his own. That was why he always compromised, trying to keep everyone else safe. Suji was confident he could eventually make Leonora agree to his terms. Right then, Leonora appeared, announcing that Stady would manage the hero candidates while she was gone. She and Gaius would be away for a few days on some unknown business. For a certain group, this was the perfect opportunity. As they were leaving, Gaius asked Leonora if leaving them alone was really a wise decision. He could clearly sense that Araji was plotting something. Leonora knew it too. A little rebellion was brewing, but she had no intention of stopping it. In fact, she was morbidly curious to see what Araji and his friends would dare to try. This revelation put Gyus on edge. Even though the hero candidates were still growing, having all of them rise up at once could still be troublesome. But Leonora told him not to worry. She had absolute confidence that the hero candidates stood zero chance of defeating her. In fact, Leonora already had a counterplan for this little uprising. She intended to break their fangs once and for all. And with that, the story skips forward to that very evening. Araji was hunting lizards alone, taking them down with little effort. By now, his stats were fairly decent, and his skills had reached level 5. Suddenly, a punk rock ogre burst from the shadows, launching a surprise attack straight at Araji. With lightning-fast reflexes, Araji dodged the ambush, drawing his daggers to prepare for a fight. 3 daggers flew from his hand, speeding toward the ogre like bullets. But to his shock, all 3 blades were swatted aside, failing to leave even a single scratch. Araji decided it was time to test his new ability. He activated weakness detection, and instantly, a glowing mark appeared on the back of the ogre's neck. Araji pulled out his 4th dagger, hurling it straight at the glowing weak point. That single strike was enough to send the hulking ogre to its grave. The weakness detection skill was definitely impressive, but for Araji, it still wasn't enough. He knew he had to become much, much stronger. Just then, a swarm of goblins scrambled toward him. Without a hint of panic, he activated his skill again, instantly locking onto the weak points of the approaching horde. Then, with a flurry of daggers, he finished them all off. For common monsters like these, the weak points were always the head or the heart. In these cases, the weakness detection skill felt almost redundant. Araji realized he needed a higher quality opponent to truly test his new power. At that exact moment, Araji heard the faint sound of human footsteps nearby. To his surprise, it was Jane. He couldn't understand what she was doing out here at this hour. She explained she'd gone to his private room, but he wasn't there. So, she took a gamble and searched the forest, and somehow, she actually found him. He had no idea how she was so certain he'd be out here grinding monsters, but Araji didn't want Jane getting in his way. He warned her to go back, telling her this area was far too dangerous at night. But Jane felt that was unfair. She argued that Araji was the one who should go back. Hunting monsters in the dead of night was just reckless. For some reason, Araji found himself trusting Jane more than anyone else, so he felt he could tell her anything. Just like now, when he admitted he was testing out his new divine protection. This part, at least, wasn't a huge surprise. After all, Steady himself had said the hero candidates could awaken new protections as their skills improved. But Araji had no intention of telling Jane the specifics of his new power. She protested, swearing she came all this way because she was worried about him. She begged him not to be so cold, which completely caught Araji off guard. Jane was actually capable of worrying about someone else, especially him. Still, Araji wasn't ready to leave yet. He wanted to test his skills a little longer. Just as Jane was about to insist on joining him, a massive pillar of smoke grabbed her attention. In the distance, a massive horde of monsters of all kinds had gathered, burning buildings and attacking everyone in sight. Suddenly, Suji appeared like a valiant knight. He kicked things off by slicing down an ogre, then braced himself for the monstrous wave advancing from afar. Rena was there too, and it seemed likely the fire was started by one of her stray fireballs. But there was no time to point fingers. It didn't matter if the monsters attacked in the middle of the night. They had to crush every last one of them before they could even think about sleeping. Araji and Jane rushed back. It wasn't just some village on fire, it was the hero candidate's own lodging area, and it was under full-scale attack. Another student explained the situation. He had no idea what happened. He was sound asleep when the fire suddenly erupted and monsters began swarming like ants. Araji immediately suspected someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. They had to find the mastermind and end this quickly. Right on cue, Steady appeared, applauding Araji for his brilliant deduction. At that point, there was no need for guesswork. These monsters had undoubtedly escaped from Steady's own laboratory. He was the one who had trapped the hero candidates. It was him all along. Steady even admitted he'd given the monsters a little something extra to make them stronger and more ferocious, since he found their previous performance pathetic. Steady calmly stated that eliminating the hero candidates was a direct order from his superiors, and while this act would cost him his current position, he confessed he didn't actually hate any of them. But an order was an order, and the one who gave it wasn't Leonora. Steady declared he would never serve that old fox. He proclaimed his one and only master was the Demon Lord. Araji wondered if Steady had spent so much time with his monsters that he'd finally decided to switch sides. In the dead of night, a raging inferno devoured the entire dormitory complex while everyone fought desperately against the goblin onslaught. And there, standing proudly atop the castle wall, was Steady, looking down with his self-satisfied smirk. It was clear this entire catastrophe was his doing. Steady issued a cold, emotionless command, "Go." At his word, the goblins charged maniacally toward Kai, Jane, and Yosi. Kai shouted, "Kanzaki." She understood immediately, readying herself. "Got it." Jane raised her hand, casting a spell. A surge of purple energy shot out as she commanded, "Freeze." The charging goblins were instantly paralyzed, trapped in place. Jane continued to maintain her control over them. Steady watched it all unfold with a contemptuous sneer. "Useless," he scoffed. "Awaken, my monsters. The moment the words left his lips, the goblins snapped out of Jane's hypnosis. Their primal instincts flared back to life. Model. Jin's mind reeled, unable to believe what was happening. Kai, how could this be? Steady just grinned with absolute confidence. I'm a scientist, you see. I know exactly how to handle these rebellious monsters. He gave Jin, Kai, and Yosia no time to think, no chance to recover. At his command, the goblins charged forward with a vicious roar. Instantly, Kai sprang into action. Kanzaki fell back, only to find him already behind her. His eyes and the knife in his hand were ice-cold, ready for battle. A snarling goblin was suddenly silenced by a single, deadly slash. Kai wasted no words. He was a blur of motion. With just a small knife, he cut down 3 goblins in a single strike before they even knew what hit them, splattering blood on the ground. Steady watched, not with fear, but with growing excitement. He let out a taunting laugh. There are still plenty more. Where did they all come from? Goblins and orcs alike swarmed towards Kai, swinging their crude blades and clubs. Even completely surrounded, he showed no trace of fear. He leaped, seizing the high ground. Alone, with just one small blade, he sliced through a goblin's vital point, sending blood flying. Then he plunged his knife straight down into an orc's head. An orc tried to ambush him from behind, but Kai sensed it instantly. He spun around and kicked it square in the jaw. The force of the blow was enough to make the orc roar in pain as several of its teeth went flying. Just like that, even the biggest orcs were brought down, crashing to the ground unconscious. Watching from behind, Yosia and Jin were stunned by Kai's performance. He stood once more with a small knife in his hand, poised and ready to fight. The remaining goblins and orcs froze, staring in disbelief. Steady shouted, "What are you doing? That guy doesn't even have a divine protector." Though Kai was only using a knife in his bare hands, his power was overwhelming. Kai focused his senses, silently activating his own special skill, appraisal. A red light, like a scanner, emanated from his eyes as he analyzed, steady. All of the man's information appeared before him, but his attention locked onto the final line. Domination magic, level 1. He understood instantly. So that's it. The reason Kanzaki's domination had no effect was because the monsters were already under the command of a stronger magic user. Kai remembered what Steady had said. You're pretty sharp, aren't you? That's right. Powerful demons can use domination magic to control other monsters. Steady seemed worried. Damn it, I didn't want to have to use this. But I have no choice. He put his fingers to his lips and whistled, the sound echoing through the night and startling Kai. Confused, he asked Steady, "What are you doing?" The man replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Not wanting to wait around, Kai decided to end things quickly. Then I'll drop the curtain before that can happen. But suddenly, something made him freeze in his tracks. A torrent of vicious flames shot directly at him, forcing him to leap backward to evade. Kai looked up to see what had just launched that inferno. What in the world is that? He stared in shock at a massive red fire dragon. A flame dragon. It let out a deafening, savage roar. Steady laughed with pride. This is a flame dragon. My trump card. It glared down at Kai's group and swung its massive tail. Under the ferocious impact of the dragon's tail, a stone chimney shattered into pieces. The heavy chunks of rock rained down on Kai, Jin, and Yosia. The sudden attack left all 3 of them stunned. Yosia cried out in panic, while Jin was so scared she could barely speak. No, we can't dodge this. Kai rushed forward, pulling Jin into his arms to shield her from the falling debris. He asked her, "Are you all right?" Still in shock, she unconsciously called his name, Kai-kun. Luckily, Yosia had managed to dodge just in time, but she was still shaken. "I'm okay," she stammered. Kai warned, "It's about to attack again. Grab Kanzaki and run." Yosia replied, "Got it." The flame dragon's blazing wings signaled that something terrible was coming. It dove towards Kai's group at incredible speed. He shouted, "It's coming." Hearing this, Yosia grabbed Jin and started to run as he'd instructed. The crimson flame dragon had ferocious golden eyes, a gaping mouth filled with sharp teeth, and a turquoise gem on its chest that pulsed with a strange light. Kai used his appraisal eye once more. He saw it. Then, he decisively slashed at the dragon's body. But something wasn't right in Kai's eyes. He turned to look at the flame dragon, which was completely unharmed. It was fine, but Kai's small knife had shattered into pieces. He thought to himself, "It's too tough. I can't cut it with my current attack power. What should I do?" The flame dragon let out an enraged roar. Suddenly, a new voice echoed out, "Look at that. The perfect size to be my prey." The voice belonged to Suo. He stood on a rooftop, looking down at the flame dragon with excitement. Then he launched himself downward in a vortex of roaring flames, unleashing a devastating punch upon the beast. Suo landed, his eyes filled with challenge as he struck the massive dragon's body with incredible force. The moment his feet touched the ground, he turned back to admire his handiwork, laughing triumphantly. How was that, you damn lizard? But his satisfaction was cut short. He froze, his eyes widening in utter disbelief at the impossible sight before him. The fire dragon unleashes a torrent of flame, completely engulfing Sunsook. Unable to escape, he's thrown to the ground, screaming in agony. But miraculously, he's no ordinary human, and he withstands the blast. Watching from nearby, Kai lets out a weary sigh. You let your guard down, he thinks. But even so, he has to admit the beast is strong. Sunsook clutches his arm. Damn it, that actually hurt. The arrogant smirk on his face is finally gone. Sunsook, listen to me carefully, Kai insists. Annoyed, Sunsook just glares at him. What do you want? Kai declares that they must defeat it together. Both warriors stand before the colossal fire dragon as it roars in a sea of flames. Kai repeats his proposal to Sunsook. We have to take this thing down together. But Sunsook just scoffs with absolute disdain. Huh, like I need your help. Kai calmly explains, I can see its weak point, but I don't have enough attack power to pierce it. So you want me to do the dirty work? Sunsuke sneers. I don't team up with weaklings. But Kai cuts him off. It's coming. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the fire dragon sweeps its flaming tail like a destructive hurricane. Thanks to Kai's warning, Sunsook manages to dodge the devastating attack just in time. But the beast doesn't stop, arching its back to gather a massive fireball in its mouth. Sunsook is completely stunned by the relentless assault. How is this even possible? Before he can recover, another furious wave of fire erupts from the dragon's maw. With no time to dodge, he's forced to take the attack head-on. Sunsook lets out a terrifying scream of pain. Groaning, he staggers to his feet, trying to fight through the agony. Kai watches impassively. If you think you can beat it alone, go right ahead. That stubborn pride still burns in Sunsook's eyes. This bastard. But this time, will he finally have to give in? So where's this weak point? Kai points toward the creature's neck. There's a single inverted scale. Do you see it? Sunsuke looks closely and spots the strange scale Kai mentioned. That thing. Kai reveals his plan. I'll draw its attention. You aim for that scale and shatter it. Can you do it? A confident smirk returns to his face. Of course I can. But then, a voice calls out from a fortress high above them. It's steady. What are you just standing there for? He demands, catching Sunsuke's attention before roaring an order. Kill them. At its master's command, the fire dragon lets out a furious, earth-shaking roar. A vortex of flame erupts outwards, forcing Kai and Sunsuke to brace themselves. The ferocious beast then charges straight toward them. Kai immediately puts their plan into action. He lands a glancing blow on the fire dragon's side and then sprints away, yelling, "Over here!" he shouts, trying to divert its attention. And just as he predicted, the enraged dragon roars and gives chase. He masterfully draws the beast's focus until he senses the perfect opportunity. He breaks away, creating an opening for Sunsook to act. Sunsook understands the signal and rushes in. I got it. He targets the weak point, unleashing a blazing punch and screaming, Die, you miserable lizard. The monster lets out a final, agonizing shriek of pain. The fire dragon's colossal body finally crashes to the ground, defeated by their combined strength. Watching from above, Steady is completely horrified, unable to form words. Sunsuke proudly plants his foot on his kill. Easy. Kai mocks him. Funny hearing you say that now. Flustered, Sunsuke snaps back. Shut up. Kai looks up at Steady. Well, you've lost your trump card. Are you planning to continue this? Though he's clearly panicking, Steady tries to play it cool. Of course. I have plenty of monsters left. With that, he turns to survey his army. But all his monsters are already lying defeated on the ground, leaving him utterly confused. He can't believe his eyes. Huh? Every last goblin and orc has been defeated without exception. A blood-stained blue sword appears as a new voice chimes in. We've already taken care of this trash. It's Suji, Rina, Yumi, and everyone else from the dorm. They've been fighting this whole time. Realizing this, true fear finally dawns on Steady's face. Damn it. He turns to run, but Yosia is already standing right behind him. Going somewhere? Startled, Steady loses his footing and plummets from the top of the fortress. He screams in terror, but his fall is cushioned by a sudden surge of water created by Yumi. Steady thrashes to the surface, gasping for air, only to be greeted by the sharp point of a dagger. Kai holds the blade to Steady's throat and begins his interrogation. It's the middle of the night, and we've wasted too much time fighting. But I have a few questions for you. Panicked, Steady immediately starts begging. Wait, I'll tell you everything, I swear. Just please, don't kill me. But before he can reveal any secrets, he groans in agony. His face contorts as if crushed by an invisible force, and his eyes turn a sickening purple, as if poisoned. Everyone watches in horrified confusion. With one last choked cry, Steady collapses, lifeless. Kai announces he's dead. Suji looks on, bewildered. What was that just now? Kai speculates. It was probably some kind of curse. I remember reading about something like this in the library's documents. He speaks in a grim tone. They must have placed a curse on him. If he ever tried to reveal their secrets, the curse would kill him. I think the Demon Lord's army will continue to be a threat to us. A look of deep calculation and worry crosses his face as he thinks about the future. One day after the incident with Steady, all that remains of the battle are desolate, smoldering ruins. Soldiers were forced to clean up the aftermath. And in the distance, a magnificent castle pierced the skyline. Inside the castle, a voice echoed with chilling surprise. It was Leonora. After being briefed on the incident, she feigned an expression of shock and sorrow. To think this could happen while I was gone. Yosia couldn't hide her frustration. You were in charge of this operation. Aren't you going to apologize? Hearing this, Leonora just offered a faint, knowing smile. Perhaps sensing the tension, she finally spoke. You are right. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Yosia and the others stood in stunned silence, her words making no sense. Seeing the hostile atmosphere, Leonora calmly clarified, Allow me to correct myself. I simply never imagined that such a pathetic monster tamer could cause this much destruction. That is what I meant. Doubt clouded everyone's faces. Rena, visibly irritated, demanded an explanation. Hold on. Are you saying you knew he was a spy for the demons, and you just let him do as he pleased? Leonora's gentle mask never slipped. I did tell you your training would become far more grueling. This incident was merely a part of that lesson. Heike exploded with anger. We nearly died. He set the entire camp on fire while we were sleeping, but Gus cut him off sharply. Stop being so childish. It was your own fault for letting your guard down. The students fell silent, their hearts filled with a bitter mix of frustration and indignation at their leader's indifference. Beside them, Kai watched, his mind racing. He's right. We didn't see the danger until it was too late. But it's insane to expect anything more from a bunch of normal high school kids. Leonora swiftly changed the subject. Now, let's move on to the main event. Your next destination is the royal capital. Suji asked, what are we going to do there? Her answer was chilling. The main purpose is to unveil the new hero candidates. A grand parade will be held throughout the capital, and all of you will be on stage as the stars of the show. The scene shifts. Night has fallen. A full moon hangs in the sky, its light filtering through wisps of cloud, illuminating a sea of stars. From horseback, Gus gave the command. We'll stop here for the night. Rest until sunrise. The soldiers responded in unison. Yes, sir. The students made camp, gathering around crackling fires. In the flickering light, a hushed conversation began. I count about 30 of them. It was Sunsuke. He tore a piece of meat with his teeth. Suji looked confused. 30 of what? Kenta leaned in, listening intently. Sunsuke gestured with his head. The number of soldiers escorting us. He'd been watching their every move, and if you ask me, they're nothing special. Kenta smirked. Well, I bet you could take them all out with a single punch. What's that supposed to mean? Sunsuke's eyes narrowed. Don't you get it? This is our chance to make a move. Realization dawned on Asusi's face. He's right, Kenta added. They've always had us heavily guarded, but now there are only 30 of them. Asusi's eyes lit up. We outnumber them. Sunsuke smirked, taking another bite. They're clearly underestimating us. I bet the thought of us rebelling has never even crossed their minds, and he was right. The soldiers' guard was lazy, sloppy. A fire ignited in Sunsuke's eyes. Tonight, we make our move. Go get Narumi and his crew. In a quiet corner, away from the others, Kai stood alone, lost in thought. He's right, there are very few soldiers with us. And they're not exactly elite. But that's only because Leonora and Gus are completely confident they can handle all of us on their own. I need more time to figure out the source of that confidence. Suddenly, Kai's voice cut through the silence, calling Suji's name and startling him. Kai asked quietly, Can we talk for a minute? The camp had grown quiet as everyone retreated to their tents. Only a few guards remained on watch. And not far from the firelight, a group of figures moved furtively through the shadows. It was Sunsuke's crew. Asusi, Kenta, Yosia, Kao, and Akira were all with him. Sunsuke spoke first. You think the off-duty guards are all asleep? Yosia nodded. Looks that way. That was all he needed to hear. All right. Let's do this. But just as they were about to move, a voice cut through the darkness, telling them to stop. Sunsuke. Wait. It was Suji. And he wasn't alone. Reina, Yumi, Satoshi, Heike, and Mairi stood with him. Sunsuke's group was completely stunned. Suji stepped forward slowly. I heard that you're planning to kill Leonora and Gus. Sunsuke's face twisted with anger. Which one of you snitched? Suji explained calmly. I just overheard you by chance. But Rena pushed forward. Are you people really going through with this? I know they're awful, but this is completely insane. Sunsuke shot back, his voice dripping with rage. You're the ones who are insane. How much longer are we supposed to sit here and be treated like her loyal dogs? Suji tried to de-escalate the situation. I get how you feel. I really do, but this is going too far. We can find another way. Sunsuke scoffed. That's all you ever do. Talk. Do you even have a plan? Suji's eyes were firm. I'll become Leonora's pawn, and I will be the one to defeat the Demon Lord. In exchange, I'll make her guarantee the safety of everyone here. Sunsuke laughed in his face. And you really think she'll listen to a word you say? But Suji's resolve didn't waver. I believe that once I'm strong enough, I'll have the power to negotiate with her. Sunsuke sneered, still, a fool's dream. And another thing, I don't need protection from you. Now get out of my way. I just want to go back to my own world. Seeing he couldn't be reasoned with, Sudu's group stood their ground. He declared firmly, if you're really going to do this, then we'll have to stop you. And of course, Sunsuke's group didn't back down an inch. Everyone tensed, ready to come to blows to achieve their own ends. He snarled in fury, you bastards. Then, he lunged forward. You're going to regret this. Sunsuke unleashed a powerful kick at Suji, but he was no weakling and managed to block the attack. Though he was fine, the kick still sent Suji sliding back. He thought to himself, so fast, and that power. Sunsuke also froze in his tracks. He realized Suji wasn't just some nobody. He couldn't believe this punk had actually blocked his attack, but their brawl had attracted the guards, who were now heading their way. What are you all doing here? The question startled both Suji and Sunsuke out of their intense standoff. Sunsuke's eyes still blazed with defiance, ready to keep fighting no matter what. But Sudu was different. He stepped forward to break the tense atmosphere. Our apologies. We were just having a discussion. At this, the soldiers lowered their guard and left, calling back a final reminder, we have to be up early tomorrow. Go get some sleep. Sunsuke let out a frustrated sound, making Sudui turn to look at him. He turned away and complained, what a complete pain. Sudui could only watch helplessly as Sunsuke fumed. I've had enough of these weaklings. Talking to them is a waste of time. The Holy Temple de Garrus. The royal capital. A truly grand and dazzling metropolis. The city streets were teeming with people, bustling with energy. Yosia gazed around, completely astonished. He couldn't help but exclaim, so this is the royal capital. Mirai seemed a little nervous. It's so crowded here. Rina also remarked, but it's still not as packed as Tokyo. Yumi laughed in agreement. That's true. The group advanced with their soldier escort. Everyone in the city surrounded them, their faces filled with wonder. The citizens whispered, speculating about who they were. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed, make way! Make way for Archbishop Leonora and the hero candidates. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned and erupted into excited chatter. Hero candidates? You mean? They're the ones chosen by the creator god? At that realization, the people immediately began to cheer, welcoming Leonora's procession with open arms. They shouted with joy, waving enthusiastically at the group. Suji politely raised a hand in response. Sunsuke's group, however, looked irritated by all the attention. Kai spoke up. I guess these people are putting a lot of faith in the hero candidates, and in the idea that we're going to save them. Jin, who was walking beside him, also felt uneasy. It feels a little unsettling, doesn't it? A calculating look flashed in his eyes. The ancient and majestic castle slowly came into view. The scene changes as Leonora's party is finally led inside. Holy Knight Ji greeted them politely. Welcome, hero candidates, to the royal capital. Please rest for a while and recover from your long journey. Everyone was shown to their rooms. Being a royal palace, everything was magnificent, leaving them all in awe. The bed is so soft. This is amazing. I was so sick of sleeping on the ground. The girls took the opportunity to take a bath. They blissfully enjoyed the hot bath, feeling as if they had been reborn. This is the life. Meanwhile, Sunsuke's group ate their fill. Servants brought out one plate after another, as he commanded, this is delicious. Bring more. In the palace training area, Suji was already training hard. At the same time, Kai stood observing from a high tower, a perch from which he could see the entire capital. He thought to himself, it's time to gather some information. With that, Kai immediately began to scout the castle's every nook and cranny. Everywhere he looked, there were countless soldiers standing guard with strict vigilance. Hiding in a corner, he assessed the situation. There are too many guards. Moving around this castle freely is going to be dangerous. While exploring, something suddenly caught his eye. It was Ji, talking with some soldiers. Kai recognized him as the knight who had given them their tour. He hid silently behind a nearby pillar to listen in. A soldier asked, Sir Ji, where are all the hero candidates? The knight replied, they are probably resting in their rooms. Another soldier wondered aloud, are those kids really the ones chosen by the creator god? Ji replied, if they are much stronger than any ordinary teenager, then yes, they are. A soldier spoke with a worried tone. To be honest, I'm worried about the Demon Lord's retainers. Having the hero candidates in the capital will surely provoke them into action. The soldier beside him agreed. Yeah, there's been a lot of movement lately. I think we need to be more careful. Kai's mind raced. The Demon Lord's retainers? Ji reassured them, no need to worry. The hero candidates will protect the royal capital, won't they? The soldiers laughed, feeling their confidence return. That's right. Ji suddenly realized the time. Ah, it's time for training. Let's go. As soon as they left, Kai stepped out from the shadows and considered his next move. Now I have even more questions. I think I should head into town. Night fell. Inside a tavern, people raised their glasses and chatted loudly. A voice cut through the noise as a single gold coin was placed on the bar. Bartender. A mug of ale and your finest snack. The request immediately caught the owner's attention. It was Kai, there to gather intelligence. Seeing a new patron, the owner grinned enthusiastically. Of course, coming right up. At a nearby table, a burly, red-haired man was laughing over his drink. Have you seen the hero candidates yet? He slurred. They don't look like much more than a bunch of kids to me. The blonde man beside him urged caution. Let it go. We must trust in God. You don't want the church to hear you talking like that. Kai made a mental note. It seemed the church in this country held incredible authority, feared by the people even more than the king or the nobility. A large mug of ale slammed onto the table, and the bartender's gruff voice cut through his thoughts. Here's your drink. Kai decided to probe for information. I'd like to ask you a few things. I'm new to this country, so I'm not familiar with the situation. The bartender didn't refuse. Go ahead. With the man's consent, Kai began. I've heard about the followers of the Demon Lord. Who exactly are they? The bartender thought for a moment before answering. Oh, them? You know this country is at war with the demon army, don't you? He explained that the current Demon Lord, their leader, is the most terrifying monster imaginable. They say even humans can be seduced by the Demon Lord's overwhelming power. Kai pressed on. Are those the followers you're talking about? The man confirmed it. That's right. They're causing chaos all over the country. Just a few days ago, they blew up a nobleman's entire mansion. Hearing this, Kai felt a wave of annoyance. What a pain, he thought, connecting the dots. So that's what they are. A terrorist organization. After gathering some essential intel, Kai left the tavern and walked out into the crowded, bustling city. His figure seemed completely out of place, a lonely shadow against the vibrant colors and lively atmosphere. As he walked, his mind raced. The hero candidates are here to defeat the Demon Lord, so our presence in the royal capital is bound to provoke his followers. That must be why everyone seems so on edge. Suddenly, a voice called out his name, Kai-kun. It was Jane, and she looked panicked. Relief washed over her when she saw it was him. I finally found you. Where have you been? Kai scanned his surroundings as he explained. We're in a completely foreign place. I had to go gather information. Jane was still upset. I understand that, but it's too dangerous to go alone, she argued, then added with a hint of shyness. I could have helped if you really needed it, you know. But he just turned and waved her off as he walked away. I can handle myself. Just stay quiet and stick with the others. Her kind offer being rejected so bluntly made Jane's anger flare. What is with that attitude? You should be grateful. I'm even offering to help. Seeing how insistent she was, Kai stopped and let out a heavy sigh before giving in. All right, fine. I'll let you help me. I need information about the royal capital. Can you try talking to some of the people around town? Jane's face lit up at the chance to join him. Really? She asked, then quickly tried to play it cool. Well, since you're begging, I suppose I have no choice. She was so happy she hummed a little tune the entire way back. But from a short distance away, a shadowy figure watched Kai and Jane's every move. The mysterious person seemed to be plotting something sinister, lurking in the dark. A hand silently pushed open a window. It was Kai, returning to his room after a long and tiring night of investigation. He thought to himself, in the end, I didn't get any game-changing information, but at least I know a new enemy exists. Kai took off his cloak to get some rest when he suddenly sensed that something was terribly wrong. He quickly threw his cloak back on and pressed his ear against the door. Listening. Why is there so much noise this late at night? Kai opened the door to see what was happening and found everyone gathered together. Sudi was in the middle of a serious conversation. Kai called out, "What's going on?" Carrie turned and explained, "It's Kanzaki. He's vanished." Shiori added, "Shinji was the first one to notice since they share a room. Everyone is looking for him now." Kari worriedly wondered where he could have gone. Hearing this, Kai thought to himself, they have no idea that I just vanished too. Then again, I don't share a room with anyone. Out loud, he simply said, "That is concerning." Sudi turned to him and asked, "Do you know anything?" Kai shook his head. "No, sorry. I don't know a thing. I was asleep in my room until just now." Frustrated by the lack of clues, Sudi addressed the whole group. Listen up, everyone. I'm pretty sure he's not in the castle anymore. The sun is about to rise, so let's head outside and find him. Reina muttered. Honestly, I think we should just leave him be. But I guess we have to do what Sudi says. Beside her, Yumi just offered a helpless smile. Kai's mind was already calculating. It's still pretty dark out. Most of the townspeople should still be asleep. The night sky outside was pitch black. The whole town was enveloped in an eerie silence. Kai went off to search on his own. He scanned his surroundings, guessing. He has to be around here somewhere. Suddenly, a small object on the ground caught his eye. It was Jin's ID card. He picked it up for a closer look. This is Kanzaki's student ID. As he realized this, a figure emerged from the shadows nearby, watching him. Then, from behind, more figures in brown cloaks rushed at Kai with swords drawn. They lunged with lethal intent, but his reflexes were far superior. He dodged their attack with an ease that left them stunned. Kai grabbed one of the attacker's wrists in a grip of steel. The man yelled in rage, "You damn bastard." Kai tightened his hold, then twisted the man's arm and used his own hand to stab the cloaked figure behind him. Damn it! Another one cursed, charging recklessly toward Kai. But he was met with a single, devastating kick. The man crumpled to the ground, instantly unconscious. The last thug's legs turned to jelly. He was frozen in place, shaking like a leaf. Kai's voice was ice. Your skills are pathetic, he judged, whether you're a spy or a warrior. His crimson eyes narrowed. You just seem like an ordinary man. So, what's your purpose here? The man could only stare in terror, stammering out a single word. Huh. Kai's glare was absolutely terrifying. You're going to tell me everything, he threatened. The scene shifts to a dark, unknown location. This is where Jin is being held captive. Chained by both hands, she lets out a weak, exhausted cry. But Jin's gaze instantly turned fierce. It's the brown-cloaked thugs, the same group that ambushed Kai. They began to taunt her. Ooh, how scary. She's got some fire in her. But Jin was resolute. My answer is the same. I have nothing to say to you. Her captors sneered. Come on now, we're just trying to learn a little more about the hero candidates. Fine, have it your way. With that, one of them reached his filthy hands toward Jin. The scoundrel ripped away her outer shirt, his voice laced with menace. How long are you going to keep up this act? They tormented and threatened her, trying to break her spirit. Just then, Kai arrived. Observing from the shadows, he activated his analysis skill and confirmed they were just ordinary humans. It was hard to believe Jin was captured by this rabble. As they laughed, Kai unleashed his knives, taking them down in a flash. The two thugs collapsed instantly, leaving Jin completely stunned. Kai had struck their vital points, silencing them before they could even scream. His voice cut through the silence. Are you all right? Jin turned her head, and upon seeing him, she called out his name, Kai. He was already scanning their surroundings, ever cautious. Jin started to apologize, but Kai quickly cut her off. Keep your voice down. We'll talk later. Right now, we need to get out of here. He quickly picked the locks on her shackles. Jin rubbed her bruised wrists, her voice shy. Thank you. Suddenly, Kai sensed an approaching danger. He shot to his feet, on high alert. A terrifying threat was lurking in the darkness, and he was right. A figure blurred into existence, moving at a speed the naked eye couldn't track. The attacker brought his sword down with ferocious force, shattering the very flagstones. Luckily, Kai's instincts kicked in, and he grabbed Jin, dodging the blow just in time. The figure spoke, so you dodged that. A malevolent aura poured off him in waves. It seems I'll have to get serious about killing you. Hero candidates. Kai challenged him. Are you here on the Holy Knight's orders? At that, the man's expression soured. Precisely. But perhaps you'll prefer this title, General of the Demon Lord's Army. Realizing this was a true enemy, Kai immediately took a combat stance. It seems even the capital is teeming with enemies. This kingdom is on the brink of annihilation. Jay declared with a smirk, and I'll hasten its end by eliminating the hero candidates. The air between Kai and Jay crackled with tension, thick with the scent of destruction. Kai activated his analysis skill to read his opponent. Jay's rank was Holy Knight. His stats were terrifyingly high, nearly maxed out. Kai noted internally, all his skills are B rank. He's a true all-rounder. I can't underestimate him. Jay stared Kai down, his eyes burning with a resolve to annihilate every last hero candidate. Then, with a battle cry, Jay launched himself forward, radiating pure, malevolent killing intent. Jay brought his sword down in a vicious arc aimed at Kai. Kai leaped into the air to evade the strike, the general's razor-sharp gaze following him. Instantly, Jay began to chant, Heed my call and incinerate my target, Fireball. At his command, spheres of flame materialized and shot toward the airborne Kai, catching him by surprise. He recognized it as fire magic. Kai's expression hardened for a moment. Jay smirked, You're trapped in midair. There's no escape, but Kai remained unfazed. He hurled his knives directly into the fireballs. Jay watched, certain of his victory. That's useless. Incinerating flame sword. His own blade erupted in fire as he moved to slash Kai. The general was radiating absolute confidence. It's over. Hero candidate. But in that instant, Kai pulled out a gun and fired. A small, perfect hole appeared on Jay's forehead. The bullet from Kai's pistol had pierced his skull. He collapsed in utter defeat. Kai stared at his weapon with a hint of regret. He holstered the gun, complaining internally. I didn't want to use that here. My ammunition is limited. But he was right. Kai admitted to himself. I shouldn't have leaped into the air like that. Jay lay lifeless on the cold ground, in a growing pool of his own blood. A brutal end for someone so arrogant, who utterly underestimated his opponent. Kai resolved then and there. He had to learn how to fight enemies head-on if he wanted to survive in this world. Jin, who had been watching from behind a wall, peeked out. Was that a gun? Kai explained calmly. It's standard-issue equipment for an assassin. Jin muttered. It's terrifying to think someone in our class was carrying a gun this whole time. Then her expression softened. Her voice grew gentle. But, thank you. You came to save me, didn't you? Kai flatly denied it. It was just a coincidence. Besides, he asked, why couldn't you use your ruler's authority? For some reason, Jin explained, I couldn't use my skills while bound by those cuffs. But I'm fine now. As Kai picked up her discarded shirt, a chilling certainty clicked into place in his mind. So, those shackles weren't ordinary after all. Kai draped his jacket over Jin's shoulders, telling her, that's good. Let's get out of here. With that, he turned and began to walk away. Jin, composing herself, quickly called out, Kai, those people from before. They wanted to attack everyone in our class. Kai responded, I know. I heard everything. The one I captured before arriving here. Spilled it all. Flashing back to the ambush, Kai had swiftly taken them down, leaving the last man alive for interrogation. The man begged for his life. Please, don't kill me. Kai's voice was ice. That depends entirely on you. The man fell to his knees, confessing everything. We were just following orders. They said the hero candidates are enemies of the Demon Lord and that we had to kill you all. Kai pressed his sharp blade against the man's neck, questioning him. So you were part of the murder plot? Shaking violently, the man made an excuse. That girl is still alive. We decided to hold her hostage to attack the other hero candidates. Back in the present, with Jin rescued, dawn finally broke. The air was peaceful as the early morning sun shone down on Kai and Jin. He explained the situation, adding that surprisingly, the captive wasn't killed by a death curse like Steady was. That's why I don't think this is the work of demons. Disappointment washed over Jin's face as she absorbed the truth. So they were fanatics. I can't believe it. I thought the people of this world were our allies. Kai consoled her bluntly. Don't be fooled by people like that. You let your guard down, and that's why they chained you up, right? She yelled back, shut up. They were answering my questions while I tried to learn more. Did you even think of that? He just analyzed the facts. And you don't think there's a reason for that. Demons are our enemies. But humans can be our enemies too. Jin turned away, resentful and pouting. I regret it. Okay. It was my fault for being so careless. Suddenly, a voice called out to them. Shinon Kanzaki's appearance cut their conversation short. Kai recognized Midu, who was happily rushing over. Suji saw Jin, her face filled with relief. Thank God, you're okay. Jin looked down, ashamed. Yeah, sorry for making you worry. Suji was curious. I'm just glad you're safe. Did Shinon find you? Kai's expression grew serious. About that. Midu, we need to talk. Seeing his grim face, Suji knew something had happened. I'm right, aren't I? He told them everything, leaving them shocked to learn about the cult of the Demon Lord. Kai continued. Yes, it's a group of fanatics who worship the Demon Lord. They want to oppose humanity, and we're their target. Suji analyzed the situation. Humans. So the problem is that we can't distinguish our enemies, unlike with monsters. Exactly, Kai confirmed. I think we should tell everyone to raise their guard, Suji agreed. Right. Let's report this to Leonora-san. I just hope she'll increase security, Jin said. If we ask her to do that, she'll probably tell us to handle it ourselves. Suji gave a helpless laugh. Yeah, you're right. He then laid out a plan. First, let's gather everyone and decide on our next move. Right now, everyone is scattered all over, searching for Kanzaki. A sudden loud noise grabbed their attention, startling Kai, Suji, and Jin. A plume of smoke was rising from behind a building. At the same time, figures in brown cloaks suddenly appeared, surrounding the three of them. They were all armed, and their intentions were clearly hostile. Suji guessed this was exactly what they were waiting for. Kai went on high alert. They're here. Get ready to fight. As he finished speaking, the trio prepared to fight on all fronts. The sky grew dark as black smoke filled the air. Kai, Suji, and Jin were surrounded by henchmen. In a similar plight, Yosia and Meyer were in the same bad spot. Rina, Yumi, and Ki were also encircled by another group of cultists. And finally, Asusi, Kenta, and Sunsuke weren't doing any better. A system window popped up, displaying the enemy's information. Their race was human, age 20, and gender male. Their attack, defense, and agility were all rank D, while stamina and mana were only rank F. The status of these henchmen was hostile, and they had no skills. Kai looked them over, thinking, there are 6 of them. Although their stats are lower than Rena's, fighting them will still be a problem. They are warriors. The bearded man among them roared, attack. Instantly, the henchmen charged at Kai, Suji, and Jin. He gave an order, Kanzaki. Elsewhere, Rina, who was attacking her opponents, yelled out, I know, stop. Suddenly, all the henchmen were hit by some unknown force, causing their bodies to freeze completely. Kai seized the opportunity to counterattack. Small knives embedded themselves in their foreheads, and they all screamed in unison. Suji was horrified. He yelled, Kai, they're human, not demons. Kai asked coldly, so what? They're still our enemy. Suji hesitated, but Kai ignored him. Stop talking. There's still one left. Just as he finished speaking, a henchman attacked Suji, who quickly parried the blow. Why are you doing this? Suji demanded. We're all human, aren't we? The bearded man flashed a demonic smile. We do everything for our master. From a distance, Jin moved to intervene, but before she could act, Kai stopped her. She looked surprised, but Kai's command was cold as ice. Don't do a thing. I want Suji to handle this. The words had barely left his lips when steel rang out. In a single strike, Suji had split the man's sword in 2. The bearded man stared at his shattered blade, completely speechless. Suji offered one last chance. Surrender now, and I'll spare you. Drop your weapon. But the man refused this mercy, instead screaming, How dare you mock me? You hero candidate. With that roar, he suddenly launched himself forward, taking Suji by surprise. As expected, fresh blood sprayed into the air. Suji gritted his teeth, glaring at the new gash on his arm. The bearded man laughed manically. Suji cursed under his breath. No more mercy. He unleashed a powerful blow against the man's body. The attack sent the bearded man crashing to the ground. Suji watched in shock as the man, despite the devastating hit, forced a grin. It's not over. Not yet. Kai walked over, looking down at him. Finish him. Suji hesitated, asking, Can't I just leave him here until he passes? But Kai immediately shook his head. No. You must be certain the threat has been eliminated. Suji was losing his composure. How can you say that so calmly? He's a human being, just like us. Kai pressed on. Suji, the choice is yours. But while we're standing here talking, our entire class is under attack. Aren't you going to help them? Aren't you supposed to be the strongest one in our class? Hearing this, Suji squeezed his eyes shut, his mind a storm of conflict. Finally, Kai asked the final question. Tell me what's more important, the life of your enemy or the lives of your classmates? The words hit home. Suji had made his decision. All right. He delivered the final, fatal blow, ending the bearded man's life. Once it was done, Suji declared, I'm going to save everyone. Elsewhere, the sky seemed a little clearer than before. Below, between the towering buildings, the bodies of defeated minions were scattered across the ground. Sunuk lifted one of them into the air. Looks like you're the last one. The man choked, dangling helplessly off the ground as he whimpered in pain. Ken, on the other hand, wore a triumphant grin as he threw a devastating punch. The blow sent his opponent flying backward, while he stood there, a figure of pure power. Asusi let out a nervous laugh. Wow, Ken, a bit merciless, don't you think? She teased. Truly worthy of our Arashi-san. In another area, a slender figure flashed past a group of minions. Rina unleashed her attack, Fireball, engulfing them in blazing spheres of flame. The minions were swallowed by a sea of fire. She panted heavily. Why are there so many of them? Rina turned towards Yumi and asked, What are the others doing? You guys can still fight, right? Take them down, one by one. Ki hesitated. But, she began, also reluctant. They're human, too. But Rina's resolve was like steel. So you want to die then? At that exact moment, a minion lunged at her. Yumi was attacked as well. Rina broke into a cold sweat, her confidence shattered. Why? In another place, a voice echoed softly. Well now. Leonora wondered to herself, should I pass you all for this course? I wonder. Near a monument, Yumi and Ki clutched their wounded arms, while Rina stood ready for battle. Behind them, their classmates were also on high alert. That's when Leonora appeared, surrounded by a shimmering, ethereal light. Well, I wonder if I should give you all a passing grade. Leonora's arrival immediately drew everyone's gaze. One of the minions shouted, "You bastard! Are you the Saintess?" Leonora maintained her serene, artificial smile. "I am. And as you know, the hero candidates are my subordinates, so isn't it only natural that I come to their aid when they're in danger?" The man flew into a rage. "You don't even have a knight escort. You're going to save them alone? Are you treating us like a joke?" She laughed softly in response. "In the end, you're just a mob of goons seduced by the demon lord's power. I never even considered you enemies to begin with." The minion roared, "Finish her. Shut that woman's mouth for good." With that command, they all charged at once. Leonora remained perfectly still, a faint smile playing on her lips as her hair shadowed her face. Then, Leonora softly chanted an incantation, and a shimmering, rainbow-colored light manifested. The light pierced through the bodies of the minions. As expected, they collapsed before they could even lay a finger on her. One of them gasped in shock. I can't move." Another gritted his teeth. "No, this is impossible." Rena was stunned. That's holy power." But Leonora dismissed the claim. "Please, do not compare my power to something so mundane." The entire area was bathed in a brilliant golden radiance. Her voice echoed, "My power, my range, my dominion is superior in every conceivable way." Rena asked cautiously, "Why did you save us?" Leonora answered with the same placid expression. "I mentioned giving you a passing grade, did I not? Although, I would have been more satisfied if you had resolved this on your own." Rena scoffed. "Is that so? Then I suppose I should thank you." The woman replied faintly, "There's no need to thank me. Protecting my subordinates is simply my duty." Suddenly, one of the minions grabbed the hem of Leonora's dress. "Wait, please wait," he spoke weakly. "Don't leave us. What are you going to do to us?" She looked down as if just remembering something. "Oh, my apologies. You were still alive." And then the order was given. "Finish every last one of them." A blinding golden light suddenly enveloped Yumi and Kari. She gasped, utterly shocked. "Huh." The other girl was just as stunned. "My body. It's moving on its own." The green-haired student trembled, her hand forced to grip her sword. Another classmate, a blonde, was also caught in that horrifying light. As her body raised the blade against her will, she stammered in terror. Wait, please stop." The henchman at her feet begged for his life. Please, don't." But she had lost all control of her own limbs. Tears streamed down her face. "No!" Yumi screamed in despair. "No!" And yet, her arms brought the sword down. A spray of crimson erupted into the air. From a rooftop, Kai and Jin watched them. The scene below was a pure nightmare. Leonora stood in the very center of the chaos, smiling sweetly. Kari, Yumi, and the other students were her puppets, forced by the golden light to carry out the brutal massacre. His voice was as cold as steel. "So this is level 3 domination magic." She wondered aloud. "It's so much stronger than my own power, isn't it? She can control so many people at once." The strength and scale of her ability were on a completely different dimension. Kai stared down, his gaze locked on Leonora as he thought, "We have to find a countermeasure for that ability." As night fell, a full moon rose, casting a pale light over the kingdom. 12 hours after the attack by the demon god's cult, the students gathered in a hall, with Suji standing in the middle of them all. From a corner of the room, Kai quietly observed Ren. Maya ran up to her and asked, "How is everyone? Are they okay?" The question was answered with a defeated shake of her head. Rena replied gravely, "They're in a terrible state. Everyone is in complete shock." She let out a long sigh. "It's bad." Yosia gritted his teeth. "I'll never forgive her for this, forcing people to kill. It's monstrous." He turned to Rena, his voice full of concern. "You were controlled too, weren't you, Rena? Are you all right?" She frowned. "I think I'm just disturbed, but I'm sure for everyone else, this is unbearable." Suddenly, a voice cut through the heavy silence. "This is all my fault." Suji clenched his fists, blaming himself. "I couldn't get there in time." The other students quickly tried to comfort him. "Don't say that. You saved us." Another added, "That's right. Don't blame yourself." Jin looked down, heartbroken. "If only we had arrived sooner." From his corner, Kai spoke up. "It wouldn't have made a difference. None of us are strong enough to oppose Leonora." His eyes narrowed in recollection. After defeating the attackers with Midu, they had split into 2 groups, hoping it would allow them to save as many students as possible. Kei remembered the outcome. He and Midu saved a few groups of students, but they weren't in time to rescue Nagas and the others. He crossed his arms, his gaze lost in thought. The demon god's cult. I'm sure this isn't the last we'll see of them. But after witnessing their general's defeat, they'll probably lay low for a while. Besides, there's a much more important problem we need to deal with right now. He finally spoke, calling out her name as he turned to face her. "Kanzaki, can you come with me for a moment?" Jin quickly hurried to follow them. "Oh, okay." She was suddenly flustered, her face blushing bright red. Jin asked hesitantly, what are you planning to do? In sharp contrast to her reaction, Kai answered calmly, to find a way to counter Leonora's domination magic. I need help from someone with a power similar to hers. Someone like you. She let out a small cough. I understand. In that case, fine. So, do you have a plan? He nodded. I do. I have an idea. Pointing at his own chest, Kai declared, Kanzaki. First, I need you to dominate me. Jin shrieked in disbelief. What? One day after the students defeated the demon god's cult, the kingdom held a massive parade to celebrate the arrival of the hero candidates. Fireworks exploded across the daytime sky as marching bands played their drums. The sound of horns and flutes filled the streets with music. People cheered from their homes, joining the festive atmosphere. It was clear that after proving their strength against the cult, the hero candidates were now being welcomed with open arms by the citizens of the royal capital. Suji rode gallantly on horseback, soaking in the crowd's adoration. Yosia and Mirai waved cheerfully to the people, while Asusi struggled just to keep her horse under control. Sunsuk, meanwhile, was much more composed. Kai and Jin, however, watched it all from the sidelines with cold expressions. He thought to himself, this feels suspicious. Could this all be a scenario Leonora planned out for us? Looking toward Kai, he continued his speculation. If that's true, she's even more dangerous than I thought. Outside the kingdom's walls, the students stood at attention before Leonora and Gus. A bright smile never left her face. It seems you're all here. Good. I need all of you to return to Alpha Temple City. Jin repeated the name, Alpha Temple City. Kai explained from beside her. That's the temple where we were first summoned. I believe it's the territory under Leonora's direct command. Suji then spoke up. Aren't you coming with us? Miss Leonora looked at him and replied, I must attend to a few matters related to yesterday's incident. I will be leaving you all in Gus's care. Rena swept her hair back from her face. I suppose we can return. But the dorms we were staying in were burned to the ground. She knows it, too, another classmate whispered, covering her mouth to hide his smirk. Yeah, it's just hilarious, she scoffed, turning her gaze away. Humph. Over on the side, Carrie stood with her arms crossed, avoiding everyone's eyes, while Yumi was trembling uncontrollably. Rena walked over to them and asked, Kari, are you okay? Yumi, pale as a ghost, stammered. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Without warning, Leonora appeared. Is something the matter? Startled by the sudden voice, Yumi let out a terrified shriek and stumbled backward. Yumi lost her footing, but luckily Rena was there to catch her. Yumi. Rena asked with concern, Are you all right? The woman merely glanced at the scene before turning to leave. If everything is fine here, I'll be taking my leave. But suddenly, Rena's sharp voice stopped her, but Leonora's figure simply continued to walk away. A weak voice called out from Yumi, Stop, please, stop. Rena, I'm okay. Yumi lay weakly in Rena's arms. Really, I'm fine. A cold, sharp smile appeared on the other woman's face as Leonora continued to walk away. Good to hear, she said without looking back. I'll see you all later. Suji watched her leave, gritting her teeth in frustration. Kai remained silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Sunsuke just bared his teeth in a cold grin. Gus gave the order. All right, it's time for us to move out. Night fell over the land, the full moon hidden by a veil of dark clouds. Below, the warm glow of campfires dotted the encampment. The sound of footsteps echoed as a small group moved deeper into the forest. Back at the campfire, Kai was deep in thought. He finally spoke. It looks like they're planning to make their move tonight. Jin clutched his cup, his voice laced with worry. They wouldn't actually do that, would they? Kai analyzed the situation calmly. Leonora isn't here, and there are only 30 soldiers on guard duty right now. Compared to us, the hero candidates, their forces are pitifully weak. The campfire flames danced in Kai's eyes, which makes this the perfect opportunity to finally kill Gus. Under these circumstances, there's no reason for us to interfere. I'll just sit back and watch the show. In the darkness of the woods, a man's question rang out. Are you sure it's here? Gus, wrapped in a cloak, continued, the monster. It looks like a dragon or something. Yosia, who was leading the way, confirmed it. I'm telling you the truth. He looked around nervously. This is strange. I'm sure I saw it somewhere around here. Gus also turned his head, scanning the area. This region is right along the path to the royal capital. It would be a catastrophe if a real dragon were living here. We'd have to report this immediately and assemble a hunting party. Suddenly, Yosia yelled. Ah! He pointed in one direction. Do you think it could be over there? As Gus prepared to draw his sword and charge, a figure exploded from behind him. It was Sunsuke, launching a devastating ambush from the shadows. Yosia quickly leaped into the air. That was too close. I almost got caught in that blast myself. Gus barely managed to escape, clutching his head as he staggered away, his body battered. Gus spun around, his voice a furious roar. "You treacherous dogs." From within the smoke, his attacker stepped out, brushing the dust from his clothes. "Even my highest level fire magic wasn't enough to finish you. You're as tough as a cockroach." Sunsuk offered a cold smile as Gus drew his sword, falling back into a defensive stance. "Annihilating persistent trash like you is my specialty." With a single step forward, a torrent of golden lightning rained down. Sunsuk sneered. "You knew we were the ones who lured you here, didn't you? So, of course, we had a little trap waiting for you." The man's body was bruised and broken, forcing him to lean on his sword for support. His attacker taunted him. "Need to use your energy for defense, but that last attack still did a number on you, didn't it?" Gus gasped for breath. To think you'd resort to such a cheap tactic. An ambush. I truly underestimated you. His opponent spread his arms and laughed loudly. "Thanks for the compliment, but I only care about destroying you, so I don't give a damn about tactics." Suddenly, from the shadows, other classmates emerged, surrounding Gus completely. Yet, he straightened his back, focusing his energy for some kind of ultimate technique. Sunsuke roared, "Let's go, everyone. Don't go easy on him. Make sure he doesn't leave this place alive." The man reached into his coat pocket for something. "I suppose there's no way to stop you kids now." Abruptly, Gus threw a small sphere high into the air. The orb erupted in the sky, releasing a blinding light that exploded like a firework. Suji saw it from the camp and asked in surprise, "What is that?" Jin could only stare. "It's beautiful." But Kai's expression turned to ice. He scoffed under his breath. "Damn it, Sansuke. You really screwed this up." Against the night sky, a signal flare burned brightly. The soldiers below looked up in shock. "Is that a distress signal?" Panic began to set in. "Come to think of it, I haven't seen Lord Gus for a while. Could he be under attack by someone?" Another soldier suggested. "We need to check the source of that light, now." The moment the words left his mouth, he screamed. Kai was already there, his blade dripping with fresh blood. The entire squad of soldiers stumbled back in terror. Kai approached one of them, pressing the cold steel of his dagger to the man's throat. Kai's voice was a chilling whisper. "This isn't personal, but you have to die." In the next instant, a single, clean slash ended the soldier's life. The others roared in anger and charged forward. He effortlessly dodged every sword thrust, countering with lethal precision that cut them down in a heartbeat. With a cold, emotionless face, Kai kicked a dying soldier into another, forcing the man to catch the heavy corpse. He silently closed the distance and ended it with a knife to the ribs. As Kai drew back his blade, the remaining soldiers trembled. Why? Why would a hero candidate do this? He leaned in close, his voice a low threat. "Do you really think you have time for questions?" With his words spoken, Kai's blade became a blur, cutting down the remaining soldiers. Meanwhile, Gus was completely swamped, a lone warrior fighting against a tide of enemies who screamed as they swarmed him with every attack. But to their absolute shock, Gus masterfully used both hands to parry every single blow. From a distance, the very winds began to converge, twisting into the form of a deadly spear. Yosia unleashed his ultimate technique, the wind javelin, sending it hurtling through the air. On another front, Akira activated her own ability, empowering her comrades and amplifying their strength. The javelin was instantly reinforced, glowing with a crimson light as it rocketed forward. Gus's eyes widened in horror as he felt the overwhelming power behind that attack. With inhuman reflexes, Gus barely dodged the fatal blow, but Ka was already leaping into the air to follow up with another strike. Gus spun around and roared. Too slow. The man was stunned. Kao had already activated his skill, his entire arm encased in power, Aegis of the steel body. Gus landed back on the ground with a sneer. These pathetic divine guardians. He couldn't even finish his sentence before another figure closed in. It was Susuk, charging forward. As Gus tried to block the attack, a devastating explosion erupted from his fist. The force sent him flying backwards with a scream of pure agony. Gus was left vulnerable, his arm completely destroyed. He weakly used his longsword to prop himself up. Susuke spoke with total confidence. "You're a stubborn one, old man." Observing from above, Yosia had a sudden realization. "I just noticed that light looked like a distress signal. He's trying to stall for time." Gus's eyes rolled back, his face a mask of blood. He managed to choke out, "No, it's no longer necessary." Suddenly, Leonora's sickeningly sweet voice appeared. "You've been backed into a corner, haven't you?" They were all stunned by her sudden appearance. On the other side of the field, the soldiers had been tied up. Suji demanded, "What are you doing?" Kanakian was in the middle of casting some sort of spell on the prisoners. Jin let out a sigh. "I'm just following orders." Suji was lost. "Orders?" Rena snapped. "I can't believe this. You usually ignore what anyone tells you to do. From behind them, Kai appeared, walking forward with an ice-cold expression. My apologies, Suji. He was only following my command. Suji was even more shocked. Jin turned to give his report to Kai. I've captured 7 of them. Even though a few managed to escape, Kai responded coolly, don't worry about it. I've already dealt with the rest. Suji blurted out, dealt with them? He rushed forward, completely flustered. Wait a minute. Kai got straight to the point. Yes, I killed all of them. I left no soldier alive, except for the ones here. Even Jin was taken aback by his answer. You're as ruthless as ever, aren't you? Suji asked. And why would you do that? Kai closed his eyes. Because I was certain Araji and his team were busy fighting Gus, so I decided I would handle the rest of them myself. Suji's anger began to flare. So that's why we haven't seen Araji and his team anywhere. Rena spoke up from behind them. Is this that rebellion plan you were all talking about before? Are you serious right now? Kai didn't bother to explain. He simply pointed towards the captured soldiers. What's the point of that question? The prisoners right there should be your answer. But Suji was still not convinced. Are you really working with Araji? I thought you were my comrade. Kai flatly denied it to his face. No, I only do what I want. And more importantly, Suji, don't you think it would be better to find Araji instead of bothering me? He spun away, the urgency of the situation finally hitting him. Damn it, I guess there's no time for small talk. Suji yelled and ordered to his entire squad. Let's go. We have to stop Araji and his team. Leonora slowly approached the defeated warrior. It seems you've lost, Gus. The old warrior could only agree. What a shameful display. I couldn't fight against my own age. Yosia shouted in confusion. What are we supposed to do now? Susuke was forced to make a decision. We don't have another choice. After everything that has happened, you want to turn tail and run at the very end. Araji and Kenta hesitated. But isn't she the one controlling us? Leonora gave a faint smile. Ah, she explained. Of course, there are certain conditions that must be met. If you store energy to resist me, you'll be fine. However, you all rely on your divine guardians and are not used to controlling your own power. In that sense, all of you are just weaklings. And that is exactly why I can control every single one of you. The horrifying realization dawned on Susuke. You despicable witch. I bet you couldn't win if we fought at our full strength. She just smiled softly. What a cheap provocation. Very well, I'll deal with you myself, and I will break those fangs of yours. Gus roared in absolute fury. Lady Leonora, don't tell me you're going to use your power to enslave them. That's going too far. Leonora's voice was deceptively gentle. Gus, I am a saint, am I not? The heavens love me more than them. As Susuke charged toward her, she screamed, Come on! Gus's body was yanked backwards as Leonora's hand began to glow. She quickly chanted a spell, Heavenly Wood. From beneath her feet, a sharp pillar of earth shot up, stabbing straight towards Susuke. Before he could even react, Leonora was already casting her next spell, Heavenly Wind. A vortex of razor-sharp gales engulfed Sunsuke, flinging him violently into the distance. Yosia rushed to catch him. He cried out in a panic. Arasi Isushi was just as worried. Arasi, his voice still echoed, as she launched her next assault. Heavenly Fire! A furious inferno erupted, swallowing Asuzi whole. Leonora seemed tireless. She followed with Heavenly Water. A massive sphere of water trapped Kenta's entire body. He only had time to scream. What the? Terror gripped Kenta as he realized he couldn't breathe. Somebody, help me. He collapsed to the ground instantly. A victorious smile spread across Leonora's face, yet her gentle expression never wavered. Are you all finished already? From above, Sunsuke's defiant roar cut through the air. No, not yet. You think you've won? You damn witch. Just then, another voice rang out. Hold on. Suji's group had arrived. Suji glanced up at Sunsuke. He shouted, Stop fighting, Arasi. What do you gain from this? But his words were met with helplessness. Suji, if you want to stop me, then use your power. I despise your pacifist methods. Suji couldn't accept it. Do you all feel the same way he does? Yosia looked conflicted. I'm sorry, Suji, but I can't trust these people. A hint of sadness was in Suji's voice. I understand. Mei chimed in with her own thoughts. I agree with Narumi. If you're going to do something, shouldn't we all be in on it? Meyer seemed slightly annoyed. Rina, you too. Using violence to solve problems is wrong. Suji hesitated, torn on what decision to make. Leonora's voice dripped with sarcasm. Still arguing amongst yourselves in a situation like this? A venomous glint appeared in her eyes. At this point, everyone who started this rebellion is responsible. Did you really think I'd show mercy just because someone tries to stop it now? A chilling wave of fear washed over them. Suji couldn't believe what he was hearing. He stammered in terror. No way. Leonora gathered a swirling vortex of wind and began her incantation. Heavenly wind, blow them away. Yosia reacted in an instant. He summoned his own cyclone to counter hers. I won't let you. The two massive tornadoes clashed violently. The fighters below struggled against the immense pull. But after a moment, Yosia cried out in alarm. It's overpowering me. Just as he spoke, the vortex slammed him downwards, dragging the others nearby into the chaos. Suji was also thrown back a great distance. Damn it. The others cried out in pain as they were scattered. Suji watched with immense worry. Everyone. A heavily injured Sunsook approached, his voice calm. Suji, no one is dead. Then his voice rose to an angry shout. If you want to protect them, you have to change yourself first. They'll all die if you keep this up. At that moment, his resolve hardened. Suji gripped his sword tightly. Damn it, there's no other choice. A female voice agreed. Exactly. Fury ignited in Rina's eyes. Even I can't stay calm anymore. Meyer also chose to join in. Even though I hate this, it seems it's our only option. United, they now stood against her, their fear gone. Allow me to show you the difference between us. Watching from a distance, Jin turned nervously to Kai behind her. What do we do now? His expression remained cold and unshaken. The moment she uses magic to enslave them, that's when I'll make my move. Until then, we have to trust them. A lull fell over the battlefield, broken by a weak, faltering voice. Lady Leonora. A battered Gus stumbled before her. I may lack the strength, but I am still your knight. Leonora began to cast a healing spell on him. I will aid you. This will mend your wounds. A green light enveloped him. His arm, previously scorched by flames, was fully restored. The gash on Gus's forehead vanished without a trace. He gripped his sword with both hands, his face twisting into a cruel mask. He was ready for battle. Yosia groaned in frustration. Damn it. We went through all that trouble just to take you down. But on the other side, Rina was seething with rage. We're strong too. We can defeat them. Leonora, however, looked completely at ease. You're free to try whenever you like. For me, this battle is also a test for all of you. A deeply malicious smile crept across her face. But of course, if you cannot defeat me, you can never become heroes. Suji took the lead, stepping forward. Let's go. Everyone, cover me. He swung his sword down, but Gus blocked the blow. The moment their blades met, Suji's sword felt like it would slice right through. Gus thought in a panic, this sword. He quickly leaped backward. He stared at the new crack in his own blade. This kid, he can cut through my sword with ease. Meanwhile, Leonora was chanting an incantation. Countless shards of rock materialized around her. The stones reshaped themselves, becoming sharp as daggers ready to pierce their targets. A volley of razor-sharp rocks shot towards Suji. Just then, Rina unleashed her ultimate technique, a massive fireball to melt them midair. It completely neutralized Leonora's attack. Once again, she spoke with biting sarcasm. Is that the best you can do? As she spoke, a barrage of ice spears pierced through the remaining flames and hurtled forward. Suji braced himself, blocking the assault with all his might. He yelled, Damn it! Yosia called out anxiously, Suji. From another direction, rocks began to levitate, and Meyer was furious. What in the hell do you think you're doing to our leader? She activated her own ability, a silent teleportation. Then, she unleashed a torrent of attacks. Wind blades and jagged rocks flew in a deadly combination. The assault shot straight for Leonora. But what happened next shocked them both. The direct hit was stopped cold by an invisible barrier. The rocks crumbled to dust before they could even touch her. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. A triumphant smirk spread across her face. I am beloved and protected by a god. Your pathetic divine skills have no effect on me. Hidden behind a tree, he analyzed the battlefield. Is that her sacred ability? A status window materialized above Leonora's head. Her stats were staggering, especially the skill. Level 5 Sacred Protection. He scanned her stats. Her physical defense was surprisingly low. But with a barrier like that, she never needed it. A pure physical assault might break through her shield, but Gus stands in the way. Just then, Sunsuke charged forward to engage him. Gus grimaced, but a taunt dripped from his lips. You're choosing simple kicks over your annihilation blast? Getting tired already, boy? Sunsuke shot back with pure arrogance. I don't need a skill like that to deal with an old man like you. He yelled to Suji behind him, I'll handle this guy. You take out that witch. Suji nodded. Got it. But he thought to himself, without my divine power, this blade will never break through her defenses. Just then, another ally rushed forward, holding out a sword. Suji, use this. It was Haki, panting heavily. Suji's expression turned deadly serious. He unsheathed the new blade. Thanks. Across the field, Leonora watched with growing interest. Oh? It seems things are finally getting interesting. Suji, are you ready to fight me for real now? He showed no hesitation. I have people who are counting on me, which is why I have to defeat you, Leonora. Suji shot forward. Vicious purple sides of energy flew from her, but he dodged them with ease and launched his own counterattack. Watching from the sidelines, Rena made an observation. If divine power doesn't work on her, there's nothing we can do to help him. Yosita couldn't deny it. They're too close to each other. We can't help Suji without getting in the way. Mireille seethed with frustration, forced to be a bystander. This is so frustrating. But we have no choice. All we can do is watch. We'd just be a burden if we jumped in now. Meanwhile, the clash between Sunsuke and Gus escalated. Gus launched a powerful strike, but Sunsuke dodged it in a flash. Sunsuke countered, landing a clean hit on Gus's face. He followed with a relentless barrage that even left Gus stunned. The old man yelled, "What?" Fueled by rage, Sunsuke delivered a direct blow. "Take this." The impact sent Gus flying backward. Sunsuke taunted him. "What's wrong, old man? Suddenly gotten slow on your feet. Your wounds may have healed, but it looks like your strength hasn't fully returned." Gus shot back with a sneer. "And you've already pushed yourself to the point where you can no longer use your divine power." Back on the other side, Leonora summoned a storm of fireballs aimed at Suji. He desperately weaved through the deadly projectiles. Suji calculated his chances. "It's useless. If this keeps up, she'll obliterate me from a distance. There has to be a way to defeat you, Leonora." For a moment, their battle fell into a tense silence. Leonora broke the silence. "Just as I expected, Suji. But I'm certain there aren't many in this land who could dodge my attacks like you just did." His face covered in cuts, Suji analyzed his predicament. "No matter how well I dodge, at this range, it's just a one-sided slaughter. I either find a way to beat her from afar, or I close the distance. My divine power is useless, and my friends can't intervene. On top of that, long-range combat is her greatest strength. I have no choice left. I have to charge in with everything I've got, and I have to be faster than ever before." Suddenly, Leonora's eyes widened. Suji vanished with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage. In response, she instantly summoned her ultimate technique. Raging winds compressed into the form of a deadly spear and shot forward. But Suji moved like a bolt of lightning, completely unafraid. For the first time, a flash of panic crossed Leonora's face. She slammed a hand to the ground and began to chant. A murky swamp materialized right under Suji's feet. Suji was caught off guard for a split second. Instantly, she began another incantation. Flames. A raging inferno engulfed his entire body. Rena couldn't hold back a terrified scream. "Suji." Leonora was taken aback. "Even at this moment, he's trying to focus all of his power, and he intends to unleash it all on me in a single strike. What terrifying talent. However, for now, I am still superior." Back with Sunsuke and Gus's battle, he stared at his hands. "I can't use the blast anymore. How am I supposed to win this?" In that instant, Gus lunged forward. "Are you hesitating? It's written all over your face." A devastating slash followed his words. Sunsuke cried out in agony. He clutched his bleeding wound. "How could I lose to an old geezer like him?" Gus rested his blade on Sunsuke's shoulder. "You're still just a rookie, aren't you? Is this what happens when you can't rely on your precious divine power?" Then, a memory flashed through his mind. "This is wrong. This isn't who I am. I don't need the power of the blast just to prove my strength to him." Suji let out a furious roar as he stubbornly forced himself back to his feet. Gus was stunned. "How are you still standing?" The blade sank even deeper into the fresh wound. The man couldn't believe it, crying out, "What?" Suji clenched his fist and slammed a devastating blow right into the man's face. Gus was thrown to the ground once more, officially taken down by that single punch. He roared, venting his rage, "I beat you, you bastard." But deep in his mind, Suji knew. This isn't enough. I have to protect them. My friends are hurting. I can't stand to see them like this. Leonora looked on, surprised. "How impressive. You can still take more. Is that a challenge? Then come." Leonora smirked. "No matter how hard you try, you'll never get close." Before she finished speaking, Suji appeared before her in a flash of lightning. Leonora barely had time to react as his sword swung, and just as quickly, he retreated to a safe distance. The attack had found its mark. A long gash now scarred her arm. Leonora clutched her arm in pain. "Did I let my guard down?" "No, that's not it." Had Suji already moved behind her again? Leonora spun around, instantly unleashing a barrage of stones, but he was faster now, shattering the projectiles with ease. So he can close the distance instantly. Leonora sensed that something was fundamentally different. It wasn't that I was careless. He closed the gap in a heartbeat. She finally realized. So that's it. The Earth Shrinker skill? When you receive the power you desire, it means the gods favor you. Suji yelled back, All I wished for was the strength to protect everyone. He lunged forward, the tip of his sword aimed for her neck. Leonora replied with absolute confidence, "Even so, it's not enough to touch me." Suddenly, a blinding golden light snared Suji's feet. I can't move." She laughed wickedly. "I didn't intend to use this, but you've left me no other choice." Just then, Kai's voice cut in. "Ah, so she's finally revealed her trump card." Kai gave the order, "Kanjaki, it's time to move." Suji struggled against Leonora's spell. She smiled. "I never thought I'd have to use slavery magic." Just as I predicted, me too. Suji's eyes burned with rage. Rina screamed, "Suji!" Leonora commanded, "All of you, freeze." Instantly, they were all paralyzed. Yosio was horrified. "I can't move my body." Leonora praised them. "You all did well. I'll give you a passing grade." She shook her head. "Though I never imagined Gus would actually lose. Even if he is a knight, he's still replaceable. As long as I control the hero candidates, there won't be any problems." Yosia muttered in frustration. So this was a losing battle from the very start, wasn't it? Suji grew anxious. "Without some way to counter this, there's nothing we can do." Leonora explained. "The reason I'm allowed to summon hero candidates is so I can easily control you all. Otherwise, you become a threat to the Empire, wouldn't you?" In that moment, a volley of blades shot towards her. Leonora yelled, "Heavenly wood." The daggers clattered harmlessly to the ground. She was unfazed. "I knew you were hiding this whole time. You're the one who eliminated my cute little slaves, correct?" Kai stepped out from the shadows. "I must say, I'm surprised. I never thought you'd notice someone as insignificant as me." Leonora closed her eyes. "I knew you were strange from the beginning. Despite having a useless divine protection ability, you were always completely calm. That's not the quality of an amateur. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. I never expected you to show yourself in a battle you can't possibly win." Kai's eyes narrowed. "Whether this battle is won or lost is for me to decide." Leonora laughed. "Then show me what you've got." "Do not move." Kai glanced at me. "I see. So this is the slavery magic?" She reached out her hand. "Do you understand now? As long as I use this magic, you are powerless to move." But then, Leonora flinched in pain. "What?" A gunshot echoed. Kai spoke coldly. "It seems I missed. Expected from a saintess." Leonora was furious. "How can you still move? I clearly used the slavery magic on you." Kai fired again, this time hitting Leonora in the stomach. She screamed, "What is that weapon? I can't defend against it." Kai replied calmly, "In my world, this tool is the ultimate killer. I only have a few bullets left, so I really didn't want to use them all." Leonora told herself to calm down. "I don't understand why the magic isn't working on him." But this time she yelled, "Heavenly fire." Kai looked surprised. "Burn my enemy to ashes." Leonora gloated, "You let your guard down." But she was stunned to see only his cloak had caught fire. Leonora's eyes widened in shock. The barrel of Kai's gun was pressed firmly against her back. "Don't move. Just from watching your fight with Midu, I could tell you're no good at close combat. Oh, and that trump card of yours? Your slavery magic doesn't work on me." Leonora seethed. "Why? My magic is supposed to be unstoppable." Kai smiled. "That's what I thought, too. I wonder why it had no effect." To be honest, betting on whether it would work or not was a huge gamble. In the end, it seems I won. Kai then called out, "Kanjaki, first. I need you to dominate me." Kanjaki, still pinned to the wall, blushed with embarrassment. She looked away, flustered. "You know, that's not really my kind of thing." But Kai cut her off impatiently. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kai recalled his recent deep dive into magic. He hadn't found anything on enslavement spells, but he had discovered something crucial. The very first skill activated in a conflict always takes priority over any that follow. Kanzaki was stunned. "Wait, so if I use my domination skill on you, would it nullify the enslavement magic?" Kai nodded. "It's possible. Besides, divine protection is far stronger than magic." She hesitated. "Is that really true? My skill is so much weaker than her enslavement magic." Kai cut in. "Technically, it all comes down to proficiency. We're pitting your level 1 domination against Leonora's level 3 enslavement." She mulled it over. "Even so, if I use my skill first, couldn't I still lose control of my own subject?" "No," Kai countered. "The probability of that is incredibly low. Steady's domination magic was far superior to yours. At the time, I thought the demons would obey your command, but I was wrong. Simply put, his magic was cast before you used your skill. To counter Leonora's enslavement, the exact same principle should work." Kai spoke. "I know it's a massive gamble. First, let's see how far I can move while under her control." A flicker of realization crossed Leonora's face. "Don't tell me." "Kanzaki-sama." Kai raised his gun. So you finally figured it out. That's right, he said. I am currently under Kanzaki's domination. Leonora's face twisted with rage. You vile, cowardly tricksters. Kai remained calm. It's over, holy maiden Leonora. He squeezed the trigger. Leonora cried out, clutching her stomach in agony. She thought, my powers. They're being blocked by these cuffs. Kai looked at her. I borrowed them from the Demon Lord's followers. Looks like they block your skills, too. Leonora glared. What do you plan to do with me? Kai smiled. Let's see. I'll let you go if you send us back to our own world. She shook her head. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. I only have the power to summon you. Sending you back requires a different skill entirely, Kai noted. She doesn't seem to be lying. And her profile makes no mention of a return skill. He asked, curious. Then why did you tell us we could go home after defeating the Demon Lord? Leonora explained. Summoning beings from another world requires an immense amount of energy. I prayed to God to grant me success in bringing you here. In other words, you were all summoned to this world by the will of God. And after you complete your mission, it's highly likely you'll be returned to where you belong. Kai hesitated. We can go back. Are you certain that's possible? Leonora said truthfully. Yes. I've summoned many hero candidates before you, but not a single one ever got close to the Demon Lord. Kai stared. I've never heard you mention them. What happened to the heroes who came before us? A shadow fell over Leonora's face. Most of them were eliminated by the Demon Lord's army. A few survived and went into hiding, but I don't know where. Kai looked down. Hearing that, anyone would lose their will to fight, and that's why you never said anything until now. Leonora's expression hardened. So, do you all want to stay here forever? Sooner or later, the Demon Lord's army will attack, and you'll have to fight them regardless. He wondered, so we have no other choice. She replied with a question. Correct. And if you want to win this war, you'll need the kingdom's help, won't you? I'll overlook this incident. Just let me go. Kai said calmly, I understand. Get out of here. Suji stepped forward. Wait a minute. Kai glared at him. Why are you stopping me? Suji, I thought you've thought this through, but you're still clinging to your naive ideals, he explained. I agreed to follow her because I believed she knew how to get us home. Now that's impossible, but I still want to keep my title as a hero candidate. Kai's voice was cold. We've already started a rebellion. Have you forgotten? Suji remembered Kai's point. Leonora pleaded. I admit I was a bit harsh. Let's just pretend none of this ever happened. Kai thought. That sounds reasonable. But catching her a second time won't be so easy. She just needs to eliminate Kanzaki, Suji said. As soon as we release her, she'll probably attack Kanzaki. If we kill her, we'll be charged with murdering the Holy Maiden. We should just make her promise to treat us better and let her go. Meyer spoke up. I agree. Not all of us are fighters. Besides, if we become criminals, how can we possibly defeat the Demon Lord? Ren added, I agree, too. Wouldn't it be better to find a way to make her keep her promise? Yosia shot back. No, I'm with Kai on this one. We can't trust her. We've come this far, we're better off getting rid of her. Suji yelled, honestly, I think so too. But we'll have no way out if we kill her. Kai observed them. It's understandable that Suji is worried. The safety of the entire class is what matters to him. I'm confident I can survive on my own. But I can't make a reckless decision for everyone else. Then, he alone pulled the trigger. The bullet tore straight through Leonora's head. Suji screamed. She collapsed to the ground. As everyone stood in shock, Suji cursed at Kai. Kai threw his smoke bomb down. See you later. Amid the swirling smoke, Suji fell to his knees. Why? Meyer was furious. He killed her before we could even decide. That's unforgivable. Rina was insufferable. All he ever thinks about is himself. Yosi couldn't believe it. Jin stared at Leonora's body, unable to believe Kai had actually eliminated her. Everything unfolded exactly as he had predicted. Kai spoke up, I'll tell you what happens next. Our primary goal was to abduct Leonora and learn how to return to our world from her. If we discovered she couldn't do it, we were to eliminate her. Jin nodded slowly. Right, I understand. Kai remained perfectly calm. However, if Midu found out we had no way back, she would have protected Leonora anyway. At that point, I would have to kill her and flee. Jin's voice filled with worry. Alone, you're going to take the fall for her death all by yourself, Kai explained. That's precisely why I let a few soldiers escape. They can spread the word that I was the one behind everything. If they see me as the villain, it won't cause any trouble for the rest of you to go home. Jin hesitated. Will it really go that smoothly? Kai looked at him. That's when your power will be useful. If anything goes wrong, use your domination spell to negotiate with the kingdom. Jin's expression was grim. Then what about you? Kai reassured him, I can handle myself. Don't worry. Jin looked up at the moonlight, his heart heavy with sadness. Beneath the blinding pink moon hanging over the kingdom, a figure laughed. Hero candidates. Wanderers from another world, blessed by a god, you say. A guard bowed his head. Yes, my lord. We have tried many times to eliminate them, but we have failed every time. The man chuckled. Don't worry. Our reach is still limited in enemy territory. We'll just leave them alone. Sooner or later, they'll show their faces. And besides, things are just getting interesting. Under the bright morning sun, Kai was on the move, pausing only to drink from a clear spring. He calculated to himself, it's been 2 days since that incident. According to the map, I'm near a city. I should get to higher ground. From a mountain peak, Kai took in the view. There it is. It'll probably take half a day on foot. As night fell, Kai crossed a silent field. It's late enough. This should be safe. A criminal who assassinated a saintess couldn't just walk through the main gate. There was no telling how he'd be treated. Kai fired a grappling hook to the top of the wall, pulling himself up slowly. Once he reached the top, he scanned the area. All right. First things first, I need to earn some money. Kai muttered. The coins I took from those soldiers won't be enough. His eyes landed on a nearby tavern, a good place to earn some cash. The atmosphere inside was lively. Welcome, the owner greeted. What can I get for you? Kai glanced around before answering. A beer and some food. A drunkard nearby spoke up. I've never seen your face around here. Are you a traveler? Kai put on a sorrowful expression. Yes. I was forced to flee my homeland. I'm looking for work. The drunkard started to cry. Are you escaping the demon lord's invasion? I'm so sorry. Kai glanced over. This misunderstanding was actually perfect. Do you know of any jobs around here that don't require me to give my identity? The owner chuckled. In that case, I think you should become an adventurer. Here's your beer. Kai's interest was piqued. An adventurer? What kind of work do adventurers do? The owner explained. You can take any job available at the guild. It's usually monster subjugation. The drunkard warned. Hey, barkeep. If he doesn't have the skills for it, he'll be dead in an instant, you know? The owner smiled. I can tell this young man isn't lacking in experience. The drunk turned to him. Are you sure about that? Well, he is traveling all alone. Kai took a sip of his beer. If it's just monsters, I can handle them. So, how do I become an adventurer? The owner replied cheerfully. It's easy. Just go to the guild in the center of the city and sign up. They're in desperate need of new adventurers, so they won't ask for your identity. Kai was impressed. You know a lot, old man. The owner spoke while cooking. I used to be an adventurer myself, but I took an injury to my knee and had to retire. Here's your food. The next morning, Kai let out a huge yawn. He sat up as the sun streamed in and got dressed. Kai went downstairs. Thank you for letting me stay at your inn on such short notice. I might be staying here for a while. The receptionist smiled. We appreciate your patronage. Kai stepped outside. She didn't react at all after seeing my face. In a world without cameras, I guess I don't need to be so paranoid. Kai approached the guild and looked up at the large building. So this is the Adventurers Guild, huh? He pushed the doors open. Inside, people were laughing and talking, while some were studying intently. That must be the reception desk, he thought. He walked up to the counter. I'd like to register as an adventurer. The receptionist nodded. The registration fee is 1 silver coin. Is that all right? Kai handed it over. Understood. The receptionist requested, please tell us your name, age, and your place of origin. Kai knew he couldn't use his real name. He answered, Siren. 17 years old. The Demon Lord's army invaded my homeland, and I drifted here. The receptionist jotted it down. I understand. I will register you with that information. Kai was stunned. He was using the same alias he used back in his world. He replied, yes, thank you. The receptionist stamped the document. With this, your registration is complete. Also, let me explain to you the system we use here at the guild. Based on their achievements, adventurers are ranked from F all the way to A. Naturally, the higher the rank, the more valuable the rewards. High-ranking adventurers also get access to more difficult quests. Since Siren-sama is new, you'll be registered as an F-rank adventurer. You can rank up by completing missions. All available quests are posted on the information board over there. I recommend you choose an F-rank quest for your first mission. Kai gave a silent nod of understanding. I see. He walked over to the quest board. The F-rank quests involved gathering herbs and exterminating ghost goblins. Kai read the posting. Ghost goblins. I've never seen this type of beast before. I think I'll take this one. A voice called out, Hey, Blondie. I've never seen your face around here before. The pink-haired kid behind him added, This is impossible for a newbie like you. The blue-haired one laughed, You're really going to hunt ghost goblins. I suggest you give up now. Kai glanced over. Who are these idiots? Kai looked at the three of them and spoke calmly. Thank you for the warning. Now, could you please leave me alone? The blonde sneered. Thank you for the warning? Huh? The pink-haired one growled. You've got a lot of nerve, kid. The people nearby started whispering. There they go again. Picking on a newcomer. Seems like they'll never learn their lesson. The blonde yelled, You need to be taught some manners, brat. He reached out to grab Kai, but his wrist was caught in an iron grip. The blonde's face went pale. Kai glared at him. The blonde shouted, You bastard, let me go. He then ordered his crew. What's wrong with this guy? Teach him a lesson. The pink and blue-haired goons charged forward. All right then. Kai calmly waited for their attack. In a flash, he took them down in front of the entire guild. Kai thought to himself, so this is the power level of an average adventurer. Compared to the hero candidates, they're surprisingly weak. Okay, let's get this mission over with quickly. Deep in a dense forest, Kai stepped forward with confidence. He observed his surroundings. According to the mission details, the ghost goblins hide around here. Kai noticed a set of tracks. These footprints are fresh. They're heading this way. Looks like animal tracks. Kai followed the trail. He stayed on high alert. Something is here, and it's not alone. They have excellent concealment. Could it be the ghost goblins? Suddenly, a ghost goblin appeared right behind Kai. He spun around, narrowly dodging the attack. That sword. Was it stolen from a human? The ghost goblin pursued Kai relentlessly. He ducked under another swing, then threw a handful of dirt in its face. As the creature wiped its eyes, Kai glanced at a second one. He swept its legs, sending the knife-wielding goblin tumbling to the ground. It fell hard. Kai raised his sword and swiftly slit its throat. The remaining goblin watched in terror as Kai turned and threw a dagger. The projectile found its mark, and the creature collapsed on the spot. Kai sensed its status. Right, appraisal. Ghost goblin, age 22. Attack and defense, D rank. Agility and strength, C rank. Magic, F rank. Status, deceased. Skill, concealment, level 1. This type of beast is no threat to me. I think I can hunt some more and earn a bit of cash. Back at the reception desk, Kai reported his success. He placed the ghost goblin ears on the counter. These ears are proof that I've defeated them. Is this enough? The receptionist was stunned. Yes. But with so many, did you really do this all by yourself? Kai nodded. That's right. Hunting them was easy, but finding them took quite a bit of time. Even if I have the skills to fight them, my detection abilities are still lacking. Being an adventurer is pretty complex. The crowd murmured. He hunted ghost goblins that easily? Could he be a C-rank adventurer from another city? I heard he's still a rookie. A rookie? The receptionist ran inside. I understand. I'll prepare your reward right away. Please wait a moment. That night, under a crescent moon, Kai happily tossed his reward money in the air. I can make this much money just by taking out some weak monsters. From now on, securing my living expenses is the most important thing. I'll stay in this city for a while and earn money as an adventurer. If I build good relationships within the guild, gathering information will be much easier. Kai looked up. Huh? A loud voice called out to him. Kai's expression turned serious. You have a problem with me? He sized up the newcomer. This guy looks much stronger than the ones at the guild. Lai introduced himself. I'm Lai, a B-rank adventurer. And just so you know, I'm the one in charge of this city's guild branch. Kai sighed, but Lai spoke with excitement. You're Siren, right? I heard you gave my boys a pretty hard time today. Kai answered coolly. They were the ones who started it. Lai pointed a finger. Don't lie to me. I heard some nameless rookie showed up and beat my men to a pulp. Kai sighed again. I see how it is. Lai charged forward. I won't hesitate. It's time someone taught you a lesson. He threw a powerful punch, but Kai dodged it with ease. Lai threw a flurry of blows, but Kai evaded every single one. He shouted, I'm not done yet. Lai spun around for a kick. Kai simply deflected his leg. Lai screamed, What? And crashed to the ground. Kai remarked, Your speed is decent, but your technique is sloppy. Your movements are too wide, leaving you full of openings. Lai scrambled up. What did you just say? He lunged forward, but Kai swiftly grabbed his arm. He spun around, but Kai instantly slammed him to the ground. Kai stated coldly, It seems you're not used to fighting people. After all, an adventurer's main job is hunting monsters, isn't it? Lai gritted his teeth. You bastard. With all that power, why would you mess with my men? Kai explained. I already told you, it's just a misunderstanding. Let me start from the beginning. Lai shouted, I apologize. This was my fault. Facing Kai over drinks, he turned to his crew. These guys tricked me, but it's my fault for not questioning them. Lai then roared, Apologize to him, now. The three of them spoke in unison. We're sorry, boss. Lai snapped. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to Siren. You hear me? They all bowed their heads. Yes, sir. We're truly sorry. Seeing the misunderstanding was cleared up, Kai decided to let it go. Aside from that, I have a few questions. Lai grinned. Forgive my earlier rudeness. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them. Kai gazed into his mug of ale. You see, I'm a traveler. I registered as an adventurer to earn some money to make my journey easier. But I have another reason too. Lai remarked, you possess such formidable power. I don't know what kind of trouble you're in, but can you tell me what it is you're looking for? Kai took a drink and said, I'm searching for a way to travel to another world. Lai and the blonde adventurer were stunned. Travel to another world? The blonde asked curiously, is something like that even possible? The pink-haired adventurer then pointed out, but the hero candidates came from another world, didn't they? Kai nodded. You're right. I'm talking about a way for them to travel back to their own world. Lai pondered for a moment. If that's the case, it would have to involve magic, right? We don't really know much about that stuff. Kai said, I know it's not easy information to come by. I was just hoping you might have some kind of clue. Lai scratched his head. There's only one person I can think of who might know. The sage, Albana. That name rings a bell, right? Kai's eyes widened. The sage? He looked surprised. You don't know? He's an elf who aided this country with his invaluable wisdom. Kai cut in. Wait a second. I think I have heard that name somewhere before. So it's true? An elven sage. That's what I read in a book. Rumor has it that elves live deep in the forests. Only a few are left, and their stories have become the stuff of legend. They rarely leave the sanctuary of their woods to enter the outside world. But among those who did step out into the world was one who came to be known as the Sage. Lai looked at him. I heard he's lived for over 100 years. On top of that, he's incredibly wise with vast knowledge. They say he's a renowned sorcerer who truly understands all kinds of spells. Kai's mind raced. Spells? Elves are known to maintain close bonds with spirits to receive their aid in magic. Even if there's no normal way to return to our old world, if a spell exists, then it might be possible, the blonde adventurer chimed in. But is the sage even still alive? I've never heard any recent rumors about him. Besides, it seems like no one has ever actually seen him. Lai chuckled. I don't know either. Sorry, I couldn't give you any solid information. Kai replied, No, it's fine. That lead is more than helpful. That's enough for me. It's getting late, so I should head back to the inn. Lai asked curiously, Hey, before you go, can I ask you one thing? What are you going to do after you learn how to travel to another world? Kai just smiled. I'll leave that to your imagination. And with that, he left. The next morning at the guild, the receptionist presented him his reward. Yes, here is the payment for your recent quest. Thank you for your hard work. Kai calculated that a week had passed. In that time, he'd managed to save up a decent amount of money. Lai and his friend greeted him. Hey, Siren. Finished with your quest? Let's go for a drink. Kai walked past. I'm sorry, but not today. The two watched him go with a grin. What a boring guy. See you later, Siren. As Kai walked, he thought to himself, I've gathered some intel on the sage. His name is Elbanaket. About a decade ago, he was an advisor to this kingdom. But now he's retired and lives somewhere along the western border. That's where this country is fighting the Demon Lord's army. I have no reason to stay in this city any longer. Time to see if I can find this man they call the Sage. The scene shifts to the holy capital, Alpha. Inside the citadel, a meeting is underway, and a man named Herrick speaks up. Ahem. So, it has been 1 month since I took responsibility for the hero candidates, replacing the late Saintess. Does anyone have any complaints? Suji looked at him and replied, Nothing in particular. You've been doing a great job, Herrick. Herrick let out a hearty laugh. Hearing those words makes me very happy. After all, you are all priceless assets to this nation. I am merely showing you the respect you deserve. Mary answered, Thank you for your concern, while thinking to herself, he's so different from Leonora, but he's also incredibly suspicious. He looked at everyone and said gravely, Now, let's move on to the main topic. It was decided in yesterday's meeting that the hero candidates will be mobilized. Hearing this, Suji asked, So the decision has finally been made? Am I to understand that you intend to send us to the front lines? Hark's answer was grim. That's right, he said, before explaining the strategy. First, there's still a war raging on the western border. You all will be deployed to a fortress on the front lines. He seemed to hesitate for a moment. I understand. But Hark, you promised. Hark gave a knowing smile. You mean protecting your friends who aren't fit for combat, right? I will keep my word. The two of them let out a sigh of relief as Suji replied cheerfully, Thank you so much. Hark then added casually, However, during this time, we will be giving them some work. After all, everyone has to earn their keep. Suji felt a flicker of concern for Yumi, but agreed nonetheless. Yes, I think that would be good for them. Meyer then spoke up. When do we depart? He replied with a wink. This is an urgent matter, so we'll likely be leaving tomorrow morning. Please pass this information to everyone so they can prepare. As they left the meeting room together, she started the conversation. I'm glad they accepted our request. Suji answered hesitantly. You're right. At first, I was afraid I was asking for too much, Meyer said. I'm pretty sure they aren't confident they can control us without Leonora. That's why they're playing nice. He had to agree. Yes, with Leonora gone, they're definitely on guard. She sighed. I wonder where he is right now. Suji fell silent, lost in recent memories. The scene shifts to the moments after Leonora's death and Kai's disappearance. The bishop and the others were in turmoil, wondering how the Holy Maiden could have been assassinated. He looked at them and demanded, who could possibly murder the Holy Maiden? Rena answered, the culprit is Kai, one of the hero candidates. The knights erupted in shock, shouting, What? That's impossible. The bishop, equally stunned, asked, Where is he now? She replied, He fled. He's a traitor. So he ran fast. The knights began to murmur amongst themselves. If this is true, we must send an investigative team as soon as possible. Another argued, No, first we need to confirm if the Holy Maiden is truly dead. The bishop turned to them. He fled, you say? It seems this story is very convenient for all of you, isn't it? Sansuke shot back in anger. What did you just say, old man? The bishop continued, I don't want to deny your story, but it's also possible you all collaborated to take Leonora's life. Suji froze at his words, but one of the knights stepped forward to object. That's not true, Your Grace. I was there and I witnessed everything. The hero candidates here fought desperately to protect the Holy Maiden, but they were overwhelmed by Kai, and as a result, she was killed. Other knights began to testify as well. He's right. I saw it all happen. Me too. The bishop stroked his beard, appearing hesitant. Is that so? If her own knights say as much, then I will believe them. But this man named Kai, is he really that strong? The knight replied, he is incredibly powerful. He was hiding his true abilities this entire time. The bishop nodded, I see. He then beckoned them to follow. Let's discuss this matter in more detail inside my chambers. One of you, come with me. Outside, Jin listened in, using his magic and thought. It seems my domination spell is working perfectly. As Suji walked away, he glanced back as if to say thank you. Thanks, Jin. Somehow, we managed to get through this. Back in the present, he was clearly on edge. Meyer, sensing his mood, spoke up. Are you still worried about Kai? It's pointless to worry about him. Suji forced a smile. You're right. The two continued walking. He thought to himself, Kai sacrificed himself for me, even though I was the one who decided to protect everyone. The scene changes. Suji now stands before everyone, making a loud announcement. The church has decided to mobilize us to the front lines. Everyone who is capable of fighting should prepare to leave tomorrow morning. Hearing this, a wave of anxiety washed over them. So, the real battle is finally here. I'm so nervous. Satoshi added, just as I thought. I'm terrified. Hearing their chatter, Rena snapped at them. What the hell? It's a little late to be scared now. You two decided to join the combat group, didn't you? They laughed nervously. Even if you say that. Suji was asked, they aren't just going to throw us onto the front lines by ourselves, are they? He explained, we've been assigned to the command of the 8th Night Order and its captain, Hark. A girl standing off to the side called out, Suji, is there any news about Kai? Suji shook his head sadly. There's a bounty on his head, and they've dispatched numerous forces to hunt him down. As of right now, I have no news. Jin replied dejectedly, I see. As she turned to walk away, he softly called her name. Jin. Rena spat angrily. I don't care if he betrayed us or not. If I find him, I'll burn him to a crisp. Jin stood by a window, thinking, Kai, you should have let me go with you. The scene cuts to a forest, where the group is on the move. Columns of knights ride on horseback as Sun Suk scans the surroundings. Suddenly, Cry whined, I'm so tired. Can we please take a break? Meyer looked back. We just had our lunch break. It looks like we'll be walking until nightfall. Asashi grumbled to Kenta as they marched. For the past 2 days, all we've done is walk. I'm starting to get bored. Kenta felt the same way, hoping something exciting would happen soon. Suddenly, Sansuke raised his hand, signaling a halt. Ozzy asked, Sansuke, what is it? His eyes fixed on the roadside bushes. I can feel it. A beast's presence is hiding in there. Hearing this, everyone froze in shock. The knight on horseback galloped over, shouting, Hey, why did you stop all of a sudden? Sidu replied, Apologies, but we sense a monster nearby. Akira also stopped, asking, Huh? Where? I don't see a thing, the knight scoffed. Even so, you follow our orders. You do nothing unless we command it. Sun Tzu's eyes flashed with icy rage as he stared down the knight. What did you just say? In an instant, his hand was around the man's throat, choking the words from his mouth. A teammate rushed to intervene. Sun Tzu, stop, but he roared back, Why should I listen to this piece of trash? Just then, a rustling sound echoed from the woods. Sunsuke released his grip on the knight and cursed under his breath. Damn it. A pack of razor bunnies burst from the brush. The knight stared in disbelief. It's razor bunnies, one yelled. They're here. Everyone, prepare for battle. The creatures leaped forward, pouncing on the knights and knocking their weapons away with ease. Their eyes glowed green, their claws like daggers. Suddenly, an explosion sent one of them up in flames as a figure on horseback charged through, trampling them underfoot. The remaining creatures froze in their tracks. The knight, saved from the brink, stammered, "Thank you. You saved me." Sunsu cracked his neck, a smirk on his face. "You worthless garbage. Don't you dare get in my way." With that, he unleashed a barrage of fiery punches and kicks, leaving the monsters scorched on the ground. Ozzy watched the display, completely in awe. "Sunsuke is so strong," Ken remarked. "I agree. That destructive power. It feels even more intense than last time." Corpses of the razor bunnies littered the ground. Sunsuke walked forward, thinking to himself, it's still not enough. This power is nothing compared to that bastard. His mind flashed back to that night, to that man holding a gun to Leonora's head, while all he could do was watch helplessly, seething. Damn it all, it's him again. I had a bad feeling about him from the start. He never showed a hint of fear. More accurately, he never reacted to me at all. The man had just asked, "I'm getting sleepy. What do you want?" And then, Sunsuke's memory screamed, "Let her go, you son of a bitch." He really is strong. I thought I'd gotten stronger with this new explosion ability. This is so annoying. Back in the present, Sidhu asked, "What's wrong, Sunsuke? You seem to be in a bad mood lately." He mounted his horse and replied, "It's nothing. I just don't like being ordered around by scum." The scene shifts to the western border of the holy nation of Daiger. A line of towering fortresses stands guard, manned by knights on high alert. The captain of the Holy Knights B team, Elia, greeted them. "Thank you for coming. Hero candidates. I am the captain of the Knight Order on the Western Front. Though, I was only promoted a short time ago." Hark asked her, "What happened to the previous captain?" Elia replied, "He was killed in action 1 week ago." Her words sent a wave of shock through the entire group. She continued, "I'd love to let you rest after your long journey." But a sudden commotion at the gate drew everyone's attention. Knights were running in, breathless, shouting their report. "The Demon Lord's army is coming. They're marching on our position." Elia's voice boomed. "As you've heard, there's no time to rest. I'm putting my faith in all of you." Sidhu nodded grimly. "Understood." He turned to the others. "Everyone, prepare for combat." Sun Tzu gritted his teeth. "Bring it on." A knight watching the approaching horde screamed in terror. "The Demon Lord's army. They're here." An endless wave of monsters marched forward, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Watching from the ramparts, Hark gasped. "There are so many." Hark gave the order. "Archers, fire. Thin their numbers before they get any closer." The sharpshooter division drew their bows, ready to unleash a volley. The magic division began their incantation. "Oh, heavenly fire, heed our call and smite the forces of evil." At Hark's signal, a storm of arrows and fireballs rained down upon the enemy. The front lines of the demon army fell, but the rest only roared louder. "Take their lives. Wipe out every last human." Sidhu was stunned. "They're not retreating even after a hit like that." Elia, mounted on her horse, explained, "It'll take more than that to kill them. Never underestimate their resilience and stamina. Compared to them, we humans are far too frail." Sidhu asked, "What's our next move?" "Follow Hark's commands," she replied. "I'm going down there to fight with the B-Team Knights." Hark turned to her. "Good luck." "That's what I'd like to say, but some of your people are already heading down." Sidhu looked confused. Rena, staring down at the battlefield, said, "If you're talking about them, they went down a while ago." Sidhu was shocked. "What did you just say?" At that moment, a massive, fiery explosion erupted in the middle of the battle. A green-skinned demi-human looked around in confusion. What was that? The smoke was thick, but as it cleared, it revealed Sun Tzu standing on a pile of monster corpses. He and the others had already charged into the fray, weapons in hand. The purple demi-human snarled, "You fool," as the blue one arrogantly sneered. "Who do you think you are, charging in here all by yourself?" Susuke's voice boomed, "I don't care if you're demi-humans or demons. My only mission is to wipe you from existence." Elsewhere, the knights watched in terror as demi-humans smashed through the walls. A purple beast pummeled a soldier with its bare fists, while a red one swung a massive axe. But suddenly, a flash of light sliced through the chaos. It was Suji, cutting them down in a single, brilliant strike. The knight, saved from the brink, cried out, "Hero candidate." But Suji stood alone, as a horde of demi-humans swarmed toward him. Suji unleashed his celestial sword, extending its blade to cut them all down. Bodies littered the ground, their limbs torn asunder. He thought to himself, "I can do this. My power, It's growing stronger. Then, turning to the other candidates, he shouted, "You see this? We can win this fight. So fight and don't be afraid." Hearing his words, Susuk and the others roared in unison. Yeah. Suji charged forward, cutting down more foes as he reminded himself, "I can't hesitate. If I falter, they'll lose hope. I am their commander now." He taught me the price of ignorance. Mirei's telepathic voice reached out. "Everyone, stop staring. We have to fight." 2. Rina answered the call, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerated the monsters. Jin cast his domination spell, freezing them in their tracks. Inspired, everyone fought with all their might, felling the demi-humans one after another. A knight watched in awe, exclaiming, "So this is the power of the hero candidates. They're completely overwhelming the Demon Lord's forces." Har gave the order, "Protect the hero candidates at all costs. We must drive these demons back." The knights roared, "Yes, sir." When the dust settled, the battlefield was littered with demi-human corpses. Everyone was drained, utterly exhausted from the fight. Emilia declared from atop her horse, her voice ringing out, "The Demon Lord's army has been defeated. This is our victory." Cheers erupted as everyone celebrated their hard-won triumph. As the sun began to set, Suji stood alone in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, Harik appeared beside him. "Your first real battle, wasn't it? How do you feel?" Suji replied, "It's hard to take it all in. A battle of this magnitude requires a delicate touch. During the fight, my field of vision was so narrow. I couldn't make any real decisions." Harik stepped forward, clapping him on the shoulder with a smile. "You did great. Today's victory was thanks to all of you. But you must never let your guard down. The enemies we faced today were only low to mid-tier demons. The high-tier demons, though fewer in number, are on a completely different level of power." Suji's gaze hardened. "I'll keep that in mind." Night falls. The scene shifts to the Demon Lord's camp, where the wounded are being tended to. Deep inside a cave, a subordinate gives his report. "And that concludes my report. I have failed my mission. I am deeply sorry." Sun Gaia's teeth ground together in fury, for this was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army, Stone Gaia. The scene shifts again to the holy kingdom of Daiger, in the western part of the Echo's continent. A young man named Kai travels through the deep woods, thinking, "I'll be out of this forest soon, and my long search for the sage will finally be over." But then, he hears a strange noise approaching from the distance. Long, red tongues shoot out, aiming for him, but he dodges just in time. Kai observes them, puzzled. So fast. But what were those tongues? His eyes dart toward the source of the attack. 3 grotesque monsters. Kai uses his appraisal skill. They're tongue apes. Their main skill is a level 3 tongue lash. He sets his pack down and draws a dagger. Their abilities aren't anything special. The monsters eye him like a choice meal, lashing out with their tongues again, but he evades every strike. Suddenly, one appears right in his face, ready to pounce. But with a quick leap, Kai easily dodges the attack. The monsters try their tongue attack again. This time, his dagger flashes out, splitting the creature's tongue and earning a shriek of agony. The beast collapses, whimpering and crying. Kai looks at it coldly, too slow. His dagger makes a clean arc across its throat. Blood sprays into the air. It collapses, leaving the other 2 frozen in shock and fear. Kai's cold gaze shifts to them. "What's the matter? If you won't come to me, then I guess I'll have to come to you." When it's over, the creatures lie in a pool of their own blood. Kai calmly wipes his blade clean, his mind already elsewhere. They weren't that fast. But stronger magic beasts keep appearing one after another. Is it because I'm nearing the Demon Lord's territory? Or is it just that this area is far from any city, with no knights or adventurers to patrol it? The deeper I venture, the greater the chance of encountering undiscovered monsters. Still, my appraisal skill gives me a huge advantage. But for now, I need to stay on high alert. Kai stands atop a cliff, gazing out at the land below. This is the Ubno mountain range, a natural barrier that has slowed the Demon Lord's invasion. Its highest peak is known as Death Wolf Mountain, and rumor has it, the sage Albana lives at its summit. If I remember correctly, there should be a small village at the base of the mountain. Suddenly, the sky turns a fiery red. A horrifying thought strikes him. Wait. He looks down and sees the entire village engulfed in flames. Kay freezes in his tracks. Don't tell me. The Demon Lord's army already reached them. Smoke and fire consume every house, every alleyway. The Demon Lord's forces stood grimly, surrounded by the carnage of the village they had just destroyed. Hiding on a rooftop, he watched them, thinking this was far from the front lines. He'd have to be more careful. A demi-human soldier gripped his weapon, asking, "So, what's our next move?" Another soldier chimed in with a question. "It wouldn't matter if we just slaughtered them all, would it, right?" Their leader replied. "No, that's enough. We'll take them as slaves." He then changed the subject. "Besides that, Do you have any information on Albana? One of the creatures raised its hand to answer. Yes, my lord. We have a lead. It seems the sage is living at the summit of Death Wolf Peak. Hector stood with his arms crossed and said, So, that confirms our intel. It's a pain, but it can't be helped. Then, he looked up at the towering peak. Right now, our top priority is Albana Carrot, also known as the Sage. After resting here for one night, we will ascend that mountain. A soldier voiced his concern. But my lord, that mountain is known as the lair of the Death Wolves, is it not? Those monsters are untamable. We can't achieve our goal unless we annihilate them. Another creature looked confused and asked, Why is that? The portly one explained, Against a magical beast with high intelligence, domination spells are almost useless. I heard one of the 4 heavenly kings once tamed a dragon, but a feat like that is impossible for us. Hector had already made his final choice. I'm no master of magic myself, and it's pointless to dwell on what we don't have. Our only option now is to exterminate these untamable beasts. Understood, they answered in unison, Yes, sir. From above, Kai had heard everything and thought, such perfect obedience. Could their leader be a high-ranking demon? Focusing on the demon named Hector, he used his Detect Weakness skill and confirmed he was a high-level demon with a level 1 domination spell. Kai calculated silently, so he's one of the few high-level demons in the Demon Lord's army. A direct confrontation would be too difficult. Suddenly, Hector's head snapped up, his gaze fixing on Kai's hiding spot as he said, We have a spy. He ordered his troops to search the area immediately. There's a rat lurking around here. Kai quickly dropped into the shadows and assessed the situation. His senses are dangerously sharp. The demi-humans began to howl. Where are you, human? Show yourself. He moved silently across the rooftops, feeling a bit of pity for them. Too bad for them. I'm a professional when it comes to stealth missions. Kai passed by the place where they were holding the villagers captive, and after a moment of thought, he leaped away. At that moment, Kai's eyes were steadfast as he thought, I'm sorry, but I have no reason to help you villagers. Just like the demons, my main goal is to meet the sage. Kai began his journey up the mountain with a single thought. I have to reach the summit before the Demon Lord's army does. The scene shifts to the highest point of the Arugano mountain range, a perilous area also known as Death Wolf Mountain. Suddenly, a hand appeared, gripping the edge of the cliff. It was Kai, having just scaled the towering rock face. Kai looked around and muttered. They said there was an adventurer's path here. Looks like I'll have to follow the beast's trails. Visibility was poor, and the ground was unstable. Even though I'm in a hurry, I must be cautious. He used magic to scan the area. I can feel it. Another presence. It's faint, but this must be them. The rumored magic wolves of Death Wolf Mountain. Not just 1 or 2. Their numbers were growing rapidly. Although they were still hidden, he could feel an immense pressure in the air. A piercing howl shattered the silence, signaling the attack. The pack immediately lunged at Kai. He skillfully dodged their snapping jaws and leaped into a tree. Looking down, Kai thought, So these are the infamous beasts of Death Wolf Mountain. Countless people have disappeared on this mountain. Now I see why. He then used his appraisal ability on them. The system analyzed the magic wolf race. Attack and defense were C rank, agility and strength were B rank, and magic was D rank. Suddenly, one of the wolves slammed into the tree trunk, splintering it with a powerful blow. Kai clicked his tongue, plucked a leaf, and reinforced it with mana. He threw it straight at the wolf's head, slicing it clean in 2. The other wolves saw this and furiously attacked, but they all met the same fate. Now, only a few wolves remained standing before Kai. He thought to himself, reinforcing my body with mana. The effect is incredible when I do it consciously. He recalled what Leonora had said, that because they were always protected by the Divine Guard, their ability to control mana was pathetically weak. You are all people who have always relied on others, unaccustomed to controlling your own mana. In a sense, you are nothing but weaklings. That is precisely why I could so easily control you. That's why, at that moment, we couldn't resist Leonora's enslavement magic. Kai's resolve hardened. I must become stronger to overcome this weakness. He continued to fight, his mind already calculating. If I can improve my mana control, I can freely reinforce my body, and also increase my resistance to enemy spells. I may not be on the level of a divine guardian, but to survive in this world, I have to grow stronger. I will master this skill, no matter what it takes. Kai drew his dagger, facing the beast head-on. You're the Alpha, aren't you? The rest of the pack fell silent as the Alpha let out a defiant howl. With a swift motion, Kai's dagger sliced through its flesh, and blood sprayed into the air. Kai glanced at the fallen beasts, thinking to himself, the moment their Alpha fell, the rest of them scattered. It makes sense, the strongest one was their leader. Wiping the blood from his blade, he smirked. A useful lesson. But then, the pack suddenly reversed course, charging straight for him. Kai's eyes widened in shock. What is this? Their movements feel wrong. One of the dire wolves ran ahead of the pack, but it moved like a phantom, an afterimage of its true self. Kai realized what was happening. It's predicting their attack path. Gripping his dagger, he waited for the charge, then ducked low and thrust upwards, burying his blade in the creature's throat. Kai's clothes were now soaked in blood, and a crimson glow emanated from his eyes. He felt a new power surge through him. I can see it. I can see about 1 second into the future. The remaining beasts whimpered, their eyes filled with terror. Kai tightened his grip on the dagger, a cold smile on his face. Don't even think about running. The training session isn't over yet. As dawn approached, the last of them fell, leaving Kai standing in a sea of blood. A system window appeared. New skill acquired, Guardian's Insight, level 1. Kai finally understood. So this is it. A skill that lets me see the future. This Guardian's Insight didn't just show him their weak points, it also boosted his analysis ability. It was a complete upgrade to his standard appraisal skill. It was a skill that granted a sixth sense, predicting everything he could see. Exhausted from the battle, he finally sat down to catch his breath. Just as I thought, I'm drained, but the summit must be close now. I'll just rest here for a moment. But a sudden noise snapped him to attention. Kai's eyes shot open. Don't tell me. The Demon Lord's forces, so much for taking a break. The scene shifts to a clearing near the summit of the treacherous Death Wolf Mountain. Here, a group of demons has cornered a lone elf. A green-skinned ogre sneered. You've got a lot of nerve, little elf. And as expected, it was the sage's disciple, Mo, standing wounded but defiant. The demon continued, but your journey ends here. Finish her. As the standoff reached its breaking point, a figure named Hecker declared loudly, this is where it all ends. He gave the final, chilling order to his minions. Kill her. Mo's body was covered in wounds, but her eyes still burned with unwavering resolve. So this is where I die. In the blink of an eye, the blue-skinned ogre was upon her, weapon raised high with a scornful grin. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the final blow. But in the darkness, there was only the faint sound of tearing flesh. A flash of movement, Kai appeared a few feet away, holding her in his arms, having snatched her from the jaws of death. Mo's eyes flew open, wide with disbelief. She stared at the man who had saved her. As Kai tilted his head to look at her, she whispered, human. The green-skinned ogre roared in suspicion. Another enemy, the blue one bellowed, demanding, who are you? Kai's gaze was like sharpened steel. He studied them in silence, his expression unreadable. He quickly sized up the enemy forces. 10 grunts, and their leader, a high-ranking demon. Mo, seeing his focus, asked hesitantly, Why? Why did you save me? His expression remained stern as he calmly asked, You're the disciple of the sage, Elbana, aren't you? Mo grew tense, stammering in response, Yes, that's right. Hearing the answer he needed, Kai explained his motive. Then that's all the reason I need. I have business with the sage. His eyes darted to the side, already calculating his next move. He scanned Mo from head to toe, his mind already processing. Appraisal, race, half-elf, and her status window shows she has spellcasting skills. Hecker's face darkened, pure killing intent flashing in his eyes. I don't care who you are. If you're not with us, you're an enemy. He looked in his voice, the command absolute. It changes nothing. Kill them both. Kai's expression was a mask of cold indifference. He would save her, and put the great sage in his debt. He tightened his grip on his dagger, falling into a combat stance. I have to take down these demons. The blue-skinned ogre was the first to move, launching itself through the air toward Kai. In an instant, the horde of monsters had him completely surrounded. A strange light flickered in Kai's pupils. He activated his Guardian's Insight. Suddenly, the charging ogre's movements seemed to slow to a crawl. Using his newfound precognition, Kai effortlessly evaded the attack. A simple tilt of his head was all it took to dodge the demon's spear. He predicted the sneak attack from behind, leaning just in time. With lightning-fast reflexes, his hand shot out, catching the attacker's arm and stopping it cold. A cold sweat broke out on the green ogre's brow. It let out a strangled cry of disbelief. The blue ogre was just as stunned, its jaw hanging open. Another demon gripped its spear tightly but found it completely immobilized. His movements were a blur, leaving only sharp, silver glints in the air. That's a big weapon you've got there. Isn't it a little overkill for a single human? With no way to resist, the monsters were helpless as Kai tore them apart piece by piece. Seeing this, the remaining monsters screamed in terror. What? A fierce light ignited in his eyes, like a blazing inferno. As long as foresight works in close combat, I can't possibly lose. The problem is the skill's time limit. How many minutes do I have left? Hector paused, carefully weighing his options before forging a plan. Don't just rush in blindly. Use magic to crush him. The monsters roared in unison. Yes, sir. They immediately channeled their mana, unleashing a barrage of sinister magic bullets that shot straight for Kai. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes as he stumbled backward. So this is what magic is? Mayor instantly activated her skill, her lips moving in a quiet chant. Spirits of the wind, blow my enemies away. A powerful gust of wind suddenly erupted, swirling around Kai and deflecting the dark magic. The breeze grew into a raging vortex, shattering the projectiles into 1,000 pieces. Fragments of shattered magic scattered through the air, their original forms completely obliterated. Kai was completely astonished, cautiously asking, "Was that a spell just now?" "So you borrow power from the spirits, a power reserved only for elves?" A proud smile touched her lips as she confirmed his suspicion. "That's right. Thanks to you, the spirits can rest for a bit." Hector could no longer watch from the sidelines and decided to step in himself. "At this rate, we're getting nowhere. It's time I joined the fight." His expression turned grim as he spoke softly. "Looks like the final boss is here." "Elf Mayor." She shot back with a skeptical tone. "What did you just say?" He winked, taking an attack stance as he whispered his plan to her. "You hold off the minions. Don't let them get in my way. I'll take care of the leader." She bristled with annoyance, ready to protest. But Hector's fighting spirit suddenly exploded, radiating an unstoppable pressure. "I can do that, but could you at least not call me that?" "My name is Mayor," Kai replied while slamming the heavy pack from his shoulders onto the ground. "I get it. I'm counting on you, disciple of the sage." With that, he shot forward like an arrow, his killing intent flaring to life. Mayor was in disbelief, pouting in protest. "I told you, my name is Mayor." "Oh, forget it." The two of them clashed so fast that all that could be seen was the blinding flash of their weapons colliding. Locked in a struggle midair, Kai gritted his teeth, thinking, "This guy." He immediately reacted, kicking off Hector's weapon to launch himself higher. The moment his feet hit the ground, Kai snapped back into a flawless battle stance, leaving no openings for his opponent to exploit. With the sharp tip of his blade pointed skyward, Hector attacked like a raging tempest, clashing with him relentlessly. The sound of steel against steel rang out nonstop. Every time their shadowy figures met, Hector was determined to fight to the end, roaring with all his might. The echo of their weapons continued as beads of sweat formed on Kai's brow. He clenched his jaw, preparing for a fight to the death. Hector was secretly impressed, announcing, "I didn't expect you to be able to predict my movements." But suddenly, his body froze. He was horrified to realize Hector had discovered the wound on his hip. "That's a pretty deep cut you've got there, isn't it?" Kai unleashed a decisive attack with a terrifying burst of physical power. But seeing his foe still had plenty of energy, Kai's heart sank. Damn it, sweat poured down his face during the desperate struggle. So this is the power of a high-ranking demon. If it weren't for foresight, I would already be dead. Hector stroked his chin, acknowledging Kai's power. Not bad. But if you weren't a mere human, you might have actually stood a chance. Kai never let his guard down, gripping his dagger in a solid defensive posture. A sudden attack lashed out, followed by a spray of blood. He quickly leaped backward, creating distance between himself and Hector. His old wound had split open, staining the side of his shirt crimson. Glancing over Hector's combat data, he immediately began to analyze everything, looking for the perfect strategy. Besides the raw physical power and sharp senses of a high-class demon, he also has level 5 swordsmanship. Even with my foresight ability, I'm still at a serious disadvantage in this battle. A burning desire to crush his opponent filled Kai's eyes. In that case, let's try this. Kai stood alone against the demon and his horde of monsters. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he activated his foresight ability. Looking over Hector's status window, his mind raced. On top of a high-ranking demon's physical abilities and keen senses, he also has level 5 swordsmanship. I'm at a huge disadvantage in this fight, even when I'm using foresight. Hector stomped his foot, slamming it into the ground with a powerful roar. "If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you." The demon charged forward aggressively, unleashing his skill with a furious battle cry. Within the domain of Kay's skill, Hector's movements began to slow, allowing Kay to easily weave past his attack. But Hector relentlessly pushed forward. For every step Hector advanced, Kai retreated one, dodging with perfect rhythm. But an attack finally grazed his arm, and a stream of crimson blood began to flow. Kai's face hardened as he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Chi. Even seeing the future isn't enough. It's no use. My body isn't strong enough to beat him. The physical gap between us is just too massive." Hector let out a contemptuous laugh, his voice filled with sick excitement. "Is running away all you're good for?" But then, a gun suddenly appeared in his hand. His finger was already on the trigger, and a volley of bullets shot toward the beast like lightning. He tried to defend himself, but the rounds easily pierced through Hector's armor. Kai's eyes were laser-focused, his aim tracking every movement, but the monster's reflexes were as fast as the bullets themselves. Even so, a stream of dark red blood began to seep out, dripping down the armor plating. Hector's rage finally exploded. Veins bulged on his forehead as he let out a deafening roar. What is that weapon? How insolent! He charged forward with incredible speed, appearing right in front of Kai's gun in a flash. Kai's pupils burned with killing intent as he fired again and again. But Hector just tilted his head, dodging every shot with ease. Don't underestimate me, he declared. I can see the trajectory of your attacks. Kai fell back, his hand diving into his pocket. Damn it, I'm out of ammo. Kai's figure vanished into the mist, only for a hail of throwing knives to shoot out. Caught off guard, the daggers sank deep into Hector's body, while the beast was still confused. Kai's hand slowly opened, dropping an object to the ground. An explosive tumbled through the air, leaving a faint, almost invisible afterimage. Hector's brow furrowed in horror. What is this? Kai's eyes were filled with pure killing intent. Hector stood frozen, his eyes locked on the explosive as it plummeted toward the earth. It struck the ground with a heavy thud. In that same instant, a massive explosion erupted, completely engulfing the creature's entire form in fire. The other monsters screamed in terror. Commander! But a sudden voice cut through the chaos, freezing them in their tracks. Do not move. Meyer gripped her magic staff tightly, staring them down, her mind in a whirlwind. This power, just who is he? She could feel the overwhelming aura radiating from Kai, and her curiosity grew. He's dominating a high-level demon, even though he's supposed to be a normal human. Kai raised the dagger in his hand, his grip firm. He stared cautiously into the smoke. I'm out of bullets for my emergency pistol. And that was my last grenade. But Hector was still standing after the blast. Just as I thought, Kai muttered to himself. This alone isn't enough to win. The creature's eyes were bloodshot as he roared with blazing fury. This whole time you've only been using these strange weapons. Suddenly, a piercing scream made them both flinch. Hector launched himself forward, the force of his jump cracking the very stone beneath him. His attacks were a fierce and unpredictable storm. Kai's mind raced, and he finally made a decision. It seems. I have to use that skill. His pupils suddenly dilated, glowing with a strange red light. I need to analyze his movements. In Kai's vision, Hector's assault immediately slowed to a crawl. This feeling. A strange light flared in his eyes as he discovered a fatal weak point. A red line of light shot from Kai's pupils, tracing a path straight to Hector's throat. He activated the skill, instantly closing the distance between them. A single, decisive attack flashed out, taking down the beast in an instant. Blood gushed from the cut across his neck. How? Kai stood there, panting, as he watched the creature fall. Enhanced vision and weakness detection. These skills are powerful, he thought, but they devoured a massive amount of mana. Suddenly, the light in Kai's eyes went dim, and he collapsed to his knees, utterly drained of strength. I'm out of mana. The monsters screamed in absolute terror. The commander is dead, they whispered furiously among themselves. He's exhausted now. That's right, let's kill him. Meyer was also breathing heavily, completely worn out. My spirits are at their limit, too. But I have to help him. He saved me before. The monsters charged forward like a storm, but they were suddenly engulfed in a raging inferno. Burn my enemies, O spirit of the fire salamander. The monsters shrieked endlessly, writhing in the hopeless flames. One of them screamed in despair, Save me. Kai noticed the commotion behind him and turned to look. Compared to the flames of Nagas, this firepower is on a completely different level. Meyer whipped around as she heard a familiar voice. Sorry I'm late, Meyer. She gasped in utter disbelief. Master? Kai's exhausted eyes looked around. So she is. The beautiful woman, surrounded by a radiant halo, was the sage, Albana. Albana spoke with a calm voice. Thank you, young man. From the looks of it, it seems you were helping my disciple. Seeing the dead commander, Albana offered her gratitude. Thank you, kid. She surveyed the scene carefully before concluding. Based on the situation, you were clearly helping my student. Kai's face was pale, his eyes never leaving her. It was just a coincidence. Are you really the sage, Albana? Albana confirmed with a mischievous smile. I am. Although compared to my old self, I'm just a bag of old bones now. He thought to himself. As I expected, my energy is too low to use my appraisal skill, but I can tell for certain that she is incredibly powerful. Kai slowly bowed his head to her. At my current level, I could never defeat her. I suppose there's no point in hiding anything. Albana knew the answer deep down, but she probed him anyway. You came looking for me for a reason, didn't you? He calmly confirmed her suspicions. I did. Albana's voice echoed his. Of course. A young man wouldn't journey all the way out here without a purpose. I'm grateful you saved my disciple. In return, I will answer your questions as clearly as I can. Beside her, May whispered a reminder. Master, shouldn't we head back? The stench of blood is so strong. The wolves will be here soon. Hearing this, she turned decisively, making a polite offer. You're right, May. let's go. Young human, you should get some rest as well, shouldn't you? Kay hesitated for just a moment before agreeing. Yes, I understand. Watching May happily run ahead, he thought to himself. For now, the situation is in my favor. It seems risking my neck to save her disciple was the right move after all. A lone house stood amidst treacherous, rocky mountains. This is our home. It's nothing special. Please, make yourself comfortable. May, covered in sweat, quickly rushed off. I'm going to take a bath. Kai slowly entered the house, his eyes scanning the surroundings before he asked, why do you live in a place so remote? Elbana let out a long sigh and explained, there are many reasons, but mainly, I wish to live close to nature. I'm retired, yet humans still try to take advantage of me from time to time. Kai's eyes grew thoughtful as he considered her words. I see. This place certainly isn't easy to reach. She turned, mentioning it almost casually. Well, a few people with skills like yours still manage to find their way here occasionally. I suppose I'm not so cruel as to turn them away. Elbana observed him from across the room, getting straight to the point. All right, I'll ask again. What is it you need from me? Kai directly stated his heart's deepest desire. To be honest, I'm looking for a way back to my old world. Her brow furrowed slightly as she sought clarification. Your world, you say? Kai admitted it without hesitation. That's right. I'm from another world. I was one of the hero candidates summoned to conquer the Demon Lord. Elbana's hand traced the rim of her cup, her surprise evident. So, you're from the third generation of hero candidates. I'd heard rumors, but I never imagined they'd summon a third batch. Something in her last sentence immediately grabbed his attention. The third generation. Kai's heart sank as a realization dawned on him. Leonora really did say they'd summoned heroes a few times before. She slowly continued, explaining that the past hero candidates were more or less annihilated by the Demon Lord's army. A few might have survived, but they've all vanished without a trace. Kai listened intently to her every word. They also summoned hero candidates 4 years ago. That was the second time. The first was about 10 years ago. Both generations came to conquer the Demon Lord, and both were utterly destroyed. After that, the summoning ritual for hero candidates was sealed. It was never meant to be used again. Elbana stroked her chin, a hint of irritation in her voice. But the saintess, Leonora, decided to break that taboo and summon a third generation. I was against it. I don't care if it's the will of the gods or not. Entrusting the fate of the Empire to an otherworlder is just reckless. He calmly took a sip of the drink in his hand. If you're talking about Leonora, I've already taken care of her. The ritual to summon from another world is gone. Elbana's eyes narrowed in disbelief. How could you possibly eliminate Leonora? A self-satisfied smirk played on his lips. There are plenty of ways to end an ordinary person. Although for a divine being, the skills required are different, you know. Elbana let out an amused chuckle in response. It seems you weren't lying. So that woman was taken down by her own pawn, should I say. She got what she deserved? Her voice was filled with a strange sympathy. I understand what you want. Everyone wants to go home. I won't mince words. The information Elbana delivered next struck him like a bolt of lightning. Let me be blunt. I cannot send you back to your world with a spell. Kai bowed his head, powerlessly accepting the truth. I see. His eyes never left Elbana's face, but her next words were not what he expected. She stated it calmly. Summoning with magic is possible, but sending someone back is not. That knowledge is lost to time. After all, there was never a reason to research it. He considered this for a moment before speaking cautiously. Leonora said the same thing. So, we have no choice but to defeat the Demon Lord? Elbana searched for a book on her shelf, glancing back at him as she replied, perhaps. Or, with the help of sorcery. It might be possible to some extent. Kai raised his cup to his lips. Sorcery? Huh. Maybe I'll look into that. She immediately made an offer. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help, but I still owe you for saving my disciple. I'll let you know if I discover anything. Kai replied softly, thank you. A smile touched her lips as she offered some comfort. But if it's you, you might actually be able to defeat the Demon Lord. A troubled look crossed Kai's face as he let out a heavy sigh. I have no desire to get involved in such a troublesome affair, but a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. However, if there truly is no other way, then I suppose I'll have to eliminate the Demon Lord after all. Elbana froze instantly. This boy, he just sat there, calmly holding his cup. He was completely different from the other hero candidates. As if he'd been raised in some cold, dark place. Kai shot to his feet to bid her farewell, thanking her for the crucial information. Sage, if you find anything, please contact Siren from the Adventurers Guild. Her brow furrowed in thought. Maybe I can actually trust this boy. Suddenly, the living room door creaked open, revealing Maya dressed in cozy clothes, looking utterly content. Ah, this is the life. She plopped down onto a chair and spoke up. Why haven't you bathed? Aren't you filthy after all that climbing and fighting? The thought suddenly hit Kai, and he quickly agreed. Yes, you're right. In that case, I'll go take a bath. But just then, her voice cut in sharply. Hey, kid, I have a proposal for you. Kai glanced over at her and asked, a proposal? Albana's offer left them both wide-eyed with shock. How about you take my disciple with you? Maya jumped in alarm, shouting, Huh, you mean me? Albana explained her sudden decision. Who else would I mean? You're the only disciple I have. After considering your own goals, I came up with this idea. Horrified, Maya whipped her head around to stare at Kay. He slapped a hand to his forehead, his refusal immediate and firm. I refuse. I don't need a noisy girl tagging along. In the eastern region of the demon kingdom Verura, on the Dagger Holy Nation's front line, two figures walked silently across a vast, green plain. Kai remarked, The weather's nice. I heard the weather in the demon territory is supposed to be harsh. Maya reminded him, just a short while ago, this was still the Holy Nation's territory. The weather in the Vidora kingdom will likely be much more severe. Kai's brow furrowed. The Demon Lord's army invasion. Maya explained, west of the Urugano mountain range, there's a large city called Mrat. There are villages surrounding the city. Now, the city has fallen to the Demon Lord's army and has become their new front line. She added that it was their destination, which would take about 2 days on foot. Kai looked curious. I don't really want to ask, but what happened to the people who used to live there? Maya's face filled with pain. Half were annihilated. The other half were enslaved by the Demon Lord's army. A few managed to escape to the other side of the mountains. Kai glanced at her. I see. He thought to himself, just as I expected, she knows a lot. Bringing her on this journey was the right choice. A memory flashed through Kay's mind. He covered his face and sighed. I refuse. I don't need a noisy girl tagging along. Maya turned her head, annoyed. What? At least have a little faith in me. Albana chuckled. Now, young man, don't be like that. You only just arrived in this world. Maya will prove to be quite useful. I have passed down a great deal of knowledge to her. Kai eyed Maya doubtfully. If that's true, what does she get out of this? Albana gently patted Maya's head and answered, This child doesn't know how the world works. She may be grown and possess vast knowledge, but she still lacks real-world experience. Maya sat on the chair, pouting. Albana explained, I was looking for a chance to send this girl out to explore, but I'm still so worried about letting my precious disciple go out there all alone. Kai was wary. So you're entrusting her to me? You could just do it yourself. Albana shrugged, but I can no longer go on adventures. From a human's perspective, I may look young and healthy, but my time is drawing to a close. Then suddenly, a young boy appears and saves my disciple. Kai listened intently. Maya huffed and turned her face away. Thank you so much. But Kai cut her off. I plan on invading the demon's territory. This will be a dangerous journey. If you slow me down, I'll leave you behind. Albana spoke gently. You heard him. The decision is yours to make. After all, this is your life. Maya's eyes widened, her voice hesitant. My life? Then, her expression hardened with resolve. I understand. Master, I will go with him. Back in the present, Maya leaned on her staff, whining, I'm so exhausted. Kai sighed. We've only been walking for 1 day, you know. Maya whispered, Please don't expect too much from a mage's physique. I spent all my time training this body for magic. Kai dropped his pack and made a decision. We'll stop here for today. Let's make camp. Maya was curious. Didn't you say you'd leave me behind if I slowed you down? Kai sat with his back to her, replying nonchalantly, What nonsense are you talking about? This is nothing. I'm not leaving you. He urged her, Now hurry up and pitch the tent. Maya scrambled over. Right. As night fell, the tent was finally pitched. They sat beside a crackling fire, Maya happily munching on a piece of bread. Kai watched her in silence for a moment before speaking. Maya, you probably already know this, but this journey is about to get much more dangerous. I won't stop, no matter how perilous it becomes. I have to get back to my world. But you don't have a strong enough reason to risk so much by joining me. Kai's expression turned serious. And I don't think Albana was lying. There's another reason you're here, isn't there? Maya's hand, holding the bread, froze midair. She nervously brushed her hair back. I don't know how to explain it. I guess you saw right through me. Maya's voice trembled with anger as she began. The place where I used to live, my elven village, was destroyed by the Demon Lord's army. Kai probed, this war. It's supposed to be just between humans and demons, right? Mayor shot that down. That's nothing but a rumor. She explained, demons will invade any race. My parents, even my younger brother, were all slaughtered. The only reason I survived is because my father acted as a decoy, drawing their attention. At that moment, I was completely powerless. Mayor recounted, after the Demon Lord's army left my village, I was left for dead. Then, my master saved me. That's how I became his disciple. So, that's the story. Kai's brow furrowed. I don't care about your past. I want to know your true purpose. Mayor's hands clenched her skirt tightly. After hearing my story, you should already know, shouldn't you? The reason I became my master's disciple, the reason I became a mage, it was to gain the power to exterminate the demons. She roared with fury. All the knowledge I've gained, the training I've endured for the past 10 years, it was all for the sake of my revenge. A murderous glint flashed in Mayor's eyes. The monster who destroyed my family. I swear I will kill him with my own 2 hands. Kai fell into a thoughtful silence before speaking. What is this demon's name? Mayor answered, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Wim. He's known as the Heavenly King of the Wind, one of the highest commanders in the Demon Lord's army. Kai concluded. So you agreed to this. To get closer to him, didn't you? But right now, I have no reason of my own to fight against demons. Mayor's voice grew louder. My master never allowed me to go on expeditions alone. But with you, he agreed in an instant. I have no idea why he did that after meeting you. We're talking about the master. After all, I can never guess what he's thinking. Kai remained silent, lost in thought. Mayor gave a faint smile. That's why, for the time being, I will follow your lead in everything. Kai looked up. I understand your circumstances. He recalled Elbana's words just before they left. I'm entrusting this girl to you. I'm certain you can handle her. Kai thought to himself, if the sage had let his disciple go alone, she would have died a meaningless death in her quest for revenge. Mayor, my apologies. I'm sorry for bringing up such a painful subject. She smiled helplessly. You don't need to worry. I have no intention of dragging you into my personal quest for vengeance. A thought sparked in Kai's mind. So she plans to do it all by herself. I see, he confirmed. Let's stop here for tonight. We need to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. Mayor stood up with a yawn and replied, I'll have the spirits stand guard for us. If any monsters get close, we'll know. A short while later, inside the tent, Kai sat up, his brow furrowed in thought. One of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army, huh? A soft snore from his side. Mayor had already fallen into a deep sleep. Outside, the night sky was a brilliant canopy of stars. Kai gazed up, contemplating. His last enemy was a high-level demon. Now he was facing something far more powerful. He looked at the dazzling sky and made a silent vow. If I want to win, I have to get... Why do the stars continue to sparkle so brilliantly everywhere? Kai gently shook his head. No, that's not what I should be concerned with right now. Along the western border of the Holy Kingdom of Digrit stood a formidable line of fortresses. The flag of the Holy Kingdom whipped in the wind. Inside the castle, the atmosphere was thick with tension. 5 people were at the meeting table, with Amelia standing at its head. A bald man's voice boomed. I've said this countless times. He insisted. Now that we have the hero candidates, this is the perfect time to attack. A man with silver hair seemed to understand. I understand your point, but where would we launch the attack? Amelia pointed to a fortress symbol on the map. She stated firmly, attacking Eris Fortress is a good start. It was once our stronghold, and this is our chance to reclaim it. It's currently the enemy's frontline base. If we strike there, the enemy will undoubtedly be forced to fall back. Hark objected. No matter how you look at it, this is a reckless plan. We've been on the defensive this whole time, and now we're suddenly launching an offensive. The bald man taunted, what's wrong? Is the captain of the 8th Night Order afraid? Even with the hero candidates as your subordinates? Hark glared in silence. Amelia spoke decisively. Hark has a valid point, but right now, the enemy is underestimating us. They will never anticipate a sudden attack from our side. Her tone grew serious. Have your bodies fully recovered? Midi replied, yes, they have. Suji said with confidence, if you order me to fight, I will gladly wield my sword. The group from the meeting room walked down the fortress corridor. Hark sighed. So, the plan is to be executed tomorrow, is it? It's rare to see Amelia so aggressive. Mireille asked worriedly, do you think everything will turn out okay? Everyone back there seemed quite confident. Suji concluded, either way, while they're regrouping their forces, is the most opportune time to strike. I don't believe this is a foolish move. Hark was blunt. They are relying on your power and abilities. That's the only reason they're so overconfident. Even though we've only been strengthening our defenses on their orders, we cannot defy command from our superiors. Mireille frowned. So there's no other choice, is there? Hark clarified. Of course, we will still provide you with the best support we possibly can, but this time, you are still our key. Tell your comrades to rest tonight. Suji felt a deep unease. What is this all about? A terrible premonition washed over me, but I have no other choice. Near Arla's fortress, cloaked in a dense fog, Harik, Suji, and their team advanced in silence. Rina complained, "It's broad daylight. Why are we doing this now? If this is a surprise attack, wouldn't the cover of night be better?" Harik explained, "Demons can see us perfectly in the dark. Attacking at night would put us at a disadvantage." Suji's face was grim. "Let me confirm one last time. Our objective is to defeat their commander while the main army draws their attention." He warned them, "Their commander is likely a high-ranking demon. Once the battle starts, I will take command. If I'm not nearby, at the very least, buy me some time. Or run. Does everyone understand?" His comrades listened in dead silence, absorbing Suji's every word. A warrior reported, "Commander, a message from the main force. They said to begin the operation." Harik commanded, "Understood. Let's move." The group began to move swiftly, preparing for the assault. The main army stormed the fortress in a massive wave. The sudden attack caught the demons completely off guard, allowing the soldiers to push inside easily. A demon roared, "You humans, how dare you!" Elia, on horseback, swung her sword, cutting down demons and commanding her troops to annihilate the demonic soldiers. A brutal, chaotic battle erupted inside the fortress walls. Deep within the castle, a lone demon watched the entire battle in silence. Meanwhile, Suji's team infiltrated the fortress through a different route. Two guards demanded, "Who are you?" Suji ended them with a cold, swift strike. Satoshi grinned, "That's our Midu. All right." Heike cheered, "We believe in you." Harik warned, "Don't let your guard down." The commander could be in the main hall. 3 or 4 demon soldiers charged forward, shouting, "Intruders! Kill them!" From behind, more demon soldiers rushed to join the fight. "They're here." The team panicked as they were surrounded. Heike cried out in fear, "We're surrounded, aren't we?" Satoshi was lost. "What do we do?" "Midu." Harik raised his sword with resolve. "Leave the rear to us. 8th Night Squadron. Hero candidates, push forward to the objective with full force." Suji immediately agreed. "Right. I'm leaving our flank to you." Rina quickly activated her power. "You don't have to tell me twice." She unleashed an attack, incinerating the demon soldiers. The demon soldiers were quickly overwhelmed. One by one, they fell, another taking a direct hit to the face. The hero candidates carved a path through the demons, moving forward relentlessly. They finally reached a large, sealed door. Someone ordered, "Open that door." The team tensed, readying their combat stances. Suji's eyes widened in sheer horror. Before them, standing silently behind the door, was Stone Gaia. The air itself seemed to freeze. Heike stammered in terror. "What? What in the world is that thing?" Sun Tzu pointed an angry finger. "Are you the commander?" Stone Gaia introduced himself. "I am Stone Gaia, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army." Jin was stunned. 4 heavenly kings, Meyer reasoned. It's just a title. Suji's face went pale. No. The pressure radiating from him is on another level entirely. Stone Gaia slammed his massive sword into the floor, asking, "Hero candidates, are you?" The Demon Lord's general lifted his sword with a gleeful smile. "Let's see how strong you really are." Suji raised his own sword, shouting, "Everyone, get ready." He steadied himself, thinking, "Don't be afraid. If we are defeated here, the main army's sacrifice will have been for nothing." Every member of the hero candidate team prepared to fight Stone Gaia. The two sides stood in a tense standoff. The demon general slammed one hand on the ground. A powerful magic circle erupted around Stone Gaia. Suji and Rina watched in shock at the spectacle before them. The ground shattered, and rubble flew everywhere. A mound of earth rose from the floor, slowly taking the shape of a monster. Heike gasped. "What is that?" Satoshi exclaimed. "A mud monster." Countless giant mud monsters were created. Stone Gaia let out a sinister laugh, revealing his yellowed teeth. He commanded, "Kill them." The mud monster army charged forward aggressively. Suji commanded, "Hold them back." Yoshio obeyed. "Understood." He unleashed his wind-slicing blades. A barrage of blue energy blades flew towards the mud monsters. Yoshia's attack sliced clean through their arms. Another blade attack split a mud monster's face in 2. Sun Tzu charged forward with his fists raised. "Take this." He slammed a fiery punch into the monster's torso. The mud monster's body shattered into pieces, falling to the ground as clumps of mud. Sun Tzu laughed smugly. "No matter how many of them there are, these slow mud monsters are nothing." Stone Gaia watched the battle silently as the scattered pieces of mud began to glow. They began to move, then levitate into the air. Suji cried out, "What?" The pieces of mud reassembled, forming the mud monsters once more. Sun Tzu scowled. "Are they regenerating?" A mud monster raised its massive fist high. It swung at Sun Tzu, but he dodged it with incredible speed. Asusi and Kenta rushed in with their weapons drawn. Kenta swung his sword while simultaneously landing a powerful blow on the mud monster. Heike and Satoshi quickly ran in to join the fight. Heike sliced off one of the monster's arms. The mud monster immediately spun around, attacking him with its remaining arm. Heike screamed, "No!" Jin roared, "Freeze!" and unleashed her power. The monster, caught in her spell, was instantly paralyzed. Satoshi swung his blade with deadly resolve. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword deep into the mud creature. Satoshi looked up, his voice confident. "How about that?" But a massive fist of mud materialized right before him. The monster's blow sent Satoshi flying backward. Miri began to chant, levitating huge boulders and letting out a fierce cry. Instantly, a barrage of stones slammed into the mud monster's body. Under the assault, the creature collapsed once more into a formless puddle of sludge. Miri watched with tense anticipation. But in a heartbeat, the mud monster reformed, completely unharmed. Suzuki cried out in despair, "This is hopeless. It's never going to end." Just then, a voice cut through the chaos. "I've seen this kind of situation before. Back when I was reading manga." Suzuki and Suji snapped their heads around in surprise. Yoshia gave them a knowing wink. "In moments like these, you have to take down the summoner." He proposed a new strategy. "Leave the mud monsters to us." Suji immediately spun around, charging forward and yelling, "Got it. We'll handle the summoner." He expertly weaved through the gaps between the mud creatures. Stone Gaia scoffed, "Are you looking down on me?" He activated his magic circle. A storm of rock shards erupted from the ground, homing in on Suji as if they had minds of their own. Suji's eyes widened in shock as another volley of stones shot towards him from the side. He whipped his head around. "Huh." The stones pelted his body. Suji threw his arms up to shield his face, crying out in pain. His teammates shouted in alarm, "Suji! Midu!" Bracing himself with his sword, Suji reassured them, "No, I'm okay." Sasuke silently closed in on Stone Gaia from behind. He praised his teammate, "Good work, Midu." A massive impact rocked the area like an explosion. Suji looked on, completely bewildered. Did he get him? As the dust settled, an earthen wall stood before Sasuke, protecting Stone Gaia. A sharp pillar of earth suddenly shot out from it, piercing straight through Sasuke's chest. He was knocked out cold. Stone Gaia sneered in contempt. "Is this all you've got, hero candidates?" While Midu and his team battled one of the four heavenly kings, Stone Gaia. Kai had finally arrived at the fallen city of Enraz. Droplets of water echoed in the darkness. A magical flame hovered above Mayor's staff, lighting their path forward. The two cautiously made their way through the sewers. Mayor pinched her nose, complaining, "Infiltrating through the sewers. What a great idea. It stinks down here." Kai remained calm. "Just be patient. We'll reach the city's underveins soon," he explained. "Their night vision is excellent, and the city has too much open space. Plus, it's a frontline city. Security is ironclad. We could never get in through the main gate." Kai grabbed hold of a ladder and suggested, "Let's head up from here." They finally climbed back to the surface. Mayor groaned, "Finally, we're out." But Kai suddenly sensed something was wrong. He whispered urgently, "Someone's coming. Hide here, now." Two demon soldiers approached. A purple-skinned one stretched, "Man, I'm beat." The green demon scolded him. "What are you complaining about? It's an honor to be chosen as the witch's personal guard." But the purple one just grumbled, "This post isn't based on merit, is it? I've got zero motivation." The green demon sized him up. "You've got the skills, sure, but your personality is the problem. Still, she shouldn't have yelled in my face like that." The other sympathized, "I know what you mean." The two demon soldiers walked right past their hiding spot. Mayor whispered, "They're gone." Kai's curiosity was piqued. "A witch?" he mused. "Is she the demon princess who rules this city?" Mayor confirmed his suspicion. "That's right. They call her the Spatial Witch, I believe. She's your target now." Kai recalled Albana's words. A witch who could control space lived in a frontline city. That woman could be the key to granting his wish. Kai pondered aloud. The problem is how to approach her, isn't it? If we just charge in without a plan, it'll turn into an all-out war. Mayor asked, "So what should we do?" Kai was already forming a strategy. "First, we gather information carefully. Do exactly as I say. Don't act on your own." Mayor quickly replied, "I understand." Countless demons milled about the city streets. They chattered loudly amongst themselves. Some even sat in circles, drinking ale. Just drinking. From a rooftop above, Kai and Mayor observed the scene. Kai murmured, "I see." Mayor remarked, "Looks like they live pretty normal lives. It's almost disappointing." Kai explained, "As long as they can talk and have intelligence, it's only natural they'd live like humans." He raised a finger, pointing ahead, and Mayor gasped in surprise. In the direction Kai pointed were humans in shackles, forced to labor under the demon's command. The purple demon cracked his whip, roaring, "Stop slacking and get to work." A human cried out in agony. Mayer's jaw dropped. Slaves? Kai frowned. Why are you so surprised? You knew that demons enslave humans. Below, the demon relentlessly whipped the slave. Mayer said grimly, "You're right, I knew." But the other demons only jeered, pointing at the tortured human on the ground. Mayer's fists clenched in anger. "This is insane." Kai turned to her. "Mayer." He had suddenly detected another presence. The newcomer spoke. "You two aren't demons, are you?" A small demon with two horns on its head had appeared right behind them. Kai was stunned. When did she even get there? He hadn't sensed her at all. He quickly drew the knife hidden in his hand. But the girl stopped him. "There's no need for that. I didn't come here to fight." Kai remained on guard. "What do you want?" "How did you know our location?" he wondered. "This is insane. There's no way I wouldn't notice someone behind me. She must be using some kind of magic." The girl just covered her mouth and let out a small yawn. She answered, "I've been tracking you ever since you crossed my detection barrier." Mayer was shocked. "A barrier? I didn't detect any magic at all," the girl declared. "Is there any place I can't see with my space magic?" Kai panicked. "Space magic? Don't tell me it's an appraisal ability." An info panel about the girl appeared. Her name was Isabel, age 15. Along with her power and skill stats, Isabel introduced herself. "My name is Isabel, 5th princess of the Vedera Demon Kingdom." Kai thought to himself, so she's Isabel the Menace. "If you don't answer, I'll call the guards." "A human and an elf. What are you doing here? You don't look like spies." Kai quickly calculated his options. If a battle breaks out in the enemy's base, I can't guarantee our safety. I have to negotiate this peacefully, he began. "I don't mind explaining, but it's going to be a long story." Isabel sat down. "That's fine. I was getting bored anyway." After the two recounted their entire story, Isabel understood completely. "I see. So you want to return to your own world?" Kai asked curiously. "I heard it was possible. With space magic, can it really be done?" Isabel confirmed his hopes. That person was right. You can return to your world. Kai's voice grew louder. "Really?" He celebrated internally. "Thank goodness. I can finally talk to a space magician. She doesn't feel like a normal demon. I don't sense any hatred for humans from her." Isabel proposed a condition. "But I'll need the coordinates of your old world. I don't even know where your world is, or what kind it is." Kai's brow furrowed in confusion. "Huh." Isabel explained. "Although it's possible, without the coordinates, I have no way of sending you back." Kai and Mayer stood facing Isabel, who was now sitting casually. Kai stared intently at Isabel, his tension rising. "Coordinates? Is there any way to find them?" Isabel shook her head. "There are countless parallel worlds. It would be nearly impossible to find your exact one." Kai activated his ability and thought, even with the eye of truth, it seems she isn't lying. "My skills have improved and gained some useful effects." Isabel's voice was flat. "However, your body has its limits. You came to this world through a divine protection ability, which is basically impossible to replicate. With my demon magic, I can't interfere with that divine power." Kai guessed. "Maybe it's God's will that we can't go home until we kill the demon lord." Isabel remained calm. "Perhaps. I don't know anything beyond that." "Just as I thought," Kai mused. "There are no shortcuts." "All right. At least now I know I have no other choice. I have to kill the demon lord." A flash of determination lit up his eyes. Isabel noticed it immediately. "It seems you've made up your mind," Kai admitted. "The best news is that I can go home, even if it's with demon magic. But it doesn't seem that simple." Mayer was suspicious. "I've been thinking about it from the start. Why would you cooperate with us? You're the princess of the demon kingdom." A crack suddenly appeared in midair. Isabel slowly explained, "Even the demon kingdom is split into different factions. There is something I have always desired." Kai and Mayer quickly took a defensive stance as the strange rift grew. Isabel began walking towards it. She gave a warning, "Be careful. Escaping this city won't be easy." Her body slowly faded into the rift. The tear in space vanished, leaving only Kai and Mayer in the room. Mayer clutched his chest and sighed in relief. "I was so scared. I thought we were done for." Kai sheathed his knife and reminded him, "She's a descendant of the demon lord. She's incredibly strong. We couldn't beat her as we are now." Mayer sighed. "Thank God she wasn't hostile." Kai agreed. "Yeah, usually, in situations like this, good luck is followed by disaster." Mayer grew worried. "Hey, don't say things like that." Just then, a strange noise echoed from outside. Kai wondered aloud, "What's going on?" They both peered out the window. Outside, hordes of demons were searching frantically. "Find them. Spies have infiltrated the city." Mayer's face went pale. "Have we been discovered?" Kai speculated. "And right after that witch disappeared, too." Mayer was stunned. "You mean she reported us? Why would she do that after leaving? I really don't get it." Kai turned and rushed away. "We'll never understand what she's thinking." Let's get out of here, now. Under the clear blue sky, Kai moved swiftly, avoiding the demons' pursuit. The two of them ran across the tiled roofs of the city. The demons were in an uproar. You haven't found them yet? They have to be here. Kai analyzed the situation. They're deploying troops. It seems they're certain there are intruders. They're on full alert. Their individual stats are quite high. We can't stay here any longer. Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks, startling Mayor. Don't just stop like that, she hissed. What's wrong? Kai shoved her down, his voice urgent. Get down. Don't move. Kai's face was grim. This presence. It's almost like that witches. Or maybe, even stronger. There, amidst a horde of demons, stood a high-ranking devil. A single horn jutted from his head, his long white hair flowing. A swirling green aura of power enveloped him. Mayor gasped his name, Wimbox. Kai whipped his head towards her. What did you just say? Pure hatred burned in Mayor's eyes. So we finally meet here. Just as I thought. Following you was the right choice. Kai questioned her. He's the one you're hunting, isn't he? Her eyes blazed with certainty. Yes. There's absolutely no doubt. The Wind King, one of the Demon Lord's direct vassals. Kai activated his appraisal skill. Wimbox's status window appeared. He was 40 years old, a male of the demon race. All his stats were a solid A rank, while his magic was an overwhelming S rank. His wind attribute skills, demon arts, Kai thought to himself, this guy is on another level. He placed a hand on Mayor's shoulder. Stay calm. Fighting him here would be suicide. I know, Mayor replied through gritted teeth. Kai slid down lower, analyzing the Wind King. I've heard wind magic is perfect for scouting and tracking. We need to be incredibly careful. Just then, a strange surge of power appeared right behind Mayor. Wimbox, leading his demonic soldiers, spoke. So, are there really intruders here? One of the demons answered decisively, without a doubt. Wimbox's expression hardened. It's just a gut feeling for now, so I can't be certain. His voice grew cold. But if there are intruders, we will crush them without a trace. Wimbox then addressed his troops. Humanity's trump card, the hero candidates, have been spotted on the front lines. In times like this, we must maintain stability above all else. It's a simple, yet crucial strategy. A purple-skinned demon spoke up. Forgive my interruption, my lord, but is it truly all right for you to be in the rear lines like this? I believe Lord Wimbox would achieve far greater glory on the front lines. Wimbox's tone was sharp. This position suits me far better. Leave the brute force to the other units. All the while, currents of magical wind swirled around them. Suddenly, Wimbox detected something. A smirk crossed his face. Well, they really are here. The purple demon asked. You found them, my lord? Indeed, Wimbox confirmed. The winds themselves are whispering it to me. He began to cast his spell. They're moving cautiously, that's for sure, but they can't escape my senses. One of his underlings praised him. By controlling the very flow of the wind, you can detect anything. It's one of the most difficult wind attribute skills. No matter how many times I witness it, I'm always in awe. Enough with the flattery, Wimbox said coldly. Prepare the pursuit squad. The demon soldier saluted. Yes, my lord. Wimbox mused to himself, amused. I can't believe that witch would let humans pass by so blatantly. How interesting. Is this the start of an entertaining show? Meanwhile, Kai and Mayor moved swiftly through a narrow alley. Kai's senses were on high alert. He held up a hand to stop Mayor. Hold it. Outside, the shouts of demon soldiers echoed. Find them. They have to be close. Kai whispered. They've detected our presence. But they haven't pinpointed our exact location yet. He realized the flow of the wind felt completely unnatural. Mayor agreed. The spirits are restless, too. It seems to be a search skill. From the wind element, Kai deduced. He thought to himself, this is extremely dangerous. Mayor proposed an idea. I can disrupt this unnatural wind with my magic, but it will instantly reveal our position. Don't, Kai countered. We haven't been fully exposed yet. Let's keep moving. If they find us here, we'll be overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. All across the city, hordes of demon soldiers were searching every corner. Kai and Mayor darted through the city at high speed. Suddenly, a demon soldier yelled, There you are. They have been spotted. Mayor panted heavily while Kai clicked his tongue in annoyance. She looked down, ashamed. I'm sorry. This is my fault. It's fine, Kai reassured her. We can use this to our advantage. His expression turned serious. In fact, you're going to be the decoy and draw their attention for me. Mayor stared at him in utter shock. Before she could respond, Kai pushed off the ground, launching himself upwards. He deftly leaped from wall to wall, scaling the building to the rooftop. Mayor cried out in desperation. Wait, I can't climb like that. Kai's voice was ice cold. You want revenge, don't you? What good is crying going to do for you now? With that, He turned to leave. Now hide. The demons are closing in. A demon commander spotted him. They're splitting up. He pointed towards Kai. Go after him. A squad of demon soldiers broke off, charging down another street in pursuit of Kai. Mayor stopped and turned, stealing her resolve. All I have to do is this, right? She activated Fire Salamander, and flames erupted all around her. The demons yelled in shock. What is this? The blaze instantly engulfed the soldiers, incinerating them. The remaining soldiers watched in horror as the fire spread to the surrounding buildings. Elsewhere, the other squad leader pointed his sword. There he is. Get him. Yes, sir. The soldiers roared in unison. Just then, a shadow descended right behind their ranks. A flash of cold steel cut through a demon soldier. He collapsed instantly as Kai moved on, targeting the next soldier in line. He was a blur of motion, unleashing a flurry of impossibly precise strikes. The demon in the lead sensed something was wrong. It spun around, roaring. What was that sound? The demon stared in shock. All of his comrades had been cut down in an instant. He stammered. What the hell? Suddenly, a cold blade pressed against the demon's throat. He hissed with rage. You coward. A sickening slice silenced him forever. Nearby, Meyer gasped for breath. Exhausted, she raised her staff, invoking the water spirit. A colossal wave of water erupted, flooding the narrow alley and surging toward the remaining demons. The raging current slammed into the demons, stopping them in their tracks. Meyer thought to herself, at least it's holding them back. But at this rate, there are just too many of them. She flinched. Wait a minute. Meyer noticed something strange. The water level wasn't just holding. It was still rising. Meyer realized their numbers were thinning out. One by one, the demons were being silently attacked and falling. A terrified demon screamed, What in the world are you? A thrown dagger flew through the air, embedding itself in his forehead. He let out a final groan and collapsed. The last demon fell. Kai pulled his blade free, turning to Meyer with a compliment. You make a decent distraction. Thanks to you, my job was much easier. Meyer rushed over, complaining, I was almost killed, you know. Just then, Windbox strode into view, his voice sharp. You still haven't captured them? A demon soldier bowed his head in shame. My apologies, sir. I'll send more troops immediately. Windbox raised a hand, stopping him. There's no need. You just be sending more to their graves. A twisted smile spread across his face. I'll crush them myself. Kai and Meyer moved quickly, but a sudden gust of green wind blasted past them. Meyer sensed the strangeness in it. This wind. I can feel an incredibly powerful energy within it. The gale rushed straight for them. Meyer cried out, Oh, spirit of the wind. A gust of her own magic erupted, clashing with the strange current. The mysterious wind was violently scattered across the sky. Kai's brow furrowed. So, they're finally here. Riding the currents, Windbox observed them from a distance. He sneered. It seems you're more than just little sewer rats, aren't you? These intruders. Meyer spat with hatred. Windbox. Kai's focus sharpened. This was it. The chance for his revenge was finally here. Are you ready? Meyer, Kai asked. She gripped her staff tightly, her voice filled with resolve. For 10 years, I've been ready every single day. Windbox hovered in the sky, a torrent of green light swirling beneath his feet. He floated there, arms crossed arrogantly, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked down. Down below, Kai stood shoulder to shoulder with Meyer. They gazed up at him, unable to hide the tension on their faces. Kai's voice was low and serious. In a long fight, he's not an easy opponent. We have to go all out from the start and take him down fast. Understood. Hearing this, Meyer nodded without a moment's hesitation. Got it. With that, she raised her staff high and shouted, Oh, spirit of the wind. Strange, green projectiles shot forth from it, whistling through the air toward Windbox. He remained high above, looking down on the wind magic hurtling toward him. Windbox's eyes widened in mock surprise, his voice dripping with contempt. Using the wind element against me, one of the 4 great wind kings. I can't tell if you're brave or just stupid. As he spoke, he conjured a circular barrier, effortlessly blocking Meyer's attack. A mystical green light radiated from his body as the winds around him swirled into a powerful vortex. Spiraling ribbons of green energy painted streaks of light that tore across the deep blue sky. A colossal pillar of emerald light erupted from the top of an ancient stone tower. Seeing this, Kai shot upwards from below. His eyes were fixed on his target, his expression grim. He's obstructing his own line of sight. From the sky, dagger-like swords of green light rained down, crashing violently to the ground right at Kai's feet. Kai stopped dead in his tracks, horrified. What? Seeing his reaction, Windbox grinned with excitement. Did you think you could close the distance while I can't see? He raised his hand, weaving a new spell as he looked down arrogantly. Now you understand, don't you? My wind element magic creates a lockdown. It's impossible to lose track of you. Hearing that, Kai couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. His eyes widened in realization. This is bad. Even if I'm in his blind spot, his magic will still detect me. It's the perfect counter to my assassination skills. Just then, Meyer stepped forward, powerfully raising her magic staff. "Don't worry," she declared. "Leave this to me." A wave of blue-green energy pulsed from her staff, enveloping the entire area. High above, Windbox sensed the shift and paused. Confused, he muttered, "What is this?" Meyer's expression remained stern, her gaze locked on him with fierce determination. His wind magic relies on precisely controlling the flow of the air currents. If I can use my magic to disrupt that flow, I can neutralize his tracking ability. Hearing her words, Windbox narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. That girl. She broke my magic with a counterspell. That means she knows my fighting style. Kai watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself with admiration. Just as I expected, all this time, the only thing on her mind has been revenge. With that thought, he dashed toward the roof of a nearby building. Windbox glanced over, seeing Kai's figure closing in fast. He thought with contempt, "You think getting close is enough to beat me." Kai lunged, his sharp sword aimed right for his enemy. But just as he struck, Windbox instantly flew backward, dodging the attack. The move made Kai frown, while Windbox hovered arrogantly above. Looking down on him, he revealed his advantage with a smirk. "Too bad for you. I can fly." This feeling. It was just like Narumiya's power. A mysterious voice suddenly urged him on. With zero hesitation, Kai launched himself high into the air. A strange blue light erupted from behind him, his eyes blazing with determination as he rocketed toward Windbox. Seeing this, his enemy's eyes flew open in horror. "How is this possible?" he screamed. Kai's eyes glowed blood red, his long-range sight scanning for his opponent's fatal flaw. "I'll finish him while he's still reeling." The image of Windbox split into two, his eyes betraying his utter confusion. Windbox's red afterimage began to fade and disappear. A jolt of panic shot through Kai as his eyes widened. His target's weak point was vanishing. Windbox drew the hilt of his sword, and from it, a jade-green blade materialized. A look of pure madness crossed his face as he gripped the sword in a reverse hold. "Intruder, you dare force me to draw my blade." With those words, Windbox swung his sword directly at Kai. Kai reacted in a flash, parrying each and every one of the assassin's deadly strikes. One of the blows slashed across the dagger in Kai's hand, forcing him to a halt. His eyes widened in shock. Even with his enhanced vision, it was just too fast. A wicked smirk spread across Windbox's face as his sword descended again. "Let me tell you something. The one who taught Hor how to use a sword was me." Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes darting behind him in alarm. A massive ball of earth was hurtling towards him. He quickly leaped into the air to dodge. With his sword in hand, Windbox hovered in midair. Below him, Mayor and Kai stood together, both staring up at him. Windbox narrowed his eyes, glancing down at them. He saw the giant earth projectile now embedded deep within a wall. Even with wind, demon magic, deflecting a rock of that size was no— That elf, she can use earth elemental magic. I can't afford to underestimate her. Looking at Mayor's determined face, Windbox thought, weren't the elf villages supposed to have been completely destroyed from the start? Then, as if recalling something, he spoke again, not with a question, but with a statement. "I see. So you're the one who killed Hor, aren't you?" Hearing this, Kai remained silent, but Mayor loudly confessed, "That's right. At least now you know what it feels like to lose someone." Windbox closed his eyes, contemplating. "So you're the survivor from that village." Remembering that cruel fire, she said, "From that day forward, I spent 10 long years honing my magic. Also, I could kill you with my own 2 hands." He licked his knuckles with a wicked tongue, his eyes slowly turning a horrifying white. How nostalgic. "Thanks to you, I'm remembering everything now. That day was truly exhilarating." Hearing those vile words, she could no longer maintain her cold composure. Her spirit shattered as she looked up at him in utter disbelief. Every single one of Windbox's cruel words was like a dagger twisting in Mayor's heart. Hearing the cries of the elves was so comforting. They disregard their own lives for the sake of others, don't they? Only one of them came forward and begged me for mercy. It was such a powerful emotion, it almost brought me to tears. He paused, his expression twisting into a grotesque sneer. It was a beautiful sight, seeing the look of absolute despair on its face. Mayor couldn't hold back a scream. "You monster." Seeing the situation escalating, Kai stepped in front of her. "Don't let him provoke you." "Mayor, I'm counting on your magic." Regaining her composure, Mayor frowned and replied, "I understand." Kai said nothing, staring intently at Windbox, his red eyes calculating. "I have to stay calm and assess the situation. I'm the one who will do whatever it takes to win." His attacks have a massive range, covering both close and long-distance strikes. It makes it far too easy for me to get hit. Seeing their resolve, Winbox unconsciously took a step back. I can't get agitated. These two are a real pain. That kid can still stand even after that last attack. Even though he's only human. Is he a hero candidate? From the ground, Kai replied with equal arrogance. It seems you know quite a bit about us. Winbox casually scratched his sword. I always memorize the strongest enemies of the rival nation. And yet, you're not even on the list. The only explanation is, you're an outsider. He looked down at the two small figures below, thinking with ease. But they're the ones at a disadvantage. There's no need to rush. My stats are overwhelmingly higher than theirs. Down below, Kai was still analyzing him. The effect of my enhanced vision will wear off in 3 minutes. If I don't take him down fast, my chance of winning will be gone. Suddenly, Mayor made a request. Lend me your ear for a moment. I have an idea. Kai's eyes burned with killing intent as he raised his dagger toward Winbox. Mayor looked at him, confused. He said, Got it. Just don't get in my way. She shot back angrily. That's my line. Impatient, Winbox cut them off. Are you two done talking yet? Without a hint of hesitation in his eyes, Kai yelled, Let's go. Seeing this, their enemy looked amused. A smirk played on his lips. Bring it on. Kai didn't hesitate, using Mayor's power to launch himself upward. She slammed her staff into the ground. Oh, spirits of the earth. As she spoke, earth crystals rose from the ground and began to float in the air. She thrust her hand forward, and the barrage of earth projectiles shot toward him. High above, Winbox conjured a blue magic shield, ready to fight back. With a swing of his arm, he scattered the earthen bullets. After the impact, the projectiles were sent flying. But suddenly, his eyes shot wide open in pure astonishment. Out of nowhere, Kai lunged forward, his dagger flashing. Before Winbox could recover, Mayor shouted from below, her hand outstretched. It's not over yet. At her command, a barrage of rock spheres shot towards him. He tried to counter with a magic circle, but the stones were being guided. He had to evade. He reconsidered. No. A wall of wind would be better. But Mayor was a step ahead, roaring, Wind spirit, now. As she swung her staff directly at Winbox, the overwhelming torrent of power threw him off balance. What? The stones shattered his barrier, piercing straight through toward him. Seizing the moment, Kai's eyes narrowed. Finally, an opening. Winbox frowned, staring in disbelief at his empty hand. The sword was gone. They weren't aiming for his heart. They were aiming for his weapon. Kai expertly snatched the falling blade from the air. With a swift leap, he retreated to a safe distance. Winbox turned, his eyes burning with rage. Just as the earthen projectiles slammed into his body, Winbox roared in fury. Impressive. You broke my defense, but I am a high-ranking demon. You think that's enough to even scratch me? From below, Mayor watched in horror. Her ultimate attack failed. He was completely unharmed, but Kai merely glanced over, unsurprised. It was all going exactly as he had planned. The demon's wind magic was powerful, but it had a fatal flaw. Mayor had whispered the plan to him earlier. She'd explained, frowning, his magic is weak against heavy attacks, especially the earth element. After all, moving heavy objects with wind is incredibly inefficient, even if we can't break through his barrier directly. I can use my own wind magic to disrupt his flow. If I can do that, his power will diminish. Hearing her plan, Kai had fallen silent for a moment. She had prepared for so long, all for this one moment of revenge. To kill this demon, she needed a perfect plan, the right skills. But it still wasn't enough. He finally spoke. Mayor, your plan is solid. Just make sure to leave an opening for me. I'll take his sword. He now stood with the demon's blade in one hand, his own dagger held tightly in the other. Mayor watched, confused. What are you doing? His main power is wind magic. Why would you just take his sword? Winbox sneered, looking down on him. You're not even a swordsman, you pathetic hero candidate. You think stealing my sword is enough to defeat me? Kai's response was simple. I do. What? Before Winbox could finish, he unleashed beams of intense light, but Kai stood his ground, parrying with the demon's own sword. With unwavering resolve in his eyes, Kai shot forward like a flash. Winbox frowned, completely unable to comprehend. Suddenly, I can't keep up with his movements. Kai pressed his advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. The demon was forced back, a hint of panic in his eyes. What is this sorcery? How am I being pushed back? Seeing Kai gain the upper hand, Mayor cast her spell. Wind spirit, disrupt him now. A sudden gust wrapped around Winbox's legs, throwing him off balance. He stumbled back, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. He's perfectly mirroring my movements in the air. Kai closed the distance, raising the sword high above the stunned demon. This ends here. Veins bulged on Winbox's forehead. Don't you dare mock me. He unleashed every last ounce of his power in a final, desperate counter. You're just a mere human. As their powers clashed, A massive explosion of blue light erupted. Blood sprayed through the air, and Wimbok's body crashed onto the cold, hard ground. His mission was complete. Kai silently stared down at the fallen demon. I'm completely out of energy. With his final breath, Wimbok spoke. I never imagined I would lose. How did you suddenly change your movements? He asked, bewildered. Kai's eyes widened as he answered. It's called Guardian's Mimicry. With these eyes, I can perfectly copy my opponent's skills. I copied your swordsmanship. Thanks to this power, I didn't need to be. In fact, I'm terrible with a sword. That's why I never used one before. Wimbok lay dying, a look of awe on his face. A guardian, he praised. So you truly are humanity's trump card. Kai glanced at the system window only he could see. I gained this power when I killed your subordinate. Hey. Wimbok managed a final, bitter smile. Is that so? That foolish subordinate. He made his own enemy stronger. As the light left Wimbok's eyes, Kai collapsed beside the body, numbly wiping the blood from his own face.
So, this was the power of one of the 4 heavenly kings. There are still 3 more, and the demon lord himself will be on another level entirely.
Not to mention the demon lord's children, like Isabin. He closed his eyes, the weight of it all crashing down on him. My power. It's still not enough. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps snapped him back to reality. He opened his eyes to see Mare walking toward him. She stared at the corpse. Is he really dead? Yes. He's gone for good, Kai confirmed. He then turned to her, his tone serious. So, how does it feel? Now that you finally have your revenge, Mare lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. It's strange. I feel nothing at all. I risked everything for this moment of revenge, and I feel empty. And just like that, it was all over. She gazed toward the heavens, but a sense of relief finally washed over me. Even after killing him, I know my parents and my village can never return, but at least now, I feel like I can let go of the past. Hearing this, Kai spoke with sincerity. I'm truly glad you were here. If you hadn't intervened with Windbox's wind currents, I would have been completely lost. Mayor turned and insisted, no, I should be the one saying that. I spent 10 long years preparing for the sole purpose of killing him, but I still couldn't have done it alone. A soft blush appeared on Mayor's face as she offered him a gentle smile. Thank you for helping me get my revenge. Kai just shrugged it off. It was nothing, really, just a coincidence. But Mayor stood tall and declared, I'm glad I decided to follow you. She lowered her gaze, admitting, if I had stayed in that place, I would have lost my composure. I might have run away and died a meaningless death. I'm sure my master knew that would happen. Kai suddenly asked, so, what will you do now? She thought for a moment before answering, right now. I don't really know. I feel a little lost, to be honest. Kai stepped closer. You can take your time finding a new purpose. Elves live long lives, don't they? She shyly scratched her face, revealing, actually, I'm half human. I don't think I'll live as long as my master. Mayor then moved to walk alongside Kai. But for now, let's see. I'll go with you for the time being. He turned his head, confused. Are you sure? My goal is to kill the demon lord. She answered casually. After you kill him, fewer people will suffer a tragedy like mine, so I think it's a worthy cause. With that, she let out a cheerful laugh. And even if you told me not to come, I'd be selfish and do it anyway. Kai didn't answer. He simply pulled up his hood, started walking, and said, the more clues we have, the better. Once their reinforcements arrive, things will get much more complicated. Understanding the intent behind his words, she broke into a radiant smile, full of innocence and light. Mare skipped along right behind Kai. The two walked down the road together. But high above, a purple entity watched them from the sky. It was Isabel. Her face was devoid of emotion as she hovered behind them. She spoke in a monotone voice. They're better than I thought. Letting them escape seemed useful, but I never imagined they could actually defeat Windbox. A small smile played on Isabel's lips. How interesting. This makes my next steps much easier. Later, Kai and Mare returned to visit Albana. Inside her home, Albana served them both a warm cup of tea. I'm glad you both returned safely. I never thought you'd be back so soon. Mare began to speak, her voice filled with concern. Master, I. Before she could finish, Albana gently patted her head. I know. Then, with a knowing wink, she added, but you were also fighting for another reason, weren't you? You want to go with that young man, don't you? Hearing this, Mare blushed and glanced away. Yes. Meanwhile, Kai just calmly sipped his tea as if nothing was happening. Albana's expression turned serious. Young man, have you heard any news from the front lines recently? Kay looked up, puzzled. Did something happen? She replied, it seems your friends, the hero candidates, have been defeated. He wasn't entirely surprised, simply assuming Midu had lost. Who was their opponent? He asked. The highest commander of the Demon Lord's army, one of the four heavenly kings, the Earth King, Stia Elbad. Hearing the name, Mare grew anxious. He's basically on the same level as Windbox, right? He must be incredibly strong. Kai raised his eyes and asked, were they killed? No, she replied. It seems they're still alive. But I heard their morale was crushed after the battle. After processing the information, he simply said, I understand, and placed his cup on the table. Kai stood up with a faint smirk. Let's go see the situation for ourselves. He lowered his gaze, his mind racing. My plan is to kill the Demon Lord. I need to weaken their forces bit by bit. The best way is to use them so I can defeat the four heavenly kings. Suddenly, Mayor's voice cut through his thoughts. Are the hero candidates as strong as you? I don't know, Kai replied. But no matter how strong they are, it's meaningless if they can't use their power correctly. The scene shifts to a fortress. A stone room lit by torches where injured people in red armor lie on white cots. Priests move among them, tending to their wounds. A bandaged arm bleeds through its wrappings, its owner groaning in pain. It was Suji. Beside him, C was frantically trying to heal him. Are you okay? Let me heal you. He looked up, his eyes softening as he gazed at her. Don't worry about me. Hana-san, don't push yourself too hard. You can't use your healing skills forever, can you? C stubbornly refused. I know, but this is the only thing I can do. She gently placed a hand on his bandaged arm, and a warm, golden light radiated from the point of contact. Suddenly, the image of his defeat flashed through Suji's mind. Back then, if Hicken's army hadn't arrived in time to provide cover, I never would have been able to retreat safely. He looked at his comrades, his heart aching. The wounds they carried weren't just physical, but were carved deep into their spirits. One girl hugged her knees, staring blankly into the void, while a young man covered his face in utter defeat. While Jory was treating him, Siji's arm suddenly recoiled. He clenched his fist, rage burning within him. This is all my fault. If only I had defeated him. At Fortress Alice, Stone Gaia stood like a statue atop the castle, his arms crossed and eyes shut, radiating an overwhelming power. From the cover of the dense forest behind him, a voice whispered, So, that's him. It was Kai, using his crimson eye to track the distant foe. A Shockmei watched from beside him. Whoa, she breathed. You can actually see the enemy from this far away. Kai's gaze remained fixed, his expression like stone. My appraisal ability has leveled up. I keep getting new passive effects, and long-range survey is one of them. She couldn't help but look back at him in awe. Your skills are as brokenly convenient as ever, huh? Kai said nothing. In his vision, a system window appeared, detailing all of Stone Gaia's information and raw power. Still not satisfied, Kai activated Advanced Appraisal. The result popped up. Solid defense. Based on his defense stat, his base defense is then multiplied. After processing the intel, he thought, I see. So it's because my appraisal is at level 4. I can use Advanced Appraisal. Knowing the enemy's skills in detail like this will give us a massive advantage. His eye widened, emitting a brilliant light as he activated his weakness detection skill. But all Kai could see was the image of Stone Gaia, standing perfectly still. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Is there nothing? It must mean I'm currently too weak to perceive his weakness. I get it. May's voice suddenly cut through his concentration. Did you find anything? He didn't answer, his focus absolute. If he had a weak point, this would be a lot easier. What I know is this, he's an expert in Earth attribute demon arts, and his swordsmanship isn't half bad. He also has a special ability that multiplies his defense stat. That's as far as I can see. May slumped against a tree branch, dejected. Just what you'd expect from one of the 4 heavenly kings of Earth. Earth is supposed to be weaker than water, but hearing this, Kai turned to her curiously. Is there some kind of elemental compatibility system? May shook her head. It's not that simple. It also depends on the type of skill being used. Her eyes widened as she explained, even if he can use tons of different Earth-based demon arts, he can only be a true master of a few of them. If I can figure out which skills those are, I might be able to predict his weakness. Kai proposed, I think, at the very least, we should go check on the others. In another location, the fortress ramparts, Seiji stood on the gate, gazing into the distance. His face was grim and lost in thought. If only Shinu-kun were here. He immediately shook his head. No, I can't afford to run. Just as Seiji was thinking he had to do something, a voice suddenly called out, You're thinking you have to handle this all by yourself, aren't you? It startled him completely. The voice belonged to Rina. Behind her stood her friends from the Hero Guild. She just shrugged, feigning indifference. That's all I know. Are you always going to try and do everything alone? Seiji was stunned by their sudden appearance. Yosuya winked and grinned. Don't be so gloomy. It's not over yet. Meyer voiced her agreement. That's right, Midu-kun. You're not fighting alone. Seiji turned in disbelief and asked, You guys, You still believe in me? Reina strode forward with proud steps. So what? You don't believe in us? As she walked past, he muttered 2 words under his breath, you idiot. Yosia threw a friendly arm around his shoulder, laughing. What she means is, you need to rely on us a little more, right? Sigji watched her back, silent for a moment. A gentle smile touched his lips as he asked, rely on you guys? I never really thought about it before. Yosia smiled and said, you know what? Everyone's getting stronger, day by day. If you keep trying to lift that heavy burden alone, you're going to break. Suddenly, another person approached. So this is where you were. It was Arashi and his crew. He scowled, pointing an angry finger at Sigji. What's with that pathetic look on your face? Aren't you going to blow away that stone Gaia creep? Sigji couldn't hide his surprise, stammering, I can't believe you came here, too. What a shock. Arashi touched an old scar on his face, grumbling, this is pissing me off. Just my crew isn't enough to beat him. He then jabbed his finger towards Sigji. Give us our orders. We're going to crush that stone Gaia bastard. Yosia pumped her fist, overjoyed. Finally, Arashi is cooperating with Sigji. I guess hell froze over, Meyer added with a sarcastic jab. Arashi spun around, shouting, shut up, I'll kill you. At that moment, Sigji's resolve was set. He spoke in a low voice, understood. Arashi, let's join forces and defeat that demon. Seeing the fighting spirit return to his eyes, Arashi was satisfied. He pointed at him and smirked. Now that's a much better look. From a distance, Jane watched everyone laughing and joking together, and she couldn't help but feel happy, too. I'm so glad everyone in class is working together. But we still don't have a plan to actually take down Stone Gaia. As Jin's mind was racing, a voice cut through the noise, startling her. Been a while, Kai. She spun toward the sound, a shocked gasp escaping her lips. What? It was Kai, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. His eyes were downcast as he said, keep your voice down. I don't want to attract any attention. Hearing this, she immediately clamped her hands over her mouth. Kai asked, you lost to the 4 heavenly kings of the earth, didn't you? Jin hesitated, then whispered cautiously, we did. He then asked, what kind of dark magic is he using? She looked down, explaining, well, you see. After a moment of thought, Kai pieced it together. I see. He creates mud monsters and controls them, doesn't he? Jin stared into the distance, her voice firm with conviction. That has to be the extent of his abilities. I'm sure of it. Kai didn't seem surprised by this. Just as Maya predicted. At that, Jin's head snapped towards him, and she stammered, Maya, who's that? Is that a girl's name? Kai ignored her, saying, it's nothing. Thanks for the intel. His dismissal left her pouting with frustration. Jin glanced back at her group. Aren't you going to help us? That was the plan, Shinju-kun, Kai replied. But it seems you've all managed on your own. My involvement now would just create unnecessary friction. He lowered his gaze. I'll be your shadow, like always. Meanwhile, monstrous sentinels patrol the walls of Fort Liss. They move everywhere, their eyes scanning the surroundings with extreme caution. Deep within a corner of the forest, a small group gathered, their voices buzzing with discussion. Carrie declared with excitement, with Yumi here, we're basically an army worth 100 soldiers. She was overcome with emotion. You're right. I'm so glad you're okay. Yumi's face flushed red as she answered awkwardly. Thank you. I'll do my best. Candidate number 9, Yumi Kinoshita. She had transferred from the non-combat unit to the front lines. Carrie couldn't help but ask, her curiosity piqued, is there a reason you suddenly decided to join us? Yumi paused to think for a moment. Her expression instantly brightened. I heard everyone was in trouble. Carrie's voice was full of cheerful praise. You're a true hero, she thought to herself. This is fine, right, Shinju-kun? 5 days ago, Yumi was leaning against a door, completely drained of energy. Her brow was furrowed in frustration. I'm so exhausted today, too. Kai's voice suddenly echoed in the room. Long time no see, Kinoshita. She offered a casual smile in return. Yeah, it's been a while. Realization suddenly hit Yumi, and she staggered back, screaming, wait, what? What are you? How did you get in my house? She studied him cautiously. Are you really Shinju-kun? Kai looked utterly exasperated and squeezed his eyes shut. Finally, your brain decides to catch up. Her face burned with embarrassment, and she quickly changed the subject. Why did you just appear in my room? Kai's voice became serious. Right now, Midori and the others are struggling on the front lines. To overcome this crisis, we need your abilities. The Water Guardian. That's why I came for you, Kinoshita. Yumi pointed at herself in total disbelief. But I'm in the non-combat unit. He reassured her. Don't worry. You have more than enough potential for the combat team. Join Midori's group and help them. Yumi shot back with skepticism. And how can you be so sure? Without even opening his eyes, Kai answered. You want to fight too, don't you? Leonora? The one who burned that fear into your mind. I've already eliminated him. She was rendered speechless by his question. There's no one left to stop you now. After all this time, the wounds in your heart must have healed by now, right? He stated, cutting straight to the truth. This is no time for you to be playing waitress and breaking people's dishes. Yumi turned beet red, stammering an excuse. You saw that? That was just an accident. Kai's expression turned grim in an instant. The truth is, you've wanted to help Nagas and Chinami this entire time, haven't you? Her eyes widened, and she stared blankly ahead as a wave of sadness washed over her face. So you knew everything, huh? I'm surprised. I never thought a classmate cared that much about me. He slowly stepped closer. I was simply looking for a pawn that I could use. Yumi was filled with doubt, but finally asked, Hey, Shinju, you're a wanted criminal, aren't you? Are you really joining the combat unit? Kai replied nonchalantly. A wanted criminal can't exactly enlist in the city-state's army. Flustered, she changed the topic again. Right, Diana would give you an earful, too. Kai pulled his hood tighter, and just before leaving, he added, I'll operate as your shadow. I came here to put a piece like you into play. She silently made a promise to herself. I'll give it my all and show them just how useful I can be. Hidden by a tree, Jin watched quietly from a distance. Kai leaned against the fortress wall and spoke in a low voice. That's the plan. Any questions? Jin wasn't convinced. She eyed him suspiciously. I know we need Kinoshita to create an opening in their defense, but are you sure that's going to be enough? Kai closed his eyes as if resting, calmly answering her question. I'm not the only one who's going to be fighting that demon. I'm sure you all have your own plans, so just do your best depending on the situation. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. I want to see just how much you've all grown while I was away. Relay that message to Midu. Though worried, Jin could only obey. Understood. Suddenly, another voice caught her attention. Kazak, a member of the squad, quickly stepped before Jin. Let's confirm the plan one last time. His eyes burned with a fierce will to fight. We cannot afford to lose this time. She gave a slight nod, her voice encouraging them. Right. The team continued their intense discussion. The voice of someone secretly observing the team echoed softly. You think this is going to work? Mona casually nibbled on a pastry, asking Han, you have a better, more detailed plan in mind, don't you? He kept his eyes locked on the team, explaining slowly. If they only do as they're told, they'll never truly develop. We need to defeat the Demon Lord now, which means I have to train my fellow students first. Kai held the team in high regard. They were brimming with potential but didn't know how to unleash it. Watching Yumi and her friends, I'll guide them one step at a time. She carefully monitored their progress, offering subtle clues. A spark of understanding lit up the team members' faces. They eagerly awaited the most critical phase of the battle. The resolve for a life-or-death struggle filled their eyes. They had to call their own shots now. The fortress walls stood strong, heavily guarded. Infiltration would be more difficult than ever. A massive army, packed in tight formations, marched forward in a disciplined column. Amelia gripped her reins tightly, her voice grim. It's time. We're moving out. She led the charge, her command roaring across the field. Everyone, advance. The monsters stirred, their voices a low grumble. They're back again. Foolish mortals. They never learn. Attacking instead of retreating. Amelia was determined to see this through to the end, her shouts cutting through the fear. Do not falter. We must clear a path for the hero candidates. The monsters raised their weapons, bellowing in fury. Annihilate all invaders. A brutal battle exploded between the two forces. Suji led the charge to crush the enemy, his eyes narrowing as he glared forward. Perched atop the towering city gate, a dark figure emerged. Sun Gaia flashed a wicked grin, his brilliant teeth shining. Suji pressed his lips together, wondering, is he waiting for us? Sun Gaia let out a low, contemptuous laugh. Come on, little hero candidates. Try not to disappoint me. A massive, gilded door stood between them and the unknown space beyond. In the blink of an eye, the door shattered into 1,000 pieces. The team instantly took their positions, forming a flawless defensive line. Sasuke's brow furrowed, his gaze becoming razor-sharp. A legion of monsters surrounded him, leaving no escape. Suji's voice boomed, begin the operation. On the ceiling, a silent crack began to form. He thought to himself with anticipation, all right, show me what you're made of. Everyone was poised for battle, their faces masks of pure determination. Across from them, the golems stood ready to fight. Suji stepped forward, his face serious as he leveled his sword. As he shouted, commence the attack. Everyone surged forward as one. Rina noticed Yumi's fatigue and asked, Yumi, are you all right? She pushed through the pain. Yeah. Don't worry about me. Water creation. Yumi unleashed a barrage of water orbs. Sun Gaia watched the streams of water slam into his golems, thinking, water manipulation. Is it? He frowned, as if calculating something. On the field, the golems were being relentlessly battered by the watery assault. Filled with fighting spirit, Shunsuke leaped into the fray, launching a powerful kick at the golems. Any creature he struck exploded on impact. Suji was just as devastating, shattering them with every swing of his sword. Kenta vaulted onto a golem's head and brought his blade crashing down. Take this. From below, Axel helped out, punching a hole straight through a golem's gut. Akira focused on casting support spells, boosting everyone's power. Thanks to the support, Kai agilely parried the blow of an approaching golem. Haki and Satoshi joined forces, obliterating another one. The ground was now littered with the broken fragments of the defeated golems. But suddenly, the fragments began to stir. They reassembled themselves into perfectly formed golems. However, being made of mud, the water had turned their bodies soft. The parts soaked in water began to melt away. Soon after regenerating, they collapsed into useless piles of sludge, unable to reform again. Rina's face lit up with triumph. It worked. The rest of the team behind her erupted in cheers. Sun Gaia stroked his chin. Using water, eh? That girl wasn't with them last time. Did they bring reinforcements? He stood like a general, plotting his next move. Elsewhere, Kai spoke up. Just as you predicted. Mona looked on with interest. My theory was simple. If the bonds holding the mud together got wet, our opponent would have a harder time controlling them. This is even more effective than I imagined. Back in the fight, Suji turned to his team, his voice stern. You see, the wet mud monsters can't regenerate. Hit them with everything you've got. Yumi acknowledged the command. Right. She eagerly began gathering water in her hands, preparing to launch her next spell. A single command echoed in her mind, Great Wave. Instantly, a massive tidal wave surged forward, crashing into the horde of mud monsters. Seizing the opportunity, the team charged, engaging the Sun Gaia bared his golden teeth in his sinister smile, thinking to himself, You really think you can wipe out all of my servants? It seems they've devised a brilliant strategy this time. He slammed his palm onto the earth, and instantly, crimson summoning circles blazed to life beneath him. From within, masses of earth emerged and floated in the air as he thought. With these mud puppets, I'm more than willing to sacrifice them. From now on, I will show these hero candidates the true power of the earth element. Stone raised his hand, commanding the earthen masses. He launched the massive boulders like cannonballs, straight for Suji's group. Maya immediately leaped forward to shield them. She extended her hand, unleashing her psionic abilities. Instantly, the boulders halted mid-air, hovering before everyone. Zia gasped. What? The old man frowned, thinking. My control over these rocks is being completely overridden. Before he could counter, Rina unleashed her dominion skill. Lightning bolts immediately crashed down on Stone Gaia, forcing him to grit his teeth as he lost his footing. His body seemed completely paralyzed. He was powerless. A restraint-type skill, Sunsuk roared and leaped forward, ready to land a decisive blow. But the old man was faster, unleashing a technique. Mud Fortress. In a flash, a massive cloud of dust erupted from the ground, obscuring everything in a blinding explosion. As the dust settled, Sunsuke's fist was buried in a massive wall of earth the old man had erected. A wicked, smug grin spread across Stone Guy's face. That's not nearly enough to shatter my defense. But the fist pressed against the wall remained there, as if part of another plan. One of the team members spoke, instantaneous movement. And just like that, Suji appeared directly behind him. He raised his blade high, bringing it down with immense force. But Stone Guy was quicker, drawing his own sword. He arrogantly blocked the strike, a sneer on his face. Even while I'm paralyzed, is this pathetic attack the best you can do? That was the signal Meyer was waiting for. She used her psionics to send the captured boulders hurtling toward him, yelling, You can have these stones back. Yosia joined the assault. He activated his wind control, then thrust his hand forward, unleashing another technique, Wind Spear. The swirling currents of air instantly solidified into razor-sharp spears that flew straight at Stone Gaia. The old man grimaced. They're attacking me from every angle. But even so, they can't possibly destroy my defense. Instantly, he upgraded his technique to expanded stone wall, the force of it throwing Sunsuke and Suji into the air. Suddenly, from high above, droplets of water began to appear. It was Yumi's attack. With a flick of her wrist, she launched jets of water straight into the earthen barrier. Behind the wall, Stone Gaia watched in horror as the water began to soak through. Damn it, if it gets saturated, it will lose all its hardness. While his mind reeled, the boulders hurtled towards the waterlogged section of the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Suji charged forward, yelling, Let's end this. Sunsuke also charged in with his fist raised, Get lost. Then, they both attacked at the same time. Besieged, Stone Gaia struggled to fight back, a portion of his defense already shattered. He stubbornly thought, I can still hold on, but at this rate, My defense is going to be completely destroyed. I'll bet everything on converting all my magic to offense. As the thought crossed his mind, a terrifying fury twisted his face. Stone Gaia roared as arcane circles began to swirl violently around him. Mana attack formation. But a razor-sharp gaze from above cut off his final gambit. And with a single dagger embedded in his head, the fight with Stone Gaia was finally over. The dagger struck him right on the crown of his head, making him freeze as if he were dead. But then, his entire body began to tremble violently before he collapsed hard onto the ground. Rena stepped forward, her face a mix of relief and joy, saying, We did it." As if on cue, the entire team erupted in a triumphant cheer. The whole group cheered that Meyer and Reina had defeated Stone Gaia. But in contrast to everyone else, Suji and Sunsuke just stared blankly at the body on the ground. Suji's brow furrowed with concern. They're wrong. Sunsuke pursed his lips, a sense of unease growing. It wasn't us. In the final moment, something else. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a dagger lying next to the corpse. He picked it up and examined the blade, his expression hardening with anger. This dagger. Don't tell me it's... Suji's gaze drifted upward toward the ceiling. It was clear they both realized the truth. High above, there was a crack in the ceiling just large enough for a dagger to fall through. He spoke softly, his eyes fixed on the fissure. So it was Shinsuke. Sunsuke's face darkened with rage. Damn that bastard. Yoshia stretched and walked over. Well, our plan was a success. Suji forced a small smile. Yeah, we did it. After speaking, he turned to look at the celebrating group, his face pensive. Everything went according to plan. We only got this far thanks to Kinoshita. But at the last second, Stone Gaia was about to release a massive amount of energy from his body. Our plan would have been nothing but child's play. That must be why Shinsuke was watching us, so he could intervene at the critical moment. Suddenly, Meyer leaned in, looking at Suji. I don't know why you're making that face, but for now, we should just celebrate our win, right? He looked troubled, about to reveal the truth, but she just smiled brightly and walked past him, saying, If you want to talk, I'll listen later. We just took down one of the 4 heavenly kings. That's more than enough for one day. With that, she gave Suji a playful shove, catching him off balance. That was the signal. The entire group swarmed him with cheers. You were incredible. Me too. We're a real team. Seeing everyone so joyful and full of trust, Suji was completely taken aback. A genuine, happy smile spread across his face. But over with Sunsuke, the mood was sour, his expression as dark as thunder. Leaving no one out, the celebration moved to Sunsuke, sweeping him up in their cheers despite his grimace. Amazing, Arseason. That was intense. I swear, I'll learn from you for the rest of my life. Annoyed, he finally snapped, quiet. I'm not the one who finished him. At those words, Susie let out a confused sound, while Kenta's voice dropped. My apologies. Kao crossed his arms, his tone growing serious. Ashi, I know why you're so bitter about this. Hearing that, his grip tightened on his dagger. You saw it too, didn't you? He replied calmly, I did. I was standing right there. But don't let it bother you. He only handled the final blow. With every word, Sunsuke's knuckles turned white on his dagger's hilt. Seeing this, Kao added, You're the one who truly cornered that heavenly king. You and Miru. That's all that matters. The scene shifts. Suji stands atop a tower, taking a deep breath. He raises the head of Stone Gaze for all to see, his voice booming, We have slain one of the 4 earthly kings. Forces of Stone Gaze, surrender now. Below, the monsters stared in disbelief, stammering, Lord Stone. Defeated. Their grips slackened, weapons clattering to the ground. On horseback, Elia raised her sword high. This is our victory. A roar of triumph erupted from the soldiers around her. Even the wounded Hark looked revitalized. They had actually done it. A familiar quiet settled over the city's towers once more. Not far off, watching from a window, Kai spoke to Mayor. It's finally over. Her eyes widened. But their forces are still nearly equal to ours, aren't they? He turned away, walking toward a tea table. The Demon Lord's army is led by a figure of immense authority. Once that leader is defeated, their will to fight simply crumbles. Mayor turned to him, realization dawning. Now that you mention it, the same thing happened with Winbox. Not a single demon gave chase after we took him down. Kai slowly poured the tea. It's one of the demon army's greatest weaknesses. But Mayor still looked confused. But is this really all right? She pressed. He turned, taking a sip of tea. What do you mean? Her voice sharpened. You were the one who finished Stone Gaze. I thought your goal was to train your companions. Kai's mind flashed back to the battle. I felt a terrifying killing intent from Stone Gaze during his transformation, he explained. I couldn't let my friends be crushed before they had a chance to mature. Besides, that's what an assassin does. I just hope they understand that, at least. Hearing his reasoning, Mayor smiled. You're incredibly overprotective of them. You know that. Kai turned, setting his cup down as he changed the subject. I've been wondering for a few days. Are you ever going to call me by my name? It's Kai-sen. A blush crept up Mare's face, her hands twisting together shyly. Ah, it's not that I don't know what to call you. 1 week after the defeat of the earthly king, a sense of peace began to settle over the kingdom's fortified cities. The mood across the land grew brighter with the army's recent victories, and the people's celebration of the news bolstered the spirits of all the knights. They feasted together, celebrating their great victory and further cementing the fame of the hero candidates. Suji and Mireille rode in on horseback, hailed as the new hope for all of humanity. Inside the palace, the king's voice rang out. For your success in vanquishing one of the demon lord's 4 heavenly kings, I offer you my deepest respects. Suji immediately knelt in respect. The king decreed, Mido Suji, as a knight of this kingdom, you shall be granted the title of lord. Suji accepted with a solemn face, but in the next room, a huge sigh of relief escaped him. Suji slumped down with the other knights for tea, groaning, Man, that was exhausting. Miri answered while pouring his tea, Even you get tired, Mido. He put on a pathetic look. Who do you take me for? Minia lifted her cup, teasing him. Getting tired this easily. Could it be a sign of old age? Hark chimed in. He wasn't taught the etiquette of a noble like us, Hark noted. Amelia interjected, We taught him some basic manners and simple protocols right before his knighting ceremony. We were up all night practicing. You did wonderfully, especially for your first time. Suji gave a weak smile. The pressure was intense, he explained. If I'd been rude to the king, what if I was blamed for damaging our reputation? Hark scoffed. Better to be blamed for that than dealing with the pointless pressure of the kingdom's politics. Amelia turned to him with a warning. You were just knighted yourself, Hark. You'll have to deal with the exact same thing soon enough. It suddenly dawned on Suji. Wow, being a noble is exhausting. Hark took a proud sip of his tea. I don't mean to brag, but you needn't worry about me. Beside him, Elia raised a hand to speak. Regardless, the church holds significant power in this kingdom. As Knights of the Holy Order, we are ultimately subject to its authority. This new title of yours was bestowed by order of the Pope himself. He formally announced to Suji, You are now officially a part of the Empire's Knight Corps and the new captain of the 11th Knight Order. It's also known as the Hero Corps. You will command our most powerful strike force. The hero candidates, now his squad members, stood with grand expressions. Suji questioned the move. If the knights are under the church's control, what's the point of giving me this title? Har offered a sly suggestion. Let's just say there are complex politics involving the state and the church. Care to hear the details? He asked. Suji quickly refused. No, I'm good. Regardless, he added, you now stand with us. Authority comes with responsibility. Remember that. Suji solemnly took in his words. Under a clear blue sky, gentle sunlight bathed the prosperous kingdom. Deep within a forest, Kai leaned against a tree and spoke. So, Midyu's a captain now? Jin quickly reported the situation. Yes, he was the one who requested a position of authority. Mayu smiled naively. I don't really get it, but that's a good thing, right, Kai? Kai imagined Midyu addressing the subjects. The kingdom wanted to turn Midyu into a symbol, empowering him. In other words, they wanted to show everyone that the hero candidates were firmly under the kingdom's control. Mayu still looked completely lost. So, in short, isn't that good news? Kai's tone turned serious. After we defeat the demon lord, we're supposed to return to our world. This kingdom is using that promise to manipulate us, so don't get too caught up in it. Ultimately, the way this kingdom treats us is no different from Leonora's methods. We're just pawns they can sacrifice at any moment. Jin immediately agreed. Yes, we need to be more careful. She then asked, hesitantly, By the way, who is this person with you? Kai glanced sideways to introduce her. This is Mayu, a half-demon and a mage. Mayu gave a friendly wave. It's a pleasure to meet you. A pleasure to meet you, too, Jin replied. Then, pointing awkwardly, she asked, Hey, are you two in a relationship or something? Mayu quickly clarified, I'm just his traveling companion. What about you? What's your relationship with Kai? Jin was stunned. Kai? She just called him by his first name. She stammered, I'm his friend. Kai just stared coldly. You're the worst. Jin fumed internally. Friend? Kai cut in. This is Kanzaki Jin. She's my associate. Jin's face flushed with embarrassment. Associate? Mayu looked a bit suspicious. Were you two this close in your old world too? Why? Yes, we were, Jin stammered. But Kai's response was the complete opposite. I've never spoken to her before. Forget it. You once said your mission was to defeat the demon lord, right? Hearing that, Jin felt a mix of sadness and fear. Kai's gaze suddenly became razor-sharp. Just like in the battle against Stone Jia, I will move as your shadow. Kanzaki, I need you to be the liaison between me and the others. Jin interrupted. Wait, can't I just go with you? Kai pressed her. You want to go with me, he realized. So that's what this is about. Jin's face was filled with anticipation, while Mayu casually looked away. Kai shook his head. No, I have to refuse. Without you, I have no way to contact the others. He looked her straight in the eye. They don't like me. To me, your position is crucial. His words made her heart flutter, and she let out a small cough. Well, I guess I don't have a choice, then, Kai continued. Besides, plenty of people think highly of you, especially Midu. He crossed his arms, thinking. Midu is probably trying to figure out how to fight without relying on me, and that's fine. He needs that kind of growth in his mindset if he's ever going to defeat the Demon Lord. Jin confirmed one more time. So you really want to make everyone stronger? I can't defeat the demon army alone, Kai replied. Mayu and I took down one of the 4 heavenly kings, but we barely won. He remembered the brutal battle. Jin was stunned with admiration. You defeated another one of the 4 heavenly kings? Just the 2 of you? Mayu recounted calmly. It was a dangerous situation. We defeated Winborg, the Wind King. Jin looked at him, deep in thought. With all of us fighting together, we were barely a match for Stone Jia, but just the 2 of them. She glanced at Mayu. And this girl, the one Kai trusts, she's no ordinary person. The self-doubt began to creep in, compared to her. Was I completely useless in the fight against Stone Jia? Kai's voice grew grave. In the Demon Lord's army, there are beings even more powerful than the 4 heavenly kings. With our current strength, we can't complete this mission. He walked past her, his voice low as he gave his instructions. Kanzaki, carefully observe the movements of our classmates and the kingdom. I'll contact you regularly. Jin quickly replied, I understand. Kai turned and walked away as a gentle breeze carried his final words. I'm working in my own way, to defeat the Demon Lord. Just tell Maduan for me, he signaled. Let's move, Mayor. She eagerly rushed to his side. Farewell, Jin. Jin watched them go, a hint of sadness in his gaze. Farewell. After their victory against Stone Gaia, one of the Demon Lord's 4 heavenly kings, the Holy Nation's army launched a massive, full-scale invasion. The knights mounted their steeds, ready for the next leg of their journey. With the 11th Knightly Order and the Heroes Party fighting as one, the army's morale soared to unprecedented heights. They seized this momentum, pushing the front line ever forward. As a result, the Holy Nation's forces successfully captured numerous fortresses around the Rugano mountain range, and the city of No was finally liberated. Their victory was absolute, securing the strongholds all around the Urugano Mountains. Suji returned a picture of glorious victory, raising his sword high from horseback. But this victory wasn't just from defeating Stone Gaia, the commander of the demon army in Kai territory. From a nearby rooftop, Mayor watched the celebration unfold. Down below, the victory party was in full swing. Everyone was lost in the joyous, bustling atmosphere as Yosia downed his mug of beer with a satisfied gulp. Meyer walked over to chat. A victory party like this feels amazing, right? Yosia smirked. Maybe. But the Holy Nation's army still knows nothing about the final relic. He gave a confident wink. How are you drinking that beer like it's water? In this world, 15 makes you an adult. Meyer bonked him on the head a few times, shouting. Which means I'm perfectly old enough to drink. Besides, we'll be returning to our own world soon enough. She snatched his mug and walked off coolly. Hey, what was that for? Leaving Yosia wailing on the floor. Ag, my beer. Suji and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Holding a glass of wine, Rina turned to Suji with a word of caution. You're getting too tense again. Just for one day, can't we let loose and celebrate? Meyer then pointed accusingly at Rina. And you, is that alcohol? She took a large swig to prove her point. It's just juice, old man. But Suji wasn't convinced. Really now? He then overheard a snippet of conversation. Still, I never imagined things would go this smoothly. Heike was discussing it with Satoshi. It's like their entire chain of command is in chaos. Could losing just one of the 4 kings really cripple them this badly? Overhearing them, Suji's mind raced. Now that they mention it, I had the same suspicion. Thinking back, the enemy really was too weak. He walked over to join the conversation. For a while there, I was sure it was a trap. Amelia, San, and the others felt the same way. But in the end, no trap ever sprang. Rina chimed in. Don't you think you're being a little too cautious, Suji? The demon army is probably just a collection of mindless brutes, right? Suji's theory was immediate. Perhaps. Shin has been moving in our shadow. Rina was skeptical. Impossible. How could he possibly defeat one of them? Jin, who had been listening nearby, bristled at her tone. She slammed her glass down on the table. It's exactly like Midowin said. She brushed her hair back with a frown. While we were busy on the front lines, Shin was annihilating their rear guard. The entire group was stunned into silence. What are you talking about? Is that true? Jin reported with a proud smirk. It is. He also mentioned taking down another one of the heavenly kings who was stationed around here. The only reason their defenses here were so pathetically weak was all thanks to him. Heike needed to confirm it one more time. You're saying Shin defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings completely on his own? Suji was filled with admiration. That sounds just like Shin. Yosia chimed in with his own take. See, I told you he's moving like our shadow. No, he's not a shadow. He's a monster. But Rina was furious, refusing to believe it. Why are you all just blindly believing this? It's obviously a lie. She yelled across the room. Hey, Araji, you agree with me, right? But Araji was completely preoccupied with devouring his food. Suzuki turned his head, taking a huge bite of chicken. Huh, what was that? A strange image flashed through his mind, of him holding a dagger dripping with syrup. He paused for a moment, then turned away indifferently. I couldn't care less. Rina was baffled. What is wrong with you? Meyer slammed her mug down on the table, clearly frustrated. Even if it is true, I can't bring myself to forgive him for what he did. Rina's face lit up, thrilled to have found someone who agreed with her. See, you understand, don't you? Meanwhile, Suji whispered to Jin, so, where is Shin now? Jin answered truthfully. I don't know that much, but he said he's following his own path to take down the Demon Lord. At that very moment, in the western territories of Nocho City, deep within the Demon Kingdom, Kai was single-handedly facing down a horde of massive green monsters wielding giant clubs. One of the beasts let out a monstrous roar, raising its club high before bringing it crashing down. But Kai evaded the attack with effortless grace. Immediately, another monster launched a relentless assault, closing in on Kai. He took precise aim and flung a clump of dirt straight at the creature. The makeshift projectile hit it square in the face, making the beast howl in pain. Kai immediately began his incantation. O lightning, smite my foe. Potent electrical energy crackled from his palm, but suddenly, a massive hand reached out for him. Kai recognized it instantly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What the? The monster seized the opening, aiming a devastating blow straight for his head. But before the club could connect, a massive fireball erupted and incinerated the beasts. It was the spell, Fire Salamander. The monsters were engulfed in flames, one after another. Kai sensed the presence behind him and spoke without turning. There was no need for you to interfere. Mayor appeared from the shadows, retorting, If your magic was actually working, I wouldn't have needed to step in. Now would I? He looked down at his palm, frustrated. It was impossible. He thought he'd finally tame his power, but he couldn't even use basic magic. Mayor chimed in with her analysis. Your magic element is incredibly rare, she explained. It's lightning fast, powerful, but wild and unpredictable, making it extremely difficult to control. The fact that you can use it at all, even for a short time, is already extraordinary, you know? If you had the same divine element as your classmates, you'd be casting spells effortlessly. A variety of power sources began to glow. Kai was confused, but lightning is just a basic spell. I was able to use it during my training, so why couldn't I activate it during the last battle? Because you were distracted by the enemy in front of you, Mayor answered. You mean a clear image in your mind when you cast. Magic and incantations are almost the same. You have to vividly imagine the phenomenon you want to create. She continued, That's why magic isn't ideal for close quarters combat. Kai interjected, But I have to use it in fights like these. Otherwise, there's no point in me having it at all. Mayor's expression softened. I know, but why are you so determined to learn magic now? Kai stared at the energy swirling in his hand. I just need a new skill. As I am now, I'm not strong enough to defeat the Demon King. To be honest, I don't even like this kind of power. But thanks to your knowledge, I'm gaining a new ability. You truly are the sage's disciple. Hearing the praise, Mayor's face flushed red with joy. She beamed. Well, it is what I'm best at. Suddenly, Kai sensed a new presence. He instantly dropped into a fighting stance as the same monsters from before emerged, surrounding them. But this time, their numbers had multiplied. A grim smile formed on Kai's face. Perfect. I was just in need of some lab rats. Mayor's eyes widened with excitement. No way. You're going to take on this entire horde by yourself. An endless wave of monsters charged forward, with a hulking, ferocious orc leading the stampede. The ground trembled as the misshapen beasts swarmed in a grotesque army of orcs and goblins. Kai clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He focused all of his power into his bare hands. From his palm, a colossal surge of energy erupted. It was a lightning shock aimed directly at the monstrous horde. A bolt of raw power seared through them, and they shrieked in agony, their bodies scorched black. But moments later, the monsters began to recover. Kai clicked his tongue in disappointment. I can finally use it in a real fight, but the firepower is still too weak. A massive beast lunged, swinging its club down at him. Kai leaped back, dodging the devastating blow as it cratered the earth. He soared through the air, landing silently on a nearby tree branch. Moving like the wind, his steps made no sound as he darted past, confusing the monsters below. The beasts only felt a gust of wind whip by, and they descended into chaos. Their eyes darted around wildly, searching for the figure who had just vanished before their eyes. Then, from out of nowhere, a storm of sharp daggers rained down, embedding themselves in the monster's vital points, felling them instantly. From a distance, a goblin and a purple-furred beast watched the situation unfold. As Kai fought, he calculated. In my current state, it's better to infuse my daggers with mana and throw them. The accuracy and firepower are more reliable that way. It takes time to form a clear image and cast a spell. But once I master it, it'll be an incredible skill. But in that brief moment of distraction, a giant gorilla-like monster charged from behind, its massive jaws wide open, ready to devour him. A savage slicing sound echoed through the forest as blood sprayed everywhere. Kai flashed past the monster from behind, its head now severed from its body. He landed on a branch, looking back at the carnage without a trace of victory on his face. He noticed something strange. Before he could think, another wave of grotesque monsters charged with renewed fury. Kai stood his ground, a dagger in each hand, his gaze as cold as death. He spun, his left blade slicing across a monster's throat. They crashed against him, one after another, like a tidal wave. But he didn't flinch. With every swing of his arm, another body fell. He then quickly leaped into the treetops, escaping the encirclement. Suddenly, the tree began to shake violently. Below him, the massive orc was smashing the trunk with its colossal weapon. Kai's situation was getting difficult. Just as I thought, there are too many of them. With decisive resolve, he leaped down to the ground, landing in a solid stance, a silent declaration of war against the horde. His sharp gaze locked onto what lay ahead. Through the swirling mist, an army of monsters, as vast as an empire, stood ready to attack at any moment. And standing behind them all was a massive creature with long, thorny horns. Kai's eyes narrowed. Looks like the boss is here. Good. You'll make the perfect test subject. An overwhelming killing intent poured from Kai as his eyes began to glow with a crimson light. Elsewhere, Mayor fought while complaining. There are so many of them. This is a never-ending battle. She unleashed a devastating blow, blasting the monster horde away from her, then quickly turned. Hey Kai, let's get out of here. This isn't sustainable. Kai instantly agreed. Got it. That's enough for today. He turned and walked away, leaving dozens of monster corpses scattered behind him. Kai and Mayor immediately fled the area. She spoke up, completely exhausted. I'm wiped. Kai's face was grim as he analyzed the situation. Besides their sheer numbers, the monsters' levels were also quite high. This is no place for humans to live. Mayor added her thoughts. Since demons can control low-intelligence monsters, this probably isn't a problem for them. Kai realized it too. So that's why this land is only suitable for demons, isn't it? They stopped abruptly at the edge of a cliff. Kai looked down, completely astonished. This place. This is the true territory of the demon kingdom. This is trouble. A demonic land filled with savage monsters stretched out before them. Yet the sky was clear, with a gentle sun shining down. 1 week after Sindu's reconnaissance mission, the Holy Nation was on the move, beginning its invasion of the demon kingdom. After liberating several territories, they prepared a massive army and marched forward. But as the army advanced deep into the demon kingdom, their path was suddenly blocked by a swarming horde of monsters. Monsters again. Everyone, get ready. The number and level of monsters in this region were on a totally different scale from those in the Holy Nation's territory. They viciously assaulted the entire army. Though they were no threat to the hero candidates and the knights, Suji and Elias still fought hard to wipe the monsters out. But for the regular soldiers, they were becoming nothing more than food for the beasts. Amelia commanded, "Don't falter. Hold the formation and fight back." Herrick was cautious. "There are too many of them. We're completely overwhelmed." Suji spoke up. "We're being attacked by all the monsters at once. Does that mean a high-ranking demon is nearby?" A high-ranking demoness emerged from the shadows like a mesmerizing illusion, her horns curving sharply. Holding a glass of wine, a swirling red gem floated from her lips. Elsa stood on the ramparts, looking down with determination. "I will not allow a single mistake." She spoke with a venomous tone. No matter how many monsters it takes, drain their military strength. An army of goblins appeared as Elsa's voice echoed. "And once they're exhausted, we will begin our counterattack." The soldiers screamed out a warning. The Demon Lord's army. Seeing this, Suji quickly changed tactics. "Amelia, we have to retreat. At this rate, we'll be annihilated." Elia responded from behind, "Right, I understand. Everyone, withdraw. Fall back to the path where we started." 2 goblins, weapons in hand, swaggered among the fallen soldiers. The red one arrogantly kicked a soldier on the ground. Was that victory really so easy? The green one asked. We overestimated them, even using monsters to hold them back. The blue one in front added. Still, those were Elsa's orders. She's a very cautious one. The green goblin smirked. But thanks to her, we won with absolute ease. This should teach those enemies the difference between them and our army. The red goblin mused, then asked a question. By the way, we've already conquered the Beastmen Alliance, haven't we? If so, the higher-ups are getting serious about this war against the humans. The blue one replied. Perhaps. That's why our victory was a foregone conclusion. However, I have to respect their strength. They defeated 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. That's an undeniable fact. From behind a bush, Kai and Mayer silently observed their every move. Mayer asked, They conquered the Beastmen Alliance? What does that mean? I've never heard anything about this. Kai's expression was serious. We've stumbled upon some interesting information. Mayer, help me find out more. A black castle emerged from the frozen land. Its sharp, dark-tiled roof and long, narrow windows gave off a gloomy aura. Inside, however, skilled medical hands worked tirelessly to treat the soldiers wounded in the battle. The hero candidates and knights gathered to discuss strategy. Elia began. All of the human territories have been violated. Sadly, the moment we ventured into the demon world, we were utterly defeated. That is our current situation. Does anyone have any suggestions? A knight replied helplessly. I can't think of anything. A veteran knight next to him offered his thoughts. The problem is how we can possibly fight against an endless wave of monsters, right? If we can't find a solution to that, we'll never be able to fight the demons properly. Another knight spoke up. I never knew from the start that the demons had tricks to command monsters like that. I knew it had to be the effect of some kind of magic. Herrick joined the discussion. Until recently, the Demon Lord's army fought us without any real tactics. Only after a series of defeats did they finally start taking us seriously. Hearing this, Suji immediately began to speculate. There must be someone cunning commanding them now. It's possible these monster waves were unleashed by a high-ranking demon. The knight across the table analyzed the situation. Based on the reports from my scouts, that forest is teeming with monsters. If we can just get out of that forest, we can fight them on our own terms. Elia seemed to disagree. That forest is massive, but there are very few paths. Marching through it with our entire army is impossible. Do you really think the enemy commander would just let us walk through? He sighed in frustration. Still, the old knight offered a plan. I suppose it's best we regroup our forces for now. He reflected grimly. Although we've had positive results, liberating territories, our losses have been staggering. And in that last battle, we lost even more. Amelia immediately agreed. First and foremost, we accomplished our goal of reclaiming our lost lands. It's true we use our soldiers' high morale to push back the demons, but that's just not possible right now. Suji listened intently. Suddenly, Mireille raised her hand. Can I say something? Our mission is to subjugate the demon lord, right? The knights chuckled lightly. Well, yes. If it were that easy, we wouldn't be in this mess. Amelia's gaze fell on Mireille. Do you have a suggestion? Mireille smiled sheepishly, scratching her cheek. What if we increase the size of our army? She answered bluntly. That's difficult. There's no use in just boosting our numbers. It would only slow us down. Suji's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, everyone in this world has their own limits. No matter how many soldiers we gather, fighting those monsters will only increase our casualties. He finally spoke up, offering his own idea. Since we need to strengthen the army, we should focus on our elite forces. Amelia shared the same opinion. That's right. Even if you search the entire kingdom, you wouldn't find anyone as strong as the people right here. On the front lines, they are seasoned warriors. If we want to get stronger, we should focus on training our current troops. Besides, raising more troops would take forever. This approach is far more realistic. The knights quickly agreed, I suppose so. That sounds reasonable. Suji realized something internally. I finally understand why I've been feeling so restless. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom is trying to solve its own problems. He glanced over at the knights. That's why they have no issue with maintaining the status quo. Hark, ever observant, turned to him and asked, Suji, what do you think? Suji quickly laid out his thoughts. Based on this discussion, it'll take us years to defeat the Demon Lord. Elia added his 2 cents. I want to defeat the Demon Lord as soon as possible, too. But we still need time to train our elite forces. It will take about 2 years for us to recover our strength. Suji mulled over those words. 2 years? The knight across from him added, defeating the Demon Lord sooner rather than later would be best for all of us. But the reality is, we were beaten back in enemy territory. It will be incredibly difficult to invade their lands a second time. The knight beside him winked in praise. Considering the outcome, this was a huge success, wasn't it? We finally liberated our lost territories, and it's all thanks to you guys, the hero candidates. Hearing this didn't make Suji feel any better. He just answered humbly, thank you. Is it already decided then? He wondered. But we really want to go home. As soon as we possibly can. Suji thought of his anxious comrades. I'm sure many of them feel the same way. I wonder if they'll accept this decision. Seeing Suji's troubled expression, Hark remained silent for a moment. After the meeting, the 4 hero candidates stepped out of the room. Hark tried to reassure him. I understand how you feel, but Elia's judgment is based on our kingdom's situation. To overcome this, we need a greater power. Sadly, that's not something we can simply decide to have. Suji replied, You're right, I get it. Hark added, but I don't want you to rush your thoughts. Suji glanced at him. Do you think the same way I do? Hark stated it plainly. You don't want your friends to die, do you? Impatience only brings disaster. That's why I'm telling you to take your time. Suji's eyes widened as he considered this. Hark looked down through a window. He watched the soldiers training diligently as he spoke. Besides, even though you hero candidates are powerful, you still have plenty of room to grow even stronger. It's better to take this time to prepare for the Demon Lord's defeat. Miri turned to him, a worried look on her face, now that you mention it. It's true that everyone wants to go home, but this is probably better than dying. She remembered how the battle had turned. If Hark hadn't saved us when we were defeated by Stone Gaia, we'd all be dead right now. Hark's expression was grim. The nature of the demon world is to devour the weak. There are likely entities even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He held out a hand, gesturing sincerely. I'm sorry to put it this way, but we are counting on you all. It will be incredibly difficult for you to defeat the Demon Lord with your current level of strength. Suji immediately agreed. I know. I'll gather everyone and give them the rundown. Resolve hardened in his heart. Just as Har said, they couldn't afford to be reckless. I won't let any of you die. Back in the classroom, Suzuki's face twisted with rage. Hey, knock it off. Suji stepped in to explain, Of course, I want to defeat the Demon Lord as soon as possible, but our objectives and the Holy Kingdoms are not the same. So what are you saying? Suzuki shot back. That we should attack the Demon Lord's army all by ourselves. Obviously. The people of this kingdom aren't our allies. We'll simply use them when necessary. I have no reason to listen to them. Suji's voice rose. If you do that, it will only bring disaster upon us. We can't fight this war alone. We need the help of the Holy Kingdom. Susu countered. A direct assault on the Demon Lord's army isn't your only option, is it? We can always use guerrilla tactics. Our target isn't his army, but the Demon Lord himself. A wave of shock silenced the room. Suji's expression hardened. I understand your point, but it's far too reckless. If we do that, people could die even if we win. At that, Susuke's temper finally snapped. I already said we only need to eliminate the Demon Lord. I know it's dangerous, so if you're scared, just stay here and wait to die. Suji stated his case firmly. I don't want to lose a single person here. That's why I'm telling you this is our best choice. But he wasn't listening, consumed by fury. Stop being such a coward, he roared, lunging forward as his fists crackled with arrogant power. Then let me open your eyes. Suji didn't back down, summoning a blade into his hand. He activated his shield, raising it just in time. Suzuki's fists slammed into the barrier with explosive force. The classroom erupted into chaos as students dove for cover. He sneered. You think you can beat me with just this? Suji held his ground. We have to defeat the Demon Lord together. We barely survived against just one of his 4 heavenly kings. For now, it's best to train and improve our skills. Suzuki didn't care, smirking as he raised a hand. You think you've already won? Suddenly, a chain of light erupted, binding them both and stopping the fight cold. Suji immediately stood down, but Suzuki glared furiously at the magical chain. It was Jane's power. She stepped forward to intervene. Both of you, calm down. Are you trying to destroy this entire castle? That will only create more problems for us. Suji quickly realized his mistake, while Suzuki's hand remained bound by the chain. With a furious roar, he shattered the glowing restraints. How annoying. Jane stared in disbelief. I poured so much energy into that domination spell, and yet he broke it so easily. He clenched his fist. We should be forging our strength in the heat of battle. The more trials we overcome, the faster we will grow. Susu glared at Suji. I'm sure you understand, right? From across the room, Meyer spoke up. I agree with Suji. Rina nodded in support. Isn't it better to be safe than to be annihilated because we were too hasty? Satoshi looked at Heike, saying, I don't want to get wiped out because of our own impatience. Heike admitted that this world wasn't actually so bad. Ki hesitantly raised his hand. I agree with Susuke. Rina was taken aback. Ki, why all of a sudden? Ki's voice was firm. I understand Suji's point, but I want to go home as soon as possible. Yumi gave Carrie a worried look, but the sentiment was shared. Carrie's voice trembled with tears. At home, it's just my mom, and she's very sick. I'm so worried about her. I'm usually there to take care of her, but now she's all alone. Kao, leaning against a wall, added, I agree. It's just me and my little sister. Our parents abandoned us, and we have no other relatives. I have to get back to her as fast as I can. The words made Suji think of his own parents. My reason might not be as dire as yours, he confessed, but my family must be worried sick about me. I can't make them wait another 2 years. A heavy, somber mood fell over the classroom. Suji saw their desperation, and his own resolve began to waver. Yosia suddenly broke the silence. Well, I have like 3 girlfriends waiting for me, so I want to get back soon too. Meyer turned to him, exasperated. You're really one of a kind, saying something like that in this situation. Asusi spoke with conviction. As for us, we will always be allies of Susuke, right? Kenta whispered. Choosing to follow Suzuki is the right decision. Akira added, at least compared to the ever-hesitant Suji, I think we should trust someone as decisive as Susuke. Hearing this, Susuke smirked triumphantly. See, they've already spoken. Suji lowered his head, completely torn. What am I supposed to do now? He thought. Susuke strode past him. This discussion is over. He walked straight to the door. I'm acting on my own now. Anyone who's ready to die can follow me. And with that, he walked out under the unwavering gaze of everyone in the room, his conviction absolute. The other students watched with uncertainty, some still determined to stay behind. Cry hesitated, then stepped forward alone. Reina and Yumi screamed for her to stop. Cry, but she just closed her eyes and kept walking. Kari offered a final farewell. I'm sorry, Reina, and quickly followed. A heavy silence fell over the classroom. Each student lost in their own thoughts, wondering what the right choice was. Meyer turned to Yosia. Aren't you going with them? He answered casually. Well, we need someone to be the liaison, don't we? Jin watched them leave, his heart filled with dread. What am I supposed to do in this situation? I still have my grandfather. I want to go home as soon as I can, too. My gut is telling me to follow Arashi. But based on the guidance I got from Shinju, it's better if I stay here, right? Just then, Kai and Meyer appeared before the group, and a curse cut through the tension. What do you want, you bastard? Everyone stared in total shock. Shinju, how dare you show your face here? Akira's voice was sharp. Don't cause a scene. You'll draw unwanted attention. Kai glanced at Sunsuke with a warning. Hey, that goes for you, too. Gritting his teeth in fury, Sunsuke shot back. We don't have time to deal with you. If you don't have a damn good reason for being here, you're going to pay for it. Kai's expression turned serious. You're right. I think it's time I was honest. I want to borrow your strength. Sunsuke was floored. What? While the students were fiercely debating, splitting into factions, Kai and Meyer had been listening from outside, grasping the entire situation. Meyer wondered, your classmates are arguing. Are they really going to be okay? Kai replied, I have no idea. However, their reasoning makes sense. Just like Maidu said, they can't do this on their own. At the thought, Suji lowered her head, conflicted. On the other hand, the Holy Nation's approach is far too passive. And while Arasi's point about waiting 2 years holds true, his path is undeniably more dangerous. Meyer glanced at him. If it were you, what would you do? Kai held up 3 fingers. There are 3 ways to break the current stalemate. First, we change the minds of the Holy Nation's leaders. We force them to change. Once we achieve that goal, they'll mobilize their army. Even if I'm condemned or exiled by the Holy Nation, it doesn't matter. As long as I can return to my own world, nothing else is important. But I don't think Midu would ever agree to this plan. She then asked the obvious question. What's the second option? Kai laid out the alternative. We follow Arasi's plan. We use guerrilla tactics instead of facing them head-on. Based on the intel we've gathered, and from what Isabel said, the Demon Kingdom isn't united. If we can successfully sabotage their rear guard, we could incite a full-blown civil war. He added with a cold assessment, though I highly doubt Arasi could actually pull that off. Meyer agreed. Yeah, for him, it's practically impossible. So, what about the third option? Kai paused, his face grim, before finally answering. We act on the information we already have. A flashback to after their battle, Kai's voice echoing, now that is some very interesting information. Meyer, I need your help a little longer. We're gathering more intel. Back in the present, he declared, if everything goes well, we might get help from other parties. And ultimately, that will force the kingdom's army to make a move. The warm fire crackled in the dark night as everyone gathered around the campfire. Sun Tzu finally spoke up. The princess of the Catkin tribe. He demanded, what the hell is that? Kai explained, she's the daughter of the Catkin tribe's chief. It seems she was captured by the Demon Lord's army. She's one of the most important figures to the Beastkin. There's no doubt about it. That's the intel I managed to get after torturing a whole lot of demons. Back then, Kai had captured all the goblins in the forest after the fight. He interrogated every single one of them thoroughly before reaching his conclusion. So, this information is likely accurate. Hearing that, Kari trembled with fear. Torture? The girl with glasses next to her thought the same thing. He's terrifying. Akira was suspicious. Who is this guy, really? And how in the world does he have a pistol? Meanwhile, the young man beside her was blushing. That girl is so cute. Who is she? Sunsuke, chewing his food, cut in. This is why I asked what the hell some princess has to do with us. Do we have any connection to the beastkin? Aussie chimed in. Hey, they're the ones with animal ears and tails, right? Kenta's eyes lit up with anticipation. I really want to see one for myself. They must be so cute. Seeing them joking around, Sunsuke snapped. Both of you, shut up. Kai steered the conversation back on track. Let's talk about our plan. First, you know there's a nation of beastkin in the southern territories, correct? Akira answered immediately. The Grandanes Beastmen Federation, right? Sunsuke scoffed. Are you saying we should go ask for their help? They're just a bunch of cowards scared of demons. Meyer countered. Their soldiers are stronger than you think. Their physical abilities and senses are honed to an unbelievable peak. They've stopped invasions from the Demon Lord's army multiple times. Sunsuke shot back. Then why are they so passive about the situation now? They should just invade the Demon Kingdom and crush it, Meyer explained with a wry smile. They are indeed strong, but not strong enough to annihilate the entire Demon Lord's army. Besides, from the very beginning, the Demon Lord's army has only ever focused on humanity. Kai enthusiastically agreed. But if the Holy Kingdom and the Beastmen join forces, it's entirely possible. Akira added to the discussion. I see. So that's why we need the princess. Carrie jumped in. We just need to rescue her and use her as a bargaining chip against their alliance, right? Kai confirmed. That's the basic idea. I've already scouted their supply route. I need you all to be the decoy. Kai laid out the strategy. Just devastate the area with one of your blasts while I stay hidden in the chaos. Akira seemed uncertain. I get the plan. But I have a question. Why doesn't the Holy Kingdom just force an alliance with the Federation? Kai smirked. Good question. Kenji, there's a reason for that. Mayer answered for him. The Federation also despises demons for their constant invasions. Demons have always looked down on other races. But humans have always called the Beastmen inferior and oppressed them. Her voice grew somber. Because of that, the Beastmen formed their own nation, the Grandanes Beastmen Federation. Naturally, they despise humans. Fear crept into Carrie's voice, so getting them to cooperate will be nearly impossible, right? Mayer replied. That's precisely why we need a powerful bargaining chip against them. Kai analyzed the situation by the fire. The Catkin princess was captured by the Demon Lord's army. This actually works in our favor. Mayer added, Beastmen are known for honoring their word. Once we save her, we can open negotiations. A heavy silence fell over the group until Kai broke it. It's worth a shot, isn't it? I'm certain none of you have a better plan right now. Slade shot to his feet, his voice laced with fury. You just show up out of nowhere making demands like this. You always act like you know everything. Slade. A sharp voice cut through the tension, making him freeze. Asher's tone was stern. Don't forget that your decisions right now affect everyone's lives. Slade grit his teeth, forcing himself to back down. Kenta and his friend watched with silent concern, while Akira and the young man with glasses followed the tense exchange. Slade dropped back down, still fuming, but ultimately conceded. Fine, we'll do it your way. As dawn broke, Kai and Slade's group set out. Carrie spoke up. We've been heading south this whole time. Are you sure this is right? Kai replied instantly. It is. The Grandanes Federation is in the south. The demons, however, are transporting their prisoners north. Our target is a road in the southern forest of the Demon Kingdom's territory, Mayer added. The two nations have no trade agreements, so there are only a few roads. We'll know exactly which path they're taking. Akira needed to confirm. So, to be clear, we're infiltrating the Demon Kingdom. What if we're discovered before we even get a chance to attack? Kai considered this for a moment, then answered, Don't worry. I've already gathered intel on routes suitable for a group our size, although the path we're taking will be rough and crawling with monsters. Akira pressed on. Can our carriage even make it through? And more importantly, if we get into trouble, we can count on Tomoko's ability, right? Tomoko winked confidently. Of course, a system window appeared. Divine Guard, Dimensional Space. Allows the creation of a pocket dimension to store equipment and items. The number of spaces depends on mastery level. A certain amount of mana is required to maintain the space. Tomoko suddenly pointed. It's been a while, but you still remember my Divine Guard. Kai gave a nod of approval. Your ability is unique. It's a major asset in this situation. Tomoko beamed, overjoyed. It feels so good to be praised like that. Cole asked carefully. Kai, have you been hiding in the Demon Kingdom ever since that incident? Kai replied. No need to hide. I've been searching for a way for us to get home. Shiori hesitated. And what did you find? Kai's answer was grim. In the end, there's only one option. We have to destroy the demon lord. So I've gathered all the information necessary to take him down. Akira connected the dots. And your reconnaissance led you to the kidnapped Beastman princess. That's our Kai. Slade grumbled. Speaking of which, can we stop with this leisurely stroll? We should be planning the ambush. Kai agreed. You're right. We need to pick up the pace. Have Tomoko store the luggage and the carriage. Tomoko raised her hand eagerly. Okay. Night fell quickly, and the group continued on foot through the forest. Slade's senses flared. Monsters. Everyone, get ready. In an instant, they were surrounded by vicious wolves. A wolf with razor-sharp teeth lunged at Shiori from behind, causing her to panic. In a flash, Cole moved to shield her with his powerful frame. The beast leaped, its fangs sinking into his steel arm, only to shatter against the unyielding metal. Cole smirked. Sorry, but your fangs can't get through my steel. With his free hand, he delivered a crushing blow to the wolf's gut, sending it reeling back with a pained howl. Akira shouted, We're surrounded. Support members, to the center of the formation. The vanguard is being pushed back. The support team got the order and instantly fell into perfect formation. Asusi snapped into a ready stance. Kenta raised his weapon, roaring, Let's move. The two of them charged in, taking down the wolf with ease. Kari leaped in to help, launching a long, living root from her hand and shouting, Stop right there. The vine whipped through the air, wrapping tightly around the giant wolf's leg, saving her teammate just in the nick of time as the beast let out a furious roar. Before the wolf could even counter, it was ambushed from behind. A solemn young man in glasses drove a sharp iron dagger deep into its neck. Another wolf charged, snarling as it lunged for Sunsuke. But a hand shot out, gripping its throat and choking its roar into silence. Sunsuke sneered with utter disgust. Trash. You're nothing to me. With that, he unleashed a blast of fire that incinerated the wolf instantly. Its body was scorched black. He then flung the corpse aside, a clear warning to any others. Sunsuke then showed a flicker of concern. Is anyone hurt? Kai watched silently from the side. Everyone was performing flawlessly. He didn't need to worry about them. He was glad to see Araji stepping into his leadership role and reminded everyone to see Hano if they were injured. But his relief was cut short when he suddenly spotted another threat. Mayor, he yelled. A sharp-fanged wolf had been lurking. Its eyes burned with a vicious red glow. It materialized behind Sunsuke, closing the distance with terrifying speed. What? There's still one more? Mayor shouted, Fire Salamander. A massive inferno erupted, turning the wolf to ash before it could even touch Sunsuke. The creature dropped to the ground, a smoldering husk as the flames continued to rage. Kenta was blown away. Look at that. She totally fried it. Isn't she way stronger than Naga? That's some insane firepower, Asusi added. Sunsuke just clicked his tongue in annoyance. That was completely unnecessary. Hearing he was Sunsuke's girlfriend, Mayor's face instantly flushed red. She pointed a finger, protesting fiercely. Who's this guy's girlfriend? But Kai remained unfazed. Show some gratitude. She just saved you. Sunsuke glanced over with a skeptical look. Mayor stared at him, hoping he would at least say something. Kai turned away coldly. I don't care about these petty squabbles. Mayor shrieked, This isn't petty at all. Asusi grumbled, This is so frustrating. Sunsuke has such a cute girlfriend. Kenta sighed with admiration. I want to find a beautiful girl here and take her back to my world, too. Kari waved Mayor over. Hey, your name's Mayor, right? Do you want to come talk with us? Are you an elf? Mayor was too ecstatic to know how to respond. Flustered, she looked to Kai for help, but he just said, Why are you looking at me? Do what you want. Mayor's face lit up as she eagerly agreed. She ran over to make new friends, and a small, rare smile touched Kai's lips as he watched. A short time later, on a nearby cliff, the night was pitch black. Kai scanned the surroundings. This spot looks good. Sunsuke sat on the cliff's edge, asking impatiently, Are you sure they'll pass through here? I'm not waiting around for days. A gleam of light flashed in Kai's eyes as he used his magic. He immediately pinpointed the Demon Legion. Don't worry, he said. I found them. Far below, an army of demon soldiers was on the march. As the Demon Legions marched below, Kai's eyes scanned their entire formation. His analysis revealed 3 low-ranked demons, 15 mid-ranked demons, with certainly more inside the carriages, and a single level 36 demon. The grotesque face of a being named Giganda appeared in his vision. Age 57, a high-ranked demon. All techniques were B rank, with A rank strength. Status, normal. Skills included level 4 spearmanship. Sunsuke asked, So, their leader is a high-ranked demon? Kai turned and answered, Looks like it. Do not underestimate him. He may not be on Stone Guy's level, but a high-ranked demon is still a formidable opponent. His voice turned sharp. He's mine. Get in my way, and I'll kill you. Kai met his gaze with an icy stare. I intended to leave him to you from the start. Our strategy is simple. Kai began giving out orders. First, Araji will cause a diversion using his blast skill. Once their formation breaks, we'll surround them. Aside from Araji, everyone else will move in three-person cells. In Ian, you two protect Hano. They both replied, got it. He continued, Azaki, your job is to identify and evacuate anyone who gets injured. Asusi responded with a serious tone. Leave it to me. Mayor, you'll provide support from the rear. She quickly nodded in agreement. Araji, your mission is to take on the high-ranked demon. Don't get distracted by anyone else. Everyone's eyes shifted to Sansuke. Kai elaborated. While you're fighting him, I'll sneak in and rescue the princess. I'll signal you once she's safe. The rest of you will adapt to the battle as it unfolds. If you're at a disadvantage, you are authorized to retreat. Sunsuke smirked with unshakable confidence. Don't worry. Once I take their leader's head, the rest of them will scatter like cowards. Fine, Kai replied, locking eyes with him. I'll let you command the battle, but don't forget, we are only here because you needed our help. Kenta snapped back. That's right. Who do you think you are, acting so high and mighty? Asusi pointed a finger, agreeing. Don't you dare try and order Araji around. Sunsuke's temper finally exploded. Shut up, you idiots. Let's move, he barked, smacking Kenta and Asusi on the head. Susuke gave a firm nod. Hurry and get ready. We're going with his plan. Rubbing the new lump on his head, Asusi quickly followed. Under the blanket of the quiet night, the demon Jaganda marched through the mountains with his minions. One of the goblins whined, Boss, I'm so tired. We've been walking for ages. Ever since they left the Beastkin territory, the demon leader was on edge. He spun around and roared. We're almost there. Don't you dare let your guard down. The two goblins jumped, snapping to attention. Yes, sir. In his mind, Jaganda had expected this. To be honest, he was exhausted too. Riding this long has made my back ache, he thought, but I can't let the soldiers see me like this. Then, an idea sparked. Perhaps I'll go check on the condition of our little prisoner. He immediately put on a commanding facade. I'm going to see what that girl is up to. Guard this position carefully. Stay on high alert. With that, he spurred his horse and rode back. The two goblins accepted the order, but couldn't help but judge him in their hearts. The old man just wants to sneak off for a break, doesn't he? He approached the carriage, holding the princess, and pulled back the curtain. Inside, poor Sina was bound and helpless. She flinched at the sudden intrusion. Jaganda sat down across from her. We have finally arrived. He rubbed his chin with a sinister smirk. So, princess, how does it feel? We're approaching the city that will become your prison. We are now deep inside the territory of the Demon Kingdom. The soldiers of your federation can't possibly reach you here. Sina just scowled. What kind of carriage is this bumpy anyway? Is that so? He said, genuinely surprised. That's a new one. Jaganda cleared his throat, trying to regain control. But don't you worry. If the Federation obediently follows our commands, you'll be released. She shook her head, defiant. It's useless. Now that you've captured me, the Federation will never bow to the likes of you. He sneered. It seems you still fail to understand your position. You are the daughter of the Beastkin chief, aren't you? Sina spat back. If you think kidnapping me will convince them to surrender, then you're an even bigger fool than you look. Her words struck a nerve, and his face twisted with rage. Watch your mouth, you little wench. He lunged forward, grabbing the front of her clothes and ripping the fabric open. To her shock, her pale skin was suddenly exposed. His long, grotesque tongue slithered out as he spoke. Let me have a little taste. I'll teach you exactly where you stand. But Sina's gaze didn't waver. She stared him down without an ounce of fear. Just as Jaganda reached for her, a massive explosion ripped through the night, illuminating the entire area. He stopped instantly and stormed outside. What was that? One of his goblin sentries screamed, We're under attack. By humans. Jaganda was stunned. Humans? If you had said beastkin, I might have believed you. But another series of devastating blasts sent his goblins flying in every direction. Realizing the situation was critical, Jaganda quickly mounted his steed. Jaganda bellowed, counterattack. Show these humans no fear. His soldiers immediately obeyed, charging into the fray. Asusi landed a powerful blow. Take this. Kenta's blade flashed through the enemy ranks. He fought with perfect coordination alongside his teammates. Jaganda watched in disbelief. Are we losing? Even my elite unit is being pushed back? Just then, Suzuki strode forward, rolling his shoulders. You must be the high-ranking demon in charge, right? His face was a mask of pure determination. The demon leader summoned a demonic weapon, sneering arrogantly. And just who the hell are you? A confident smirk played on Suzuki's lips. I don't waste my name on trash like you, but if you can entertain me a little, I might just tell you. Enraged, Jaganda thrust his weapon forward. Silence. A mere human like you is nothing to me. Jaganda then unleashed an overwhelming attack that tore through the battlefield. The devastating blast of energy shot straight towards his target, but Suzuki charged head-on, meeting the attack directly. Jaganda blocked his strike, a challenging glint in his eyes. You really think you can defeat me? A high-level demon. And he's this strong. Suzuki's initial assessment of the enemy instantly changed. Jaganda swung his massive spear, forcing Suzuki to leap back to evade the deadly blow. Suzuki landed gracefully, gritting his teeth as he thought, he's powerful, but not on the same level as that other guy. I just need a bit more energy for my firepower, and I can take him down. Suzuki clenched his fist, running the calculations. Unfortunately, my blast technique consumes a massive amount of energy. At my current level, I've only got 7 shots left, and once my energy is depleted, my physical abilities will plummet. If that happens, keeping up with this demon will be impossible. Suzuki dropped to one knee, placing a hand on the ground to prepare a trap. I just need to create one opening and aim for his head or his heart. At that moment, I'll have to unleash everything I've got. Meanwhile, Jaganda was running his own analysis. These warriors are human, but they wield the power of the Divine Guard. I've never seen their faces before, yet they're unbelievably strong. Could they be the legendary hero candidates from the prophecies? He grew cautious. If these are the ones who defeated Windbox and Stone Gaia, then I cannot afford to underestimate them. Jaganda spun his spear with blinding speed, then spurred his demonic steed and charged forward. He wondered to himself, how did they pinpoint our exact location? I suspect their goal is to rescue the Beastkin princess. Fortunately, I left a separate unit to guard her. They should be able to hold them off for a little while. For now, the army here will focus on a defensive formation. Jaganda's expression hardened with resolve. If that's the case, I have to make a decisive move. I must defeat their leader. After a moment of thought, he charged headfirst towards Sun Tzu. Jaganda lunged forward, confident in his strike. I'll end this in a single blow. Lightning thrust. The attack was sudden, but miraculously, Sun Tzu dodged it. He flipped back a few times and landed on his feet. He's too fast. Sun Tzu glanced over. Jaganda was still barreling toward him, completely dropping his guard. A smirk played on Sun Tzu's lips. The explosive mine he planted suddenly erupted in a fiery blast, catching Jaganda completely off guard. Even the horse he was riding was incinerated. Jaganda instantly knew. A trap skill? He cursed under his breath. Damn it, my vision is completely blocked. As Sun Tzu pressed his attack, he analyzed the situation. The landmine is just a trapping skill. It lacks the firepower of a full explosion, but it was enough to finally create an opening in his defense. He can't pinpoint my location in all this dust. Now, I just need to ambush him with an explosion. Seizing the moment of carelessness, Sun Tzu appeared behind him, fist ready. But Jaganda sensed him. There you are. Jaganda unleashed his technique. A blast of wind force slammed directly into Sun Tzu's body. He struggled, unable to dodge it completely. Sun Tzu slammed into the ground, crying out in pain. Kai and Kenta, fighting on the other side, saw this and grew worried. Sun Tzu pushed himself up. It hurts, but everyone, focus on your own fight. Don't worry about me. Jaganda scoffed in contempt. You can't even use your energy to protect yourself anymore. Despite his words, he thought to himself, I can't believe he could defend against that. His instincts are as sharp as a wild animal's, but I've figured out his fighting style. He can set those explosive traps by placing his hand on a location. Furthermore, he can make anything he touches explode. He stood up, his strategy clear. As long as I hold this spear and maintain my distance, I can win this fight. If I just concentrate, I can dodge all of his traps. At that moment, Sun Tzu flashed a smug grin. I bet that's exactly what you're thinking, isn't it? Jaganda attacked once more. Wind force. Sun Tzu nimbly dodged the repeated attacks. Jaganda grew cocky. This distance is perfect. From this range, he'll never be able to touch me. The spearhead continuously jabbed forward, just waiting for his opponent to tire and make a mistake. Sun Tzu spoke. So, you finally figured out my fighting style. Jaganda laughed sinisterly. Of course. You're constantly changing your position. Sun Tzu answered with an explosion. That's right. And you're the one who's let his guard down. He launched a cannonball of terrifying power straight at Jaganda. The demon was too stunned to react. What? Sun Tzu roared. Absolute power. The energy within him was completely unleashed. A massive explosion erupted with catastrophic force, turning everything to ash. Jaganda was defeated in an instant, his charred body collapsing to the ground. Sun Tzu panted, standing still and watching him fall. His information panel appeared before him. Name, Araji Sun Tzu. Age, 17. Attack, Defense, and Agility rank B. Strength rank A, Magic rank C. Status, Normal. Skills, Guardian. Everyone turned to him in astonishment. He took down a high-ranking demon, all by himself. The goblins panicked. Lord Gagana is dead. We've lost. Akira's voice rang out. Arashi defeated a high-level demon. Their defenses are crumbling. Let's keep up this momentum. He immediately cast a buff to enhance their damage. Asahi agreed, charging forward with Kenta, full of fighting spirit. The goblins were cut down, their bodies littering the ground. Kai coldly pointed his blade forward. He walked towards the carriage at the front. This must be the one. Kai gently pulled back the curtain to check inside. A battered Sina was braced defensively inside. She asked softly, "Human, are you here to help me?" Kai replied, "I was wondering the same thing." Sina's gaze drifted forward blankly. "Human, did you come to help me?" Kai silently pulled a knife from his pocket. "That's what I'm wondering." He knelt down and began to untie Sina. The ropes were quickly severed. Still fearful, Sina probed him. "What are you after?" Kai's eyes were filled with chilling honesty. The same thing a demon would want. "I've decided to use you to achieve my goals." Sina seemed to appreciate his straightforwardness. "You're very honest." Kai answered nonchalantly. "There's no reason to lie. Or would you prefer to hear that we're here to save you with no ulterior motives?" Sina lowered her hands, trembling slightly. "I can't. But if that's the case, you won't think it's unreasonable for me to resist you, will you?" Her hands rapidly transformed into a set of sharp claws as she partially shifted into her beast form. The claws shot towards Kai's neck. A powerful gust of wind erupted as Kai dodged out of the way. Sina gave chase, now fully transformed into a beast. She attacked Kai with feral intensity, putting him on the defensive. She's fast. The continuous storm of claws even took him by surprise. Is this the power of a beastman? Suddenly, Kai uttered a single word. Instantly, Sina was frozen in place by golden lightning, shocking her. What is this? Observing the power surrounding her, she realized. Magic. Sina was quickly overpowered, falling helplessly toward the ground. She hit the ground hard, and Kai immediately grabbed her beast-like arm. He silently assessed the spell. Basic lightning magic. Weak, but incredibly convenient for neutralizing his enemies. It could definitely increase his odds in a close-quarters fight. Sina stared at Kai, bewildered. How could a mere human be this powerful? Kai's voice was cold as he laid out his terms. "So, you finally realized the gap in our strength, haven't you? You have two choices. 1, restrain yourself and follow me. Or 2, simply obey me." Defeated, Sina submitted without a word. Fine, she thought. Going with humans is still better than being captured by demons. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was being swarmed by a growing demonic horde. Suddenly, a piercing shriek ripped through the air, tormenting the demons. The horde watched in disbelief as their numbers were cut down one by one. "Who are they? There's no way we can win this. These aren't humans, they're monsters." Satoshi stood with his arms crossed, muttering a quiet command. Chinami instantly understood, tracing a glowing circle in the air before her. The vines on the trees began to glow with a vibrant, new life. In a flash, they shot out, wrapping tightly around the demon's legs. The entire demonic vanguard crashed to the ground, completely defenseless. One demon stared in horror, but its cry was silenced as Satoshi clamped a hand over its mouth. It trembled, paralyzed by the sheer power in his grip. His voice was firm. "We have no personal grudge. But for what you've done, I'm taking his head." Night fell quickly. The group gathered in a circle around a large, crackling fire. Asus and Kenta excitedly feasted on the spoils of battle. "Look at all this food. We're eating like kings tonight." Carrie sighed, feeling helpless. "I feel like we're a bunch of bandits." Yumi, sitting beside her, let out a small, awkward laugh. "Well, aren't we?" Sina silently stared at the hot food before her. Kai noticed her hesitation and asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you eating?" Though she was starving, Sina asked cautiously, "Is it really all right for you to be feeding me like this?" Susu tore into a piece of meat. "It's been forever since I've had a meal this good, but it's still nothing compared to the food in our world." Kai glanced at Sina with a sharp reminder. "We still need something from you. It would be a problem if you died, so eat up." Sina quickly raised the bowl of soup to her lips, murmuring softly, "Thank you." A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, her eyes sparkling. "This is delicious," Kari laughed brightly. "It is, right? Everything Han cooks is incredible." Sai added shyly from the side, "I'm just glad you like it." Yumi then turned to Sina. "Your name is Ina, correct? How did the demons manage to capture you?" At the question, a shadow fell over Sina's eyes as she recalled the terrifying scene. As the fire lit up the darkness, she began to tell her story. "I was hunting in the forest when I stumbled upon the demon lord's army. An image of a terrified Xena surrounded by ferocious demons, flashed in her mind. I was deep within the Federation's territory. Demons normally never venture there, which means, she recalled with a shiver, they knew my location beforehand. Kai, who had been listening intently, suddenly spoke up. They've likely been planning an invasion of the Federation for some time. Kidnapping you was one of their main objectives. Carrie wondered, but why would the demons want to control the beastskin? Yumi offered a theory. They're also invading the Holy Kingdom. Perhaps they want to conquer the world? Sina's expression turned grim. That is precisely what the demons are planning. But what do you humans want from me? Kai immediately revealed his plan. I need you to become our bargaining chip. We want to form an alliance with the Federation to destroy the Demon Lord. Sina was stunned by the audacity of his goal. Destroy the Demon Lord? Are you serious? Susik suddenly cut in. We have our reasons. He explained bluntly. We can't return to our world until the Demon Lord is defeated. Sina looked at the group before her with a newfound admiration. I see. So you're the hero candidates. I heard that humans summoned you as their trump card. Kai turned to face her. So, what do you think? If you truly agree to help us, it would be a huge advantage. Xena lifted her head, her voice resolute. I understand. I owe you for saving my life, Kai admitted coldly. But we never intended to rescue you. Sina's voice was full of gratitude. Regardless, you saved me in the end. And you gave me a warm meal. She gently shifted to the main topic. Besides, to purge the demons from within the Federation, I need the assistance of a third party. This is just my intuition. The very next day, Sina and Kai's group set out on their journey. News began to spread. The rescued beastskin princess, Sina, had escaped the Demon Kingdom's territory. They marched confidently toward the magnificent city ahead, returning to their path and heading back to the city of Mrat. Inside a dark room, flashes of blue light appeared again and again. Streams of power flowed through the air as Suji trained relentlessly. Suddenly, a voice shattered his concentration. He called out just as Rena burst through the door. Rena, what is it? Her voice was laced with panic. Arashi's group has returned. They're marching through the main gate as we speak. Suji was stunned by the news. The group led by the heroes entered the city, only to be met by a wall of soldiers' spears. The outpost guards snarled. Deserters, how dare you show your faces here? You're violating military protocol. Sun Tzu shot back with fury. I don't care. Did your precious rules protect anyone out there, you bastards? The soldier froze, stunned by the insult. You bastards. Sunsuke repeated, his eyes scanning their surroundings with pure aggression. I'm done wasting my breath on trash like you. The soldiers moved in fast, ready to capture the entire group. You think she'd actually meet with scum like you? Restrain them. Throw these deserters in the brig. Sunsuke sighed, rubbing his head. What a headache. Even if all of you jumped me at once, you wouldn't stand a chance. He crossed his arms and spoke casually. You know, they're only this hostile because of your attitude. If we were Midu's squad, they'd probably roll out the red carpet, even for deserters. Suddenly, chains shot out from the shadows, binding the soldiers instantly. Jin stepped forward calmly and said, You're back early, aren't you? The soldiers recognized the power and yelled, Kanjak, are you betraying us too? Release this skill at once. Yoshia placed a calming hand on a soldier's shoulder. Settle down. Arasi's group isn't here to fight. Let's hear what they have to say first. The chains binding the man vanished into thin air. The soldier glanced at Yoshia, considering his words. If Lord Narumi says so. But seeing this, Sunsuke's anger flared. Hey, how come you listen to him but not to me? Akira chuckled at the all-too-familiar scene. It's always like this. Yoshia turned back to Sunsuke and asked, So, what's the situation now? Did you return with valuable intel? Sunsuke, still speaking like he was in charge, replied, We'll talk about that later. Right now, take us somewhere we can talk properly. They were quickly led to a surprisingly lavish and secure briefing room. Sunsuke's gaze was fixed on the two people sitting across from him. Harik and Amelia looked incredibly tense under his stare. The guards from before were growing impatient in the heavy silence. Finally, Meyer spoke up, shattering the tension. Enough, Arashi. You're making the atmosphere unbearably thick. Sunsuke bristled at the comment. What? Is this some kind of pre-apocalypse power move? Are you always this dramatic? Meyer explained calmly. We don't have to make everything a confrontation, do we? Besides, we've already assembled the people you wanted to speak with. Only then did Sunsuke finally relax, accepting the terms. Fine. He glanced at Ki and said, Shinami, come on in. Shinami entered cautiously with Sina in tow. My apologies. Harik and Amelia gasped. A cat-like humanoid. Akira made the introduction. Her name is Sina. She is the daughter of the leader from the Grandinas Beastmen Federation. Harik immediately demanded an explanation. The daughter of the Federation leader? Why is she here with you? Sina spoke for herself, her voice firm. That's right. I am the daughter of the Federation's chief. They rescued me from the infected. Suji asked again, completely stunned. You were captured by the infected? Sina calmly confirmed it. Yes. The intelligent infected are hiding deep within the Federation's territory. I was saved while they were transporting me to the heart of the Demon Kingdom's hive. Sunsuke cut straight to the point. We can use her as a bargaining chip to secure cooperation with the Federation. After all, we can't afford to wait another 2 years. Amelia processed this slowly. I see. I understand the situation. Her mind was already racing, planning the next moves. We were already considering forming an alliance with the Federation. Let me report this to my superiors. Now that we have their princess, they won't let this opportunity slip by. Sunsuke was taken aback by Amelia's directness. You're refreshingly honest. Amelia continued, in any case, we can't afford to have half of our elite hero candidates abandon us. The truth is, we were already planning to meet some of your demands if you agree to come back. Herrick added, you're the ace of our army. Your departure has seriously damaged troop morale. I'm the one responsible for your actions. Thanks to this, I might just avoid being stripped of my command. Amelia then got down to business. I understand your request. If we can cooperate with the Federation, we can finally launch a campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom. This is what you want too, isn't it? Sun Tzu grinned, resting his chin on his hand. Now you're finally speaking my language. Amelia continued. It's not a bad deal for us, either. Killing the Demon Lord is the last hope of our people. Naturally, we will do whatever it takes to make that happen. Sina also chimed in, seeking to build more trust.
They saved my life, and even fed me. In return for my help, I want you to help me destroy the infected inside the Federation.
Suji smiled with determination. Of course, I will do everything I can. Herrick, however, quietly asked a curious question. May I ask something? How did you find out the princess had been kidnapped? Sunsuke answered in a heartbeat. As for that, we interrogated one of the intelligent infected we managed to capture. Herrick's doubts seemed to be resolved. I see. A week flew by, and soon, Herrick and Amelia called everyone to announce the news. The Holy Nation has sent envoys to the Federation to negotiate their alliance. While the city celebrates in a tavern, Kai's face is grim as he asks, who's going? Akira lists off the names of those chosen. Medu, Nagas, Kanaki, and Narumi. 4 of them. Kai calmly takes a sip of tea, then says, I figured they would choose Kanaki for her leadership abilities. But Akira offers a different perspective. It's because Maidu and Narumi have a keen eye for judging character. Nagas is a bit strict, but he has his own way with words. The leader of the envoys is likely Herrick. At that moment, Herrick is in his study, approving documents. Of course, some soldiers and a few administrators will be joining them, a total of 30 people. Kai then asks about Sunsuke. How is Araji doing? A flash of Sunsuke, lounging on a rooftop, gazing at the sky, accompanies Akira's reply. He wants to stay on the front lines because he's not very good at negotiations. He also explains the duties the others will take on. While Medu is away, Hashimoto will step in as the substitute captain. It'll probably be tough, since they'll have to keep a constant eye on Araji and his friends. Akira then turns the question back to Kai. So, what's your plan? Kai answers directly, I'm heading to the Federation, though I have no intention of traveling with the envoy party. The day of departure arrives quickly. Herrick urges everyone from the back. It's time to move out. The convoy begins to leave the city, setting out for the Federation. Atop his horse, Ren groans, I'm already tired. Suji turns around with a strange smile. This is going to be a long trip. Yoshia looks genuinely surprised to see Rina among them. What a surprise. I didn't think Rena would be joining us. Rena shoots him a furious glare. What did you say? Are you saying I shouldn't be here? Yoshia quickly backpedals. That's not what I meant. I'm really glad you're here. Rina points forward defiantly. If I left you guys alone, you'd just do something reckless again. Especially this idiot. Suji is taken aback as she points directly at him. Yoshia can't help but laugh at the scene. Reina stammers, flustered, I mean, with you as his partner. He's totally unreliable. Even if you're together, nothing will change. Yoshia looks a little hurt by that. Hey Reina, why are you so mean to me? Jin just sighs, utterly drained. They're so loud. Wouldn't it be better if they were quiet? She glances around, as if searching for someone. Shin-kun said he was also on his way to the Federation. Could he be somewhere nearby? Herrick is quick to notice her strange behavior. The group continues down the path, pressing onward. Hiding in the brush, Kai and Mayer see their chance to move. All right, let's go. Mayer asks, are we just going to tail them? Kai takes the lead, clearing a path. It'll be easier to follow them. Shin-kun is already there. By the way, can I ask you something? As the party ventures deeper into the forest, Jin's face is etched with worry as she scans her surroundings. Herrick can't hold back his question any longer. Why do you keep looking around? Kanaki. Jin stammers out an excuse. I'm just being wary of monsters. Yosia turns back to reassure her. There's no need for that. After all, Suji and Herrick-san are here. Jin lowers her head and whispers, You're right. Herrick turns to speak with Suji. Let me ask you something. He continues. It only took a few days for Araji to return to us, correct? Suji answers cautiously, Yes, that's right. Herrick then voices his own theory, as if testing the waters. I was just wondering how they got the information that Sa was kidnapped. Reina suddenly chimes in from behind. Didn't he say he captured a few demons and interrogated them? Herrick looks unconvinced. It just seems a little too fast. They received the intel, processed it, and returned. It's hard to believe he did all of that by himself. Usually, Araji discusses matters like this with us first. Suji senses the strangeness in his words and confronts him directly. What are you really trying to say? Herrick casually dismisses it. I'm just speculating. But his next words are loaded with meaning. Someone is moving in the shadows, gathering information on their own as always. You're a terrible liar. Herrick's words strike a nerve and Suji flinches. Your expression just told me everything. Yosia grows anxious. This is bad. It's true that Shinkun has been helping us from the shadows, but to the Holy Nation, he's still a criminal. Beside them, Jin begins to tremble with fear. If Herrick finds out we're working with him, what kind of punishment will we face? Suddenly, Reina cuts into the conversation. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Herrick just smiles playfully. It seems some of you are in the know, and some of you are still in the dark. He then explains his reasoning. Your circle of relationships in this world is still small because you're all outsiders. Therefore, you need people like us to form connections. The answer can only be one thing. Herrick states his conclusion with absolute certainty. Shinkun is your shadow, the man who killed the saintess. Suji struggles to keep his composure and asks, and what if he is? To Suji's confusion, Herrick suddenly bursts out laughing. Just as I thought. I was only kidding. Yosia breathed a sigh of relief, but he wasn't sold on Herrick's theory. Your reasoning is sharp, he admitted, but he would have helped us anyway, even if we never agreed to it. Herrick turned to reassure his men. Don't worry, he said. I'm not going to punish any of you, but his next words left the soldiers completely baffled. I'm just curious. To be honest, I think I should be thanking him for killing that woman. Yosia looked flustered. Are you even allowed to say things like that? Herrick just laughed. Of course not. If they found out, I'd be hanged. A chill ran down Yosia's spine. This was no joking matter. The group continued their journey, with Herrick's speculation hanging heavy in the air. Furthermore, based on Kanjaki's behavior, he continued. I guess he's nearby, watching us very closely, right? Suji spun around to face Jin. Is that true? A flustered Kanakian Jin clutched his chest in silence. What am I supposed to do? The whirlwind of thoughts nearly made him lose his balance in the saddle. Am I dragging Sendu down with me? I was his messenger, after all. Just then, an unexpected voice broke the silence. Since you've already figured it out, there's no reason to hide. Kai and Mayer stepped out from the bushes. Suji was stunned to see him. It's Shinju-kun. The soldiers immediately went on the defensive. He's the one who killed the saintess. But Suji instantly recognized him. He's the one who saved me. I was merely following my own conclusions, Herrick stated calmly. Kai looked at him with a hint of admiration. You came to that conclusion with so little information? Herrick replied humbly, not as well as you did. However, we have our own information networks. You're the one who killed Winbix, one of the 4 heavenly kings known as the Black Death God. Isn't that right? Kai stood directly before Herrick. I've never heard that title before, and I didn't kill him by myself. Herrick subtly sized up Mayer, the spell-casting elf beside Kai. It seems you have a very powerful companion. Suddenly, a loud voice from behind caught Mayer's attention. An enraged Reina galloped toward them, demanding answers. After everything that's happened, how dare you show your face? Suji quickly tried to intervene. Reina, calm down. But Reina angrily shoved her away. I will not calm down. Reina pointed an accusing finger at Kai. Suji, you only forgive him because you're too kind. But he is a traitor, she screamed, turning her fury on him. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Kai answered calmly, as if he'd expected this reaction. I have no intention of denying it. Yosia hesitated before speaking in Kai's defense. Calm down, Rena. Shinju-kun has always helped us. But Rena wouldn't listen, immediately summoning a roaring flame that lit up the area. Silence. I will end this right here. Oh Lord, please bless the flame in my hand. Kai let out a slow breath, clearly prepared. Mayer stared at the massive fireball, a trace of fear in her eyes. That's incredible firepower. I don't know if we can defend against that. Kay glanced at her, his voice low. Mayer. He then looked at Jin, who was watching Rena's rampage helplessly. Kanakian, don't do anything, Kai calmly ordered, as the beast of fire rushed toward them. In the next moment, he was engulfed in a scorching red blaze. Yosia screamed in shock. Are you trying to burn him to a crisp? Rina shot him a scornful look. What? If he dies from an attack like this, then I'll be sorely disappointed. From within the inferno, a hand reached out. In a flash, Kai grabbed Rena's tunic, catching her completely off guard. She was violently ripped from her saddle. She quickly scrambled to her feet, assuming a defensive stance. Searing orbs of fire materialized around her, ready to incinerate him on command. But Kai had already cast his next spell. Lightning, pierce my enemy. Instantly, tendrils of lightning bound Rina, racking her body with pain. The shock rapidly drained her strength. The fireballs around her sizzled and vanished. Rina collapsed, completely overwhelmed by Kai's lightning attack. Her voice trembled. What was that? How do you possess that much power? Kai replied, his tone still gentle. It's true I have no natural talent for divine magic. But even without talent, as long as I continue to train, I can still wield it. His next words, however, struck Rina with shame. And you? Look how you've been corrupted by the power you call a divine gift. Are you even training properly? Watching it all unfold, Yosia cheered. You neutralized Reina in an instant. Amazing, Shinju-kun. Suji, observing from the side, couldn't help but be impressed. He's not just fast, he completely throws his opponents off balance. And he's gained several new powers since we last saw him. Rina staggered to her feet, her arrogant demeanor still intact. I will still never accept you, Kai retorted without missing a beat. I never needed your acceptance in the first place. And another thing, no matter how many times we fight, the result will be the same. Humiliated, Rina screamed, Shut up. At that moment, Jin finally spoke. That's enough. In a flash, Rina was bound tightly by Jin's chains. You mean to calm down. Night soon fell, and the company made camp to rest. After hearing Kai's story, it seemed that Herrick's lingering doubts had finally been put to rest. I see now, he said, his expression thoughtful. You were all backed into a corner. Under those circumstances, I can understand why you chose to kill Leonora. From our perspective, we were being forced into one impossible mission after another, Suji explained. We didn't know what else to do, and that's why Shinju-kun decided to take all the blame, Iosia added, still eating but completely absorbed in the story. Yeah, but some of our classmates still don't get his real intentions, Rina shot back stubbornly. I agree. It wasn't just because we were classmates, Kai added with a calm nod. Nagas had the right idea. Plain and simple, she was a liability. So I eliminated her. Rina turned away, refusing to accept it. It doesn't matter what you say. I'll be the one to decide if I believe you. Iosia threw his hands up at her defiance. You're impossibly stubborn. Rina turned back to face them, her voice low. She looked directly at Kai. First question. Is it true you're looking for a way home for us? And who's the cute girl hiding behind you? Kai replied calmly. I haven't found a way yet, and she's just following me of her own free will. Rina was stunned, unable to believe what she just heard. You're ruthless, she muttered. Before Suji jumped in to explain. In any case, to catch the spies inside the Federation, we need your cooperation. Shinju-kun. That's why I'm asking you to join us on this journey, Herrick said, quickly catching on and playing alone. I have no objections, though I can't exactly report this back to the Empire. I suppose I'll just have to forge a few documents. Reina's glare was fixed on Kai, her expression filled with scorn. She turned her head away, refusing to back down. Whatever. It doesn't change the fact that I hate you. Our destination is the same, Kai replied seriously. If you'll have me, I'd be glad to join you. The campfire crackled, lighting up the dark forest around them. As Herrick and the others sat pondering by the fire, a voice suddenly called out, Midu. A short distance away, Kai's group questioned Suji. Was it really okay to tell him all that? But seeing Herrick's friendly demeanor, Suji felt even more certain. You mean about what happened with Leonora? It's fine. Herrick is a man we can trust. Kai remained on guard. No matter how trustworthy someone seems, there are things you should never reveal. But the damage is already done. Suji tried to reassure his friend. I know, and I'll take full responsibility. Besides, Herrick already knew what was going on from the very beginning. He turned to Kai, his gaze firm and unwavering. So there was no point in hiding it, was there? Kai couldn't help but admire his resolve to share information so freely and show such trust. That was definitely Midu's style. A new day dawned. After several more days of travel, the delegation led by Herrick finally stopped. He gazed at the landscape and announced, We've reached the Federation's border. Sina peeked out from inside the carriage. Let's head for the nearest border town. Suddenly, Kai's senses flared. Looks like we have a welcoming party. An arrow whizzed past, landing right at Suji's horse's feet. The animals panicked, and in moments, the entire group was surrounded by beastmen. Herrick was stunned. A beastman named Run stepped forward, her voice filled with arrogance. Humans, What are you doing in our territory? It was clear her troops had been lying in wait for some time. Suji quickly moved to the front. We are not here to fight. We've come to form an alliance with the Federation. Run's face instantly darkened. An alliance? At her words, the other beastmen roared with fury. After everything your kind has done, you dare say that? You, humans are the reason we've suffered for so long. Rena spoke up bluntly, clearly annoyed. We don't know, and we don't care. That's probably their mindset. Iosia chuckled, nervously beside her. Rena, please, don't provoke them. Sensing the impending disaster, Sina quickly emerged from the carriage. Run, it's me, she yelled, leaping down. The entire beastman army froze in shock. Sina, run, fell silent instantly. Everyone, Sina called out, clearing their name. These people. They're the ones who rescued me. But the beastmen only roared louder. Give us back Sina. Herrick stepped forward, trying to de-escalate. That's what we want to do. Just listen to us. But Run charged forward without hesitation. I don't need to hear anything. Herrick quickly gave the order to his soldiers. It's no use. Counterattack, but do not kill them. In an instant, the two sides clashed in a flurry of chaos. Kay turned to Sina, his voice low. Can you clear up this misunderstanding? Sina was helpless against their rage. Once Run gets like this, she won't listen to anyone. She then revealed a crucial weakness to Kai. Incapacitate her, but don't kill her. Her troops are all young and inexperienced, she added. If it's you, you should be able to handle it. Kay let out a soft sigh, entrusting the mission to Suji. All right, Midu, it's your time to shine. Suji, locked in combat with a beastman, instantly understood the plan. Understood. A flash of light streaked past the beastman, sending him crashing to the ground. Suji's eyes immediately scanned the battlefield for Run. Using a teleportation art, he blinked past countless beastmen. A powerful chop descended from his hand, striking the beast's head with immense force. The other beasts witnessed this and hesitated with a new sense of fear, a faint blue spark flashing in his eyes. Suji struck down the remaining beastmen, one after another, until they all lay unconscious on the ground. Their fighting spirit was utterly crushed by his display of power. This monster. Kai guarded Jin from the advancing beastmen, quickly whispering her new objective. Your targets are the archers in the rear. Leave the front lines to meet you. Jin instantly understood her role. Got it. In an instant, the beastmen archers were ensnared by her magical chains. What is this? I can't move. More beastmen charged forward fearlessly. Lady Sina, we've come to rescue you. Seeing this, Kai issued his next command. Mare stretched, preparing for her turn in the battle. All right, my turn. She began to channel her power. Spirits, restrain them, but do not harm them. The charging beasts were instantly swept up into a swirling vortex of nature magic, summoned by Mare. Yosia's eyes lit up with excitement. She had found a kindred spirit. Oh my gosh. She's an elemental user, just like me. Kai glanced back at Rina. Nagas, stop her. Now. She can't interfere. The flames blazing around Rina flared violently at Kai's words. What? Everyone else is fighting. Why are you holding me back? Kai explained calmly while fending off another beastman. If your flames hit them, they will die. Instantly. Unless you're confident you can control that power without killing them. Rina reluctantly withdrew her aura. Fine. Run watched in disbelief as her forces were systematically dismantled. This can't be. Since when were humans this powerful? Hark slowly approached her, his voice gentle. We only came here to talk. Suji added in a calm tone. None of your soldiers have been killed. Can you please lower your weapon? Losing control, Run lunged at Suji, but he was faster, stopping her blade with ease. Run was stunned by his incredible reflexes. Her sword was held fast, between just two of his fingers. Then, a familiar voice called out, seeming to break the spell of her rage. Run! Sina approached slowly, her voice a soft whisper. Please, calm yourself. I beg you, listen to what they have to say. After hearing the entire story, Run and her subordinates dropped to their knees in unison. We are truly, truly sorry. Kai rushed to stop them. Please, raise your heads. But Run kept her head bowed in shame. I had no idea that you were her saviors. I am so deeply sorry. Please, take my life as atonement for my grave mistake. Hark, considering the relations between their people, spoke with gentle understanding. I understand why you did what you did. Run's forehead was bleeding from her blows, but her guilt was plain to see. Kai spoke up from behind, offering a condition. If you truly wish to atone, will you be our guide? He stated his purpose directly. I'm talking about forming an alliance between our two peoples. To do that, I need to meet with your highest leaders. And this is what we desire as well. Sina affirmed her words once more. Yes, I owe them my life. Please, treat them as honored guests. Run replied, still flustered. I understand. I will guide you to the capital. Her next words were choked with tears. Lady Sina, I'm so glad you're safe. Sina's voice was warm and filled with emotion. I'm home. Afterward, Run and her retinue led the group toward the Federation's territory. Midu and the others were now treated with the utmost respect. Along the way, the curious gazes of beastmen followed their every move. To form this alliance, we must negotiate with the Federal Congress. Run gradually became more comfortable with the group. The Congress is comprised of the chiefs from every tribe. It is the governing body of our nation. A light at the edge of the forest signaled their journey's end. The Federation was close. The seat of their Congress lay just beyond the trees. A magnificent city appeared before their eyes, the capital of the Federation. Suji gazed at the sight with delight. So this is the Federation's capital. Yosia couldn't hide her amazement at the breathtaking city. It's enormous. Run turned to them, her voice soft. My apologies, but this is as far as I can take you. The capital's prosperity was on full display, but Run's voice carried a note of both gratitude and caution. Of course, I want to express my deepest thanks for saving Lady Sina. But the ones who decide this nation's policies are the members of the Congressional Council. The city streets buzzed with activity, filled with the sounds of urban life. The crowd stared at the newcomers with strange looks. Hey, look. Humans. What are they plotting? Suji quietly observed their reactions. Kei made his own silent assessment. It seems they don't hate us as much as we expected. It felt more like they were huddling together in fear, a sight that didn't escape the group's notice. Mayor gave a wry smile. It's not hate, it's fear. Yosia turned back with a smile and said, yes. Regardless of race, any normal person would be terrified seeing another nation's army, wouldn't they? I suppose that's a natural reaction. Herrick turned and whispered, after all, the people here are just ordinary citizens. I think we'll be more hated by the tribe's leaders, the ones we're about to meet. A loud voice suddenly boomed, drawing everyone's attention forward. Sina. And Tu rushed toward the group. He slowly approached, his eyes fixed on his daughter. Sina spoke to reassure him, I'm all right, father. I wasn't even injured. Look at me. Overjoyed, Antu's eyes filled with emotional tears as he pulled her into a tight embrace, saying, I see. I'm so glad you're safe. Sina seemed a little uncomfortable, gently chiding. Anne, to father, it hurts. You're squeezing too hard. Anne, to quickly let go, standing before Sina with an apologetic smile. My apologies. I was a bit overcome with emotion. Immediately after, his smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he looked at the group behind her. Anne asked coldly, are these humans the ones who saved you? Sina turned around and replied instantly, yes, so please treat them with kindness. Hearing this, Antu's joy returned, and he let out a hearty laugh. I understand. For today, I will allow these people to stay in my residence. He stepped forward warmly to introduce himself. I am Antu, chief of the Cat tribe and Sina's father. Antu formally expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving my daughter. I swear I will repay this life debt. Herrick quickly dismounted to return the introduction. I am Herrick, captain of the 8th Knightly Order of the Holy Kingdom of Diedliesst. May I make a proposal? Anne, Tu graciously agreed. Of course, please speak. Soon after, the meeting between the humans and the beastmen was underway. Herrick calmly concluded his presentation. That is our proposal as envoys of the Holy Kingdom of Diedliesst for an alliance between our two nations. Will you consider our offer? Antu's voice boomed as he immediately accepted. I must repay you for saving my daughter, so of course, I will agree. Iga then began to speak. It is true that the threat from the Demon Kingdom is growing. We have fought them in small skirmishes, but recently their attacks have become more frequent. Camilla quickly stood up to object. Are you saying we should ally with humans for that reason alone? That's absurd. Have you forgotten what the humans did to us? Mac fiercely supported Camilla's opinion. Camilla is right. My own father was enslaved and killed by humans. That is not something we can easily forget. Niels slowly spoke up, showing his respect. We are grateful to you for saving Sina and escorting her back, and we will grant you a worthy reward for it. His eyes showed clear resolve. But we will not forget what happened in the past. Anne, to glance at him, slightly confused. Noticing the look, Niels immediately explained, weren't we the ones discriminated against and exiled by the humans? That is not something we can simply overlook, is it? And now you want us to help them. Camilla added her support. I agree. Mac, beside her, was just as resolute. Yes, I will not accept this either. Mac's face was filled with resentment as he recalled the past. We should never forget what they did. Herrick spoke up, confused. But don't we share the same goal of wanting to destroy the demons? Mac furiously shouted, how dare you? Even if it means fighting the demons, I will never join hands with your kind. Iga quickly intervened. Wait. Iga calmly continued the negotiation with the delegation. Indeed, we've received reports that you have turned the tide in the war against the demons. Could you tell us what form of cooperation you are seeking from us? Herrick fell silent, deep in thought. Suji's voice suddenly cut through. We want to wipe out the entire demon kingdom in one fell swoop. The beastmen leaders all turned their silent gaze toward the source of the voice. Hearing this, Ega burst out laughing. He praised Suji, saying, "Your eyes don't lie, do they? How interesting." Camila turned and asked with a puzzled look, "What is it, Ega?" He quickly explained, "You see, I thought it was strange from the beginning. If my information is correct, the humans currently hold a massive advantage." Ega seemed unsurprised by his own accuracy. "They don't look like they're being forced or cornered into an alliance with us." Suji's eyes were filled with determination. "We want to defeat the Demon Lord, and to achieve that goal, we need your help." At that moment, Anta suddenly spoke, echoing what Ega had just said. He too was impressed by Suji's spirit. "I want to help them eradicate the demons, root and stem." I was skeptical at first, but I never imagined this boy would be so brutally honest. Ega raised a clenched fist. He declared his approval. "I agree as well. If the demons make a serious move, the Federation won't stand a chance." Ega's gaze was unwavering, firm in his decision. "If the Holy Kingdom falls to the demons in the future, we will undoubtedly be their next target. That's why we must seize this chance to fight alongside the humans." Hearing this, the group smiled with renewed hope. Camila spread her wings wide, her voice resolute. "I understand your point, but I will not accept this proposal." She bared her claws as a warning. "You have no idea when those humans will decide to stab you in the back." Max stood by his initial decision. "No matter the circumstances, I refuse to cooperate with those I cannot trust." Niels voiced his own suspicions. "I feel the same. This so-called alliance is likely a trap, isn't it? A way to use us as sacrifices or bait." Sina looked at him, seeing a stranger. "Sir Niels, you've changed somehow." Her words sent Niels into a deep thought. "You used to be a staunch supporter of humanity." He offered a casual excuse. "My perspective shifted after living for so long." And two, looking weary, tried to summarize the situation. "So, as it stands, we have many who oppose this offer." Ega immediately proposed a course of action. "It would be unwise for us to make a hasty decision now. We should take some time to think it over. I also want to hear more about their proposal. Let's allow them to stay in our territory for a while." And, to quickly agree with his idea, "Leave their accommodations to us. They are the saviors of my daughter's life. I will treat them with the utmost respect." Camila scoffed indifferently. "Do as you wish. It won't change my mind." Max sided with her. "She's right. I won't accept this either." Suddenly, Kai's eyes glowed crimson, as if he had detected something unnatural. Across from them, Niels sat lost in silent contemplation. The group had gathered in the Beastmen's federal capital of Grandanas, within the estate of the Cat Tribe's chieftain. A lavish banquet was spread before them, welcoming the tribe members and their honored guests. Suji exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you for the meal." But Rina's face turned pale as she groaned. "What is this food? Are these insects?" Seated beside her, Jin forced a kusal. "I have no idea." The dish was a glistening gold with an alluring purple shell. Kai, however, popped one into his mouth and ate it with relish. Meyer, meanwhile, happily enjoyed a cluster of grapes. A blonde-haired cat person raised his glass in a toast. "Here, have another drink." A gray-haired man holding a bottle laughed. "You can really hold your liquor, can't you?" His brother, Yosia, replied with delight. "Me? Well then, let's have another round." Sina cut in. "Let's get to the main topic." And Tu's face turned serious as he announced, "We must make a decision regarding our future policies." The two cat people, who were just laughing, sat down, their expressions shifting to focus on the serious matter at hand. Yosia and Jin also stopped eating, listening intently. He continued, "According to my daughter, demons have already infiltrated the Federation. Worse, they're operating within the capital itself, which means they've acquired a significant amount of our internal information." Sina, recalling the event, confirmed his statement. "If that weren't the case, there's no way they could have known my exact location at that time. I was led into a perfect ambush." A cat man in a red cloak added, "I could understand if this happened at the border, but security within the capital is incredibly strict." The man in the blue cloak next to him agreed. "He's right. If demons had infiltrated the capital, we should have detected them by now." Hearing that, she shot them a sharp, resentful glare. The man in the red cloak hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant, Princess. I'm not questioning your word." And Tu spoke up. "As you all know, we beastmen possess a powerful sense of smell. It's nearly impossible for demons to enter the city without us detecting their distinct scent, which means," a voice suddenly cut through the room, "there's a traitor." Every head turned to face the speaker. Kay delivered his judgment. Someone is protecting the demons. If an insider is feeding them vital information while also covering their tracks, that is the only logical explanation for the situation. The blonde-haired cat man slammed the table and shot to his feet in fury. "Impossible. What kind of twisted logic is that? Stop spouting nonsense. Are you accusing one of us? Enta roared, "Calm down. We are merely speculating on the possibilities." The woman seated next to the blonde man quickly interjected, "My apologies," and to continue with a heavy heart. "I don't want to suspect my own people, but despite my best efforts to find Sina, I couldn't uncover a single trace of her. To be honest, I had a terrible feeling back then that someone was deliberately controlling the flow of information." Hark voiced his concern. "If our information network is being manipulated, it's extremely dangerous. The spy is likely someone in a high-ranking position." Jin looked worried. "Is it possible that what we're discussing in this meeting could be leaked as well?" Yosia considered the grim possibility. "Does that mean one of the tribal chieftains could be the traitor?" And Tu immediately dismissed it. "I don't believe so. The chieftains are the ones who will guide the future of our federation. I refuse to create internal strife with the limited information we have." "He's absolutely right," the pink-haired woman agreed. The young man beside her just sighed in exasperation. "This is all so worrying." He turned to Sina with a stern look. "Sina, for the time being, you are not to leave this mansion." A look of pure boredom crossed her face. "How depressing. I only just got back," but Anto pleaded. "If you're taken from us again, we'll lose everything." Sudu jumped into the conversation. "By the way, what's the status on the alliance negotiations?" All eyes immediately fell on Anto, awaiting his answer. He scratched his head, looking flustered. "About that, I apologize. I truly thought they'd be more receptive to the offer," Anto admitted. "So far, only Iga and Papa have agreed. If we can't sway the other three leaders, we'll lose our advantage in the final vote." A cold sweat broke out on Sudu's brow. "There's no way." Anto's voice was earnest. "We have to keep trying to persuade them. I'm formally asking you to join us and help convince them at the next meeting. We're counting on you." Hark didn't hesitate for a second. "Yes, of course." Later that night, Kai stood high above, overlooking the capital city of Grand Annas. Sina approached him from behind. "What is it? Can't you sleep either?" "Something's on my mind," Kai confessed. "I need to gather more intel, but I can't exactly move freely in a foreign land." She replied, "That's true. With your scent, you'd be found out instantly." He conceded, "Just as I thought. The beastman's sense of smell is incredibly sharp." "Sina, there's something I need to ask you." Her curiosity was piqued. Just then, Kai's eyes began to glow with a faint red light. His vision focused on a man named Niels, a 55-year-old dog beastman. Attack, defense, agility, and magic were all C rank. Strength was D rank, with a Z rank beastification, level 1. Status. Sina's eyes went wide with shock. "Brainwashed." "Yes," Kai confirmed. "My eyes allow me to see anyone's status, using my appraisal skill. And that man, Niels, is the only one with a status like that. Usually, beastmen excel at physical combat and rely on their sharp senses. They can't use magic like humans, or demonic arts like demons, or even incantations like the elves." "That's right," she agreed. Kai's eyes narrowed. "This has to be the work of demons." He remembered something Els once said. "My perspective has changed after living for so long." "Now that you mention it," she said, "what Uncle Niels said today was very strange. He's always been one to push for good relations with humans." Sina hesitated. "Should I tell my father about this?" But Kai was cautious. "My ability alone isn't enough proof. I know your father suspects a spy is in his ranks," Kai said, "but will he even believe this story?" Sina's confidence was unwavering. "My father has always favored humans. Plus, you saved my life. He will definitely trust you." He nodded decisively. "Understood. Then let's go speak with him now." Suddenly, Kai detected movement behind them. As he glanced back, Anto stepped out from the shadows. "You underestimated Beastman's hearing," Kai replied. "So you heard everything. I suppose that means I can get straight to the point." Anto smiled warmly. "I don't mind at all. After all, you are my daughter's savior. And besides, I've also felt that something was off about Niels. I'm putting my faith in you. I will give you my full support to help establish the alliance between our nations. In return, I want you to help us root out the demons who have infested our federation." Kai immediately began to strategize. "All right, starting tomorrow, I'll gather intel on the Dog Beastman tribe. I'll need you and Maidu to focus on persuading the other tribe leaders." "I understand," Anto agreed. Night fell over the Canine tribe's district, where a massive estate was heavily guarded by 2 sentinels at its gate. Inside, Niels was kneeling on the ground. Bright sat enthroned in an armchair, casually swirling a glass of golden wine. He let out an irritated sigh. "Things are getting complicated. Just when I thought we had more than half the chieftains under our thumb, and the Federation was within our grasp. My plan was supposed to be perfect. Kidnap the princess to blackmail the leader of the cat tribe. But I never expected those damn humans to rescue Anto's daughter." Bright's rage began to boil over. That worthless bastard, Gaganda. How could he fail such a simple mission? He's a disgrace to all high-ranking demons, and those humans have some nerve. Niels gritted his teeth in resentment. They're the ones pushing for this alliance, which means I cannot possibly accept their offer. A sinister smile spread across Bright's face. You're absolutely right, Niels. It seems they're getting desperate. We have to stop them before they can influence anyone else in the Federation. Niels replied, but as you know, my lord, the humans are our sworn enemies as well. The scene shifts to the estate of the merfolk tribe's leader. Inside, Anto's group of 4 is desperately trying to persuade him. The leader's voice was like stone. No matter what you say, my answer will not change. Sudu's patience finally snapped. Are you even going to listen to what we have to say? His eyes turned ice cold as he stared the man down. The official paused, weighing his options. Fine. I suppose it can't hurt. Go on. Speak. Sudui's tense expression relaxed, and he smiled. Thank you. Herrick picked up the conversation. Then let me explain the current state of the Holy Nation. The scene shifts to the mansion of the Bird Tribe's chief. Yoshi's party of 4 is blocked. The guard at the gate raised his voice. What part of no don't you understand? I'll deliver our chieftain's message one more time. She has no interest in hearing anything you have to say. One of them shot back, but we've come all this way. The blue-clad cat person added, what? I'm certain Osama requested an audience for us today, but the guard was resolute. Even with a request from the cat tribe's leader, my answer doesn't change. Our chieftain refuses to meet with you humans. As tensions mounted, Jin considered his options. I could use a domination spell to control him, he thought. But once it wears off, he'll know he was manipulated. We'd lose their trust for good. That's enough. A frustrated Yosia turned to leave. We're going back, she protested, unable to accept defeat so easily. But he carefully explained the situation. Worst case, we'd be making an enemy of the entire Federation. That's a fight we can't afford to have. This situation is nothing like our confrontation with Leonora. Jin followed Yosia's lead. Understood. The scene changes to the cat tribe's domain. Inside his room, Kai was contemplating his sword when he heard a knock. Come in, he called out. Sina entered the room, looking serious. Kai, you were right, she said. I went to the border with the dog tribe's land today. And the tension there was bizarre. Their hostility towards humans is undeniable. It's as if someone is deliberately pouring fuel on the fire. Xena continued her speculation. On top of that, their soldiers are on a knife's edge. I think they might be plotting to get rid of you and your friends. Kai's tone turned serious. If that's the case, we can't stand by and watch. We must find hard evidence to expose them. The scene cuts to 2 figures perched on a wall, observing the canine. He suggested to his companion, let's get a closer look. Sina was quick to warn him. Agreed, but be cautious. Don't underestimate the senses of the beastkin. I know, Kai responded. In the next instant, they moved as one. He and Sina darted silently across the rooftops, surveying their surroundings. Kai moved with swift but careful steps to her position. They both froze, intently observing the scene below. Sina led the way. The chieftain's room has to be somewhere around here. She leaned in, peering through a slightly open door. It's empty. Neil-sama is probably in his quarters. Sina slipped silently into the room. This works out for us. It's a chance to find proof. Moving deeper inside, she focused, taking in every scent. Sina froze in front of the chair Bree had used. This scent. It belongs to the ones who kidnapped me. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from outside. Who goes there? Startled, Sina spun toward the door, her eyes wide with panic. Niels bellowed with rage. Sina, you whelp! Did you really think that being Anto's daughter would spare you punishment for this intrusion? She pleaded desperately. Neil-sama, please, come to your senses. He stared daggers at Sina, growling, my senses are just fine. Unafraid, she shot back, you've been brainwashed by demons. Don't you realize something is terribly wrong? Niels exploded with fury. What nonsense are you talking about? We'll discuss this after I'm done with you. First, I'm placing you under arrest. Guards rushed to his side, asking, Neil-sama, what's wrong? Losing all composure, he roared, we have an intruder. The guards drew their weapons in unison, rushing to restrain her. Sensing the danger closing in, Sina desperately searched for a way out. Shielding her face, Sina crashed through the window, making a desperate escape. The guards shouted after her, she's escaping. Don't let her get away. Go. The scene then cuts to Bright, calmly savoring a glass of wine. He mused to himself, an intruder, is it? But how could they have possibly discovered me? I've moved with such caution this entire time. It's precisely why I was the only one who could infiltrate the capital. After the incident with Sina, I was sure they would suspect a demon infiltration, but I never imagined they could connect the dots and point their suspicion toward the canine tribe. But if someone were to uncover my brainwashing technique, well, that would change everything. A smug smile crept across Bright's face. Still, that's an impossibility. In that exact moment, Kai appeared from the shadows. His blade was already pressed against the man's throat. Bright couldn't even react. His eyes darted back in pure panic, trying to identify his attacker. And in a flash, Kai moved to end him. The sounds of chaos shattered the night's silence. Niels' command echoed through the streets, "Seize the intruders." Meanwhile, Sina fled across the rooftops, looking back over her shoulder. She wondered frantically, where is Kai? Did he find the demon? Just then, a voice called out, "Sina-sama," and a small flame flickered to life in the shadows. It was Run, holding a lamp, surrounded by soldiers from the cat tribe. Her eyes widened as she saw Sina. Recognizing her, Sina jumped down. "Run. What are you doing here?" She replied, "I was waiting nearby. It was an order from Anasama. He ordered me to ensure no harm came to you, Sina-sama." Just then, soldiers from the canine tribe began to close in. The cat tribe's captain declared with fury, "She is an intruder. We will capture her on Lord Niels' orders." Niels' voice was cold as ice. "Yes, they're telling the truth." Run turned around. "What are we supposed to do?" Lady Sienna held out her hand. "If they come for us, don't kill them. Just fight them back. They're probably just as confused as we are. They don't really want to fight us." The scene shifts as a spray of blood erupts. The wound was from Kai's blade striking Bright. He was taken by surprise. This kid doesn't waste any time. In a flash, Kai launched a dagger from his hand. The blade plunged deep into Bright's arm. He screamed out in agony. Bright collapsed to his knees, grabbing onto a nearby tree for support. "There's no time to think now. I have to regain my composure." Bright hurled a potted plant straight at Kai, but with a single slash, Kai split the obstacle in two. Seizing the opportunity, Bright bolted and tried to escape. Kai gave chase. "I'm not letting you get away." He swiftly climbed onto the roof right behind Bright. Fear gripped the fleeing man's heart. "I can't let them find me. This will draw away too much attention." Bright desperately called out, "Niels, Niels, answer me. A human is attacking me. I need your help." On the other end, Niels replied, "I'm sorry, Lord Bright. I truly want to help you." But before he could finish, Bright urged him on. "Just get over here, now." Niels was in a tense situation of his own. He narrowed his eyes. "It will be very difficult for me to get to your location." Anto clenched his fists and issued a challenge. "It's been a while since we've had a proper fight, hasn't it?" Niels pointed a finger right in his face, seething with anger. "Anto, do you have any idea the weight your words carry? I cannot forgive what your daughter has done. This will be a war between our two tribes." Anto laughed loudly. "I won't let that happen. It's time I opened your eyes." Niels' brow furrowed in frustration. "You don't even understand what Sienna has done." Anto cleaned his ear, feigning disinterest. "Is that so? All I can sense is a disgusting aura radiating from you." He snapped back, "Nonsense. It's a shame I have other matters to attend to. I will crush you if you keep interfering with my business." Accepting the challenge without hesitation, Anto clenched his fist and charged toward him. In an instant, their two fists collided with devastating force. A massive explosion echoed as a shockwave blasted the air around them. Yozi's eyes widened. It started. Rina covered her ears. "Is it really okay for us not to intervene?" He frowned. "It's fine. The deeper we get involved, the more difficult the negotiations will become. I don't want the people of the Federation to see us causing a disturbance." Jane worried. "What if?" Yozia reassured her. "He's probably just hiding nearby and searching for the demons. That's why they seem so desperate to cause all this chaos." Jane fidgeted. "Then wouldn't it be better if we lent them a hand?" Yozia shook his head. "If we interfere, we'll only slow them down. Besides, we aren't familiar with this place." She placed a hand on her chest anxiously as he glanced down. "In any case," Yozia guessed, "there's still a chance someone will rush in headfirst without knowing what's going on." The sound of frantic footsteps echoed through the narrow street. Kai was closing in on Bright. His gaze was locked onto his target. "He's running toward a more secluded location." "Good." Bright glanced back in pain. "The wound is too deep. I can't move my arm freely. In this condition, can I even defeat this kid?" Two women suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "What's this?" In a heartbeat, he mercilessly sliced them in half. Bright snarled, "Anyone who has seen me must be sent to the next world." Kai witnessed the brutality, momentarily stunned into silence. He's not stopping. "I have to accelerate." He focused his energy, using magic to physically enhance his body. White smoke enveloped Kai's legs as he concentrated all his power there. With an explosive burst, he shot forward like an arrow. Bright sensed Kai right behind him, and his heart leaped into his throat. "What?" The dagger flew from Kai's hand, but Bright managed to parry the deadly strike. Kai then landed a powerful kick that sent him flying backward. The force of the blow made Bright cough up blood. The dagger was just a feint. He collapsed onto a pile of broken rubble. Bright gasped for air. No, I've lost. Even if I'm not a combat-type demon, I still rank among the top-tier high-level demons. He glared. So this is a hero candidate. A trickle of blood seeped from Bright's mouth. How did you know my location? Kai's voice was cold. My eyes possess an ability that allows me to analyze the status of any target. Bright gave a bitter laugh. Just my luck? To run into the strongest opponent at a time like this. A smirk played on his lips. I can still salvage my plan, as long as I eliminate this brat. Even if I lose, I still have one more card to play. Kai glared back, sensing a wicked scheme was brewing. The battle between the dog-folk tribe and the cat-folk tribe descended into chaos. The soldier-fighting run turned. Captain, why are we even fighting? The captain yelled. These are the chief's orders. There's no room for unnecessary thoughts. Run shouted back. If you're questioning it too, then just stop. We have no intention of fighting you either. Sienna spoke calmly. You are Lord Niels' soldiers, are you not? You are all so close to him. Haven't you noticed? He's been acting very strangely lately. The dog-folk soldiers were taken aback. The captain's expression faltered. Niels pointed a sharp finger at him. You know something, don't you? The captain roared. Lately, I admit I can't understand Lord Niels' thoughts, but our duty remains unchanged. Sina's voice was ice-cold as she asked. Even if Lord Niels has been brainwashed by a demon, the dog tribe soldiers couldn't believe what they were hearing. Something like that was impossible. The captain shot back in fury. Don't fall for their tricks. We will follow the chief's orders. Sina sighed, defeated. It's no use. Convincing them is impossible. They truly are elite soldiers. Just then, Vun stepped forward to shield her. Stay behind me, Lady Sina. I will handle this. Suddenly, a streak of green energy tore through the air. The very ground split apart. The captain flinched. What in the world? When he turned, he was shocked to see that Suji was a human. The sound of footsteps broke the tension. Iga's voice sliced through the silence. That's enough. Both sides. Lower your weapons. Everyone froze in shock. The scene shifts as a system window displays Bright's stats. Status. Multiple traumas, severe blood loss. Kai's eyes glowed red. His detail appraisal ability activated. Demonic art. Brainwashing. Brainwashing. A pre-selected living target is affected. Activation requires placing both hands on the target's head. Kai processed the information. As long as I avoid that brainwashing skill, he's not a serious threat. Taking him down should be easy. But then, he sensed a wave of killing intent. Kai instantly dodged a spear aimed for his heart. An entire demon squad had appeared before him. Bright let out a sinister laugh. Thanks for playing right into my hands. Now my followers can finally join the fight, Kai scoffed. So that was your plan. You led me to this secluded spot just to rendezvous with your lackeys. Bright smirked, striding toward his army. It seems you're the one with nowhere left to run. The Demon Kingdom's special forces wouldn't send a lone operative. Kai sighed. Are you an idiot? Kai's words struck a nerve. What did you just say? His voice dropped low. Of course, I knew you were waiting for backup. Hunting you down one by one would be a pain. So, it's much more efficient to wipe you all out right here. The demons were stunned by Kai's bold declaration. Bright roared in fury. You arrogant fool. What can one man possibly do? The demon squad summoned their blades. You won't be talking so tough for much longer. We'll make you pay for daring to injure Lord Bright. Bright glared daggers at Kai. Humph. Truly an idiot. Even if my underlings are only mid-tier demons, they are still an elite force. Their combat skills are nearly on par with my own. He gave the order. Now, eliminate this human. But a clear voice rang out from above. O spirits of the wind, blow them away. A swirling vortex of wind enveloped Kai like a protective shield. Any demon that got too close was instantly hurled into the air. The demons stared up at the sky. Reinforcements? Kai's voice was grim. Did I ever say I came alone? Perched on a nearby rooftop was Mayor. Since I didn't know the activation requirements for your brainwashing, I brought some insurance. Bright scoffed. It doesn't matter. There are only two of you. This changes nothing. Mayor began her chant. Materialize a storm of stone. Countless small stones materialized in the air and shot towards the demon army like bullets. Despite their size, the stones hit with devastating force. The demons cried out in agony. One of them managed to block the barrage. You fool. We can just use our demonic arts for defense. But in that moment of distraction, Kai struck from below, his blade piercing its guard. What? Kai yanked his blade free as the demon collapsed. He spoke nonchalantly. While you're focusing mana into your hands for defense, you leave yourselves wide open to attacks from every other angle. Bright screamed in a rage. You imbeciles. Don't you dare let your guard down. Treat them both as if they were high-ranking demons. One of the demons obeyed. Understood. It licked its lips with a hungry look. Demonic art. Clone image. Can you even tell which one is me? The words had barely left its mouth when a dagger plunged into its forehead. The demon collapsed, its life fading. But, how did you know? Kai casually brushed a speck of blood from his sleeve. For an elite unit, it seems you can't even share basic intel between squads. Another demon launched a spell in his direction. You bastard, it screamed. Just die. Wind spear. But a gust of green wind intercepted the attack. The demon was stunned. What? It looked up to see Mayor hovering above on her staff. Her eyes burned with cold fury. O spirits of wind, deliver judgment. The demon stared in horror as 1,000 sharp blades of wind materialized and pierced its body from every direction. In an instant, only 5 of Bright's demon squad remained. He gritted his teeth. Damn them. To think they'd push me this far. From the shadows, a new voice echoed softly. My. You all seem to be in quite a predicament. Mayor whipped around, startled. Huh? Who's there? Kai's eyes darted toward the source of the sound. The bird tribe had appeared, led by Camila. Kai's brow furrowed. The chief of the bird tribe. I never thought you'd side with the demons. Her voice dripped with venom. That's right. And it's because I despise you humans. Mayor asked quietly, is she under the brainwashing spell too? After a moment, Kai answered, no. My appraisal ability shows nothing. She's working with the demons of her own free will. And then it all clicked. I see now.
So they've brainwashed the dog tribe's chief. And now the bird tribe is working with them.
Kai pieced it all together. The chief of the dog tribe, the alliance with the bird tribe, and the cat tribe chief's daughter being held hostage. The wolf tribe chief isn't involved, and the fish tribe's leader is a fool. By holding Sina hostage, they can force the cat tribe's hand, securing a majority vote in the council. Kai remembered the demon's conversation. By the way, it looks like the Federation will be under our control very soon, right? The higher-ups can finally focus on the war against the humans. A realization hit him. So that's what they meant. Bright coughed up blood. You're a little late to the party, aren't you? Camila stared down at him. Humph, even for a demon, you can't beat these humans without us. Bright struggled to speak. I'm not complaining now, am I? Just help me. Is he actually begging? Finish them. Camila smirked. For you to make an offer like that? How rare. Are they really that strong? All right, I'll help you. Kai clicked his tongue. Teesh. There are about 30 elite birdmen. Does this mean the entire tribe is cooperating with the demons? Camila landed beside him, trembling. What do we do now? Kai took a battle stance. We have to defeat them. Camila gave the order. Get them. Don't let the other tribes find out, and don't waste any more time. The bird tribe warriors rushed toward Kai and Mayor. As the scene shifts to Niels, and just as he threw a punch at Niels, it was blocked. Niels stood his ground, the earth cracking beneath him. The shockwaves shattered every window pane in the area. The trees swayed violently. Anto just smiled with glee. Excellent. Niels was confused. What are you talking about? He launched a counterattack, but the blow did nothing to Anto. He punched Niels straight in the face. You're too weak. The man stumbled back, a sudden realization dawning on him. What is this feeling? Niels frowned. My mind is reeling. Anto clenched his fists, watching him closely. It seems he's starting to doubt himself. Have I misunderstood something? He studied Niels. Is this really the end? Just as I expected. While I'm buying them time. The only way to solve this is to defeat the one casting the brainwashing spell. Anto thought to himself, it'll be a problem if I leave Niels alone and let them unleash the dog tribe's power. Iga exclaimed in shock, Niels is being brainwashed by demons. Sina nodded. Yes, that's why we infiltrated Niels' mansion to find the creature. Suji asked her, so, did we find him? Sina shook her head frantically. I don't know, but then Kai suddenly disappeared. Suji seemed to understand. I see. If he's not here, it means he's still fighting somewhere. Iga scratched his head. I can't keep up with all this. Everything's moving too fast, but we need to help your friend who's fighting the demons. Iga cut in from above. Well, even so. Sina asked Han Lun. What is it? She analyzed the situation. I see a group of birdmen flying north. Ega was surprised. Birdmen, flying this late at night? Xena rushed off ahead. Let's go check it out. We might find some clues. On the rooftop, Yosia's group was still watching. Jin spoke with worry. Is it really okay for us to just watch like this? She looked toward Yosia. Narumi answered, it's not the wrong move. There's a high chance we'd start a conflict with the locals if we interfere. Jin called out to him. Hey, Narumi? She spoke slowly. Let me ask you something, Jin asked. Your reasoning is based on Shin defeating the demons, right? Yosia confirmed. Yeah, you're right. She hesitated. But What if he loses? Yosia looked down. I haven't thought that far ahead, but we would definitely be condemned if that happened. She panicked. Then we should do something. Isn't that better? No matter how trustworthy Shinjukan is, he's not invincible. Rena chimed in, I understand your point, but we don't even know his exact location. Jin's voice was low and sad. You're right. She clasped her hands together. I know, but I can't help but be selfish. I want to be Shinjukan's strength. Suddenly, Kai's voice echoed in Jin's mind. Kanzaki, is that you? She gasped. Yosia grew concerned. What's wrong? Jin whipped her head around, searching for the source of the voice. She asked, Where are you? Kai's voice replied, I should be asking you that. Now I get it. He sounded amazed. So this is your new power. She could feel the strength inside her. A new guardian power? I can hear Jinjukun's voice clearly in my head. Jin called out to him. Where are you, Kai? He answered instantly. I'm in the northernmost part of the city, fighting demons and the bird tribe. Kai asked, You want to be my strength, right? Jin blushed instantly. You heard that? I didn't say it that loud. Kai was clearly in the middle of a fight. He urged her, Get over here, fast. Kai's voice was like a jolt. I need your power. Beside her, Yosia was confused. Who are you talking to? Rena's face darkened. Hey, have you lost your mind? Jin explained. I'm talking to Shinjukan through my ability. A surge of confidence washed over her. I know where he is now. We have to hurry. Let's go help Jin. The birdmen swarmed together, darkening the sky. With a unified cry, they charged forward. Maya desperately held her ground. She commanded, Spirits, don't let them near us. Her counterattack sent waves of pain through the flock. Again, she summoned the spirit of earth to strike them down. At her command, massive chunks of hardened soil shot towards the birdmen. Enraged, one of them snarled, At this rate, we can't get close. What are our archers doing? The archers immediately took aim. Understood. Firing another volley. A storm of razor-sharp arrows rained down on Maya. She raised her staff high, her voice ringing out, Spirit. Instantly, a powerful cyclone erupted, swallowing the entire volley. The birdmen were thrown into confusion. What do we do now? At this rate, we're completely powerless against her. But another one spoke with chilling calm. It won't last forever, he explained. Her elven magic draws from the spirits. But that power has a limit. Hearing this, Maya's heart sank. They figured out my weakness. The spirits are reaching their limit. I need to finish this with a different element, something other than wind. The birdman watched her, sneering to himself. She's just stalling for time now. I have to end this before the other tribes get involved. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, a demon fell to the ground. Defeated. Kai moved with deadly skill as demons swarmed him from behind. They shrieked, You bastard! This is the end for you. One conjured a magic circle to strike him down. But Kai effortlessly countered, felling the demon with a single blow. Camilla screamed, Stay still. A volley of hardened quills shot from her wings, aimed right at him. One managed to pierce his arm. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Kai thought to himself, I'm worried about Maya. We're separated. Suddenly, Bright appeared right behind him. Kai reacted instantly, shouting, Lightning shock. Arcs of electricity coursed through Bright's body as he stammered in pain. What? Bright gasped in shock. Lightning-based elemental magic. Just then, another demon charged forward. Kai sidestepped the attack with fluid grace. But Bright, standing right behind him, took the full force of the blow. Both he and the demon were sent flying. Blood sprayed through the air. Kai analyzed the situation, concluding, Is he planning to use brainwashing magic? I have no defense against that. I need to be extremely careful. Just then, reinforcements arrived. Kanzaki, Kai said with relief, You're just in time. Rina gasped from behind them. Demons? Yoshi added grimly. This situation looks bad. He then shouted, We've got your back. Seeing the newcomers, the demons muttered amongst themselves. Reinforcements. Be careful. They're hero candidates. Kai took command. I'll handle the bird tribe chief and the high-ranking demons. I'm leaving the weaker ones to you guys. Of course, Yoshi declared confidently. Reina then asked, So does this mean the birdmen will see us as enemies too? Kai answered, Yes. You have my permission to burn them all. His voice was heavy with grim resolve. Kai, are you trying to fight all alone again? This is just like the battle against Leonora. Kai replied calmly, If that's the case, then use your domination spell on me. Their magic works by brainwashing their enemies. I understand, she said immediately. Jin then cast the domination spell on Kai. A strange and powerful energy enveloped his body. With this, my greatest weakness is gone, Kai declared. Camilla shrieked, Are you looking down on us? She hovered menacingly in midair. Bright quickly warned her, Camilla, don't lower your guard. One mistake and you're dead. Kai's voice dropped to a low growl. This was my mistake. But I'm going to end this right now. As he spoke, his eyes began to glow a deep crimson. Her eyes widened in shock, and even Bright was stunned into silence. Back with Maya, the birdmen continued their relentless assault, but suddenly, a powerful voice echoed across the battlefield. Birdman, what is the meaning of this? Startled, Maya spun around to face the source of the voice. The attackers grew agitated. Aren't they guests of the Catkin tribe? I demand an explanation. Egon's voice boomed. Behind him stood Ron, Sina, and C. Fear flickered in the birdmen's eyes, their voices trembling. The chief of the Wolfkin tribe? How did they get here so fast? What do we do? One of the birdmen tried to calm the others. Stay calm. We follow Camilla's orders. Hearing this, the flock slowly regained their composure. The birdmen roared in unison. Eliminate all witnesses. Even the chief of the Wolfkin tribe. Egon stared back, stunned by their declaration. What are they talking about? Suji observed. It looks like they have no intention of negotiating. Maya stepped before the four newcomers, explaining urgently. Listen, the birdmen are working with the demons. Hearing this, Egon's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Maya pointed toward the chaos in the distance. The demons are over there, fighting Kai. So that's what's happening, Sina murmured. And now the birdmen have joined them. Egon said grimly. This situation is dire. Mido, you go help him. But he immediately refused. No, Suji began to explain. My friends are on their way with reinforcements. I'll stay here and back up Mason. He gave a solemn nod. I see. I never imagined the demon's influence was this widespread. Iga's voice was a low growl. These soldiers are only following their chieftain's command. If I can help it, I'd rather not take their lives. He replied instantly. I understand. A little surprised, he shot a quick glance over at Sui. At that moment, his face filled with absolute confidence. That's my specialty. Kai growled. My mistake. I intended to end this quickly. As he finished speaking, his eyes slowly bled into a deep crimson. She gasped, her eyes widening in shock, as the man froze in utter astonishment. Bright was completely horrified. Camilla trembled in fear, wondering if its very form was distorting. His body began to blur, and in a flash, Kai was right on top of Brett. A devastatingly powerful slash cut through the air, forcing him to leap backward. He thought to himself, I can't even react to its movements. Bright stared at the gash on his arm and muttered, What's wrong with my eyes? Camilla shouted a warning. Don't look into its eyes. Bright. It's probably using some kind of illusion art. Kai smirked internally. She figured that out fast. Just then, his skill information panel appeared. Kai's eyes glowed red as he mused, Phantom Guard, a new skill I got after defeating WimBX. This is an ability that creates an illusion for any living creature I target. The activation condition is that the target must make eye contact. I've practiced using it against monsters. In close quarters, it's an incredibly powerful weapon. A memory of his harsh training flashed in his mind, while Camilla cursed. What kind of annoying ability is this? Bright resolved, I have to face it head-on. But I can't look at anything above its neck. He settled into an attack stance, and Kai smiled with satisfaction. Good. I don't see the illusions anymore. He's not looking into my eyes, which is precisely the simplest solution. Kai charged toward him with blinding speed. For a moment, he almost vanished completely. Kai closed the distance and whispered, You think that's enough? Bright looked in shock toward the direction of his voice. In that exact moment, Kai landed 2 slashes directly across his face. Blood sprayed through the air as Bright's voice trembled. Impossible. Kai then began to lecture him. You fool. An opponent's eyes give you critical information in battle. You were never fast enough to keep up with me. If you lose that stream of information, you can't even put up a fight. Kai left him with those words and turned to walk away. It seems you can't even hear me anymore. Seeing this, Camilla seethed with rage. This guy is useless. Kai said softly. Now, it's your turn. She roared. I've seen plenty of you humans' pathetic tricks. Don't you dare underestimate me. With that, Camilla lunged with her sharp talons aimed right for Kai. He easily parried the attack, then powerfully grabbed and pulled her in. He swung his arm, flinging Camilla far into the distance. She quickly recovered, hovering once again in midair. Kai analyzed inwardly. It's incredibly difficult for her to fight without looking at my eyes while staying airborne, but she's adapting with precision. She spoke with a mocking tone. I'm not like you. I can fight without needing my sight. After all, we beastmen have 5 extremely sharp senses. He quickly saw through her. But what are you going to do now? You can't just fly around trying to hit me forever, can you? Kai glanced elsewhere and added a reminder. By the way, the longer this fight drags on, the worse your situation becomes. Before them, the demons and birdmen were steadily being brought under control. Yosia was fighting using the element of wind. Rina was using fire to incinerate the demons and birdmen. Jin was also using her energy to its absolute limit. Camila gritted her teeth and snarled. Not once, but twice now, you humans have interfered in my affairs. He looked at Camila, showing not a single trace of fear. She shrieked, I will take all of your lives. As she screamed, Camila's body began to undergo a complete beast transformation. Kai's eyes narrowed. Beastification? This is a special skill that only beastmen can use, allowing them to release the inner beast within their bodies. A complete beastification grants the user explosive power, but in exchange, they lose their own consciousness. She let out a horrifying, tragic cry. Streaks of light flashed by in an instant, and he thought, she's so fast. Kai activated illusion nullification, then triggered far sight. Every one of Camilla's movements became crystal clear as she rushed toward him again. A storm of powerful attacks rained down on him relentlessly. Camila let out a deafening scream as countless feathers shot out, one of them gently grazing his cheek. Kai thought to himself, the time limit for a full beastification can't be very long. If she uses it in a prolonged battle, she'll be consumed by her beastly instincts and lose herself completely. Her power surged once more. He grew worried. But if she's willing to throw everything away, my energy might run out, and I won't be able to maintain far sight. Kai made a swift decision. In that case, I need to end this now. He immediately activated weakness detection. The space around them began to glow with a strange crimson light. Kai looked at Camila and wondered, just as I expected. This is the best way, right? But there's a risk it won't activate properly. He told himself this was his final chance. If this skill failed now, everything would be for nothing. Kai roared, "O lightning, pierce my enemy," and the heavens answered. Instantly, her body was engulfed in crackling electricity as Camila shrieked in agony. Kai watched the situation carefully before delivering a final, decisive strike. Blood poured endlessly from her wounds. Utterly spent, Camila was thrown back, her body slamming hard against the ground. She groaned in pain, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Camila lay motionless next to Bread's corpse. Kai spoke with a cold voice, "All that's left for us now are the regular soldiers, right?" The great battle was over. After Shin and the others annihilated the demon army led by the high-ranking demon, Bree, and Camila, leader of the bird folk, the battlefield was a grim sight. The clash between Midyu's group and the bird folk soldiers had also concluded. 3 bird warriors stood frozen in utter despair. This was the result of them receiving news of their leader's death. Niels collapsed at Anu's feet. With the death of the high-ranking demon Bree, the brainwashing effect that had controlled Niels, the dog folk chieftain, finally vanished. The skies slowly began to clear. The incident at the capital of the Grandanas Federation had finally come to an end with the breaking of a new dawn. A few days later, a meeting of the Alliance representatives was taking place at the mansion of Iga, leader of the wolf folk. 4 figures sat around a large wooden table. Herrick frowned slightly, asking with a pensive look, "What has become of the bird folk?" Iga fell into a thoughtful silence. Only those closest to Camila knew about her collaboration with the demons, he began. To be precise, that only includes the army that fought against us directly. He continued to explain. The rest of the bird folk were completely unaware of this. Therefore, there's no reason to punish them. Suji immediately asked, "Then what about the army that did fight against us?" Iga replied, "They were only following their chieftain's orders." After a brief pause, Ega conceded, "But we cannot let those who betrayed the nation escape punishment entirely. Perhaps sentencing them to hard labor will be sufficient." The scene shifts to the mansion of the catfolk chieftain. As the next meeting convened, Kai, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, spoke up. "So, what about the dog folk?" The entire room fell silent for a moment as all eyes turned toward him. Anu was quick to assert, "Their chieftain will be punished, of course. Even though it wasn't his intention, the fact remains that you betrayed the nation." Sitting opposite them, Shin explained warily, "Being brainwashed by a demon was Sir Niels's mistake from the start. If he receives a heavy sentence, there's nothing we can do about it." Across the table, Maya let out a soft chuckle. In any case, it's not as bad as letting the princess get kidnapped by demons. At the mansion of the fishfolk chieftain, the peaceful scene of a clear lake and swimming mermaids was suddenly shattered by a thunderous shout. "What?" Max's eyes flew open. The dog folk's leader was brainwashed. Though he had been asleep, he continued to roar. And on top of that, the bird folk conspired with demons, and the humans defeated them. Yosia, standing beside him, reported with a tremor in his voice, "Forgive me, Sir Max. I know it is hard to believe, but it is the truth." Max bellowed, "Hey, human." Yosia replied, flustered, "What? We're not lying." Max suddenly lunged forward with a ferocious look. Yosia stumbled back in alarm, shouting, "Wait." But instead of attacking, Max suddenly pulled Yosia into a tight hug, his voice choked with emotion. "You're a truly good person." Yosia could only manage a confused, "Huh?" Tears streamed down Max's face as he spoke with gratitude. Thank you for protecting the Federation. He turned around, held his head high, and declared, We will not forget this debt. I promise you, the fish folk will cooperate with humanity. Yosia tried to return a smile. I'm glad to hear you say that, but are you sure? You decided that very easily. Max clenched his fists, his eyes red with fury. We will never forgive the demons. We will hunt down every last one of them. From behind, Yosia watched with a bewildered expression. Shin, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. Yosia forced a laugh. Well, he certainly doesn't listen to what others have to say. The scene shifts back to the meeting. Several days later, representatives from the various races gathered along a long table in the Parliament Hall of the Grandanis Federation. Ano spoke from the head of the table. Thank you all for protecting the Federation during the recent incident. Sincerity and respect shone in his eyes. This is a debt we can hardly repay. Max and Ega both gave a slight nod, showing their agreement. Niels, the chieftain of the dog folk, slowly rose to his feet with a solemn gaze. Furthermore, we have now experienced the threat of the demons firsthand. We were nearly manipulated into fighting amongst ourselves. He paused for a moment before continuing. Although we beastmen are powerful in direct combat, we are weak against such cunning schemes, he proposed. I believe we should cooperate with the humans to compensate for each other's weaknesses. The group around the conference table listened with thoughtful eyes. Niels continued, raising a fist high into the air as his voice boomed with conviction. Let it be known, we, the Grandanis Beastmen Federation, hereby declare our full cooperation with the Digeret Holy Kingdom. Instantly, hands shot into the air with fierce determination, a powerful symbol of unity. The entire chamber erupted in thunderous cheers. Yosia was absolutely beaming. Jin offered a soft, knowing smile, while an ecstatic Reina pulled Suji into a tight hug. Hark smiled upon the group, his gaze silent but filled with profound approval. Kai simply closed his eyes, an island of calm in the celebratory storm. Outside the city walls, the scene was peaceful. Hark, leading the way on horseback, glanced back at the party and called out, Everyone got everything they need. Rena replied crisply, I'm all set. Yosia, however, looked a bit wistful. Man, it's a bit sad to be leaving already. Standing to see them off at the gate, Anja spoke warmly, You are welcome here anytime you wish. From now on, we will be in regular contact. Beneath the gentle sunlight filtering through the canopy, Jin turned to Kay, his voice laced with relief. Well, everything is finally settled. She tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. So, what's our next move? It looks like the others are heading back to the Holy Kingdom. Kai's eyes were half-lidded as he replied with utter calm. For now, our objective is complete. All we can do is wait and see. Sina suddenly appeared at their side, her eyes wide. Hey Kai, are you planning to stay here in the Federation? With his arms crossed, Kai answered, I intend to remain here for a while longer. Even if I return to the Holy Kingdom now, I'd just be branded a criminal. It's much easier to breathe here. Hearing this, a soft smile graced Sina's lips, her cat ears twitching slightly. I see. I'm glad to hear that. Jin stared at Sina, blinking in confusion. Glad? Sina kept her focus on Kai. Are you going to continue on your journey? Kai's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. His voice was resolute. My goal is to kill the Demon Lord and return to my own world. When the time is right, I will head to his domain. Upon hearing his declaration, Sina straightened her back and announced, In that case, I will join you on your journey. Jin's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in shock. Wait, what? But Kai simply tilted his head, asking Sina seriously, And what is your purpose? Sina took a deep breath, her voice ringing with clarity. I am the only daughter of the Cat Tribe's chief. One day, I will inherit his position. She met his gaze, her eyes burning with resolve. I wish to hone my own strength and build my own legacy before I am ready to take my father's place. Kai listened in silence before speaking slowly. From this point forward, the battles will only grow more intense. I'm certain you can accomplish a great deal. But I operate from the shadows, so you won't receive any public recognition. Sina looked him dead in the eye. But you said you're going to defeat the Demon Lord. If I am part of the force that defeats him, that will be an achievement in itself. From behind them, Anto's voice rang out, filled with confidence. Please, take my child with you. He approached, placing a hand on Sina's head as he chuckled. Your worry shall only slow you down because she is my daughter. Kai's gaze shifted to Sina, his expression thoughtful. This journey will be perilous. What happens if you're captured again? Sina didn't flinch, her gaze like steel. If the war escalates, danger will be everywhere, no matter where I am. Besides, I can't become stronger if I'm always hiding in a safe place. And to cross his arms, his voice deep and steady. If Sina has made her decision, then I will support her choice. In other words, even if she is used as a hostage again, as she was in the recent incident, I will not interfere. Sina looked up, her resolve unshaken. I want to go with you, too. Jin, still standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded, but Kai's serious expression didn't change as he replied, "So, your mind is made up. Very well. I will train you myself before we begin our journey." Kai's tone was unyielding as he continued, "If I deem you useful, I will allow you to accompany me." Understood? Sina nodded without a moment's hesitation. The scene abruptly shifts to a menacing castle, the demon kingdom of Adora. In a dimly lit chamber, a long-horned demon kneels. "What is your command, princess?" The fifth princess of the demon kingdom and supreme commander of the revolutionary army, Isabel, responds. "Relay this message to all our brethren. The time for our revolution is at hand." The magnificent citadel appears again. Midu and the other envoys had successfully convinced the Federation to accept the alliance. Shortly thereafter, the group departed from the citadel, crossing the stone bridge to return to their frontline fortress. At the fortress gates, a mounted party rode in. They were accompanied by official representatives from the Federation. Ega stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Ega, captain of the Beastman Federation's warrior division. It's an honor to meet you all." Following him, a knight commander spoke. "I am Amelia, captain of the Holy Kingdom's 4th Knight Corps, and the one responsible for this front line." Amelia continued, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Their hands clasped firmly, sealing the agreement. The crowd around them erupted in cheers. And while the hero candidates played a vital role in these negotiations, they had yet to grasp the true magnitude of the alliance between the Degenerate Holy Kingdom and the Grandana's Beastman. Suji smiled with pride, joining the thunderous applause of those around him. Night fell upon the fortress. A full moon cast its silent light over the ramparts. Suji lay asleep in his bed, his breathing steady. But then, his eyes slowly fluttered open. He sat bolt upright, pressing a hand to his head with a heavy sigh. "Huh! Why am I waking up now?" Suddenly, Mireille was in his room, standing right beside his bed. "Well, you have been out cold since this afternoon. You must have been exhausted from your long journey." Suji jumped, startled by her voice. "Mireille," he asked, completely flustered. "What are you doing in my room?" She calmly explained, "You fell asleep in the lounge. I used my powers to bring you back here." Suji let out a sigh of relief. In a softer voice, he said, "Oh, I see. Sorry for causing you so much trouble." Mireille replied gently, "It's no problem at all. The important thing is you're back safe." "Does this mean the mission was a success?" Suji immediately asked. "What's the situation at the front lines?" Mireille's tone grew serious. "The Demon Lord's army has launched multiple assaults, but they haven't been able to inflict much damage." She clenched her fists tightly, her gaze hesitant. "I really hate to admit this, but it's all because of Araji." The scene flashes back to a blazing battlefield. Sunsuke stood surrounded by piles of monster carcasses. Mireille's voice echoed, "He's unbelievably strong." Suji closed his eyes with a faint smile. "I see. It's a relief we can rely on him." "And what about Ega?" Suji asked. Mireille gave a small smile. "He's taking a well-deserved rest today after his long trip." Moonlight streamed through the window. Mireille spoke up, "I believe there's a meeting tomorrow to discuss the strength of the Federation's warriors." Suji's voice was grim. "They're strong, all right. Especially their captain, Ega. He's on a completely different level, even stronger than me." Mireille's eyes widened in shock. "Stronger than you?" Suji nodded firmly. "That's right. And the rest of their soldiers are elites. We can absolutely place our trust in them." Suji's conviction was absolute. "With a force like this, we can cut through the forest, invade the demon kingdom, and take down the demon lord himself in one swift blow." Mireille fell silent for a moment. Then, she asked cautiously, "I know it might be too late to ask, but aren't you afraid?" She nervously gripped her clothes, her voice dropping to a whisper. "From here on out, the battles will only get more intense, far more dangerous than anything we've faced. One of us might not make it back." Suji stared out the window, his expression heavy. "Am I scared?" He continued, his voice steady. "Of course I am. But if I stop now, our class will be torn apart all over again." He remembered his classmates, their shared struggles. "And if that happens, people will get hurt, or worse. Besides, Sinan has always pushed me forward." Mireille looked up, surprised. "Shinon did that? Really?" Suji gazed into the distance, replying slowly, "Shinon considers us valuable allies. He might not be driven by emotion, but that doesn't change the fact that he's always been there to help us." Mireille crossed her arms, pouting. "I don't care what the reason is. I can't stand selfish people." Suji let out a small laugh. "That's so like you." Suji's expression changed. "To be honest, I'm jealous of them. Both Sinan and Arazi." Mireille was stunned. You're jealous of them?" she insisted. "But you're so much stronger than they are." An image of Sun Tzu charging through the battlefield flashed in his mind. They aren't swayed by what's happening around them. They just charge forward without a second thought. That's a quality I've always envied. The moonlight cast shadows on Suji's thoughtful face as he sighed. Meanwhile, all I ever want is for things to stay just the way they are. Mirai spoke gently. Can I ask you something? She leaned forward on the bed, her gaze piercing. Why? Don't you want to go home? Suji was taken aback, only able to manage a weak, huh? He gave a forced laugh and mumbled, because everyone else wants to go home, right? Mirai's expression hardened as she pointed right at him. Hey, Suji. Just then, the door creaked open. Suji, Rina whispered. Are you awake? She stepped inside and froze, her eyes wide at the sight of Suji and Mirai on the bed together. Rina's face turned beet red as she screamed. What do you two think you're doing? Mirai threw her hands up in a panic. We weren't doing anything. We were just talking. She turned to him desperately. Right, Suji? Yeah, that's right, he stammered. Rina wasn't buying it. Liar, she roared. How dare you sneak into a boy's room at night and say that? Mirai tried to reason with her. But I was just bringing Suji back. He was asleep. Rina pointed an accusing finger. You're always going on about rules and ethics. And here you are, breaking them yourself. Mirai shot back, her voice just as sharp. Stop making such baseless accusations. You're the one crossing the line here. Oh, I have a lot of nerve, Rina fired back. Caught in the middle, Suji could only watch them argue, completely lost. A small laugh escaped Suji's lips at the ridiculous scene. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where Ega and Sansuke are locked in combat. Iga gripped his sword tightly, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Across from him, Sansuke clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resolve. He stomped a foot down hard, cracking the very ground beneath him. In a flash, he lunged forward, his gaze laser-focused. Sansuke pivoted with blinding speed, unleashing a powerful spinning kick aimed right at Iga. But Iga met the blow with his sword, not moving an inch. In the next instant, the tip of Iga's blade was pressed against Sansuke's forehead, leaving him completely stunned. Sansuke staggered back, his feet hitting the ground with a heavy thud. His eyes were wide with disbelief. He's that fast? Before he could recover, Iga was already in front of him, his sword descending like a bolt of lightning. With ice in his eyes, Iga declared coldly, This is the finishing blow. Sansuke gritted his teeth and roared back. You're seriously underestimating me. You damn mutt. Sasuke's arm shot up, blocking Egon's incoming strike. Egon gasped in disbelief. What? He thought to himself. Is he using magic to fortify his arm? Egon's mind raced. Even with magical reinforcement, blocking a blade with your bare hands should be impossible. With a deafening roar, Sasuke swung his own sword in a ferocious counterattack. Egon quickly used his blade to brace himself, landing safely on the ground. Sasuke winced, rubbing his shoulder with one hand. That actually hurt, he grumbled. Suddenly, another voice cut through the air. All right, you two. That's enough practice for now. Amelia announced with a smile. It's time for the strategy meeting to begin. What? Sasuke cried out. But things were just getting good. Egon, however, calmly sheathed his sword with a clean, decisive motion. I agree, he said. But we can always have a rematch later. I'm just glad you're on my side. He smirked. Heh. Guess that makes my efforts worthwhile, doesn't it? In the capital of the Grandana's Beastmen Federation, the central square was bustling with activity. In a grassy field just outside the city, Kai and Sienna were in the middle of a training session. Kai held his single knife, while Sienna stood still, awaiting his command. Maya raised her hand, her face beaming with excitement. Let the duel between Sienna and Suji begin, she announced loudly. Sienna's hands began to morph, long, sharp claws bursting from her fingertips. Partial beast form, she roared. Sienna leaped high into the air, her clawed hands raised, ready to strike Kai. He remained perfectly still, his eyes cold as he tightened his grip on the knife, bracing for impact. She dove from above, her claws slashing through the air. With teeth clenched and eyes full of conviction, her body shot forward like a powerful missile. Kai expertly dodged the attack, a cloud of dust and grass kicking up around him. Sienna pressed her assault without hesitation. Kai unleashed a flurry of defensive moves, creating a series of violent clashes. Is that all you've got? He asked, his voice dripping with ice. I've told you over and over again, he continued. You have to attack me with the intent to destroy me. Sienna let out a furious scream. Yelling, she dove down from the sky, her eyes blazing with determination. Sienna closed the distance, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. She aimed directly for Kai, but her attack stopped dead in its tracks. Kai had thrown a handful of sand directly in her face. Sienna winced in surprise. What? Sand? She sputtered. Kai drove a powerful kick straight into her stomach, forcing her to double over. The force of the blow sent her flying, tumbling across the grassy field as she cried out in pain. Maya rushed over from a distance. Are you all right? Sienna clutched her stomach, groaning. My stomach. It hurts so much. She looked up at Kai, accusingly. You're as cruel as ever. Kai turned his back. And you're as gullible as ever. You must always be prepared to counter every single one of your enemy's attacks. Sienna bit her lip and tilted her head. So I still haven't made any progress? Kai crossed his arms, speaking nonchalantly. Let's see. As of right now, you're still pretty useless. Ren, who was watching from afar, called out. Sienna, do you always have to train so harshly? Sienna exclaimed. Ren. Sienna looked her straight in the eye, her voice firm. This is what I want. Don't try to stop me. Ren tilted her head with a teasing look. I was about to ask that boy to go a little easier on you, she said. But since you put it that way, I guess I'll hold my tongue. Kai turned to face Ren, his question short and to the point. What do you need? The Federation's main forces are preparing to move out, Ren reported swiftly. They're joining up with the Holy Kingdom's army. I came to let you know. Kai stared off into the distance. So it's finally starting. It took longer than expected, Ren added, raising a hand to explain. But there was nothing we could do. Both nations wanted to discuss the alliance first. Then, she casually remarked, it seems the treaty was signed without any strange disputes. Sienna looked up and asked, are you going, too? I'm the captain of the Cat-Person Warrior Division, Ren replied. So I'll be joining them. Maya shot a worried glance toward Kai. Kai, what should we do? She asked. Kai remained calm. We'll wait and see how the situation develops. He paused for a moment before adding, besides, Sienna still hasn't reached a level where I can bring her along. A vast blue sky stretched out above them. 1 month later, deep within a thick jungle, a hulking creature with grayish-blue skin faced off against Kai. It wielded a massive club, glaring at him with murderous intent. Kai raised his gun, his cold eyes taking aim, ready to open fire. He focused his mind, channeling his thoughts. The idea echoed in his head, create a bullet made of pure energy, fueled by imagination. He stared down his target and thought, load. The giant creature let out an enraged roar and charged straight for Kai, who held his firing stance, unmoving. Kai held the gun steady, his eyes locked on his target as the barrel began to glow. A bullet of pure energy shot forth, streaking towards the massive beast. The creature was hit, its body riddled with wounds. Watching from a safe distance, Maya clapped her hands in praise. Whoa! The huge monster was injured, staggering as it stared at Kai, mumbling incomprehensible sounds. Kai didn't hesitate. He raised his gun, reloaded, and fired again. The bullet pierced straight through the creature's head, sending blood everywhere as it roared in agony one last time before finally collapsing. Kai calmly turned away, observing. The firepower still isn't strong enough for monsters like these. Maya looked confused. But you took one down with just 6 shots. Isn't that good enough? This gun. It's a type of magic that allows me to create bullets with my own energy, he continued to explain. My idea was to use them as magic bullets. I never imagined your strange device could accelerate them so fast, Kai explained with grim determination. The foundation of all magic is imagination. If I can't visualize it perfectly, the spell is useless, he continued to explain. In my world, we had electricity. That's how I can form a clear image of lightning magic. As he spoke, his gaze turned ice cold. But for someone from another world like me, even imagining a simple bullet is surprisingly difficult. He looked up, his assessment quiet but firm. In that case, I can only shape my power based on techniques I'm already familiar with. It seems that method is brutally effective, Maya said, surprised. So that's what your world was like, huh? Suddenly, she felt a presence lurking behind her. She called out to Kai, her voice laced with fear. He answered instantly, don't worry. I see it. A monstrous beast descended from the canopy, its vicious growl echoing right behind Maya. Kai stared forward, his voice a grim warning. But bullets won't work on that thing. Without a second's hesitation, Kai launched himself forward, shouting, get down. Maya immediately dropped to the ground as he commanded. Kai charged ahead, his left hand crackling with raw magical energy, ready to pierce our enemy. A brilliant spear of golden lightning descended. Oh, spear of thunder. The monster was struck dead center, its body pierced by the colossal bolt as its massive, charred form collapsed, lifeless in an instant. Kai landed softly on the ground, still holding Maya safely in his arms. He spoke. I have no trouble with intermediate-level lightning spells, but I still can't properly control high-level magic. Maya looked up at him. Aren't you asking for too much? No one has ever reached your level this quickly. Kay turned to Maya and asked, by the way, where's Sina? Maya pointed off into the distance. The scene cuts to Xena, standing victoriously atop a monster's corpse. Sina wiped a streak of blood from her face and strode toward Kai and Maya, boasting about her kill. I finally took down that beast you mentioned. So, did I pass? The colossal monster's body lay motionless on the ground. Sina's heart pounded with anticipation. Kai nodded. All right, you've passed. Kai's expression turned serious as he faced Maya. Now, We should begin our advance into the Demon Kingdom's territory. The Allied forces appeared on the horizon, an army of warriors from the Holy Kingdom and soldiers from the Federation, beginning their invasion of the Demon Realm. As they pushed deeper into the Demon Kingdom, the sheer number and power of the monsters they encountered inflicted devastating losses on the Holy Kingdom's army. This was especially true around the first gate to the Demon Kingdom, a place known as the Demon Forest. Soldiers advanced through the dark, oppressive woods, every one of them on high alert. Two soldiers walked side by side, their faces taut with tension. Ega suddenly sniffed the air, sensing something was wrong. He gave a swift warning, the scent of monsters. There's a large pack of them on our right flank. The soldiers on that side froze in fear at his words. Hey! Yoshi scanned the distance, trying to see. Huh? Are you sure? Mira, standing beside him, was just as confused. I don't detect anything at all. The forest remained eerily silent, with only the wind whispering through the leaves. Suji, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes. They're coming. Just as he spoke, hordes of ferocious demons materialized from the shadows. Iga gave the command. Engage them. The soldiers charged forward without hesitation, following the order. The Beast Clan warriors unleashed their techniques, intercepting the demon vanguard. A blade sliced clean through a demon's neck. The creature's head flew through the air as blood sprayed everywhere, while another was torn to shreds moments later. Witnessing this raw power, the human soldiers could only gasp in awe. Incredible, you said it. The spectacle was terrifyingly impressive. One soldier exclaimed, so this is the power of the Federation's warriors. Even Suji was stunned. The monsters are being annihilated with ease. This is beyond anything I could have imagined. Hark stroked his chin thoughtfully. We humans use all 5 of our senses, and still, we couldn't detect those monsters. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Having the beastmen in our ranks is a massive advantage for us. The sound of a sword being sheathed cut through the air. Iga smiled confidently. Leave the task of detecting monsters to us. As long as we're here, they won't be able to ambush you. And just as Iga predicted, a soldier from the other side shouted, They're on the left flank now. The soldiers moved to attack as instructed. The Allied army now had the means to repel any and all monster assaults. The number of attacking monsters began to dwindle noticeably. As a result, the strategy employed by the high-ranking demon, Elsa, had its effectiveness drastically reduced. With guerrilla warfare and low visibility in the forest, the Holy Kingdom had suffered heavy casualties in the last campaign because they could never predict where the monsters would strike. But now, with the help of the Federation's warriors, their incredible ability to hunt and eliminate monsters had changed the game. Beneath the demon forest's canopy, monstrous corpses littered the ground. A fist slammed into a tree trunk. The figure trembled with rage. Damn it all. High above, 3 demons stood looking down at the battlefield. The one in the center began to speak. Model. The plan was to overwhelm them with a massive monster army, then strike them down amidst the chaos. But for now, their targets were completely unscathed. One of the 3 scouts muttered, How much longer do we have to watch? Another replied, We haven't gotten the order from Lady Elsa yet. What do we do now? The leader made his decision. There's no other choice. We're pulling back. However, before they could escape, Iga suddenly emerged from behind them, his gaze sharp as a blade. Did you really think I'd let you get away? One of the demons, terrified, spat out in anger. You bastard. Before he could finish his sentence, blood erupted, painting the entire area crimson. The scene shifts to the Demon Forest Castle, where Elsa resides. Elsa held a wine glass, her cold gaze directed below. My lady. A demon with messy hair rushed towards her, his eyes wide with panic. Lady Elsa. A report. The soldiers sent to the forest were ambushed and annihilated. It seems those beast warriors are causing more trouble than we expected. Elsa lifted the glass to her lips, gritting her teeth. She whispered, I knew it. I can't believe I have to clean up the mess that Fulbright made. The other demon spoke up. I understand your feelings, Lady Elsa. But with the current situation, what is our next move? On the map spread out before them, the symbols of kingdoms and paths were clearly visible. He pointed. They'll have no choice but to attack this castle. They won't want to be ambushed from behind, so they will definitely come for us. He suddenly hesitated. Do we even stand a chance of winning? Elsa's hand held her wine glass steady, her voice chillingly calm. It's true we've been backed into a corner. But don't misunderstand me. It's not because I'm weak or because I rely only on my strategies. The wine in her glass began to emit a fierce red aura, as if every drop of blood was boiling at its master's will. Elsa's lips curled into a smirk. Still, destroying the enemy is much easier when you use your brain. In the end, I just need to eliminate them, right? The masked demon bowed his head, his eyes shining with obedience. Yes, Lady Elsa. A deep purple sky cast its shadow over the castle, where 2 figures stood watching from a distance. Ega frowned slightly and said, I've located their nest. There are a lot of monsters here. Amelia's tone was grave. We cannot afford to ignore this castle. We need to capture it so we aren't attacked from the rear as we advance deeper. Besides, if we take the castle, we can use it as a forward base and get reinforcements more easily. Someone nearby groaned, "What a total pain." The complaint came from Shunsu. He shouted, "So let's just attack them already." Hark quickly gave the order. "I grant permission. I don't want to give the enemy any time to think. We will begin the assault on the castle immediately." Shunsuke laughed loudly. "Ah, now you're finally starting to make sense." The castle walls were swarming with soldiers, preparing for the massive attack. From high above, allied soldiers unleashed blinding beams of light. On the ramparts, the demons refused to be outdone. They dropped a barrage of massive boulders, raining them down like meteors to stop the Holy Kingdom's soldiers. A brilliant blue blast shattered the main gate, and a soldier immediately roared, "The main gate has been breached. Advance." Shunsu charged straight ahead, laughing with exhilaration. "Ha ha ha, come and get it, you pieces of trash." Shunsuke turned in confusion at a voice beside him. Iga placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Let's go, Shunsuke." Iga flashed a determined smile, his eyes burning with battle lust. "Let's destroy the high-level demons together, shall we?" Shunsuke clenched his fists and yelled, "I got it." Elsewhere in the castle, Elsa was still calmly enjoying her wine. In the middle of the vast room, Elsa sat upright on her throne, her eyes half closed. She snapped them open at a sound from the entrance. The crash of the doors shattered the silence. Eiga and Shunsuke strode in together, their determined gazes fixed straight ahead. Elsa licked her lips with delight. "You finally arrived." A dark aura enveloped the castle. Shunsuke spoke. "This terrifying energy." Iga added, "That's right, there's no mistaking it. She's a high-level monster." She mocked them. "The leader of the Beast Warriors and a hero candidate? You're being overly cautious, but I have no intention of losing." With that, Elsa swung her long weapon. He narrowly dodged the attack. Suddenly, sharp spikes erupted from the ground below. Shunsuke yelled, "The floor." Elsa sounded amused. "I wouldn't dare underestimate you. I always prepare traps when enemies arrive. Now, be impaled and die." He commanded. First stage of the Holy Sword. Release transformation. The sword extended, wrapping around a chandelier. Elsa was surprised. Using it as an anchor, he landed safely. She wondered to herself. A sword that can freely change its shape, but his companion had fallen right into the spikes. Shunsu cried out in horror, "Eiga." From the bottom of the spike pit, he flew up. Eiga sighed. "That was dangerous. I was almost skewered." She wondered, "He isn't hurt, but how?" Eiga explained simply, "It's easy. A double jump." Elsa sneered. "What a cheap physical ability. Are all you beastmen like this?" "Heh, he's a special case," Eiga remarked. "Now, it's their turn." With that, he shot towards his opponent. Elsa unleashed her own attack, proving she was no pushover. Sai chanted an incantation, a teleportation spell. He instantly appeared right behind Elsa. "Got you," Sai hissed, gritting his teeth as he sprung the trap. From the ceiling, a massive blade appeared. He could only gasp. "What?" Sai desperately moved to block the attack. Seizing the opening, Elsa spun around and struck him down. Sai was thrown back. "Mind you," Eiga cried out in alarm. Elsa seethed with rage. "That was too close. It seems that power is still too much for you to handle, boy." He struggled to his feet, clutching his wound. Elsa sneered, "Hero candidates, you're from another world, aren't you? What is it that you're even fighting for?" The question stunned him. "What? Don't listen to that demon," Eiga roared. Eiga charged forward without hesitation. "This is our chance," he yelled. "Let's go." "Yes," Suji replied. Just as his blade was about to strike, Elsa suddenly turned. She put on a pitiful act, begging, "Stop. I'm sorry. Please. Save me." Suji froze for a split second, and a smirk spread across Elsa's face. "You've lost your focus." Her tendril wrapped around Suji's leg. "You can't let your guard down and fight." He was violently yanked off his feet. Elsa slammed Suji into the ground. "Midu," Eiga shouted, his voice laced with panic. Elsa found the scene amusing. "Are you really worried about a mere human? It seems your alliance is stronger than I thought." She threw the boy towards him, declaring, "If you want him back so badly, then take him." Elsa whipped her tendrils, tearing massive holes in the wall. Her thoughts raced. "Their spirits are broken. I can handle that beastman on my own." Suddenly, Elsa spotted a wolf emerge from the shadows. She was confused. "What's this?" She hesitated, thinking, "A wolf. But it's not a transformed beastman." Sensing immense danger, Elsa immediately took a defensive stance. The beastman let out a furious roar and lunged forward, jaws wide open. This was the domain of the third prince, in the western region of the Vidora Demon Kingdom. Eiga transformed back into his human form. Watching from afar, Aqualia commented, As expected, the Alliance warriors are a real nuisance. That's precisely why I need to control them. Jaganda, Bright, and now Elsa. All of her top commanders have been annihilated. It seems she's finally being backed into a corner. Are you all right, Aqualia? The sudden voice of Leon H. came through the communication stone. She was startled. Lord Leon H., are you worried about me? Of course, he replied. You are my fiancé, after all. Aqualia blushed. Fiancé. Yes. Thank you. My lord, I am fine. Leon H. continued. I heard about Elsa's death. The Alliance will reach the city of Foris in a few days. Do you think you can win? Aqualia's confidence wavered. Honestly, I've always operated from the shadows. My own combat ability isn't that great. It will be a difficult battle, since I'm facing the ones who defeated Winbach and Stone Guy. Indeed, Leon H. said. Right now, the Demon Kingdom's assassins are heading to Foris. Aqualia was shocked. Assassins? He explained. They are an elite force that works in secret, handling our dirty work. As you know, the Demon Kingdom's assassins are one of my trump cards. I am giving you command over these elites. Her eyes widened in delight. Truly? Of course, Leon H. affirmed. I need you to hold your ground until I return. My beloved Aqualia. She was deeply moved. Yes, Lord Leon H. Leave everything to me. Your fiancé. He replied, I'm counting on you. Aqualia thought to herself, I failed to control the Alliance. And even though I've been completely cornered, he still shows me such affection. Lord Leon H. is truly a gentle man. Aqualia hugged the stone pillar and wept. I will definitely repay your love. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom's capital, daily life and trade continued as usual. But within the castle, a large number of soldiers were being summoned. Lady Isabel, where are you going? Her attendant asked. I'm going to visit Alice, she replied. As Isabel entered the garden, a little girl making a flower crown looked up, her face beaming. Sister, this was Alice, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom. A flicker of sadness crossed Isabel's face as the little girl ran to hug her. You came. I wasn't planning on it, Isabel said coolly. I just had some free time, so I stopped by. Alice held out the flower crown. Isabel took it. For me? Did you have a feeling I was coming? The little girl's expression turned sad. It's not like you do anything else anyway. I want to go out into the world too, but they won't let me. Alice, Isabel said suddenly. Yes, what is it? The girl wondered. It's nothing, Isabel replied, placing the crown on her head. What do you think? Alice burst out laughing. You look so silly, sister. Well, you gave it to me, so I had to wear it, she retorted. Oh, right, sister. When are we going to start the ritual to summon the dark god? At those words, Isabel's smile vanished. Alice continued excitedly. I heard I'm going to be the offering to the god. I'm really looking forward to it. Me too, Isabel lied. I don't know the details, but it shouldn't be long now. The little girl smiled. I understand. On that day, I'll finally get to go outside, right? Isabel's thoughts darkened. Just then, her attendant spoke up. Lady Isabel, I know, she said sharply, turning to leave. Oh, are you leaving already? Alice asked. I'll visit you again later, Isabel replied. Be a good girl. Okay, the princess chirped. As Isabel walked away in silence, a voice called out, Hey, Isabel, model. As she turned around, she saw him. Leonhardt, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. Lord Leonhardt, Isabel greeted. He spoke softly. You're being so distant again. Can't you call me brother, like you used to? No, Isabel replied. I no longer have that right. You're far too rigid, Leonhardt said. Have you seen Alice? I have, she answered. It can't be good for her to be trapped in there all day. He chuckled darkly. She's destined to become a vessel for the evil god. In all this time, she's probably lost her mind already. In any case, it's an honor to become the evil god's vessel. Honestly, I'm quite envious. Leonhardt pressed, don't you agree, Isabel? She simply replied, yes. Without another word, Isabel quickly departed. Forgive me, I must go. The Demon Kingdom of Vidura. Territory of the Third Prince. It was a chaotic place where all manner of humans and demons gathered. Kai moved through the crowd, stopping before an inn. He stepped inside a rather high-class establishment. The owner greeted him, welcome back. So, what do you think of the city of Fit? Kai replied, it's decent enough. Though the atmosphere feels a little suffocating. Yes, the man said. Since we can't stop the human invasion, this place has become the new front line. A lot of people are feeling on edge. Kai tried to reassure him. I don't think you need to worry. But the innkeeper was still nervous. Even with the 4 heavenly kings of Aquileia in this very city, you have a point. But Lord Stone, Gaia, and Lord Wim were already killed. Kai grew somber. Those terrifying hero candidates had slain two of the demon lord's four heavenly kings. The innkeeper exclaimed, "Exactly. It's hard to believe, isn't it? After everything that's happened, we're suddenly invaded. On top of that, it seems the slave supply is being reduced, right? And we're already dealing with a major labor shortage." He turned to yell at a worker, "Hey, do your job properly." The slave replied, "Yes, sir." The man grumbled, "It would be a huge problem if our slaves disappeared." The innkeeper nodded towards Kai. "But you have slaves with you, so you understand. I'm glad we see eye to eye. We make them handle all the menial jobs. After all, once the slave supply stops, we won't be able to stay in business. Ah, speaking of which, I'm a little bit jealous. Your slaves are quite cute. Are they of marrying age, perhaps?" Kai replied coolly, "I wouldn't know." The owner let out a loud laugh. "Well, I suppose I shouldn't pry into a customer's private life. Please, get some rest." Kai nodded. "Right, thank you." Mayor and Sina looked at him. "Hello," she said. Sina seemed amused. "Fufu, just as you predicted. You look completely different." Kai replied, "Of course. If I didn't, we couldn't operate. This disguise is essential to move freely within the demon kingdom. But your scent is different," she pointed out. "A beastman might notice," Kai explained, "but a demon certainly won't. Once we're in disguise, we're completely indistinguishable from actual demons." But Mayor started to complain. "Fine, but I still can't accept you, treating us like slaves." He replied, "You two are too conspicuous. I had to disguise you as a demon's property. It was the easiest way to blend in. It's hardly rare for a demon to own slaves from other races." Mayor questioned him. "Are Sina and I really that eye-catching? Couldn't you have just used your disguise skill on us?" Kai answered bluntly, "It's because you're too beautiful. The moment you attracted a demon's gaze, they would see right through any illusion." Mayor blushed. "Beautiful? You don't realize it?" Kai asked. She stammered. "Well, I suppose, maybe. Why are you so flustered?" Kai wondered. "I just didn't expect you to say that," Mayor mumbled. He replied, "I'm only stating the truth." Sina chimed in, "Hey Kai, what about me?" He explained, "You share some features with Mayor, but those cat ears are incredibly hard to hide." "Yeah, that's true," Sina agreed. "Imagine how furious the Alliance would be if they found out I was being paraded around as a slave." Kai cut in. "This is just a disguise to help us infiltrate demon territory. We're simply posing as a demon and his two slaves." "That makes sense," Mayor admitted. "But because we're your slaves, we don't get our own rooms. That's why I rented such a large one," he replied. "Is there a problem?" she pointed out. "But there's only one bed." Kai answered immediately, "You two can take the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. Besides, I'm trained for this." "It's just a little awkward," Mayor mumbled. "What was that?" Kai asked. Sina tried to jump in. "Kai, please understand. What Mayor means is." Mayor quickly covered Sina's mouth. "It's nothing." Meanwhile, in the demon kingdom of Vedora, the city of Spruk, domain of the fifth princess. Within the castle, a portal of light opened. Isabel stepped out. A servant bowed low. "Welcome back, Lady Isabel." "Thank you," she replied. The servant asked, "How is Lady Alice's condition?" Isabel answered, "She's fine. She even gave me this hair accessory made from flowers." "I am so relieved to hear that," the servant replied. Isabel's tone grew cold, "But she's only being treated well because she's the evil god's future vessel. Nothing more. It must be so lonely, locked away in that room." "Lady Isabel," the servant reported, "our comrades have gathered underground." At his words, she descended with him to where their entire army was waiting. Her face was a mask of determination as she addressed them all. "Thanks to Wim's death," she began, "you've all been able to monitor them. Now, we can finally move more freely. At the moment, the others are preoccupied with fighting the humans. That is precisely why they have no time to think about internal matters." Isabel Sama, a subordinate, asks, "Does this mean the revolution is finally at hand? We will strike down the demon lord and reclaim the crown." At her words, the room erupted in a thunderous roar. This was the moment they had all been waiting for. Their preparations were meticulous and drawn out. There would be no chance of discovery. They were certain that once Isabel Sama became the new demon lord, the kingdom would enter a golden age. "Yes, we will give our all for you." Isabel Sama. She watched them, lost in her own thoughts. Isabel knew she wanted to end this war with a revolution. That part wasn't a lie, but above all else, she wanted to protect that little girl. And to achieve that, she would have to betray her own kingdom. Meanwhile, in Fit, a city in the territory of the Vedora demon kingdom ruled by the third prince, a murmur spread through the crowd. "Hey, look. It's the Count. Count Cacho of the Vedora demon kingdom." Instantly, everyone dropped to their knees. He seethed with anger. "I am truly sick and tired of this. Aqualia dared to mobilize troops without his permission. Her rank may be higher, but he was still the governor of this city. Perhaps she's on edge because of the threat from the human race. With 2 of the 4 heavenly kings already dead, she must be feeling the pressure. Someone else chimed in, exactly. Aqualia was always known for her caution. Besides, her combat prowess is nothing compared to the other heavenly kings. Cacho scoffed, look around. Her paranoia is even making the townspeople anxious. Hidden in the crowd, Kai absorbed the information. So, that's the noble who rules Forest Lead, he thought. It appeared the Count ran the city with an iron fist, all under the third prince's orders. He'd heard the demon world was a brutal place where the strong devoured the weak. Demon nobles were supposed to be high-ranking demons, but it seemed they'd overestimated their own kind, resulting in subpar training. Kai glanced at the slaves, deducing they were soldiers of the Holy Kingdom. Inside the Count's castle, a demon was slain by Shin. Kai pulled the dagger from the demon's corpse. You were too careless. He stepped into the next room, where she had just finished off several more demons. I've taken care of all the demons in the manor, Sin reported. No one detected us. Did I do a good job? She asked. Yeah, great work, Kai replied. But there were some strange noises. It'll be a problem if we wake the Count. Even if he wakes up, you can just kill him instantly, Sin said. Kai retorted, that's not the issue here. All right, fine. We have other objectives. Back in the slave quarters, a man suddenly shouted, who's there? A woman stammered, it's a human, and a beastkin girl. That's right, Kai confirmed. Let's have a little chat. When we're done, I'll get you both back to the Holy Kingdom's army. Kai glanced at the paper in his hand and smirked. I see. Just as I predicted, saving you two was the right decision. He suspected the Count's slaves would have useful intel on the Demon Kingdom, but he never imagined it would be this valuable. The man replied, we refuse to become mindless laborers for those monsters, so I decided to gather as much intelligence as possible in case we ever got rescued. Sin then asked, you two never tried to escape. The man explained, this collar is enchanted with a powerful spell. I heard it would burn us to a crisp if we tried to run or defy our master. These collars are used widely across the entire Demon Kingdom. They're used to force slaves into submission, the girl asked. So the reason you put those on our necks was so you could take them off? They're just replicas, he answered. There's no magic in them. The man continued, still, rather than be burned alive, we endured being his slaves for 2 long years. That time was a living hell. Whenever Count Cacho was in a foul mood, he wouldn't hesitate to torture his slaves. Kai asked, who captured you two? Based on your condition, it's clear you're both highly capable. The woman's voice was grim. It was the special unit of the third prince, Leon Hart, also known as the Assassins of the Demon Kingdom. The man elaborated, it's an official unit made up of the most elite individuals in the entire Demon Kingdom. It seems this unit operates completely independently from the main army. We were ambushed while escorting a supply convoy. We were confident in our strength, but we were utterly overwhelmed. Kai then asked, do you know why that unit received official recognition? The man replied, I heard that the army has many infamous individuals. They were skilled, but their existence was officially erased for violating military law. So they gathered those individuals into a single unit, Kai guessed. The man said, it was likely thanks to the third prince's charisma. We once witnessed a meeting between Cacho and Leon Hart. The moment we saw the prince, we knew we didn't have the strength to defeat him. I know the Heavenly King Aqualia is impressive, but she's nothing compared to him. The woman said, you've probably realized this by now, but this area is under the third prince's direct control. Is the third prince currently in this city? Kai asked. The man answered, no, not according to what we've heard from Cacho. It seems he's at the royal palace. The city's army is currently under the command of the Heavenly King Aqualia. He questioned the connection between the third prince and the Water Heavenly King. The woman replied, she is his fiancée and the very heart of the third prince's faction. He processed this. A support faction, you say? I heard the Demon Kingdom wasn't exactly united. They explained that the princes and princesses' factions were locked in a brutal power struggle for the throne. It seems even the Demon Lord condones this. A trial by fire to forge the strongest successor. Kai pressed further. So what's the chain of command in the Demon Kingdom? They replied that the first prince's faction was once the most powerful, but since their core member, Wimbox, was killed, their influence has crumbled. The first prince's power was rooted in the military. The same thing happened to the second princess's faction after Stone Guy's death. Her strength came from the high-ranking officials. Aqualia seized that opportunity to expand her own influence. The third prince's faction is built on merchants and the lower nobility. Their muscle is the Demon Kingdom's elite assassination squad. But there are other factions to consider. Kai noted that the influence of the 4 heavenly kings must be immense. The man explained that's because they are the highest-ranking officers in the Demon Lord's army, which makes it unbelievable that the hero candidates managed to defeat 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. That single event threw their entire internal situation into chaos. Kai nodded slowly. I see. It looks like the Demon Kingdom could be destroyed by its own internal conflicts. What about the last Heavenly King? The man continued. The Fire Heavenly King, phrase, has declared neutrality. He will serve whoever becomes the next Demon Lord, partly due to his close ties with the current one. I understand, Kai said. But, the woman added, a new sentiment is spreading, a belief that now is not the time for a civil war. Kai's eyes narrowed. So they want to unite against a common enemy? It seems the demons are finally sensing how dangerous things have become. He gave his order. Thank you for the intel. Escort them to the allied forces. The woman warned him that Aqualia is famous for her cunning tactics. She specializes in sabotage and dirty tricks. That's probably why the Third Prince's faction has such a nasty reputation. Kai's mind was made up. Relay this information to the allied forces. I have no intention of fighting the Water Heavenly King. The man was confused. Then what are you going to do? You killed Cho so easily. Are you one of the hero candidates? Kai declared, I'm going to push deeper into the Demon Kingdom. It seems I need to stir up some conflict. I'll find a way to destroy them from the inside. Meanwhile, the human army advanced steadily toward the Demon Kingdom. Suji pointed ahead. I see it. That's the city of Fit. Seti confirmed, it guards the trade route between the kingdom's eastern and western territories. Once we capture that city, our burden will be significantly lighter. Ega added, I'm sure their defenses are ironclad. It wouldn't be surprising if one of the 4 heavenly kings showed up during this crisis. Suji agreed. Right? The Fedora Demon Kingdom. The Third Prince's domain. The war has already begun around the city of Polis. The two armies finally clashed. The sound of screaming steel echoed across the battlefield. Initially, the allied army had the advantage, everyone fighting with relentless fury. However, since the city of Polis was a key strategic base for the demon army, things weren't going to be that easy. The demon side had mobilized an army of 80,000 soldiers. Worse, their morale was terrifyingly high. A blue demon roared, crush those pathetic insects. Meanwhile, the Holy Nation's army consisted of 40,000 troops. Even with the Alliance's 20,000 warriors, the combined forces only numbered 60,000. Suji gritted his teeth. There are too many of them. Plus, apart from the hero candidates and knights, our soldiers are much weaker than the demons. At that moment, the Alliance army was being pushed to the brink. Suji fought off a demon, his heart heavy with anxiety. If we get separated, we'll be picked off easily. He cursed under his breath. If only I had the power to command an entire army. Iga covered his back. Don't worry, Suji. Leave it to us. He opened his mouth, preparing to unleash something incredible. Iga threw his head back and let out a deafening roar that ripped through the air. The sound wave washed over the other warriors. Instantly, a warrior's aura exploded. The brown-haired man's muscles swelled, his skin changed color, and vicious claws erupted from his fingertips. Across the battlefield, the demons reeled back in shock. What is this? Before they could react, the transformed warrior lunged, his claws a whirlwind of destruction. Suji stared in awe. Iga explained, my roar's effect terrifies our enemies, while boosting our allies' morale and combat abilities. This is nothing. Fueled by newfound courage, the Alliance soldiers charged forward. They would not tremble before the enemy. Amidst the chaotic scene, Ega called out to Suji. His gaze was firm. You have no right to be afraid. Your fear will infect everyone around you. Hearing this, Suji lowered his head. Thank you, Ega. Ega's voice rang with determination. We just need to raise our fighting spirit. If we meet them head-on, we will not lose. Just as Ega predicted, the tide of battle began to turn once more in favor of the allied forces. At first, the allies were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the Demon Lord's army. But then, the hero candidates began to unleash their true power. Suji's fists tightened. These demons are nothing but small fry. Where were the high-ranking ones? Rage began to boil inside him. The two demons exchanged nervous glances. Amelia raised her sword with conviction. Wipe them out. The outcome of this battle was already sealed. Suji continued to cut down one demon after another. Or so it seemed. In a flash, he spun around, sensing a new threat lunging toward him. Suji barely managed to block the surprise attack, sending the black-cloaked figure flying backward. The attacker landed perfectly still, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Suji's eyes widened as he assessed his new foe. This power. Is he a high-ranking demon? His brow furrowed in disbelief. He instantly lunged at the cloaked figure, who simply took a small step back, blocking the blow with one hand. Suji's powerful kick had no effect. The man was completely unfazed. A grin spread across Suji's face. Finally, a worthy opponent. Blades sliced through the air, steel clashing against steel in a flash of light. Meanwhile, Iga faced a mysterious man whose eyes were covered by a blindfold. Fury radiated from him. Who are you, and where did you come from? The mysterious figure didn't answer, offering only a cold, chilling smile. Dust and smoke filled the air. Amelia's eyes narrowed. What's going on over there? She gazed ahead. It seems our advance has been stalled, but from the shadows behind her, a masked figure emerged without a sound. A soldier nearby froze, his eyes locked on the newcomer. He leveled his weapon at the figure. Identify yourself, but there was no reply. Only the cold, sharp sound of steel. The soldier was cut down without mercy. The masked assassin raised his gleaming blade, radiating pure malice. Amelia snarled, "You bastard! How did you get in here?" Her soldiers immediately rallied around her, forming a protective wall for their commander. The assassin lunged forward with terrifying speed. She parried with her sword, but he was aiming for her neck. I was too careless, she thought. A crimson arc sliced through the air. Amelia's eyes widened in disbelief. His blade had found its mark. The masked man turned and walked away calmly, leaving Amelia crumpled beside her warhorse. The soldiers cried out in horror. "Commander!" Suji screamed in panic. "Amelia!" Herrick's gaze snapped towards the scene, his expression tense. He spurred his horse forward. "I'm taking command. Get Amelia to the medics, now. Do not let that assassin escape." The masked assassin leaped into the fray, cutting down soldier after soldier. Elsewhere, Amelia lay completely still. Suori was already by her side, desperately using healing magic on the wound. The Holy Kingdom's army was in disarray, shocked by the fall of their leader. In the end, they were forced to fall back. Herrick gave the order. Full retreat, immediately. Everyone, pull back now. With the Demon Lord's army nearly spent, they chose not to pursue the alliance. The purple demon watched them go. Why are they pulling back? The blue demon next to him answered, "It looks like there's trouble in their rear guard." The purple demon commanded, "Let's gather the survivors and regroup." Under the cover of darkness, they made their way to the main encampment of the Demon Lord's forces. 2 demon sentinels stood guard before the central tent, spears in hand. Inside, the Heavenly King, Aqualia, sat impassively on her throne. "You failed to kill their commander?" The masked assassin hesitated. "No, Your Grace. But she's gravely wounded." Aqualia sighed. "I suppose that will have to do. Regardless, you saved us. That much is true." A smirk touched Aqualia's lips. "It will take some time for their commander to recover. This will undoubtedly slow the Alliance's advance. So, what is our next move?" Her subordinates answered as one. "Now is the time to strike." She let out a contemptuous laugh. "The battlefield is at a stalemate, so we will cut off their supply lines from the shadows." Instantly, the eyes on dozens of masks began to glow. In perfect unison, they replied, "As you command." The Demon Kingdom of Vejra is divided into several territories, each ruled by the 4th prince, the 2nd princess, the 3rd princess, the 5th princess, and the Demon Lord himself. It is a kingdom born of lava and shadow, a land steeped in darkness and malice. At the main gate, a long line of supply carriages undergoes strict demonic inspection. High on the walls, 2 demon lookouts silently watch every movement below. Kai observed, his arms crossed. "Just as we expected. Security is airtight." Sina marveled. "Wow, you can see all that? I can't make out a thing from here." Mayor asked, "So, what's the plan?" Kai considered their options. A simple disguise won't be enough to get in. Besides, just like at NRAS, they'll have a barrier set up to detect intruders. Mayor's brow furrowed. That was the 5th princess, Isabel. "No one should have been able to escape my spatial magic." "Who's she?" Sina asked. Kai explained, a direct descendant of the Demon Lord. "She erected a barrier in the city that would have exposed us instantly." Sina sighed. "Well, she sounds like a real pain." Mayor murmured, "With normal demon magic, I can sense the residual energy. But back then, I felt absolutely nothing. She didn't just let us escape, she fed us information too. She's definitely plotting something. Even the Demon Kingdom is split into factions. There's something she wants." An image of the princess flashed through both Kai and Mayor's minds. Kai's voice was grim. "Even without Isabel, this is the heart of the Demon Kingdom. It's safe to assume a barrier of the same caliber is in place here." Mayor's expression was determined. "Give me some time. I'll ask the spirits to investigate the barrier for us." Kai nodded, his trust in her clear. At sunrise, we make our move on the capital. In the distance, a crimson fire silently devoured everything. A demon on the city walls let out a laugh, slowly making its rounds. Below, 3 figures crept closer to the fortress. Mayor's ears twitched, and she brought them to a halt. Though incredibly faint, I could feel traces of miasma left inside my head. Kai's eyes glowed red, but I couldn't see a thing. He thought to himself, just as he expected, he couldn't use his appraisal ability on something that wasn't a physical object. Mayor guessed, the residue is extremely faint, so I can't tell whose miasma this is, but it looks like it was deployed to cover the entire city. This is a kind of barrier-type demon art. She pressed her hand against the shield. This is just a theory, of course. But they could probably detect intruders based on their lack of miasma. After all, only demons possess miasma. Kai realized that method would be incredibly effective. They must have placed this kind of barrier in every city to stop any spies or invaders. Mayor declared, "Let me see if we can get through." She was certain only a handful of demons could use spatial demon arts like this. Kai asked curiously if there was a way to trick the barrier. Mayor considered it. "I think we can fool them, if we had miasma inside our bodies." He reached into his pouch and pulled something out. "I took a few items from Kao's mansion, just in case I needed emergency funds." Mayor's eyes lit up. "Oh, if that's a miasma device." Sina just stared, confused about what a miasma device even was. Kai calmly explained, to put it simply, it's a device that holds mana. Its mechanics are just like the magic tools that humans use. The only difference is that the source of this device is miasma, instead of human mana. He examined the item seriously as he explained. "However, we'll occasionally need to charge this device with some magic. I stole this thing to get a little money, but I haven't used it yet, so it should still have some miasma inside." Mayor grinned. "This device is perfect. Wait a moment, and I'll transfer some mana into it." Kai was momentarily stunned. "You can do that, too." A confident light shone in her eyes. "I haven't just been sitting idle this whole time while you two were off training together." Mayor waved her hand. "My master passed this knowledge down to me from the very beginning. I just needed to imagine the rest. Oh, spirits, please lend me your strength." She closed her eyes, and her entire body was enveloped in a fantastical light. A glittering wave of spirit energy followed the rhythm of Mayer's hand. She slowly stepped into the protective membrane. Kai stood there, his gaze fixed on the barrier. Sina also watched in silence to see the result. Mayer had completed the infiltration. She turned back, beaming. "It's a success. You two can come inside now." Kai said urgently, "Good. From here on out, we do things like we always do. We'll scale the city walls and sneak past the guards." The city slowly materialized from behind a thick blanket of fog. Inside, the bustling scene at the crowded market was no different from the human world. On the street, a few massive demons were laughing loudly. Despite the lively scene, the air was thick with danger. Kai strode confidently, disguised as a demon. Sina and Mayer were chained on either side, pretending to be slaves. He glanced around. Somehow, we managed to blend in. The demons passing by didn't show the slightest suspicion. The three of them kept moving, not a single one speaking a word. Kai's eyes scanned the area. "This place is massive, and there are so many demons." Sina whined. "It's so annoying having to pretend to be a slave all the time." Mayer warned. "The closer we get to the city center, the more guards there are. It's better if we don't get too close." Sina shot back. "But aren't we supposed to invade the castle and assassinate the demon lord?" Kai kept his steady pace. "Of course, that's our objective. But first, we need to gather information inside the capital. It'll be disastrous if our identities are exposed." His face was grim. 1 week later, a hand moved a pen with incredible speed. Inside the castle, in Isabel's office, she was diligently signing documents, her every move radiating authority. Isabel paused, her gaze unwavering. "I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to get past my barrier." Kai stood there, arms crossed calmly, and clarified. "It wasn't me. It was all thanks to Mayer." Isabel gently placed her pen in the inkwell. "I see. Compared to last time, you've become much stronger." Kai proposed. "We need to talk, Isabel." "May I?" She replied flatly. "That's fine, Kai." He was surprised by how direct she was. Isabel remained calm. "In any case, I'm grateful to you for defeating Winbach. With him eliminated, I'm no longer under surveillance, and it's much easier for me to move." Kai questioned. "So that was your scheme all along, wasn't it?" She looked up at him. "It seems I underestimated you. I never thought you could actually defeat him. I just thought I could use you as a pawn if you managed to escape. But you were more than I ever expected. Now, you are no longer a chess piece, but a valuable partner. You came here to see me because you want more information, don't you?" Kai suddenly realized her plan for a revolution. Isabel gave a faint, proud smile. "You've passed my little test. Shall we move to another place to talk?" Isabel strode down the hall, her heels echoing as sunlight from the high windows cast a majestic glow on the scene. Through the glass, the cityscape unfolded below, and Kai was already mapping it out in his mind. "We'll teleport to the capital city of Isan, your home, in a single instant. As always, your demonic arts are truly formidable." Isabel replied coolly. "It consumes a great deal of energy. I cannot use it multiple times in one day. Follow me." They entered a room where the solemn atmosphere signaled a critical discussion was about to begin. She calmly lifted her teacup to her lips. Isabel's voice cut through the silence. "By the way, how did you acquire information about the revolution?" "This is a matter I must act on immediately," Kai explained. We've already infiltrated the capital. A week ago, I was gathering intel in the slums. He recalled his mission, thinking, though I wanted intel that could become the spark that dooms the demon kingdom. I assumed my assassination targets would be the first prince, the second prince, and the third prince, the very center of the war for the throne. But what truly bothered me was the complete lack of information about you, the fifth princess. When we first met, you told me you had a completely different objective in mind. I suspected you were plotting something, so I tailed 3 of your soldiers to investigate. As it turns out, one of them led me right to the information I needed. He led me to the warehouse where you're storing weapons for your revolution. Isabel sipped her tea, unfazed. I see. She called for Smith, and her subordinate understood instantly. I will warn our comrades to be more careful, Isabel stated. Let's get to the main point, Kai said urgently, his gaze firm. Let me be direct. Are you willing to form an alliance with us, the hero candidates? Isabel looked skeptical. Not with the Holy Kingdom's army, but with the hero candidates specifically. Kai laid out his terms. I cannot persuade or control the entire army of the Holy Kingdom, but I can command the hero candidates. As I've said before, all we hero candidates want is to return to our own world. To do that, we have to kill the Demon Lord. We couldn't care less what happens to this world after we go home. Are you saying I can do whatever I wish after we've defeated the Demon Lord? She mused, weighing the offer. He gave a cynical shrug. Well, there's no guarantee we can actually go home. We won't know until we try. The hero summoning, Isabel said softly, is a ritual, a pact with the god Daijirate. Once you fulfill the pact by killing the Demon Lord, you will be returned to your world. Kai thought back to her words, realizing how little he truly knew. How do you know that? He challenged. You told me you didn't know that much before. I discovered it in an ancient text, Isabel recounted. My interest was piqued after our last conversation. Kai was skeptical. Is that document even reliable? It is merely an ancient document, she replied calmly. He thought to himself, it does match what Leonora said. A faint memory surfaced of her voice. In other words, a god summoned you all. After you fulfill your duty, he will send you back to your own world, where you belong. So the accuracy of my information has just increased, hasn't it? Kai concluded internally. Shaking off his thoughts, he declared decisively. In that case, the fate of this world has nothing to do with us. I don't care if you decide to destroy the Holy Kingdom or seek peace after this is all over. It's true our interests are aligned, Isabel said coolly, her eyes now burning with determination. The Revolutionary Army's goal is to defeat the Demon Lord and place me on the throne. After that, I will create a world where humans, beastmen, and even demons can live together in peace. That sounds like something out of a fairy tale, Kai scoffed. Do you really think you can stop a war overnight? Isabel's gaze was unwavering. As long as I can defeat the current Demon Lord and maintain this kingdom's power, it is possible. Wouldn't it be better to join the struggle for the throne directly, instead of leading a rebellion against your own kingdom? Kai questioned. Her expression turned grim. The current Demon Lord, my father, is known as the most powerful in all of history. Even if he were to abdicate, his influence would remain absolute. Isabel's voice was tight with suppressed emotion. My father despises humans. He would never accept my desire for peace with them. Besides, the other princes and princesses do not seek peace. I am the only one. She regained her composure. It is true that I lack the power with only the Revolutionary Army at my side. But if we seize this chance, while the Demon Kingdom is under attack from the Allied forces, I believe we have an opportunity to win. However, Isabel said cautiously, even if we defeat the Demon Lord with the help of the Allied forces, we will be at a severe disadvantage when the war ends. That is why I have not sought any outside help. She pointed a finger directly at Kai. But if the hero candidates were to help me, the entire story changes. With a decisive tone, Isabel declared, I accept. The Revolutionary Army will form an alliance with the hero candidates. They shook hands, sealing their pact. We're counting on you. His voice was filled with hope. Isabel met his gaze, her trust unwavering. I have something to tell you. The plan to destroy the Demon Lord will be executed this year. If we miss this window of opportunity, our chances of victory will drop to 0. In the Demon Forest, darkness consumed everything as a convoy of soldiers moved in silence. Henry, captain of the Holy Kingdom's 7th Night Order, issued a warning. Even when fighting monsters, you must never let your guard down. I know the vanguard cleared a path, but that doesn't mean this place is completely safe. Logistical support was being sent from the city of Netras to the battlefield. Even without reinforcing the front lines directly, the Holy Kingdom needed a functioning supply line. They needed warriors who could fight back against the monsters. And so, the 7th Night Order, composed of elite soldiers, was chosen for this vital mission. The beasts inside the demon forest were brutally strong. Suddenly, the corps spotted monsters. Immediately, both sides charged into a chaotic battle. But with the high-ranking demon Elsa gone, the logistics team's mission should have been easier. Or so they thought. But then, the Black-Robed Society appeared. The soldiers noticed their presence and demanded, "Who are you?" Without a word, they lunged forward. The soldiers braced for impact. A young man with a ponytail shouted, "Captain, fall back. We'll handle this." The words had barely left his lips when a masked figure unleashed a savage attack. In an instant, they fell beneath his claws. Two nearby soldiers watched in horror. The blue-haired one stammered. Ben and Jack were taken out instantly. His brown-haired comrade warned, "Be careful. They're high-ranking demons." At the same time, Henry raised his sword in fury. Assassins from the Demon Lord's army. He immediately clashed with the dark figures. "Don't underestimate us," Henry roared. "I am a captain of the Night Order." But as the battle raged, something suddenly pierced straight through his head. Struck by an arrow, Henry's world flooded with confusion and agonizing pain. His body collapsed to the ground, a splash of red staining the darkness. In the Demon Kingdom's territory, deep within the Demon Forest, stood Elsa's old castle. After their defeat at Philitis, the Allied forces had retreated to regroup. Inside the castle they now occupied, many soldiers were gravely wounded, including the commander of the Allied army. Suji and Herrick stood silently, watching as she received treatment. He asked impatiently, "What is her condition?" Student number 34, Anna Siwori, a user of divine healing skills, replied calmly, "Her life is no longer in danger. If I continue to use my recovery skill regularly, she should be able to walk again in about 2 weeks." Suji sighed in relief. "I see." Herrick was grateful. "You're a lifesaver, Hano." The other healers had already given up. "This is all I can do," Hano said humbly. Elia struggled to speak, her voice weak. "It was my fault for relying on you." Herrick gently reassured her, "You should focus on resting. Don't worry about us. I will take command for now." His eyes sharpened. "Although we've temporarily retreated, the enemy also suffered heavy losses. They haven't made a move yet. It seems they're trying to reorganize their forces." Amelia whispered, "I understand." "Then, that should be fine." Suji glanced at Herrick. They shared a silent nod. Herrick's voice was low. "All right, we're counting on you." Anna Siori smiled. "Yes, I'll take good care of her." The two men turned and walked away, their figures fading down the hall. Just outside the room, Suji stopped. "Egan," he said suddenly. Egan approached them. "My apologies, but I overheard your conversation. I'm glad she's alive, but it seems she'll be out of commission for at least 2 weeks." Suji looked at him, confused. "Herrick, why did you say there wasn't a problem?" "I didn't want to worry her any further. She needs to focus on her recovery." He frowned. "We'll have to deal with the blocked supply line ourselves." Egan assessed the grim situation. "If we ration everything daily, we can last another week, but after that, it's uncertain. We have to solve this, and soon." Herrick's expression was tense. "The 7th Night Order has been wiped out, along with our logistics unit. According to the survivors, the attackers were the group that took down Henry. The captain of the 7th Order is dead. He was an upright man, respected by everyone." Suji analyzed the intel. "Those masked assassins are likely high-ranking demons. At least 5 or 6 of them appeared at once. They might be even more troublesome than the 4 heavenly kings. Yes, I fought one of them myself. You can't let your guard down for a single second." Egan confirmed. He then reported, "The high-ranking avian unit I sent as messengers has just returned. It seems Netras is preparing a new logistics unit." Suji was surprised. "Really?" Egan was serious. "Yes, but the problem is those assassins are still lurking in the forest, and they'll likely attack to sever our supply line." Herrick turned to them with a proposal. "Officially, I want you two to escort the logistics unit through the Demon Forest. Your mission is to protect the convoy, but in reality, this problem will only be solved when we eliminate those masked assassins for good." He gave the order. "If they run, I want 2 of you to hunt them down. Eradicate them completely." "Am I understood?" Suji nodded grimly. "Crystal clear." Iga replied calmly, "Understood." A chilling air swept through the Demon Forest. C led the way, with a few others keeping a vigilant watch behind him. The group ventured deeper, where a thick mist swallowed the path. A blonde-haired soldier reported, "The horses are reaching their limit. We should make camp for the night." Before anyone could react, Iga drew his blade. Spurring his horse forward, he roared, "They're here." In that instant, an axe slammed into the blonde soldier's head. The vicious, black-cloaked figure wrenched his axe free. The horse shrieked in terror as another soldier, paralyzed by fear, turned and fled for his life. Iga's voice was resolute. "Get back. I'll handle this one." A thunderous explosion rocked the entire forest. Through the swirling smoke, Sunsuke blocked a devastating blow from the cloaked figure. Fury blazed in the enemy's eyes. "You bastard! It's you again." Sunsuke's hand clenched into a fist, his anger boiling over. "You're here to finish this, aren't you?" Their clash was a symphony of destruction. The air screamed as steel met steel in a furious exchange. Meanwhile, Suji relentlessly pressed the attack, cornering another cloaked enemy. He steeled his resolve. This is no time to hesitate. I have to end them, and fast, to protect everyone. A massive fireball erupted from the shadows. The supply wagon was instantly engulfed in flames. Panic spread through the soldiers. The supplies, they're burning. In the distance, another cloaked figure appeared, silently weaving a complex magic circle. A torrent of fire blasted from the circle, scorching everything in its path. I won't let you. Yumi unleashed her own magic, stretching out her hand and crying. Water creation, water control. Lances of pure water shot forward, their immense power crashing against the inferno and suppressing the flames. Yumi grinned in satisfaction. Nice. Yumi, look out, Ki screamed. She turned, a look of confusion on her face. In that split second, an arrow pierced straight through her side. Yumi cried out as she collapsed to the ground. Kari rushed to her side in a panic. Han, are you all right? Just then, another volley of deadly arrows rained down. Kari's eyes widened in sheer terror. She ducked, covering her head to avoid the onslaught. Flaming arrows streaked through the raging sea of fire. Rena raised a hand, her magic flaring to life. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes as she aimed directly at a hidden figure perched in the trees. A mysterious, blindfolded man had his bow drawn, aimed straight at Rena. From the depths of the forest, a blood-curdling scream echoed out. A silver-haired boy was thrown back, clutching his spear. Nearby, a boy with brown hair was struck down, writhing in pain. A masked figure raised his steel mace high, surrounded by fallen soldiers. A voice suddenly called out, "Then how about this?" Meyer commanded pillars of sharpened stone. The glowing monoliths surged forward, but he shattered them with a single swing of his mace. Her face went pale with shock. What? High in the sky, a swirling vortex of blue light materialized. Yoshi was stunned. Another wind mage. A thought flashed through his mind. All right, I can't let him interfere any longer. Just as he was about to make his move, Yosia froze and screamed, Meyer. The masked figure stood over her, radiating a truly evil aura. She collapsed at his feet, whispering her final words. Everyone, I'm so sorry. The cold steel spikes of his mace glinted ominously. The masked man raised his weapon for the final blow. Meyer was frozen, helpless. She instinctively threw an arm up to shield herself when a commanding voice rang out. I order you to halt. Just as the fiend prepared to strike, magical restraints bound him tight. From a distance, a telepathic voice reached Meyer. What are you doing? Get out of there, now. Meyer answered weakly, My legs, they won't move. In that moment, a powerful gust of wind swept past. Yosia swept her into his arms and dashed away. Meyer whispered his name. Narumi-kun. He replied, his voice full of relief. I'm just glad you're alive. Yosia thought to himself, if Kanzaki hadn't used his domination skill, Meyer would be dead. I just have to hold out a little longer. The person I want to protect is. Suddenly, tendrils of dark energy shot towards them. He swiftly cast a protective whirlwind shield. The demon below watched the unfolding scene. Yosia cursed in anger. Those bastards. They're not aiming for me. They're after you. She quickly tried to stop him. Wait, Narumi-kun. Just then, Jin's telepathic voice reached them all. Everyone, calm down. The enemy is trying to divert our attention. Hearing her voice, Sun Suk hesitated for a fraction of a second. Suji, too, was completely focused. Jin continued. If we remain calm and coordinate, we can't lose this fight. Yosia muttered, Kanzaki's right. He told himself to stay calm. Closing his eyes, Yosia focused on the wind. I can feel it. I can detect every single attack. He realized. If I can sense the flow of the wind. Just as he thought it, Yosia effortlessly dodged a volley of arrows aimed right for him. The demonic archer was stunned by what he saw. How did he suddenly become so composed? In that very moment, Yosia had awakened a new power within himself. He immediately reached out with his mind. Kanzaki, can you hear me? This skill. It's almost like the Wind King's ability. The Wind King remarked with amusement. Now this is getting interesting. At that moment, Jin's voice cut in. What is it? Yosia asked her quietly. Can you relay my voice to everyone else? She replied instantly. Yes, I can connect you to the others, just like we're speaking now. A satisfied smile touched his lips. Good. A moment later, a massive inferno began to devour everything in its path, forcing the demons to retreat while spewing curses. The demon wondered. I'm using dark arts to mask my presence. How could they possibly know where I am? Jin's telepathic message came through. According to Narumi, the enemy is moving south through the treetops. Rena muttered, Himph. Then I'll just have to burn him down along with the entire forest. A voice shot back. Keep it under control, would you? You'll start a real wildfire. Meanwhile, Satoshi, Heike, and Kuri were locked in a desperate battle on another front. Kenta and Kao pressed forward relentlessly. Akira fought with everything he had. His blade finally found its mark, slicing across the demon as dark blood sprayed into the air. Seizing the opportunity, the entire group unleashed a furious assault. Fear flickered in the demon's mind. This is bad. They've regained their coordination. Meyer's voice cut through the chaos. Stay sharp. Their attacks are powerful, but they leave huge openings between each strike. A wicked glint sparked in the demon's eyes. Just as I thought, the demon sneered internally. I need to eliminate their commander first. He lunged, striking at her from behind. With a deafening clang, Satoshi intercepted the blow. He smirked. A pathetic weapon like that could never hope to pierce my steel armor. Knocked backward, the demon reeled in confusion. How did they predict my sneak attack? They aren't even speaking to each other. At that moment, Suji struck down a demon. Susuke followed, eliminating another. Beside them, Iga cut down a third. High above, Yoshia was locked in an aerial duel. His relentless barrage of attacks left the demon's body riddled with countless wounds. The demon thought in disbelief. Am I being overpowered? Yoshia saw his chance. There it is. The flow of the wind. It's revealing his next move. He let out a mighty roar. I've got you now. As the words left his lips, Yoshia unleashed his spear of wind. The demon watched in horror as the weapon tore straight through its body. Just then, deep within the woods, another demon emerged. Fall back, he commanded. Signal the retreat now. Our losses were heavy, but the main objective is complete. As he spoke, a massive wall of fire consumed the entire forest. As night descended, the weary group gathered around a small campfire. Ega broke the silence. About 80% of our food supplies have been torched. What's left is just enough for the rear guard to make it back. Suji asked quietly. So, we failed, didn't we? He tried to console her. Even so, we still managed to take down 4 of those demons. The reports said there were about 10 of those masked ones. He muttered, which means 6 are still out there. Even better, Ega added. 2 of them, the archer and the mace wielder, were seriously wounded. He tried to sound confident. Don't worry, Midu. We'll succeed next time for sure. But Midu was deeply troubled. Despite Iga's words, the soldiers' morale was plummeting from the lack of supplies. The soldiers muttered as they gnawed on their meager rations. This isn't nearly enough, she worried. If we fail again, we won't have the strength to continue. Just one of those demons could cause such catastrophic damage. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Kanzaki, are you with me? She snapped back to reality. Yes, Jin, she replied softly, just as Isabel's voice took over. The plan to assassinate the demon lord will be carried out this year. If we miss this window, our chance of victory will drop to 0. Kay asked, why? Her reply was chilling. Because the evil god, Alvaresta, is about to be resurrected. Even so, I doubt someone from another world could possibly grasp the true danger of this situation. His voice grew grim. I've heard that name before, if I remember correctly. He is one of the 2 pillar gods in the Book of Genesis. I found some records inside the temple city of Alpha. Kai mentally recounted the legend. The Book of Genesis, a record of the great war between the gods passed down from ancient times. It is said this world was created and protected by the creator god, Daedrit. In that ancient age, humans, elves, and beastmen lived together in harmony. But the evil god Alvaresta sought to control all of creation, spawning the demon race as his pawns to unleash upon this world. As a result, the world was plunged into a cataclysmic war. To counter the evil god's demonic legions, the creator god bestowed powerful divine blessings upon a chosen few, granting them the strength to fight back. In the end, they defeated the demon lord of that era and were forever after known by the title of heroes. He thought to himself, in ancient times, the creator god won the war and the evil god was sealed away. That is the creation story, I know. Isabel continued. Since you already know the tale, my explanation will be simpler. That creation myth is largely true, but it has been embellished a bit. She began to explain. With the evil gods sealed away, our demon race became weaker. Even so, we have been gradually regaining our power over time. Kai's eyes widened. Does that mean the seal is weakening? Isabel gave a slight nod. Yes, and we can finally set our god free. The demon lord, my father, is preparing a grand ritual. Building the massive temple took a great deal of time, but it will be ready within this year. He asked, and if they break the seal? Isabel's answer was terrifying. The demon race will become immensely more powerful. If that ever happens, humanity stands no chance of victory. Kai spoke quietly. I understand the situation. He thought to himself, his truth-discerning ability confirmed she wasn't lying. But Kai was still suspicious. An assassin's instinct told him this girl was hiding something. Still, it didn't matter much. In the end, they were just using each other. Kai finally spoke. So, what's the Revolutionary Army's next move? Isabel answered swiftly. We plan to aid the Allied forces in secret. We need them to weaken the Demon Lord's army, a task we cannot accomplish alone. He stood, seizing the opportunity. How convenient. Then lend me your power. Let's cut through the city of Foley first. 3 days later, using Isabel's spatial demon arts, Kai and his troops teleported to the demon forest. She set her feet down in the dark woods. One by one, Kai's people materialized behind her. Isabel's voice was faint, just as I thought. Using that much teleportation magic is draining. Mayor was full of praise. Your teleportation is incredible. It covers a distance in an instant that would normally take half a year to cross. Kai glanced at her, thinking to himself, the tactical value of her skill is that it completely ignores the very concept of distance. But as expected, to move so many people over such a vast distance, the amount of demonic energy she consumed was immense. Kai took stock of their forces. Including Mayor and Sina, there were a total of 7 high-ranking demons from the Revolutionary Army. Isabel's demonic energy was depleted, making her useless in a fight. Still, with these numbers, it should be more than enough. Sina approached him, her voice laced with doubt. Kai, can we really trust them? Kai replied with cold confidence. Don't be hasty. We can still make use of them. Sina nodded, a satisfied smile on her face. All right, he murmured, now. With those words, Kai squeezed his eyes shut and reached out with his mind. Kanjaki, can you hear me? Jin's surprise echoed back. Kai quickly explained. I was just taking a shot in the dark, but it seems we can actually communicate this way. She chattered back. Yeah, you can also contact me through the Guardian that shares our consciousness. It only works for our classmates, and it's limited by distance. A sudden realization hit Jin. Wait, does that mean you're close by? He thought to himself, she's always so loud. Kai replied, yeah, I need to see you. She immediately gave instructions. Got it. Just follow the magical trace that's connecting us through this telepathy. A short while later, his voice called out. Kanzaki Jin spun around to see Kai and called out, Shizuku-kun. But then her eyes widened in shock. Standing beside him was Isabel. Jin's voice trembled. Is that a demon? Kai stepped in. Let me introduce you. This is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. She gave a curt hello. Jin's suspicion only deepened. A princess? Mayor gave a wry smile and said, that's right. Jin demanded, what is going on here? Did you betray us? He shot back with a smirk. I didn't betray anyone. I was never on your side to begin with. She was left completely stunned. Mayor cut in. You're teasing her too much. Kai's tone suddenly turned serious. We have something we need to discuss with you. He gave his instructions. Tonight, gather Midu, Araji, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Ninomiya. But don't tell anyone from the Holy Kingdom. The scene shifts back to the group gathered around a roaring campfire. Kai's voice cut through the silence. And that's the situation. We all share a common goal. This is a partnership to defeat the Demon Lord. There's no reason to refuse, is there? Suzu shot back with a scowl. Why would you want to cooperate with such a suspicious group? Kai stood before them, flanked by Mayor, Sina, and Isabel. He explained calmly, at our current pace, we cannot defeat the Demon Lord. I've already heard about your situation, he continued. It seems you've been having trouble with the Demon Kingdom's assassins. Akira spoke up. Assassins. If you mean those high-ranking, masked demons, then yes, that's them. Yoshia let out a heavy sigh. Our supply units have been wiped out multiple times. Now we're struggling just to hold the line. Suzuki's voice was laced with fury. Those bastards are even willing to sacrifice themselves to complete their mission. They risked their lives to pin me and Midu down while trying to burn our food supplies. We killed 4 of them, but we heard there are still 6 more out there. Isabel spoke with cold indifference. Then we shall deal with these assassins. The Revolutionary Army excels at guerrilla warfare. Yoshia shouted, agitated. Can you really do it? They are all high-ranking demons, she stated firmly. I am the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Isabel declared, through this, I will show you the value of our alliance. In return, you must prove you are strong enough to be our partners. Suzuki fell silent for a moment, then spoke, may I ask? What do you want? She answered without hesitation. After you've been resupplied, I want you to destroy Aqualia, the Water King. If we delay any longer, the 3rd Prince's army from the capital will join the fight. She laid out the grim reality. If that happens, we're cornered. We have to take them down, one by one. The assassins are stalling for a reason. It's to give their main force time to rendezvous with the 3rd Prince. He had to ask, just how strong is this prince? Isabel's reply was chilling, overwhelmingly. As you are now, you don't stand a chance. The ever-eager Susuke shot back, then let's bring it on. Meyer turned to Suji, asking, Midokun, what's your take? He voiced his thoughts immediately. I'm just glad to have such powerful allies by our side. Let's trust in Shinu's decision. Flickering flames cast a red glow as Kai's quiet voice cut through the air. So, we're done talking here. You said I'd be working with the Revolutionary Army. I'll be in touch later. All right? The campfire crackled, its sparks dancing with the whispers of the night wind. A white mask lay on the ground. This was Fire Demon, a high-ranking assassin from the Demon Kingdom. His list of crimes was long: arson and countless human lives taken. A death row convict gnawed on a piece of meat. He growled, "I can't believe they took out 4 of our own, including the boss." Another, a green-skinned beast, was also a high-ranking assassin for the Demon Kingdom, a monster guilty of countless atrocities and murders. The death row convict spoke again. "Those brats are tougher than they look. My apologies. But my right arm is completely useless right now." Fan Ko, another elite assassin from the Demon Kingdom, wielder of a high-level demon spear, and a traitor to his own nation. He was the mastermind behind the Great Autumn Civil War. The death row convict asked coldly, "So who's in command now?" Fire Demon nodded. "Exactly. We can't let just anyone take charge. Therefore, I will be your new leader. Without my firepower, this entire operation is doomed to fail." He snarled, his voice a low threat. "Does anyone object?" Rocky shook his head. "No, I trust you, sir." This was Rocky, a Demon Kingdom assassin, a high-ranking demon, master of earth magic, a serial assailant, and a death row murderer. Fred nodded. "I agree." He too was an assassin for the Demon Kingdom, a high-ranking demon specializing in daggers, a mass murderer sentenced to death. Fire Demon nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. All we need to do now is hit their next supply shipment and watch them starve until they're powerless." He gave the order. "The plan hasn't changed. We're not just here to harass those hero candidates. We're cutting off their lifeline." Fire Demon donned his mask, his voice muffled but sharp. "Be extremely careful with the young swordsman who killed our leader. We move out in 1 hour." "Got it." A unified chorus, "Sir." As night fell, a grim aura settled over the forest. A lone figure surveyed the area, thinking, "I'll stay vigilant, just in case." High in the trees, Marius held his bow, musing to himself. "But this is just a small camp. A few men deep in the forest. There's no way they could know we're here." He was Marius, an assassin of the Demon Kingdom, a high-ranking demon archer, and a mass murderer on death row. A glint appeared in Marius's eye. Or so I thought. He sank deeper into his thoughts. Someone's approaching. And they're not alone. The way they're concealing their presence is professional. Marius drew his bow. Arrow knocked. It can't be those hero candidates, can it? They're strong, but they lack this level of skill. Who are they, and how did they find this place? He pondered the possibilities. As the forest fell into a silent darkness, a shadow shot past. In a flash, Marius loosed an arrow. A smirk crossed his face. "I just have to eliminate all of them. Then everything will be fine." The arrow sliced through the air. After the shot, Marius wondered, "Did I get them?" But in a shocking twist, Sina caught the arrow between her teeth. She shot toward him like a bullet. Marius grit his teeth in disbelief. "Impossible. That little girl caught it without a scratch." Then, a voice from directly behind him. Kai had appeared without a sound. "You're too slow." Marius whipped his head around in shock. A devastating blow landed. Red sprayed into the air as he was struck. Falling from the tree, stammering in disbelief. "I was taken out." By a kid from behind, Kai stood on the branch, looking down with cold eyes. "Always reposition after you fire. That's the golden rule for any sniper." Elsewhere, Fire Demon sensed the disturbance. He spoke aloud. "Someone's here," then wondered to himself. Marius was supposed to be on watch. What is he doing? Fire Demon turned and gave the command. "Everyone, get ready to move." The other elite assassins nodded. "Sir." Swords were drawn, daggers readied. Suddenly, from the thicket, a figure in a purple mask emerged. "Hold." They took defensive stances. "Is that a demon? What do you want? Are you a messenger from Lady Aquilia?" The purple-masked figures shook their head. "No. I am from the Revolutionary Army." Fire Demon was stunned. "What?" The masked revolutionary continued to explain. "Our goal is to eliminate the Demon Lord and forge a new, peaceful empire." One of the assassins yelled in confusion. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you're not a messenger from Lady Aquilia, how did you find this location?" The purple-masked figure replied. "Our allies are everywhere. It seems your current mission is to intercept the supply route for the Allied forces." A tremor of fear went through Fire Demon. An information leak. The masked figure then relayed a message. "Lady Isabel said this. Abandon your mission and join me." Fire Demon was floored. "Isabel? The 5th princess? They're targeting me. Does that mean the princess is working with the Allied army?" I never dreamed they were plotting something this catastrophic. Another high-ranking assassin asked, Leader, what are our orders now? He answered, if we defy the Demon Lord, it's a death sentence. Besides, the fifth princess can't possibly raise a revolutionary army. The man heard this and nodded, understood. After overhearing their discussion, the figure in the purple mask snapped his fingers. I'm very sorry to hear that. Then, behind the purple mask, two other figures with horn masks appeared. Purple Mask declared, I am now forced to execute every last one of you. Behind the other high-ranking assassin, a swarm of differently masked figures materialized. They shouted, Damn it, they're high-ranking demons. We're surrounded. The fire demon gave a sharp command, counterattack and retreat. We have to get this intel back. But their hopes were instantly crushed. The masked figures charged, as if we'd ever let you criminals. I never liked you from the very beginning. With a roar, both sides clashed in a brutal battle. Elsewhere, Kai stood with his arms crossed in deep thought. He was observing from the treetops, ready to repel any assassins troubling Minuso's group. They're incredibly well trained, so this is the power of the revolutionary army. The fight between the elite assassins and the masked demons raged on. Suddenly, a new figure appeared. You're the mastermind behind the Great Autumn Civil War, aren't you? Vanko. The owner of that voice was Isabel. A cry was heard, Isabel-sama. Vanko spoke up. Are you truly planning a coup d'etat? She replied coldly, You're the only one here I wish to recruit. The rest are nothing but trash and criminals. Do you still wish to fight for peace? Her sword dropped to the ground. Vanko scrambled to his knees before Isabel, responding with reverence, Yes. The fire demon, who was in the middle of combat, saw this and screamed, What are you doing, Vanko? The other high-ranking assassin was barely holding on, and the rest were being overwhelmed. At this rate, Kai gave the order. It seems Isabel has finished her work. Let's end this. Sina and Mayer stood at the ready. Understood. The factions charged into battle, fueled by the covert actions of Sinju and the Revolutionary Army. Kai's eyes glowed crimson. The dark unit of the Demon Lord's army, which once tormented the Human and Beast Alliance, had been completely annihilated. A new day dawned. As a result, supply lines from NRAS City to the frontline base began to arrive safely. Every soldier finally had a full stomach. With food in their bellies, the morale of the troops was restored. Inside the castle, Ega crossed his arms, suspicious. Still, something isn't right. He analyzed. Those troublesome masked demons have suddenly vanished. Suji, sweating, guessed. Could they have retreated because we took down 4 of them? Iga stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's a possibility. But Hark smiled to himself. Shinjukai must have made their move. Midu really is a terrible liar. He changed the subject. More importantly, shouldn't we launch our attack soon? Everyone's morale is back up, but the others disagreed. Emilia is still recovering. Is there a reason to rush? Suji stammered. Well, Suddenly, Akira opened the door and entered. Pardon the intrusion, Hark said. Ninomiya. He had a question. May I make a proposal? Hark nodded. Permission granted. Having received approval, Akira began immediately. First, as a premise, the military commander of Forest City appears to be Aqualia, the Water Heavenly King, one of the Demon Lord's high commanders. Hark nodded gravely. That seems to be correct. The captured demons confirmed it. Iga stroked his chin in understanding. So, a Heavenly King was protecting this place. They kept a low profile in the last battle. But Akira continued, Aqualia seems to specialize in covert operations rather than direct combat. The incident with the masked demons sabotaging our supply lines was likely Aqualia's strategy. He presented his argument. I don't want to give Aqualia time to devise another plan. Furthermore, there are rumors that Lord Leonhart of Forest is returning. Hark's eyebrows shot up in shock. Leonhart. Iga elaborated. In other words, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. Someone with a direct blood connection to the Demon Lord. Akira nodded. Precisely. That is why I want to attack as soon as possible. With Leonhart present, conquering Forest will become infinitely more difficult. Iga pondered. This entire region was originally Leonhart's domain. It would be strange if he didn't return during a crisis like this. Suji smiled nervously. Ninomiya-kun is so reliable. Akira smirked internally. Midu gets so flustered the moment he starts to lie. Iga's voice grew grim. All of the Demon Lord's relatives possess boundless power. I once faced the first prince, Fokker, and I felt I had no chance of winning. He broke into a sweat. Even you, Iga-san, felt you couldn't win? Akira spoke up. We'll have to fight them sooner or later, but I prefer to defeat them one by one if possible. Hark thought to himself, I want to ask where you got that information, but it must be from Shinjukai, right? He then announced, Understood. We will rally the troops immediately. Elsewhere, Aqualia was on her knees, clutching her head in agony. She whispered in sheer disbelief. No way. The Demon Lord's 10-member dark unit, completely wiped out? The blue-masked figure behind her confirmed it. Yes. I remember that night. When I couldn't contact anyone, I went to the base myself, and found only corpses. Aqualia gritted her teeth in fury. To annihilate an elite unit like that, who would dare? Suddenly, the doors flew open. A gray-masked subordinate burst in, shouting. He knelt beside the blue-masked one as she snapped, "What is it?" The gray-masked man reported, "The enemy is attacking again." Aqualia grew anxious. Of course they would, with their reinforcements here. But Leon Hama won't arrive for at least 3 more days. She buried her face in her hands, sobbing. If I tell him I lost the dark unit, he'll be furious with me. It's all over. He then turned to the blue-masked one and asked, "Hey, what are we supposed to do now?" The man hesitated. "What can we do?" "Console her." But before they could finish, a chilling voice echoed through the room. "Unforgivable. How dare humans and beastmen interfere with my love for Leon Hama, you insects. I will slaughter every last one of them." The blue-masked man stammered, "Please, calm down," while the gray-masked one cried out in terror. Aqualia lost all control, screaming as a massive tsunami erupted from her very being. The roaring waves instantly swept away both masked men. One of them cried out in panic. "What?" The waves swelled higher and higher, bursting through the windows and flooding the outside world. Surrounded by a vortex of water, Aqualia finally calmed down. She looked around, confused. "Oh, where am I?" She was completely bewildered. Everything is flooded. What just happened? On the other side of the battlefield, Herrick led the cavalry charge with Iga and Suji close behind, facing the perfectly formed human-beastman alliance. The Demon Lord's army had switched to a defensive stance, fortifying themselves inside Forest Castle, a passive tactic, unlike their previous battle on the open plains. Believing this was just a delay tactic, the human-beastman alliance launched an all-out assault as the two sides began to clash. Suzuki charged forward, his fist engulfed in flames, and his punch unleashed a massive explosion. The brave hero roared, "Come and get me if you're so tough." Other powerful fighters used their skills to blow away the castle guards. On another front, Rina was also cutting a path through the enemy. Suji sent the remaining soldiers flying with a swing of his sword. He made a serious assessment. "I don't see any high-ranking demons yet. If it stays this way, we just need to push forward and defeat Aqualia." But suddenly, Suji froze, his face a mask of pure shock. Towering before him was a tsunami dozens of meters high. Haki and Satoshi screamed in terror. "It's a tsunami." He couldn't believe his eyes. "What? But we're on dry land." The masked demon soldiers were just as confused. "Lady Aqualia's magic," one of them gasped, sputtering in the rising water. "But we're her allies. Why is this hitting us too?" The massive waves swept them all away without distinction. Submerged in the torrent, Suji quickly analyzed the situation. This large-scale magic, it's washing away allies and enemies alike. He struggled to realize the truth. This was the power of Aqualia, the heavenly king of water. From above, the entire castle was being swallowed by a raging sea. From a distance, Kai stood with Isabel, Sina, and May, observing the kingdom. His voice was calm. "Now, let's see what you all are truly made of." Isabel turned to him. "Kai, I don't need to help, do I?" Kai nodded. "That's right. This time, they have to do it on their own." The tidal wave, a spell from one of the 4 heavenly kings, Aqualia, had washed away every single soldier outside the castle. Even the warriors who survived inside the castle walls were thrown into chaos as the battle devolved into a chaotic melee. Kai remarked to Isabel, "The scale of that magic is terrifying." She had to agree. Aqualia's wide-area suppression ability is truly fearsome. Although she wasn't one for fighting, they stood on a massive bridge overlooking a fortified castle with towering, majestic architecture. The 4 of them gazed down from the bridge. Sina wondered aloud, but why would she include her own allies in the attack? Isabel offered an explanation. It's possible she's simply enraged and causing meaningless destruction. Or perhaps she thinks a chaotic free-for-all is more advantageous, since coordination between humans and beastmen is difficult. Kai added that the vast difference in military power wasn't something that could be overcome with simple tactics. With no high-ranking demons left, there's no way to stop the hero candidates like this, she said. Aqualia's top subordinates were Dragon, Bright, and Elsa, and all 3 of them have already been taken out by our heroes. On top of that, we also eliminated the Demon Lord's dark unit that Leon Hama entrusted to her. So, by now, they should have no real fighting power left. Then it's only a matter of time, he concluded. A heavenly king is certainly a pain to deal with, but my friends are growing stronger by the day. Isabel then said, "Explain your game pieces to me," Kai replied. "You can tell just by looking, but very well." First, that loud one throwing a tantrum to the north is Araji Sunsuke. His offensive power is among the best of the hero candidates, and the man is guts. The one wielding the flames of the evil eye is Nagasrena. She's a battle-focused type whose power fluctuates with her mood. Mayor rested her chin on her hand. She's the one who hates Kai. He continued his analysis. The girl commanding the hero candidates from the rear is Hashimoto Mirai, a telekinetic with incredibly versatile applications. Well, her rigid mindset means she can only use it in one specific way. The one using wind abilities to fight while airborne is Narumi Yoshia. He's a strategic piece with a wide field of view and excellent at support. A jack of all trades, but he lacks raw firepower. The one using enhancement magic from behind is Nanomiya Akira. He's incredibly smart and calm, understands me well, and is also easy to exploit. And the one healing all the wounded at the very back is Honori. The tall guy protecting the rear guard is Ozaki Ko. He possesses the Divine Guard ability, allowing him to turn his body into steel. His defensive power is outstanding. The girl subduing multiple demons to the west is Kanzaki Jin. Mayor cut in, the one who likes Kai. Kai paid it no mind, he went on. Her domination ability is invincible against lower-level opponents. However, it's completely useless against higher-level foes. And the swordsman dominating the center is Mido Suji. As you can both see, he is the key combatant among the hero candidates. Isabel agreed. Yes, he's incredibly strong, potentially on the level of a heavenly king. Kai stated seriously. He has a natural genius for the sword and never shirks his training. Mayor sounded impressed. High praise from you. I've always rated Mido highly. Despite a few issues, those are the key pieces I wanted to mention. Isabel asked, how many are there in total? Kai replied, 26. There were 40 hero candidates in total, but 14 weren't suited for combat and have withdrawn, she remarked. Even with powerful abilities granted by a god, they're meaningless without the right mindset for battle. He agreed. Exactly. Isabel assessed them. 26 individuals at the level of high-class demons, and some among them possess even greater power. Not bad. With your cooperation, our chances of victory are rising. It seems Aqualia is about to make her move. Kai crossed his arms. That's right. At this rate, our forces will be whittled down and we'll lose. We have to make our move before that happens. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. Everyone stared in shock as a blue-haired woman appeared. Gasps of shock echoed through the ranks. It's Lady Aqualia. Mido spun around, gripping his sword and shouting her name. The Heavenly King of Water. Aqualia pointed directly at Mido. Swordsman of the hero candidates, it seems you are the core of this army. She immediately unleashed her attack. Water Serpent. Instantly, serpents made of pure water shot toward him. Mido braced for impact. Demon-slaying sword. Shield mode. A brilliant shield of light manifested to protect him, but Aqualia's power was overwhelming. Mido grit his teeth, thinking, so this is her power? She attacked again. Water Cross. A deluge of liquid blades surged towards him. The force was immense, blasting Mido away. He thought desperately. The ground is crumbling. I can't get a foothold. Mido roared. Demon-slaying sword, rope mode. An energy rope shot out, wrapping around a stone pillar to steady him. She let out a chilling laugh. This is my garden now. She quickly cast another spell. Freeze. Instantly, the water at Mido's feet turned to solid ice, trapping him. Mido panicked. Oh no, my legs. I can't move. Now, disappear, she commanded. Hydra Shock. A magic circle appeared, two inverted triangles glowing within as it pulsed with light. Beams of pure energy lanced out towards Mido. He winced in agony as crimson sprayed from a deep gash on his leg. Fear flashed in Mido's eyes as he dropped to one knee. Aqualia mocked him. To think you could withstand that attack at all. You're quite skilled, but you can't exactly move freely with those legs, can you? Mary screamed in terror, Mido. She laughed with sadistic glee. If I crush you now, our victory is assured. Water Serpent. The watery beasts reappeared, their massive jaws open wide as they lunged. Watching from above, Isabel said to Kai, it looks like your key asset is about to be defeated. He remained calm. Don't worry, he has a plan. The water serpents descended from the heavens. Mido's focus became absolute. He activated. Tsukuchi. Aqualia's eyes widened in confusion. Mido raised his blade to the sky, chanting loudly, Sacred light that purges all evil. Gather in my sword and reveal your true radiance. A blinding light erupted from his sword. He swiftly brought the blade down in a single, decisive strike. The Heavenly King of Water, Aqualia. Her true name is Natasha Aqualia. She was born the eldest daughter of the Aqualia family, a prestigious house known for its mastery of water magic. The four Heavenly Kings, the highest-ranking commanders in the Demon Lord's army, are positions passed down from generation to generation. Natasha only recently inherited the title of Heavenly King of Water. The Aqualia family, masters of prestigious water magic. The Framerus family, masters of prestigious fire magic. The Stonia family, masters of prestigious earth magic. The Winbach family, masters of prestigious wind magic. Currently, with the loss of their leaders, the Stonia and Winbach families are in chaos, struggling to choose their new heads. The truth was, no single individual possessed the raw power to truly deserve the title of a heavenly king. No matter how prestigious the family, it didn't guarantee a warrior of that legendary caliber. Sometimes, they had to settle for someone, even if their abilities fell short. Natasha was a prime example of this. She was reluctantly chosen to fill the void left by the previous head, who had succumbed to his sudden illness. In other words, she held the title of a heavenly king without the strength to back it up. As head of the Aquilia family, she couldn't bear being looked down upon. Natasha specialized in enemy intelligence and covert operations, always seeking weapons beyond pure, brute force. Elsa was tasked with defending the demon forest routes. Bright handled intelligence on the Beastman Alliance and carried out control missions. Ja was responsible for transporting the Cat Beast tribe's princess, and finally, a mysterious figure handled intelligence on the Holy Kingdom while recruiting followers for the Demon Lord. Her engagement to the third prince, Leon H., was also a calculated move to solidify her own precarious position. Natasha once asked Leon H., "Why are you so kind to me, a powerless woman like me, who is a heavenly king in name only?" He replied, "Isn't it obvious? It's because I love you." At the time, Natasha seemed deeply moved by his words. Now, taking her last breath, she whispered, "I'm so sorry, Leon H." Two henchmen reported Aquilia didn't make it. Meyer's face lit up with joy. "Midu won." Ega shouted, "Just as expected." But Susuk was green with envy. "I could have easily executed that weak woman myself." Akira tried to object, but Araji remained calm, refusing to interfere. He said angrily, "I had no choice. Shindu was the one who ordered me to do it." Susuk immediately recalled his words. "Our conversation ends here. I'll be joining the Liberation Army. We'll communicate through Kanjaki. Got it?" Jin and Midu remained silent. On the other side, Akira, Meyer, and Yosia also said nothing. Arasi's expression darkened as he turned to leave, but Kai called out his name. He scowled and asked, "What is it now?" Kai spoke of the next battle with the Heavenly Kings. "I want to let Midu handle it." Arasi's anger flared. "Are you telling me I'm not allowed to fight?" Suddenly, both he and Kai stopped, turning back to where the others were sitting. Kai stated, "I want Midu to grow here. To do that, he needs confidence." Arasi shot back, "Confidence?" Kai explained, "Midu always hesitates because he doesn't trust his own decisions. You understand what I mean, don't you?" Arasi agreed. "Yeah, it's a pain, but I get it." Kai continued, "It's likely because he's been helped by our allies so many times. If he can defeat a heavenly king all by himself, Midu will gain some real self-assurance." Arasi retorted, "But what if he loses? Wouldn't that just crush his confidence even more?" Kai smirked, "Worried about Midu, are you?" Arasi snapped, "That's not what I meant. I'm just pointing out the flaws in your little training plan." Kai's tone turned serious. "If he loses, he loses. If he falls here, then that will define his worth." Arasi was stunned into silence. Arasi hesitated. "Even so, I have no reason to follow your orders." As Kai walked away, he said, "You're aware now that your comrades' lives are on your shoulders, and you understand that Midu's growth is the key to defeating the Demon Lord, don't you?" Arasi cracked his knuckles and whispered, "So, one way or another, everything goes according to his plan." Back in the present, Midu thought to himself, "I won. That was incredibly dangerous, but I defeated a heavenly king on my own. I've really gotten stronger." It was all thanks to Shindu's advice. He remembered Kai saying, "Midu, can I have a word with you?" He had asked, "What is it? I saw you talking with Arasi earlier." Kai advised him, "I have some advice for you. Stop hesitating. You need to have faith in your own decisions." Midu replied, "I know I'm indecisive, but how am I supposed to build that kind of confidence?" Kai stated gravely, "With your personality, only results will build your confidence. Go defeat the heavenly kings. Alone." He fell silent, recalling the moment he deliberately attacked his own leg to make them complacent. "Normally, I would never think of doing something like that. But I did it because he told me to trust my own judgment. It was a massive risk, but it worked. My judgment wasn't wrong." Midu turned around, raising his sword and shouting for all to hear. "The heavenly king of water, Aquilia, has been defeated. Demon Lord's army, surrender now. If you don't resist, we will spare your lives." The remaining soldiers threw down their weapons, and the people erupted in cheers. Watching from a nearby rooftop, Kai, Isabel, Mayer, and Sina saw everything unfold. He commented, "Midu has a tendency to ignore his intuitive judgments." Mayer asked, confused, "What do you mean by that?" "He gets caught up in standard moves instead of trusting his gut." Kai explained, "Standard moves can be called conventional, or textbook strategies. These moves are low risk, but they're also incredibly easy to predict. That makes him fall behind in high-level psychological warfare. So, I figured he would become much stronger if I could just break those chains. The battle against the Saintess Leonora was a complete gamble on my instincts. I was just guessing based on his power at that moment. But my intuition was right, Isabel said. I still think he risked far too much. If she had evaded that attack, all hope would have been lost. Kai mentioned that finding that balance is a good sign for his future growth. Regardless, he performed brilliantly for now. The Aquilian army rode forward on horseback. The third prince of the Demon Kingdom, Leonhardt, has he received word of Aquilia's fall? The subordinate replied, Yes, my condolences, sire. I see, Leonhardt said. I never imagined that woman would be so utterly useless, even after I lent her the Demon Lord's elite shadow unit. His subordinate looked confused. Why was he avoiding the subject? What's the point of discussing the dead? More importantly, Isabel's movements are strange. It's time for us to make our move as well. The Beastman Coalition has defeated the Heavenly King of Aquarella and captured Forest City, along with its territories. They've successfully secured a supply route from NRAS City, straight through the Great Forest, all the way to Forest City. They finally seized a corner of the Great City. The people of the Demon Kingdom are beginning to feel the heat of the crisis. Meanwhile, back in Forest City, the Beastman allied forces were tending to their wounds. Midu called out to Motano. She replied, Midu, he said, you're doing a great job. What's the situation? Motano answered. The lightly injured have been discharged, and their morale is high. The severely wounded are still here, but they're on the road to recovery. Just then, Amelia appeared, announcing, I'm fine now. Midu was stunned. Amelia, thank goodness. I made you worry, didn't I? She replied. Midu started to praise her, but she ruffled Hano's hair, saying it was thanks to Ano's constant healing magic. Amelia denied it. No, this was all I was capable of doing. Amelia declared, I'm returning to active duty tomorrow. I need to discuss our future strategies with Harik and Ega. Midu, I want you to join the strategy meeting tomorrow as well. He agreed. Yes, of course. Suddenly, a voice called out. Midu, can you hear me? It's Jin, he said. Sinjo is calling. He says to gather at the dormitory. Midu obeyed. I understand. I'm on my way. Midu sighed. Kanzaki's shared divine protection ability, with a voice suddenly appearing in his head, was still startling. Amelia asked curiously, Is something wrong? Midu denied it. It's nothing. I was just spacing out a little. She comforted him. I understand. You've been fighting nonstop. Please get some rest today. Midu cheered up. Yes. I'm taking the day off at the dorm. Over there, everyone was gathering as Kai casually sipped his tea. Jin reported. Just as Sinjo ordered, I've assembled all members of the combat team. Excellent work, he praised, setting his cup down. Kai then said, By the way, Midu, has our partnership with the Revolutionary Army been shared with everyone? He confirmed, Yeah, I've already told everyone about it. Kai's tone turned cold. Then I'll make this quick. Let me be crystal clear. Anyone here who leaks this information will be eliminated. Don't think for a second that being classmates will save you. A heavy silence fell over the room. Hiki worried. That's terrifying. Satoshi also turned pale. Wait a minute. Why does he have a gun? Do firearms even exist in this world? Asushi thought to himself, Arashi, why don't you say something to Shinjo? Kenta's face was white as a sheet. Why is he here with such a stone-cold expression? Isn't he supposed to be a criminal? And yet, someone remained unfazed. Man, those two girls behind him are super cute, though. Yosia spoke up, breaking the tension. Now, who here would ever leak such vital information? So, why have you gathered us all here? Shinjo got straight to the point. Our next target. With the help and planning of the Revolutionary Army, I want to focus on the third prince, Leonhardt. He was on the move with reinforcements, but with Forest City's fall, he's now held up in the nearby small city of V. He's likely planning his next strategy. I want to move in with a small, elite force. While we still have the element of surprise, we'll finish him with a swift, targeted strike. Midu considered this. We have the strategy meeting with Amelia and the others tomorrow. It seems we need to direct the army's movements. Kai shot it down. No, we don't need the allied army's help for this operation. In fact, let's just extend their vacation. Akira interjected. I'll handle that part. Letting Midu lie never ends well. Yosia agreed. That's true. He then asked. But I want to confirm one thing. What's the real reason we're targeting Leonhardt? Kai answered. The Heavenly King of Aquarella was part of the Third Prince's faction, commanding the Demon Lord's Shadow Unit. By taking most of Forest City, we've significantly weakened his power. We need to completely crush him before he has any chance to rebuild his forces. That's our side of the story. Leonhardt also has a vast and troublesome intelligence network. Crushing him first is the Revolutionary Army's objective. So, it's a convergence of interests, Akira surmised. Sunsuke asked, what will the Revolutionary Army do for us? It sounds like they're just conveniently using us. Kai replied. The Revolutionary Army will spread misinformation from within their own ranks to lure Leon Hartright into our trap. The plan is to eliminate Leon. He's walking right into our trap. He scowled. You're being way too careful. What's the matter? Scared. We should just crush him, he argued back. Those with the Demon Lord's blood are on a completely different level from the four Heavenly Kings. With the strength of our current hero candidates, I believe we have this in the bag. But I'm taking every precaution. I'll brief you on the operational details later. The members I'm nominating for the strike team against him are as follows. Maidu, he responded. Of course. Araji Narumi chimed in. Yes, sir. Nagazozaki agreed. Understood. Motano questioned. Huh? Me? Ninomiya simply replied. Got it. That makes 7. Hashimoto, you'll stay here and run interference. Maya remarked. Humph. It seems I have no choice. Jin wondered in confusion. Then what about me? Yosuke thought to himself. This is our maximum firepower. We're putting everything we have into this. Akira quietly considered the plan. As Kai left the room, Jin called out, Wait, Kai. She demanded, Why aren't you taking me with you? Kai stated bluntly, To be frank, you're a liability. I can't rely on your combat skills as things stand now. Jin was stunned. What? Mayor shouted. Hold on, Kai. That's a pretty harsh thing to say. Sina chimed in. She was a huge help in the last battle. All three of them stared him down. Kai explained. Let me be clear. Kanzaki's domination ability is unbeatable against low-level mobs. She's reliable in large-scale skirmishes, but high-ranking enemies will just overwhelm it with raw magic power. Against someone like Leon H., she'd be useless. It can't be, Jin said, crestfallen. Is my power only good for hunting small fry? He asked. You have to know this, right? In terms of the Divine Dragon quest, you're like a level 20 slime. She retorted. I've never even heard of the Divine Dragon quest, but I still want to help you. Kai replied, You're already helping by acting as a bridge between me and the class, don't you see? Jin cried out, That's not enough. I need you to use my power. I want you to trust me, just like you did before. Mayor stepped in. Well, if she wasn't a liability, then she could come, right? Xena suggested, Why don't you train her, just like you trained us? He rubbed his temples. Kanzaki, if you truly want to be useful, then here's my advice. You need to communicate more with the rest of the class. What do you mean by that? Jin asked. Kai explained. With the telepathy from your shared divinity, you could serve as a tactical commander. If you can pull that off, I won't have a problem bringing you along. I could be a tactical commander? You mean, become the leader of our class? Normally, something like that wouldn't be necessary. But in the heat of battle, it's a different story. Only your telepathy can mobilize the entire class without any delay. Maidu is too indecisive, Meyer is too rigid, and Arasi is all brawn and no brains. If you can command the class with a level head, I can proceed with some peace of mind. Jin's face lit up. I get it. I'll be sure to live up to your expectations. Kai watched her, puzzled. Why is she so desperate to be one of my pawns? Well, it works in my favor, so I won't complain. The scene shifts to the city of Ven. A demon reports, My lord, may I have a word? Leon H. asks, What is it? He replied, It's been 3 days. Why do we remain in this city? With Forest City fallen, we should be retreating immediately. The city of Venir is ill-suited for a defensive battle. Even with reinforcements, we'd struggle against an enemy army of 60,000. Leon H. replied simply, I'm aware. Then why, my lord? He thought, I understand his pride, not wanting humans to seize the third prince's territory. But we are long past the point of affording such luxuries. We need to coordinate with the other princes now. Leon H. explained, The annihilated shadow unit of the Demon Lord's army was marked with a special magical signature. I can identify the cause of death from the magical residue they left behind. What do you mean by that, my lord? I'm gathering intelligence, but if I'm too far from the shadow unit's corpses, the spell won't work. A sinister grin spread across Leon H's face. Isabel is betraying us. I just need confirmation, and that'll be enough. Let them have Forest City. The scene changes, focusing on a vial placed on a table. Kai stated, This is the key to defeating Leon H. An antidote. Isabel confirmed. That's right, it will prove indispensable. Leon H. is a master of a rare poison attribute magic. Even a single scratch will send a lethal toxin coursing through your entire body, killing you instantly. Kai asked skeptically. But even with this antidote, can we really endure his poison? He activated his appraisal skill. The system read, a substance that reduces or eliminates the toxicity of an extremely potent poison created by high-level poison attribute magic. I see. he thought. Isabel clarified. The potion will only be effective for 10 minutes after you drink it. We have to finish Leon H within that window. But you must be extremely careful, she warned, because we don't have many of these antidotes to spare. They're distributed only in case Allied forces are exposed to the toxin. As for the plan, we have our own comrades from the Revolutionary Army planted right inside Leonhardt's unit. We'll lead them. Using misinformation, our allies spread to lure Leonhardt into a spatial magic trap. We'll be waiting at the transfer point to finish him off with you. Any problems with that? Kai added. I'm also selecting those with the highest combat potential. I'll gather them at the designated location. He thought to himself, a demon lord's blood relative like Isabel and a poison user. Just how powerful could he be? Elsewhere, Suji was in the middle of a sword swing when Iga lunged at him. The blow forced Suji to retreat. Iga's eyes grew cold as steel, his sword tip about to pierce Suji. But then the unexpected happened. He activated a high-speed teleport to dodge the strike. Iga reacted instantly, sending a powerful kick his way. I've seen that move plenty of times. Suji fell back again, but his blade wrapped around Iga's leg, and in the next second, he lifted him off the ground. What? Their battle raged on with fierce intensity. Damn it. A moment later, they broke apart, and the blade around Iga's leg retracted. He commented, That's an annoying way to use your weapon, but when it's flexible like a whip, the power seems to drop. A glint appeared in Suji's eyes. Freedom of extension. A direct attack shot straight forward. Iga was startled, barely managing to block it with his own sword. Watching from above, Herrick noted, his fighting style has no hesitation anymore. He's gained a lot of confidence since defeating one of the 4 heavenly kings. Just then, a voice called out, and Herrick turned his head. The person approaching was Jin Kanzaki. What do you want? She got straight to the point. Please, teach me the art of tactical command. The request left him stunned, completely bewildered. Herrick wondered to himself, why would she suddenly want to learn tactical command? Her gaze was filled with unwavering determination. I want to become stronger, so I need your advice on how to fully optimize my sentinels. Herrick considered this silently. Kanzaki's sentinel. It leans more towards sharing than dominion. It's an ability that allows wordless communication, but it's limited to hero candidates. Looking at Jin's expectant face, he was certain that if Kanzaki took command, the team's coordination would improve dramatically. If he could strategically manage the hero squad, the army's trump card, there would be no greater advantage. A thought suddenly struck him, and he asked, Oh, by the way, whose advice was this? Jin tilted her head, flustered, avoiding his gaze. It was Mito. Herrick immediately saw through her lie. Wrong. If it were Mito, he'd insist on learning together with you. This means it was Shinjo's idea. The hero squad's strange behavior recently. That's probably also connected to Shinjo. Jin hesitated, struggling with her decision. Herrick-san, you understand a little bit about Shinjo-kun's current situation, right? It's probably okay to mention his name, but I was told to keep our cooperation with the Revolutionary Army an absolute secret. He smiled warmly and agreed. Of course, I don't mind. We want you to become stronger, too. Jin's face instantly brightened. Thank you so much. Herrick watched her quietly from a distance, calculating. He would cooperate with sincere enthusiasm to earn Kanzaki's trust, and if he could control Kanzaki, who commanded he glanced down at the squad members training tirelessly below. Lost in a sea of thoughts, he murmured. What worries me is the presence of Shinjo, pulling the hero squad's strings from the shadows. Why hasn't Shinjo shown himself since the trip to the Beastman Alliance? Is it because he doesn't trust us? Elia isn't the type to forgive Shinjo, the assassin who eliminated the Saintess. That assessment is absolutely correct. Herrick slowly stroked his chin, thinking aloud. To gain Shinjo's trust, I might have to seize command of the Alliance army itself. Her worried voice cut through his thoughts. Herrick, is something wrong? He put on a pleasant smile, quickly brushing it off. No, my apologies. I'm free today. How about we start on your tactical command lesson right now? Jin eagerly followed behind him, her voice full of excitement. Yes. In a simple house shrouded in darkness, light peeked through a few windows. Mao sat swinging her legs, observing the conversation between the 2 people on the couch. He activated his analysis skill on the medicine sample in his hand. I tried to identify poisons that could be neutralized through detailed assessment, but the toxins in this world are completely different from those in ours. Kai held up the sample in his hand. I have resistance to over 10 types of poison, but here, it's all meaningless. Her voice was urgent and filled with worry. My sentinel can heal the body from sickness, but it takes time if the poison is extremely dangerous. People might not make it before I can finish healing them. Student number 34, Honoree. Her sentinel's power is healing. As soon as Kai spoke, she bowed her head in apology. In battle, we have no choice but to rely on antidotes. I'm so sorry I can't be of more help. He calmly reassured Shiori, "Don't worry. You're the healer for the entire class. That's a crucial role. You've been a great help." But then, a thought struck Mayer. XA still hadn't returned. He wondered if something had happened. His gaze shot to the inky blackness beyond the window. She was definitely running late. His eyes narrowed, his stare becoming razor-sharp. "I have a bad feeling about this." The starry sky illuminated Leon's silhouette as he rested his chin on his hand with a wicked grin. He let out a sneer, feigning concern. Why the big surprise? Isabel. In the middle of her conversation, Isabel froze, her eyes widening in pure horror. Her guard shot up instantly, her eyes locked onto him. "Leon, what are you doing here?" There was no way this was a random encounter, not in a secluded place like this. Could Leon already know about the Revolutionary Army? He spoke with a casual air. "You know, the strangest thing just happened. One of my most important subordinates, for some reason, suddenly decided to lie to me." Hearing this, Isabel broke out in a cold sweat, her mind racing uncontrollably. "Have I walked into a trap?" He raised a vial of poison. Out of curiosity, I gave him a little something. A poison that inflicts agonizing pain, but doesn't kill. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Leon's eyes. His voice dripped with mockery. "And the funny thing is, he spoke your name, Isabel." She reached a hand into the air, her heart torn with indecision. "If I flee, word of the Revolutionary Army will spread throughout the entire Demon Kingdom." Isabel gripped her staff, her resolve hardening. "I have to eliminate Leon right here and now." Without hesitation, she unleashed her skill, Spatial Burst. But the attack only sliced through a hazy afterimage of Leon. "Your special magic cuts right through space." He quickly reappeared, genuinely impressed. "Truly terrifying, because defending against it is impossible. And that is precisely why I've spent day and night thinking of ways to counter you." Isabel could only stare back, completely horrified. "My spatial burst." It vanished. Leon's voice echoed immediately after. "My poison can even corrupt space itself. Space that has been corrupted by my poison cannot maintain its original form without shattering." The color drained from her face as sweat poured down. Transcendent magic. He's sensing the poison and interfering with space itself. "I can't use my spatial magic like this." Leon smirked, recalling their history. "Isabel, you really are strong. Your spatial magic is frightening. That's why I've been wary of you ever since we were children." Seeing her defensive posture, he added, "I was hoping my concerns were unfounded. It would be a shame if all my years of preparing for you went to waste." Isabel quickly cast a magic circle, her voice sharp with defiance. "Even if my spatial magic is sealed, I can still fight." He watched as a barrage of magic attacks shot toward him. But it was, unfortunately, a futile effort. Leon's lips curled into a smirk, corpus of weeping blood. An aura of death surrounded him. My negative feelings always become reality. In a flash, it completely incinerated her attack. With a flick of his slender hand, Leon effortlessly launched a counterattack. Venomous dance. The poisonous mist quickly enveloped Isabel and her subordinate. She cried out a desperate warning, "Hold your breath." Isabel knew this was bad. "I'll die if I breathe this in. It's no use. I have to retreat." Just then, his sinister voice cut through the chaos. "Poison control." All the toxic gas contracted, forming a dense sphere of poison. Leon grinned maliciously, swiftly, casting his next spell. Poison thorns. Covering her nose, she quickly threw up a countermeasure. Stonewall. The rock barrier erupted just in time, blocking the deadly thorns from reaching Isabel. She crouched behind the wall, her eyes wide, ready to react at a moment's notice. But the toxic gas suddenly swarmed the barrier, slowly dissolving it, causing thousands of cracks to spiderweb across the stone. Her subordinate braced for the attack, but Isabel immediately grabbed his hand. Straining with all her might, she used a skill, teleporting them both to a safe location. At that exact moment, the stone wall crumbled into dust, its defense shattered, allowing the poison thorns to pierce right through. Leon couldn't help but admire her power. "So, you can still teleport from a dimension that's been corrupted by poison?" "I miscalculated. I truly can't afford to underestimate you, Isabel." His eyes narrowed as he carefully plotted his next move. However, she couldn't have gotten far. "To stop the information about the Revolutionary Army from leaking, she will definitely come back to kill me." He stood alone in the silent forest clearing. Watching him from a branch above was Sheena, her jeweled eyes fixed on him. In the distance, rows of houses were swallowed by a quiet darkness. Suddenly, a spatial portal shimmered into existence next to one of the homes. Isabel stumbled out, collapsing to the ground and gasping for air. Her subordinate rushed to her side, panicked. "Lady Isabel, are you all right?" She gave a weak reply, "I'm fine." A shudder ran down Isabel's spine as she replayed the fight in her mind. Teleporting from a poisoned area. "I used way too much mana from the strain." Her subordinate moved anxiously to help her up. It seems they've discovered the existence of the Revolutionary Army. We've been too reckless lately, Isabel confessed, her voice low. Her face was pale, but she pressed on. Still, it can't be helped. Leon doesn't trust anyone. The chance of him sharing this information with other factions is almost zero. We must eliminate Leon and his followers as soon as possible. Kai's expression was grim as he stared intently at the window. Suddenly, it slid open just a crack. Sina slipped in from outside, vaulting silently into the room. He immediately demanded, "What happened?" Sina glanced away, reporting slowly. "I tail Isabel as you commanded," she began. But she was attacked by the third prince. She escaped using a teleportation spell. After that, I lost track of her completely. So, it means they've discovered the existence of the Revolutionary Army, Kai analyzed, his voice chillingly calm. No matter how well we hide, that was always a possibility. This is precisely why I had you follow her. Sina, did you manage to memorize Leon's scent? She instinctively covered her nose. He gives off a disgusting stench. I could recognize it from a mile away. Kai sighed internally. The smell of poison, no doubt. These beastmen can be so dramatic. He quickly sent out a telepathic message. "Kenzaki, can you hear me?" Jin nearly jumped out of her skin. What was that? Her face flushed bright red. A voice suddenly echoed inside her mind, startling her. Jin was completely stunned by his command. Gather the Black Special Forces within the next 30 minutes. Kai's mental voice was urgent. This is an emergency. Hurry. The command snapped her back to reality, though she couldn't help but complain. What is it now? This is hardly the time for favors. Su-Du froze, shocked to suddenly hear his voice. Can everyone hear me? She stopped brushing her hair mid-stroke. A sleeping Yosia was jolted awake. Kao, deep in his physical training, shifted his gaze to the side. A girl warming herself by the fire looked up, and Akira, who was reading a book, suddenly glanced in a single direction. 2 hours later, a masked and uniformed crowd stood ready. A subordinate reported, "Everyone is assembled. Should we contact the hero candidates?" "Unnecessary." Isabel cut him off. Sina was spotted while hiding in the trees. Her cat ears have undoubtedly relayed the situation to Kai. Worse, they now know this place exists. Their first move will be to regroup. Isabel's attention suddenly shifted. "After I escaped, how do you think Leon will act?" She was speaking to Vanko, a former member of the Demon Lord's Darkness Unit and a comrade in the Revolutionary Army. Vanko's voice rang out instantly. "Leon is a cautious man. For him to act so boldly, he must consider you a major threat. In that case, he's almost certainly found this hideout." A new voice boomed with chilling amusement. "That's exactly right, you traitor." She and her followers gasped, their eyes wide with horror. Leon smirked. "I was waiting for you. You took longer to get back than I thought." A toxic gas instantly poured from his body, fueled by his rage. Waiting for someone else, Isabel didn't waste a second, ordering, "Prepare for battle." "Yes, ma'am," the group shouted in unison. They all uncapped vials of high-grade antidote and downed them without hesitation. Isabel expertly tossed the empty vial aside. Leon stroked his chin, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "An antidote." Leon unleashed his poisonous fog. "So, you all came prepared for a fight with me." She gripped her staff tightly, bracing for impact. "With this, I can withstand his lethal poison for 10 minutes. The hero candidates aren't here. We have to do this ourselves." But then, one by one, her followers collapsed, lying motionless. Isabel's face darkened with confusion. "What?" Leon spoke calmly, almost sounding impressed. "Just as I predicted, it has no effect on you. Isabel, personal guard of the Dark Lord. Among all the Demon Lord's kin, you and Alice are in a league of your own." Isabel's face went pale. "Why?" she whispered. "They're all down. But everyone took the antidote." Leon replied with a triumphant grin. "That antidote only works against the lethal poison created by high-level poison magic. Even when we were allies, did you really think I'd distribute something that could neutralize all of my poisons?" He continued. "And what I just used was a mid-level poison spell. Paralysis, venom. It's a paralytic, so no one is going to die. I have no intention of destroying you." Isabel's vision began to blur. "No intention of killing us? After attacking me, what could you possibly want?" Leon began to speak at a leisurely pace. "I wanted to restrain you and make an offer. Since you might just escape again, I'll say it right now." He offered his hand, a smile on his face that looked more painful than a frown. "Will you join the Revolutionary Army, under my command?" Isabel's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. His voice answered her unspoken question. "Are you surprised? My faction is losing power rapidly. The Darkness Unit is gone. The 4 Heavenly Kings are dead. To become the next Demon Lord, I need new pawns for the board." She found the critical flaw in Leon Hart's argument. "First of all, shouldn't you be negotiating with the Allied forces? Your own territory is being invaded." He shrugged helplessly. You understand, don't you? To be blunt, humans are a real pain right now, but these hero candidates and their powers are quite impressive. Leonhardt's eyes narrowed. Even so, they're no match for us. The bloodline of the Demon Lord. So if we actually fight seriously, the country won't even be damaged. Her face hardened. You're seriously underestimating the hero candidates. They're stronger than you think, and they're only getting stronger. Leonhardt dismissed her with a taunt. You speak as if you know them so well. Despair began to creep into her thoughts. If the antidote fails, our chance of winning this battle is zero. Even if the hero candidates arrive in time, that fact won't change. A sudden sound made Isabel's heart nearly stop. His gaze darted toward the noise, a threatening glint in his eyes. The entire team then stepped forward, capturing everyone's attention. Jay led the group forward. Rena and her comrades followed, providing cover. Akira and she were next in line, with Shunsuke guarding the rear. The villain's mocking voice cut through the air. So, the hero candidates have arrived. You actually think you can defeat me? But Isabel quickly tried to stop them. Don't get any closer. This area is filled with a paralyzing toxin. Shiori and he fought side by side, activating their support magic. They purged all physical weaknesses, raised healing defenses, and cast a targeted purification spell. A divine barrier, a comforting membrane of light, surrounded the team, gently soothing any potential damage. She shot a look to her partner, communicating without words. If they combined their powers, they could nullify mid-level poison magic, and high-level poison could be neutralized with the antidote. Jane's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Now, we can finally fight Leonhardt. She gave the order to attack, advance according to General Sin's plan. And that's all for this video. That was a summary of the latest chapter. If you have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to give us a like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell for more exciting videos. For now, goodbye and see you next time. Bye-bye. Model.